About the Book 3. Modern Chinese History, Jiang Tingfu, An Introduction to Jiang Tingfu's Modern Chinese History. The Innovation in Modern Historical Narratives, Notes General Overview, Chapter 1. Suppression and Pacification, Chaoyi Section 1. Britain's Request for Diplomatic Relations with China Section 2. British Opium Trading Section 3. East vs. Section 4. 20 Years of National Loss Section 5. The Beginning of Unequal Treaty Section 6. The Rise of the Suppression CAO Faction Section 7. The Collapse of the Suppression Faction Chapter 2. Hong Xiuquan and Zheng Guofan Section 1. The Cyclical Old Society Section 2. Hong Xiuquan's Attempt to Establish a New Dynasty Section 3. Zheng Guofan Revitalizes the Old Society Section 4. Hong Xiuquan's Failure Chapter 3. Self-Strengthening and its FF. Illyr Section 1. Cooperation internally and externally for self-strengthening Section 2. Moving forward step by step Section 3. Encountering obstacles Section 4. Impulsive actions by scholars Section 4. China's first clash with Japan Chapter 4. Partition and the revival of the nation Section 1. Li Hongzhang brings wolves into the fold Section 2. Ori of Northeast Foreign Invitations. I. Russia's Far Eastern Development 2. Ang Yaowei assists in Emperor Guangxu's reforms Section 3. The mobilization of conservative forces Section 4. Sun Yat-sen proposes a plan for national revival Section 5. Removing barriers to national revival Section 6. Warlord Partition 4. 15 Years Section 7. Implementing the Prime Minister's Legacy Appendix I. A 3-century hist. Initial conflicts between China and Russia and Northeast China 3. The negotiations of the Niuqiu Treaty the Four Tortoise. 150 years of peace in Northeast China via Russia's pretext for invasion and coercion for Territory 6. The Price of Russian Friendship Appendix. Review of Qing History Draft. Foreign Affairs Qishan and the Opium War Jiang Tingfu's Introduction to Modern Chinese History. Expanding from diplomatic history to modern Chinese history, he wrote several substantial thematic papers. Throughout his life, he maintained rigorous scholarship but produced few works. A discussion on innovating modern historical systems, including a comprehensive analysis of China's modern era in the struggle between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, despite standing with the nationalist government and blocking and opposing the restoration of the People's Republic of China's legitimate seat in the United Nations. He refused to join the Kuomintang until his death, also frequently criticizing official policy errors and political corruption. As a scholar, he was widely recognized as an expert on modern Chinese diplomacy and a pioneer in this field of study. Jiang Tingfu had a long career in politics. Among his writings, the most widely circulated and influential is not the carefully compiled Modern China's Diplomatic History Materials compilation, but rather this brief volume of only 50,000 characters titled Modern Chinese History. This thin pamphlet not only established his academic position in modern history, but because it reflected the common mindset of intellectuals from that generation who had received Western higher education and were influenced by Western trends, as they pondered the nation's future, the ethnic destiny, and social progress. It attracted worldwide ET. His historical perspective could not avoid being shaped by his political leanings. Therefore, this work faced heavy criticism after liberation. However, academia and politics are ultimately two different things. Nor to alter the texts of the past according to current needs too. Now, preserving the text has been achieved, but we still need to strive for investigating the person. As Chen Suolu, the author, wrote in the preface to this book when it was included in Old Books New Publications by Hunan Yuelu Publishing House, the purpose of reprinting is to preserve history and literature, to preserve the text while investigating the person behind it, not to erase their academic achievements because of their political stand. About Jiang Tingfu. Considering that many people are not familiar with Jiang Tingfu, this introduction will provide more information about Jiang Tingfu as a person. Then, it will discuss the academic value and impact of his book, helping others to know people and understand the world. In the third part, from the perspective of the development and changes in modern historical systems, it will further explain the academic status of Jiang's A History of Modern China and the current state of research in modern history, deepening our understanding of Jiang Tingfu's academic achievements. A Ph.D. from America, Jiang Tingfu, from Baoqing, Hunan now Sheiyang, was born in 1895 Qing 2020 here into a family with some land ownership. He passed away in New York in 1965 at the age of 70. The Jiang family, since his grandfather's time, had been both farmers and merchants, running a blacksmith's shop in Jingang that was managed by his father and uncle alternately three. After his grandfather's death, he left behind a shop and 12 acres of land. 3 sons, along with their mother, each received 3 mu, a traditional Chinese unit of land measurement, and the shop was divided among the 3 brothers 4. Due to his elder uncle's addiction to opium, the shops in Jinghang were still managed by his father and second uncle on a rotating basis. However, what had a greater impact on Jiang Tingfu's early life was his second uncle. Jiang Tingfu described his father as an entrepreneur with genius and a community leader, who served as the president of the Jinghang Chamber of Commerce in his later years and often mediated disputes among neighbors in his hometown 6. Jiang Tingfu's mother had the surname Bear, and her grandfather was a poor scholar. If it hadn't been for the second uncle's determination to have him study hard and seek fame, he would have been sent to work as an apprentice in the shop by his father 7. When Jiang Tingfu was 6 years old, his mother fell ill and passed away. Soon after, his father remarried. According to Jiang Tingfu, his stepmother took excellent care of him and his brothers, describing her as a great housewife and mother 8. Having lost both parents at a young age while his father was often away, he considered himself fortunate to have a loving stepmother. Jiang Tingfu was enlightened at the age of 4 and received private tuition from a teacher 9. At 6, he began attending a private school for traditional education. His uncle decided to send him to a modern school 10. In his 10th year, in 1905 Xingu 31st year, the Qing government abolished the civil service examination system. In early 1906, at the age of 11, Jiang Tingfu studied at Mingde Primary School in the provincial capital Changsha. After 1 semester, his uncle arranged for him to attend Yiji Elementary School, operated by the American Presbyterian Church in Xiangtan, where he began learning Western studies and English. During his final year, he underwent baptism and became a Christian. In 1911 Xuntong 3rd year, due to the outbreak of the Xinhai Revolution, Yiji was closed, and he left school. 11. During his years in the church school, it was a time of political turmoil and the rise of new trends in late Qing China. Although Hunan was an inland province, it was at the forefront of these changes. Even democratic revolutionary ideas spread widely through modern books and newspapers. The petition for a constitution, the retrieval of rights, the new educational policies, and the sending of students abroad were all conducted with great enthusiasm. 12. Jiang Tingfu was in the midst of these developments and studied at a school run by Americans, where he was exposed to new knowledge and gained the desire to study abroad. In 1912, after obtaining consent from the principal's wife and his English and history teacher, Mrs. Linger, 13, he raised some funds and went to America alone. He was 17 years old that year. Upon arriving in America, as he had limited funds, he enrolled in Park Academy, Parkville, Missouri, a half-work, half-study middle school. In 1913, he received a scholarship from Hunan Province. In 1914, Jiang Tingfu graduated from high school. He also brought his older brother to the Pike School, and the two continued to support themselves through part-time work and study. 17. In 1918, Jiang Tingfu spent his university years at Oberlin College in Oberlin, Ohio. Jiang Tingfu majored in history at the college and also took multiple natural science courses. After nearly 3 years of half work and half study, not only did he strengthen his willpower and body 15, but he also remembered the genuine care shown by the American people during his illness for the rest of his life. 16. 1914. At that time, he had a desire to explore the various issues caused by the warlord struggles and chaos within his homeland, hoping to gain knowledge and experience for engaging in political work in China through his history studies. 18. This had a significant impact on the formation of his socio-political view of China's historical trajectory toward escaping the medieval state and striving to become a nation. During his university years, Jiang Tingfu received rigorous training in scientific methods. Since the history department's teaching was dull and repetitive, unable to meet his needs, he read extensively on German and Italian history outside of class, admiring German politicians like Bismarck, Cavour, and Italian figures such as Mazzini and Garibaldi. 19. This training was of lifelong benefit to him. The religious atmosphere at Oberlin College was very strong. In natural science courses, professors did not require students to memorize textbook passages but rather taught them to observe facts. Research reports must be meticulously observed and objective conclusions drawn. 20. Later, When he engaged in historical research, he insisted on drawing conclusions from the sources and speaking based on the evidence. After entering politics, he also highly valued empirical observation, and many issues demonstrated his independent insights. Although Jiang Tingfu was a Christian, like other Chinese students, he was sensitive to the American Church's portrayal of Chinese people. 22. Driven by national pride and patriotism, he began to doubt all church activities and even considered evangelism as pure spiritual aggression. Therefore, throughout his university years and in his subsequent actions, he only saw faith as a source of spiritual comfort and was not obsessed with religious doctrine or ritual worship. He firmly believed that China will never become a Christian nation. 23, and that only science and technology could save China. Thus, among Chinese students, he advocated using science and technology to serve the homeland. 24. He stated, "Every word that President Wilson said, I believe to be true." He stood with the Allies and highly regarded U.S. President Wilson's 14 points, which outlined self-determination for nations, equal sovereignty regardless of size or strength, and no territorial demands or reparations from victorious countries after the war. 25, however, he was shocked and began to doubt Wilson when the Paris Peace Conference decided to transfer Germany's rights in Shandong to Japan. 26, nevertheless, his pro-Western leanings remained intact despite his doubts about Wilson, as he did not question the U.S. government. 27, in 1918, Jiang Tingfu graduated from university with a Bachelor of Arts degree. After graduation, he immediately answered the call of the Young Men's Christian Association (YMCA) to go to France to serve the many Chinese workers serving in the French army. 28. His pro-Western leanings did not diminish his concern for the country and nation's fate. During this time, he also maintained contact with members of China's delegation at the Paris Peace Conference, sharing their worries and disappointments, considering the impact on domestic student movements and political conditions of the delegation's rejection of the treaty. 29. Shortly after, realizing that to influence politics one must understand politics, he transferred to the Political Science Institute for a revision in his major. In the summer of 1919, Jiang Tingfu returned to the United States from Paris, enrolling at Columbia University's graduate school to pursue a Ph.D. Upon entering Columbia, he aimed to become a media magnate capable of influencing China's political arena, so he joined the School of Journalism. Hayes was a disciple of James H. Robinson, a champion of New History at Columbia University, which is considered the center of the New History movement in America. In the end, believing that political science teaches only theory and not practice, to gain true political knowledge one must start from history. So he switched to specializing in history, majoring in history studies. 30, under the guidance of renowned political social history professor Carlton J. H. Hayes. Robinson taught at Columbia for 25 years, and his disciples and their students are scattered across universities throughout America. Among them, figures such as Bild, Shortwell, Barnes, Hayes, Moon, and Sandick were prominent figures in American historiography in the first half of the 20th century. This school of thought is founded on the philosophy of empiricism, values the social function and practical value of historical studies, and advocates for a historical revolution. And palace scandals. They believe that all human activities should be included within the scope of historical research, making history an incredibly broad field of study, thus necessitating a relentless challenge to traditional historical scholarship which limits itself to political history, focusing solely on dynastic changes, military campaigns, diplomatic conspiracy. Historical development is not solely driven by political factors, but is rather a movement influenced by numerous economic, geographical, cultural, and socio-psychological factors. Therefore, historians must pay attention to the connections between historical studies and other disciplines, conducting interdisciplinary research. History is an ongoing, evolving process, and thus, historians should adopt Darwin's theory of evolution in their observations and studies, which forms the cornerstone of new history. During his 4 years of research at Georgetown University, Jiang Tingfu was not only influenced by new history, but also directly guided by his mentor, Professor Hayes. The role of history is to understand the past, serve the present, and speculate on the future, making historical works focus on historical education and strive for both rich content and clear explanations to achieve the maximum impact. The book he wrote. Looking at his later research practices, he embraced the evolutionary history view as the cornerstone of new history, paying attention to its emphasis on historical teachings and the dissemination of historical education. His mentor, Hayes, then taught modern political and social history at Columbia University and focused on nationalism research. A Modern History of China, is guided by an evolutionary perspective and aims at practical application, being clear and easily understood, thus having a wide social impact and playing a significant role in the popularization of modern history. Knowledge. He considered Bismarck's Germany, and later Britain's Lloyd George, as exemplary statesmanship in this regard. In teaching this course, Hayes emphasized the profound impact of the Industrial Revolution on European society, arguing that after the Industrial Revolution, states should intervene in production rather than leave it unregulated, as laissez-faire policies were no longer applicable. Nationalism, 34 for context, refers to theories concerning nationalism and nation-states. These ideas greatly influenced Jiang Tingfu, who subsequently stressed the role of machine production and modernization during his studies on Chinese modern history, and gave a positive evaluation of the Yangtze movement. After World War I, a wave of nationalist liberation movements swept through colonial and semi-colonial countries. This trend became a popular subject for American New History historians who emphasized the social functions of history, as they explored the theoretical frameworks underlying nationalism in these nations, the methods they used to secure national independence, and the ways they governed their countries after independence, as well as the impact on the existing global political order. As a student of Hayes and from a country subjected to imperialism, Jiang Tingfu naturally had insights and interests in this historical trend and Hayes' research work. Later, in the general overview of this book on modern Chinese history, he posits China's potential to emerge from its medieval state and establish a modern nation-state, making it the central argument of the entire work, clearly stemming from this belief. Can they catch up with Westerners? He writes, in nearly a century, the fundamental issue for the Chinese people has been, can the Chinese modernize? Can they utilize science and machinery? Can they discard family and hometown sentiments to form a modern nation-state? If so, our people's future is bright. If not, our people have no future. 35 It is evident that this historical perspective aligns with insights he gained from his mentor. Subsequently, he paid meticulous attention to the modernization histories of Japan, Russia, and Turkey, particularly the Turkish National Revival 36, which was also related to his training at Columbia University. Studying the relationship between modernization and modern nation-states necessitates an examination of imperialism policies. 37 and obtained a Ph.D. in 1923 at the age of 28. Under the inspiration of Professor William R. Shepard, Jiang Tingfu chose the dominant imperialist power of Britain in Europe as his study subject, focusing on the foreign policy research of the British Labour Party, which opposed traditional imperialist policies. From the age of 17 to 28, Jiang Tingfu lived in the United States for 11 years. He submitted his doctoral dissertation titled Labour and Empire, a study of the response of the British Labour Party, especially Labour members of Parliament, to British imperialism after 1880. He went from a rural elementary school student to a foreign doctor, achieving academic success. Unfortunately, the British Labour Party, which he had expected to abandon imperialist policies 39, did not do so upon taking office. That year upon graduation, his doctoral dissertation was published by Columbia University Press as usual 38, and coincidentally, it was the first time the British Labour Party, led by MacDonald, formed a cabinet, providing timely sales opportunities for his academic work. His research was out of sync with the actual political developments, akin to a preview of his later mistakes in predicting and analyzing the struggle between the CCP and the KMT when he favored Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang. The 11 years of life in America had Americanized him in both thought and lifestyle. Nonetheless, he did not forget his homeland. And English, with a slight accent, but spoke Mandarin with a heavy Hunan dialect, leading to criticism later when serving as a permanent representative to the United Nations for using English in his speeches. 41. He was influenced by the liberal currents then sweeping through America, aspiring to American-style freedom and democracy. He attended church schools from primary school to university, viewing religious belief as a comfort for a healthy spiritual life. He admired American ways of life, barely reading literary works like most Americans. He spoke flu. Jiang Tingfu served as the editor of the association's English publication and was an active member. In 1921, while studying at Columbia University, the Nine Power Conference was held in Washington, and Chinese students organized the Chinese Students Washington Conference Support Association with the slogans of defending China's sovereignty abroad, purging traitors at home from the May 4th movement. 42. 43. Through supporting the Chinese delegation, he met Tang Yu Rui, another association member, and the two fell in love. They married in 1923, on the eve of Jiang Tingfu's graduation, and returned to China 44. A PhD degree, fresh from marriage at the tender age of 28, he was full of enthusiasm and ambition. Columbia University bid farewell to this new historian from China, as the Chinese historical community welcomed a new wave scholar. Two new wave historians in 1923. After returning home with his family, Jiang Tingfu was appointed as a history professor at Nankai University, one of the renowned higher educational institutions in the north. He taught at Nankai for 6 years, dedicating his thoughts and energies entirely to scholarship. Secondly, amidst his teaching, he embarked on research into modern Chinese diplomacy. Firstly, he recognized that having been educated in a church school since childhood, his foundation in Chinese classics was weak, so he began by restudying the 4 books and 5 classics, followed by Zitongji, a general history of China and poetry, and prose. His interest in diplomatic history had been cultivated since his time at Columbia University. Upon returning to Nankai, he introduced a course on modern Chinese diplomacy. At the time, the authoritative work on Chinese diplomacy was Hosea B. Morse's 3-volume A History of the Foreign Relations of the Chinese Empire. 46. This book, based on British Blue Books and American foreign relations documents, is considered unimpeachable from the perspective of British and American sources. However, relying solely on these two countries' materials is insufficient to produce a first-rate history of Chinese diplomacy. Thus, Morse's views are one-sided. Did they put forward any opinions? Many questions, such as how did Chinese foreign affairs officials view negotiations at the time? He provides vague descriptions of Chinese diplomatic personnel involved in the 2 Opium Wars and the evolution of Qing government foreign policy during the period of their beginning, lacks in-depth study of various political and social factors that constrained Chinese diplomacy, and rarely utilizes official materials from the Chinese government. What was China's diplomatic perspective in the 19th century? These questions bothered Jiang Tingfu during his lectures at Nankai 47. The first step in research was to collect and distinguish relevant sources. Therefore, he resolved to study modern Chinese diplomacy history based on Chinese written materials and the actual social conditions of China. N was founded on the base laid during that time. Jiang received strict training in historical research methods during his time at Columbia University, which taught him how to judge sources and select them 48. So, during his 6 years at Nankai, he devoted great effort to collecting and studying diplomatic literature, and later his edited book Modern Chinese Diplomacy History Document Collectio. This research was pioneering at the time, although others had written about diplomacy history before him. 49. No one had ever started from such fundamental work. Sea history is also one of them. 50. It can be said that Jiang Tingfu's research actually founded a new branch of historical studies. It can be argued that the existence of modern Chinese diplomatic history begins with Jiang Tingfu. In the biography he wrote about Jiang Tingfu, Chen Zime mentioned the academic background of northern universities, stating, "The academic wind of several northern universities has shifted from introducing Western academics to using scientific Western academics to using scientific methods to study Chinese issues, with many aspects being innovative, and Tingfu's research on diplomati." He himself said, 6 years of studying diplomatic literature made me an expert in this field. Jiang Tingfu left home at a young age, knowing little about society and national conditions. 51 historians not only study literature, understand the past, but also grasp national conditions and research society, comprehend the present, to possess wise and profound insights, anticipate the future. Thus, he took advantage of holidays and lecture opportunities to visit Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Nanjing, Northeast, Xi'an, among other places for on-site research and visits. During his 6 years at Nankai University, Jiang Tingfu began to gain recognition in Chinese historical scholarship circles, but greater development came after joining Tsinghua as a professor. This series of visits not only made him acutely aware of the vast gap between the advanced and lagging, the deep contradictions between history and reality, but also realized that within Chinese ethnic cohesion, cultural consciousness is thick, and racial concepts are sparse, which are both highly advantageous and important factors. 52. In May 1929, Tsinghua University President Liu Jialun appointed Jiang Tingfu as the History Department chair. Jiang Tingfu happily accepted the job offer, and as soon as his contract with Nankai ended that summer, he packed up and traveled north to fulfill his promise and take up the position. He had known Jiang for a long time. After returning to China in 1926, he participated in the Northern Expedition. Lu Jiayun was Jiang Tingin's alumnus at Columbia University, and also the initiator and organizer of the China-U.S. Student Washington Conference Support Group. Following the establishment of the nationalist government in Nanjing in 1928, he changed Tsinghua University into a national university. 53 and appointed Lu Jiayun as its president. 54. Carrying out sweeping reforms. From the moment he took office, Lu aimed to transform Tsinghua into a top modern university in China that can compete with advanced universities worldwide. First, he hired professors, especially institute directors and department heads, based solely on academic merit and talent, without any favoritism. Second, he ended Tsinghua's role as a preparatory school for studying abroad, transforming it into a co-educational university offering 4 years of regular courses in various disciplines. Third, he removed Tsinghua from the dual supervision of the Foreign Ministry and Education Ministry, making it directly under the jurisdiction of the Education Ministry. He also enhanced the construction of campus facilities and teaching equipment. Against this backdrop, Lu Jiayun appointed Jiang Tingin as chairman of the history department and, before Jiang took up the position, Lu acted in his place. Even though they could replicate American university curricula, it was challenging for them to develop courses relevant to China's unique circumstances. The history department also has similar situations. After serving as the history department chair and professor at Tsinghua in the summer of 1929, Jiang Tingin quickly realized that Tsinghua lacked professors capable of teaching humanities and social sciences courses tailored to China's specifics, conditions, and societal development taught. For example, those teaching the history of political thought can go from ancient Plato to contemporary Lash, but no one can teach the evolution of Chinese political thought. Chinese history. 2. He considers this to be books on governance rather than the study of history, an outdated research method that cannot continue. 56. To achieve this, while respecting the old scholars, he introduced a batch of young professors, giving them 2 or 3 years to prepare a new course, providing reference books and assigning assistant staff. 57. Professors who have returned from studying in the United States have not learned Chinese history there. Most old professors are experts in either ancient history or a particular type of classical text, and they can have many insightful ideas about versions or explanations, but they have little understanding of the overall development and trends of culture. Through his efforts, Tsinghua's history department gradually equipped itself with a stronger team. 58. Eng specializes in Japanese history. G.E. Bangfu, a Russian, teaches Russian history, and Jiang Tingin himself teaches modern history and modern diplomatic history. At the same time, students are allowed to take courses from other departments. Li Haizong teaches comprehensive Chinese history and ancient history. Chen Yinka specializes in Sui and Tang history. Yao Songsheng and Xiao Shuncheng specialize in Yuan history. Wu Xian teaches Ming history. Professor at Peking University. On leave, Liu Shuman and Zhang Guiyang teach Western history. Wang Xinzhou. Clearly, after his reforms, this camp has indeed become one of the best in the nation. When Xiang Tingyu was in charge of the history department, he paid great attention to discovering and nurturing talent. In principle, he did not encourage students to study history because the prospects for graduates were limited. Even if they could teach at secondary schools, the salaries were low. There were few resources, and it was easy to lose interest in their field. Therefore, when a student applied to study history, he would always remind them, studying history will definitely lead to poverty for a long time. Unless you clarify the truth or achieve fame through studying history, you won't succeed. 59. However, once he identified promising young people, he encouraged them to enter Tsinghua University's Research Institute and study areas that Chinese scholars had typically overlooked. In the 1930s, China had no experts in Japanese history, Soviet history, Mongolian history, Thai history, or Vietnamese history. He would then try to recommend them for further studies abroad if they performed well. When he discovered a young person who could study one of these histories, he convinced them to learn the relevant language at Tsinghua University. For example, he encouraged Wang Xinzhong to study Japanese history and recommended him to go to Tokyo Imperial University to research Japanese history. After 2 years, he returned to Tsinghua and was hired as a lecturer. At the time, Jiang Tingin was already a member of Tsinhua's Academic Affairs Committee. Similarly, Zhu Quming studied Soviet history and went to Britain to learn Slavic languages. Xiao Sunjing, after graduating from Tsinghua, planned to study Mongol history and went to Paris to learn Persian and Arabic. 60. He had significant influence over the university's major projects, including school construction, curriculum reform, student recommendations, and sending students abroad for studies. 61. During his tenure at Tsinghua, Jiang Tingfu also made considerable progress in his research work. After painstaking efforts and meticulous careful compilation, he finally completed and published the 2-volume compilation of diplomatic history materials of modern China. In the area of modern Chinese diplomatic history, he continued the data collection and authentication work he had established during his time at Nankai University, expanding the scope to include modern history. The first volume compiles 259 articles diplomatic documents from 1822 to 1861, Daguang II to Xianfeng 11, while the second volume records 540 articles diplomatic documents from 1861 to 1895, Xianfeng 11 to Guangxu 21. The 2 volumes together contain a total of 799 articles, making it the first comprehensive and meticulously edited collection of diplomatic history in China at that time. Tsinghua University Journal, Vol. 8, No. 1, 1932, which garnered significant attention in academic circles. Rares. Based on the compiled materials, he published several insightful and substantial academic papers, such as a review of Qing Shiji, Bangjiao Ji Beihai, Book Monthly, Vol. 6, Issue 2, 1929, Qi Shan and the Opium War, Tsinghua University Journal, Vol. Toros. 6, No. 3, 1931, and the History of Northeastern Foreign Affairs in the Last 3 Centuries. Lin Zexu's removal from office was a fortunate event for Lin but a great misfortune for China's fate. Notably, the article Qi Shan and the Opium War uses official documents to prove that Qi Shan did not withdraw his forces after arriving in Guangdong, and while his military actions were neither commendable nor blameworthy, he carefully assessed international power dynamics and weighed the pros and cons in diplomacy, truly surpassing his contempo. If Lin does not go, he must fight. If he fights, he will necessarily lose, and his reputation may equal that of Yi Mianshun. But if Lin loses, China will quickly make peace, and quick peace will reduce losses. China's reform or modernization might come 20 years earlier. 63. This text, upon its release, caused a splash like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples in every direction. There were supporters, but some opposed him, considering his stance too favorable to the Qing government or criticizing traditional heroes, which they deemed impolite. 64. Despite varying reactions, his academic status as an expert on modern Chinese diplomacy is universally recognized and unshakable. Academic research resembles a drop of ink in water, having a permeation effect that expands from point to face, layer by layer. This led him to reflect on China's history over the past century since the Opium War. He increasingly realized that many issues could not be fully understood or explained if confined solely to diplomacy. One needed to look into nationality, societal attitudes, even social organization and economic changes. He said, "I can say I have discovered a new continent, modern Chinese history." In Chinese historical scholarship, when studying modern China was still in its infancy, this epiphany for Jiang Tingfu was undoubtedly stimulating. Sadly, with his political career, he had neither the time nor energy to complete this project. 65. From then on, he set writing a comprehensive and authoritative modern Chinese history as his lifelong greatest ambition. 66. Unfortunately, fate intervened and a disease took his life that year, turning his greatest lifetime wish into a lasting regret. However, it remained an obsession that haunted him until his death in 1965, after he retired from politics, when he planned to continue his research at the Institute of Modern History in Taipei. 67. 3. Founding Independent Review in the 3rd year of his teaching at Tsinghua University in 1931, the shocking Nanyuan Incident or 918 incident occurred, jolting China and the world. Japan's aggression ignited a furious national indignation, with anti-war voices echoing throughout the country. Everyone else advocated for war, while he alone argued for peace. 69. After the September 18th incident, Jiang Tingfu frequently engaged in discussions about war and peace with a group of professors from Tsinghua after meals at the North Court No. 7 home of Yi Qiun and Chen Taizun. 68. Long before the incident, through his own fieldwork in northeast China, he had realized that the region held immense strategic value for both China and Japan. 72. He showed no fear of Japanese aggression, believing that from a long-term perspective, Japan's power was only temporary, and time was on China's side. 70. Second, he considered the September 18th incident as a local event in which Japan seized northeastern China. D. He stated that the Northeast issue was difficult to resolve. Unless both sides handled the dispute with caution, it would lead to massive changes. 71. Third, he advocated using Japan's expressed hope for resolving the Northeast issue through negotiations before the incident, engaging in diplomatic negotiations with Japan to secure peace. However, Jiang Tingin's understanding was merely academic. Therefore, he refrained from making aggressive statements and did not advocate fighting against Japan. Despite being an expert on the Northeast issue, the relentless progression of events shattered his naive belief that the September 18th incident was a local event. After the Japanese occupation of northeast China, they immediately penetrated into the Pinjin area, and Inner Mongolia was soon shrouded in the dark cloud of the aggressive war. Confronting this undeniable fact, Jiang Tingin began to shift from a pro-peace stance to a state of preparation for war. He stated, "I also dare not believe that peace can be achieved cheaply. Both I and they advocate preparing quickly to respond to any potential war." 73. He further said, "To achieve and maintain peace, both China and Japan need to make efforts, but since Japan is aggressive now, we can only gradually shift our stance to advocate for war preparations." 75. These scholars realized that as bookish types, their contribution could only be through writing. 74. At that time, a group of liberal intellectuals from Peking University and Tsinghua who had studied in the West, witnessing the difficulties, received great shocks, and felt that besides teaching and research, they should do more for their country. Publishing a weekly magazine to fulfill the responsibility of intellectuals during this national crisis. Jiang Tingfu thought of starting a publication to discuss and raise issues China was facing. At a dinner party held by the Tsinghua Club, attendees including Xu Shichang, Shuk, Ding Wenjiang Shuk, Fu Xinyan Xiaotuk, Ong Wen Shao, Duke, Tao Menghe, Ren Honglun, Mrs. Ren, Nank Zhang Shiyu, and Wu Xian, proposed Estab. 76. Initially opposed by Dao Menghe and Su Shichang, who were well aware of the challenges of running a magazine, the proposal gained support from Ding Wenjiang after several discussions and eventual consensus on funding, publication, and management. Independent Review was first published on May 22, 1932. 77. The magazine, named Independent Review, at Xu Shichang's suggestion, had 3 editors. Xu Shichang oversaw overall operations, while Jiang Tingfu and Ding Wenjiang assisted him. Its purpose, clearly stated in the introductory essay of its first issue. We, 8 or 9 friends, have been meeting to discuss national and social issues over the past few months. Sometimes our debates were intense, but at other times we reached notable consensus. So even though our debates could be heated, we always felt these discussions were beneficial. We do not expect complete agreement on any positions, only that each person use their knowledge fairly to explore China's current problems. We are launching this publication to share the thoughts of these few of us, and serve as a catalyst for public interest and discussion. Our expectations for readers and for ourselves are not for unanimous sympathy, but rather for some genuine fact-based criticism and debate. 78. Clearly, Independent Review was a publication by a group of liberal scholars in Beijing that commented on politics and related issues at the time. It has no party affiliation, advocates independence, and espouses diverse viewpoints, promoting public-spirited, factual, and responsible discussions on issues. We call this magazine Independent Review because we all hope to maintain a sense of independence, unaligned with any political party or bound by any preconceived notions, using responsible rhetoric to share the insights of each individual. This is the spirit of independence. As seen in its preface, though initiated by 8 to 9 scholars, it is not a collective publication. They served merely as catalysts aiming to spark societal discourse on contemporary politics and related matters. This periodical, published since 1932, lasted for approximately 5 years until its suspension in 1937 due to the outbreak of war. With a weekly release schedule, it produced 244 issues, featuring 39 articles, 55 of which were contributed by authors outside the editorial team. Its content covered various fields, including politics, economics, diplomacy, history, culture, and education, predominantly consisting of topical analyses, book reviews, translated texts, and travelogues. Their political ideologies varied, often leading to intense debates. The main contributors to independent comment besides the 3 editors, Hu Shi, Jiang Tingfu, and Ding Wenjiang, included Fu Xian, Ong Yingxiao, Wu Jingqiao, Dao Sixing. As with Japan's aggression, Hu Shi and Jiang Tingfu advocated for avoiding war as much as possible. Ding Wenjiang supported Hu's view, even more extreme. believing we could emulate Lenin's Brest-Litovsk Treaty with Germany in 1918 to gain time for peace, but Fu Sinian opposed Hu's stance. Similarly, on the issue of national unity, both Jiang Tingfu and Ding Wenjiang agreed on using force and enlightened dictatorship, while Hu Shi advocated for an open, good-willed government with democracy and constitution. Despite debates, it did not hinder their fair discussions and free expression, viewing the fundamental attitude of scrupulousness as 79, our religion. 79 After its publication, independent comment had a significant impact on college students, government officials, enlightened merchants, and even young officers. Its circulation increased steadily from 2,000 copies in the first issue to 3,000 in the second, reaching 8,000 copies after 1 year, and then 15,000 within 2 years. 80. It not only resolved the funding difficulties at the time of its inception, but it also became a renowned publication in terms of public opinion, gaining widespread attention from both government and private sectors. As one of the 3 editorial commissioners of independent comment, Jiang Tingfu himself always poured immense passion into the publication. When the editor-in-chief Hu Shi left Beijing unexpectedly, he took over the editorial duties. 81. Besides editing, he contributed numerous articles to independent comment. He disagrees with the view that the Soviet Union would support China's resistance against Japan, arguing that such a belief has no certainty. In terms of political discourse, the focus is primarily on foreign policy towards Japan and the Soviet Union, with particular interest in the Soviet Union's stance regarding the conflict between China and Japan. Based on an examination of the relationship between history and reality, he believes that the Soviet Union's Far Eastern policy will be one of compromising with Japan to alleviate the threat posed by Japan to the Soviet Union without any concerns about the aftermath. 82. This perspective, when applied to the Soviet Union's Far Eastern policy between 1932 to 1935, is quite insightful. The Soviet Union changed its policy towards Japan only after the full outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War in 1937, signing the Sino-Soviet Mutual Non-Aggression Pact with the Nanjing government on August 24 and providing China with military and financial aid. In internal affairs, Jiang Tingfu advocated emulating Turkey's revolutionary movement under Kemal Ataturk, arguing for a unified, strong, and highly efficient central government that could maintain national security and suppress civil wars and unrest. Das. He believed that the central government's decrees must be obeyed throughout the nation, which required nationwide recognition of the central authority. Thus, he supported an authoritarian, enlightened regime. Furthermore, he proposed that such a central government should immediately take action to develop the economy, addressing China's poverty as an urgent issue, and prioritizing economic development over political democracy. Creating more wealth and distributing it equally is what matters most to me, he said. I think the existence or non-existence of a constitution and parliament is a secondary issue. Thus, he criticized Hu Shi for ignoring the importance of economic issues, pointing out that there are 2 tasks to be done in the economic sphere. One is to use science and technology in production and transportation, and the other is to socialize, or distribute wealth fairly. 85. Increasingly strong, both internally ensuring people's happiness and prosperity, and externally resisting imperialism. Clearly, in Tingfu's mind, the Nanjing nationalist government headed by Chiang Kai-shek was the central government capable of leading the nation's revival. His high expectations for the Nanjing government are understandable. Again, he believed that such a central government, to lead and bear the mission of national revival, must truly stand on a position of serving the nation and radicalize its policies, improve its own qualities, and implement large-scale land reform. Realizing a farmer has his own field. 87, focusing on education policy. 88, making China in it. In terms of ideology, he had always admired the unification efforts led by German and Italian politicians such as Bismarck and Mazzini during his time in the United States, expressed hope for Kemalism in Turkey, and wished for China to emerge from the Middle Ages and establish a modern national state. In reality, the Nanjing government ruled over China's wealthiest provinces and most advanced cities at the time, and indeed had the best conditions and strength among various political forces factions of warlords to unify China. In fact, as a liberal intellectual, Jiang Tingfu did not have any special affinity for the Kuomintang, and he once said, I do not wish to act as a defender of the Kuomintang, nor does the party need outsiders to defend it. Moreover, he believed that the nationalist government's attitude towards Japan had shifted from pro-Japanese to increasingly anti-Japanese after the Jinan incident, and was moving in the direction of resistance in politics and diplomacy. 89 Throughout his life, he never joined the Kuomintang. His political stance towards the Kuomintang is nothing more than a liberal scholar, in times of national crisis, adhering to the traditional virtue of a scholar official who sees it as his duty to serve the nation, engaging in scholarly debates. While it's acceptable to say that he and the members of the Independent Comment Society showed a strong sense of participation, claiming their views and arguments aligned with Chiang Kai-shek's political needs, making them his defenders and supporting intellectuals, would be an unfair assessment. This vision inevitably led them to advocate for elitist politics and place their hope in political elites. In reality, the liberal scholars gathered around Independent Comments originally aimed to establish a governing body where China's intellectual and professional elite could supervise, guide, and aid the government, thereby bringing about some improvement and progress in the nation and society. Jiang Tingfu's proposal for enlightened dictatorship is simply a direct appeal to a centralized political system to resolve crises during times of national emergency. This is the essence of liberalism, distinct both from radicalism and conservatism. One could argue that whether it's Hu Shi's call for a good government or Jiang Tingfu's proposal for enlightened dictatorship, both share the common ideological direction of pursuing freedom, democracy, and rule of law. For abandoning academia for politics, Jiang Tingfu's abandonment of academia for politics took place in 1935. However, everything has a beginning, and in fact, his service to the Kuomintang government had started as early as 1934 with his visit to the Soviet Union. The story begins in 1933, when Jiang Tingfu was summoned by Jiang Jieshi Chiang Kai-shek. While publishing articles in Independent Commentary, Jiang also contributed political essays to the Daily News, a prestigious Chinese newspaper with wide-ranging influence among intellectuals and the middle class. 91 Chiang's insights on domestic and foreign affairs garnered attention from high-level Kuomintang officials, particularly leaving a profound impression on Jiang Jieshi, who was shifting from a pro-Japanese to a pro-Western stance in 1932. Although diplomatic relations between China and the Soviet Union were restored by the end of 1932, progress remained limited, with both sides generally mistrustful of each other. As Japan's aggression intensified, China and the Soviet Union, each driven by their national strategic needs, began to show signs of thawing relations. Chiang Kai-shek, recognizing Jiang Tingfu as a modern diplomatic history expert with insights into the Soviet Union's policy in the Far East, arranged to meet him through his close friend Wu Dingcheng, the publisher of the Public Daily, in the summer of 1933-92. A great man, 93. Regarding Chiang Kai-shek's invitation, Jiang Tingfu thought, on his side, I believe he merely wanted to express respect for a scholar and understand what outside individuals think about his policies. On his part, Jiang Tingfu had no immediate plans to leave academia for politics, but he happily accepted the invitation driven by a desire to meet. When they met, Jiang Tingfu and Dr. He Lian, a professor from Nankai University and an economist, traveled together to Jiangguanling, a mountainous area in Jiangxi, to see Chiang Kai-shek. Their first encounter consisted of polite small talk. In his second meeting, Chiang Kai-shek sought their opinions on governance. Chiang Kai-shek listened silently, expressionless, but before concluding he asked Jiang to stay longer for further discussion. Jiang Tingfu's expressed his belief in achieving unity through both correct policies and force, asserting that fighting against Japan would bolster patriotism and the central government's authority, naturally leading to China's unification. The next day he summoned Jiang for a private meeting under the guise of sharing lunch. This time, Jiang demanded honest feedback on public criticism of the government, assuring no repercussions. Jiang openly stated that some were disappointed in the central government and wished for more efficient administration. Chiang Kai-shek was highly sensitive and immediately retorted, which province has a more efficient administration than those under central control? Jiang Tingfu stated that he had not visited these provinces and could not judge based on others' opinions, but according to rumors, Shandong was better organized and more prosperous under Han Fuxing's rule than Zhejiang. Chiang Kai-shek expressed doubt about the accuracy of these rumors, but acknowledged the importance of Jiang's points, suggesting that central provinces should improve. 94 After the meeting, Jiang Tingfu returned to Tsinghua to continue teaching, researching, and editing Independent Review. Later that year, he met with Wang Jingwei, who served as administrative director and foreign minister, to discuss China's attitude towards the Soviet Union. Wang asked Chiang if he agreed with Yan's proposal. At the time, there was a rumor that ambassador to the Soviet Union, Dr. Yan Huiqing, advocated for a referendum to decide whether to go to war with Japan, and that Yan believed the Soviet Union would provide China with weapons if China resisted. Jiang Tingfu replied that if the government had already decided to fight, they could use a referendum to create public opinion. Otherwise, such an action would be naive. Wang was originally a pro-Japanese faction leader, and naturally did not support going to war with Japan. After agreeing with Chiang's view, he stated that Yan had not brought back any promises of aid from the Soviet Union to China. Indeed, in early 1934, Chiang Kai-shek invited him to his Nanchang headquarters for talks. 95, being summoned by high-level leaders of the nationalist government twice in a year, signified that this liberal professor was about to receive a special mission. This meeting determined that Jiang Tingfu travel to the Soviet Union as an unofficial representative. 96. Before leaving, Jiang Tingfu went to Gaoling to meet Chiang Kai-shek and receive instructions. Later that year, in July, during Tsinghua's summer break, he led an unofficial delegation to Moscow under the pretext of collecting research materials. Chiang hoped he would make the most of his visit to Europe to learn about the Soviet Union. He wanted him to explore the possibility of cooperation between China and the Soviet Union. 97. On October 16, Jiang Tingfu met with Soviet Deputy Foreign Minister Stoimakov in Moscow, and both sides agreed on moving forward without looking back, establishing friendly relations. And Turkey's friends would not expect them to abandon communism, simply because the Soviet Union wanted to establish further ties with China. Mr. Stoimakov stated, "We have and always will hold the warmest feelings of friendship for China, connected not only by common borders, but also by a deep affection for the struggle of the Chinese people to gain freedom, equality, and liberation from imperialist oppression." 98. Addressing China's concerns about Soviet propaganda and interference in China's political and economic system, Mr. Stoimakov used examples of friendly relations between the Soviet Union, France, and Turkey in diplomacy to illustrate that the Soviet Union had never envisioned France or Turkey becoming communist states, and he hoped that France, he emphasized, if the Soviet government is to develop further relations with China, it will be with Chiang Kai-shek's China. 99. After the meeting, Jiang Tingfu believed that the initial exploration was over, and his mission was accomplished. He immediately reported the detailed situation to Chiang Kai-shek, and suggested carefully planning for the future situation. Chiang Kai-shek was very satisfied with the positive outcomes of the trip, and responded with a telegram expressing his approval. 100. The Soviet government's commitment was indeed crucial for the Chiang Kai-shek group facing external threats and internal troubles. Chiang Kai-shek not only learned about the Soviet attitude towards the KMT ruling China, but also gained confidence in obtaining Soviet support and aid for China's resistance against Japan. Jiang Tingfu's successful visit to the Soviet Union undoubtedly marked a turning point in Sino-Soviet relations. Later, Chiang Kai-shek appointed Jiang Tingfu as the ambassador to the Soviet Union, apparently to carry forward and expand the achievements of this informal visit. Ship. After completing his secret mission, Jiang Tingfu continued to tour and explore Moscow for 3 months, then visited several Western European countries. The personal friendships Jiang Tingfu forged with Soviet officials during his secret visit, as well as the knowledge and experiences he gained during his visits to the Soviet Union and Germany, became important weights in Chiang Kai-shek's diplomatic strategy, tilting the relations between China and the Soviet Union towards normalization and friend. In early March 1935, Jiang Tingfu went to Britain for sightseeing. He paid particular attention to the political, economic, and social conditions in Germany under the Nazi regime, meeting with German propaganda minister Goebbels and Alfred Rosenberg, often regarded as a great Nazi ideologue. 101. 102. Concluding his European tour and returning to Tsinghua in September of the same year. There, he interacted and met with renowned scholars such as C.K. Webster, R.H. Tawney, Eileen E. Power, and Arnold J. Toynbee. Upon his return, Jiang Tingfu wrote down his impressions from his visits to the Soviet Union and Europe, publishing them in Independent Review. In his article, he discussed the conflicts between communist, Nazi, and liberal ideologies, expressing belief that liberalism would ultimately emerge victorious. He wanted the Independent Review readers to believe Hitler is using communist tactics to oppose communism. The difficulties he will encounter are his own inability to exercise restraint. He pointed out the similarities between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, that deserved more attention. Stalin envied German technological progress while Hitler admired Stalin's methods of control. 103. These views expressed a liberal scholar's confidence in the ideology of ideological conflict, revealing the detachment and clarity of a bystander outside the world power structure engaged in free debate. Unfortunately, this period of freedom did not last long, as Jiang Tingfu found himself entangled in political turmoil. In November 1935, Chiang was summoned to Nanjing by Chiang Kai-shek and appointed as Minister of Government Affairs in the National Government Council. From that point until his retirement in 1965, he dedicated 3 decades to the political arena within the Kuomintang. Unemployed in Hankow, awaiting new assignments, headed the Post-War Relief and Rehabilitation Commission. Here is a summary of his career. December 1935 to October 1936, served as Minister of Government Affairs. October 1936 to January 1938, appointed as Ambassador to the Soviet Union. February to May 1938. May 1938 to December 1944. Once again served as Minister of Government Affairs. December 1944 to September 1947. From 1947 to 1961, he served as the permanent representative to the United Nations. 105. From 1961 to May 1965, he was appointed as the ambassador to the United States. Retiring in May 1965, he temporarily resided in New York. In October, he passed away. Jiang Tingfu's decision to re-emerge was driven by a sense of duty to serve the nation. This shift not only makes it impossible for him to relive the old dreams of free debate from the era of independent comments, but even if he wanted to return to academia and take up historical studies again, it would be a stretch. This resume indicates that Jiang Tingfu has transformed from a scholar in the general sense to a true dropout-turned-politician, from a university professor and liberal scholar to a bureaucrat in the nationalist government, becoming a part of the state machinery. Since his days at Yijia School in Scientan, he had harbored dreams of saving China and making it prosperous. 106. He once said, "My attitude towards politics is very normal." His specialization in history was precisely to contribute genuinely to politics. During his university years, especially in graduate school, this patriotic sentiment intertwined with his professional choices, leading him to pursue using his studies for the benefit of the country. I believe politics is not just for money and glory. 108. He was neither haughty nor eager for advancement. To me, politics is just a job, and I believe it's as noble as teaching. 107. Those who knew him also say, he advocated that intellectuals should engage in politics, even criticizing the inappropriate disdain of politics by intellectuals. But since the government called upon him, he responded without any hesitation or pretense, half-heartedly or posing. 109. The motivation for Ting's appointment as administrative director and other positions, as well as Hu's appointment as ambassador to the United States, is the same: to fulfill his civic duty and serve the country. A sense of service to the nation was the traditional and inherent character of Chinese intellectuals. For liberal scholars like Jiang Tingfu, who studied in Europe, besides the influence of the traditional notion of taking the world as one's responsibility, they were also heavily influenced by the ideas of Western elite politics. On science. Familiar with Western political mechanisms such as presidential elections and parliamentary elections, they viewed participation in governance as a natural duty for intellectuals, and saw themselves as political elites who should care for the nation's future and social progress. This elite consciousness, stemming from their specific cultural background, led those who studied in the West and longed for political democracy and constitutionalism to blur the professional boundaries between academia and politics, both in terms of values and emotions, and implicitly acknowledged the noble responsibility of serving as society's image of political elites. They would showcase their abilities by teaching and participating in governance when out of power, transcending themselves to act as society's conscience. Once summoned by the government, they would transform into scholars engaged in politics, using their professional knowledge to serve the nation and achieve social reform, thereby shaping the. Therefore, when Jiang Tingfu accompanied Owen Xiang south and bid farewell to friends in Beijing, the general reaction was that a scholar was entering politics. 110, not only without surprise but even encouraging it. Later he was also invited to serve as ambassador to the United States. Hu Shi, as a renowned scholar with liberal inclinations, reciprocated with a poem. 111. These facts demonstrate their acceptance of scholars entering politics as a natural occurrence. Second, their stance was based on their understanding of China's political trajectory and their expectations for Jiang Jieshi. However, he differed from Hu Shi's proposal of a free parliamentary government in his approach to achieving unity and nation-building. As a leading figure in the independent review faction, Jiang Tingfu shared with liberal scholar officials the aspiration for national unity and democratic constitutional government. Drawing on historical and practical considerations, he believed that all political histories pass through two stages. First, building a nation. Second, using the nation to seek happiness. He concluded that China needed military force rather than constitutional politics to unify the nation, establish an authoritarian government to solidify national unity, and then progress towards political democracy. 112. The early 1930s began seeking well-educated, professional civil servants for the Nanjing government to reform its bureaucracy. Based on this ideology, he placed his hope for realizing military unification with the most powerful group at the time, Jiang Jieshi's regime in Nanjing, expecting the Kuomintang-led government to accomplish staged political construction. Jiang Jieshi, while combating communist-led Red Army and purging disloyal elements within the Kuomintang Durin, he maintained contact with liberal scholars, bankers, and media magnates through private discussions and public meetings, soliciting their advice on political development. This effort to attract talent had a significant impact and allure on numerous intellectuals eager to contribute to their nation during these tumultuous times. Not only did Jiang Tingfu regard him as a great man, even Hu Shi, reversing his previous view of Jiang, saw him as someone capable of saving North China from crisis. 114. The appointment. At first, he seemed uneasy with his new role. So when the Kuomintang's Fifth National Congress convened in Nanjing in 1935, and Jiang decided to serve as premier and restructure the government at the Fifth Central Executive Meeting, he quickly appointed On Wenshao, Jiang Tingfu, banker Zhang, Jia Rui, and newspaper publisher Wu Dingchang to his cabinet, while Jiang Tingfu readily accepted. Soon after taking up the post of administrative director, he wrote to American historian J.K. Fairbank, "To be honest, I much prefer being a professor. When I recall the leisurely life, books, and writing that came with my previous job, I sometimes can't help but tear up." 115. He praised Jiang as even more progressive than any US president, but he soon got into his role, throwing himself heart and soul into what he termed similar to the French cabinet's chief advisor position, which was essentially just Chiang Kai-shek's secretariat at his executive yuan. 117. Later, despite job changes, he stayed for 30 years, delighted to serve as a bureaucrat in the Kuomintang government. National affairs are open to discussion. Differing perspectives are natural, and public opinion need not be uniform. If one says, although before entering politics Jiang Tingfu advocated armed unification, supported Chiang Kai-shek's anti-communism, and promoted authoritarianism with gradual democratic progress, eventually he was still an independent scholar, engaged in political discourse without any reliance or attachment. Even after entering politics, his and other liberal intellectuals' support for the Nanjing Kuomintang government's endeavors could be seen as a political ideal, a commitment to modernizing China to strengthen its resistance against Japanese aggression. China's legitimate seat at the United Nations. But after the victory over Japan, especially after Chiang Kai-shek's retreat to Taiwan and the clarification of China's political landscape, some were still singing praise for Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist government, while denouncing the People's Revolution led by the Communist Party, obstructing the restoration of the People's Republic of C. So, is it fortunate or unfortunate for scholars to enter politics? That was a clear declaration of political orientation, marking their public separation from the liberal intellectual circles that advocated a middle path, and transforming them into defenders of the Nationalist Party. Jiang Tingfu's Book 1. Initial Report. A thick accumulation of thin results. Jiang Tingfu's Modern History of China was written in the spring and summer of 1938. 1938 marked a critical period in the nation's and people's struggle against the war. Tribute 118. At that time, Jiang Tingfu was in Hankow, idle after resigning as ambassador to the Soviet Union, and before resuming his post as Minister of the Interior. Tu Shixing, Wu Jingchao, and Chen Zimai, inspired by the desire for knowledge and concern for the country's future among displaced citizens and youth due to the war, decided to edit a series of art and literature books, each volume consisting of 30,000 to 60,000 words, inviting experts and scholars with deep research and broad insights to Kana. One of the editors, Chen Zimai, knew of his expertise in modern history and asked him to write a book. Jiang Tingfu happily accepted the invitation and wrote this book, A Modern History of China, in 2 months, which was published by the Art and Literature Research Society as part of their Art and Literature series the same year. Thus, this work effectively marked the end of his academic career. After that, he had neither the time nor energy to engage in scholarly pursuits again. Instead, he spent his days navigating the political scene. After the war, it seemed that this plan might become increasingly difficult to realize. Regarding the book's writing motivations and nature, in a preface written in July 1949 for its republication as a modern history outline by Taiwan's Keeming Publishing House, he explains, "When teaching at Tsinghua University, I originally planned to spend a decade writing a modern history. During my few months in Hankou, although the available books were limited, I thought I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to provide a brief initial report on my thoughts regarding China's modern history. This is the nature of this book, and I hope that readers will only regard it as an initial report." Expecting to spend a decade refining his work. Second, this work with over 50,000 words is the culmination of his overall thinking on modern Chinese history. Although modern Chinese history spans only a century, it is both short and complex in content. This style of scholarship is also reflective of Jiang Tingfu's academic approach. The complexity of the objective requires long-term study. Academic circles did not permit scholars who prioritized maintaining their academic reputation from rushing into such work. 10 years to refine a sword not only reflects the need for in-depth research into complex events and figures to produce an authoritative modern history, but also aligns with the consensus at the time among Chinese historians that it was not yet appropriate to write such a comprehensive work. In 1931, Lo Ka-lun wrote in The Meaning and Method of Studying Modern Chinese History that, "I feel that now is not yet the right time to begin writing a modern history of China. To have a scientific study of modern Chinese history, no matter when it begins, it is impossible without the compilation of a series of modern Chinese historical materials." Even by 1939, this trend had not faded. Thus, figures like Jian Yuan, Guo Tingyi, Yu Davai, Xu Zishan, Wang Jimin, and Liu Hanu, among others, paid great attention to collecting modern history materials and put an effort in collating. Therefore, if I were to undertake any work in the field of modern Chinese history, I would start with compiling the series of modern Chinese historical materials. I had been trained in Western scientific methods at that time. 121. According to modern Chinese history, we are still in the stage of compiling sources rather than writing history. That year, Guo Tingyi, then a professor at Central University, in his published volume Modern China History planned as 19 volumes, explicitly stated in the preface, historical research should begin with materials. He describes his own modern Chinese history as merely exerting substantial effort in arranging sources, akin to Western reading materials readings, also known as source selections or collections, and absolutely not claiming it as historical literature. In such an academic climate, it is natural that Jiang Tingfu was able to complete a modern Chinese history within 10 years. From Jiang Tingfu's scholarly style, he was meticulous in his research, with few works throughout his life. 122. Every piece of writing he produced was well documented, adhering to the principle of having solid evidence and logical reasoning, which was greatly influenced by his early training in scientific methods. His habit of accumulating data without rushing to conclusions became a norm in his historical research. He prioritized compiling sources over delivering empty lectures, establishing rules for his study. His research was focused on evidence, but he did not have a scholarly obsession like Hu Shi, and he refused to simply compile history from materials. In the preface to Volume 1 of Modern Chinese Diplomatic History Source Collection, Jiang once wrote about the discipline of history. The initial step in this discipline is to pay close attention to historical sources. Those who study history must begin with raw materials. 123 at Tsinghua, to study modern history, he went to great lengths to gather primary sources, reading in his memoirs, his accounts of seeking the Wen Xiangyi book, the Guo Shengzhang Diary and Zheng Guofan's letters, which would move anyone. 124. In fact, a true comprehensive history is not just an objective description of historical events, but rather it should strive to uncover the inherent connections in historical change. To reach this level, as the Taishang historian said, not thorough learning and deep contemplation, understanding its essence, one cannot attain the main point. When Jiang Tingfu left Tsinghua in 1935 to take office in Nanjing, his modern history research was still in progress, and he had not yet reached the stage of integrating data and thought. Therefore, A comprehensive history not only involves the chronological succession and transformation of historical events, but also includes rational interpretations of the evolution and changes of important issues within historical culture. That is, what is known as understanding the changes through all eras and forming one's own view. He called this work of over 50,000 words a preliminary report because it represented only an initial attempt at thinking about modern history, rather than a complete research plan, a concise viewpoint. In fact, this work, which he called a preliminary report, despite its compact size, contains a high level of academic content. Throughout the book, events from the Opium War to the eve of the Second Sino-Japanese War are written in a clear and engaging style, making it enjoyable to read. The content does not focus on detailing the events and processes. Instead, it demonstrates the author's deep understanding of historical trends through an overall grasp of the subject matter. Recently published and widely circulated, this work first appeared in an initial edition in early 1938, followed by a second print from Commercial Press the next year. Later that same year, Chongqing Youth Bookstore also reprinted it. I am unaware of any editions from the 1940s. In 1949, Chi Ming Publishing House republished it under the title Outline of Modern Chinese History, with a foreword by Jiang Tingfu. After a long period of silence, it was finally reprinted in 1987 by Hunan Yuelu Press, following recommendations and introductions from Professor Chen Shusu. The volume begins with a publication note from the press and a foreword by Professor Chen Shusu, and ends with an article by Ms. Jiang Shoren, daughter of Jiang Tingfu, titled Comfort and Memories, along with 3 essays, a review of Qing historical drafts, foreign relations, Qiki and the Opium War, and the recent 3 centuries of Northeast foreign affairs from Shunli to Xianfeng. It was released as Modern Chinese History, 3 essays. This is the first reissue of Jiang Ji's A Modern History of China since the reforms and opening up, and also the first new version with some deletions of the book since its publication. In 1990, Shanghai Bookstore reprinted the book based on the 1939 business edition, including it in the second collection of Republica series, as volume 75. Now, Shanghai Ancient Books Publishing House is republishing it as part of the Penglai Library series, with some technical adjustments made to certain sections. The initial report becoming a timeless work is perhaps something Jiang Tingfu could not have anticipated. An academic work that has survived over half a century, and continues to be admired by later generations, is enough to demonstrate its social recognition and its status as an academic masterpiece representing a particular era. However, affairs of the world often contain inevitable elements within seemingly random events. It is evident that success always comes hand in hand with hard work. Ultimately determine a nation's strength. 126. If one does not have a solid foundation in history, lack long-term experience in studying modern Chinese diplomacy, and without a holistic perspective on modern history for the past decade, how could they write such an impressive and readable work in it? Just 2 months, given the scarcity of books? Thick gains from thin efforts, a path walked by all the great ones indeed. To system structure and analysis framework, Jiang Tingfu expanded his research from diplomatic history to the broader field of modern history, fully understanding that in modern history, while diplomacy is crucial, domestic politics. His work focuses on China's various interior reform schemes since the Opium War aimed at repelling foreign invaders, showcasing a sense of mission in seeking ways to save the nation. We need to carefully examine resistance strategies within each period. In the general discussion section of the book, he states the purpose of writing. Now that we aim to study our modern history, we must pay attention to how imperialism oppresses us. We must particularly analyze the degree of success and causes of each scheme, and if we can extract lessons from China's modern history, we will be able to make greater contributions to the war for national construction. 127. Under the influence of Thi. Learn from history and apply history to life thought. The entire book takes Chinese learning. The Qing dynasty, in a state of medieval stagnation, encountered Western aggressors who were already modernized, resulting in consecutive defeats during the 2 Opium Wars. From the West as its core thread, organizing nearly a century of history into 4 chapters and 22 sections based on historical sequence. Chapter 1, comprising 7 sections, focuses solely on external affairs. Despite these setbacks, government officials failed to recognize the national crisis or consider internal state reforms, wasting 20 years of precious time. During this period, officials distinguished themselves solely through their approaches to suppressing or appeasing, i.e., warfare or diplomacy. The Qing dynasty was shaken by the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement led by Hong Xiuquan. Zhang Guofan led the Xiang army to fight for the preservation of the Qing dynasty's rule. The suppressors were arrogant and overconfident, while the appeasers admitted defeat without attempting to revive, until the lessons learned from the second defeat prompted some to recognize the difference in eras and consider reforms. 28 Chapter 2, consisting of 4 sections, deals exclusively with internal turmoil. Such a leader not only failed to revive the nation but could not serve as a unifying force for his followers. Hong Xiuquan was actively involved in religious and racial revolutions, but highly negative towards social revolution. His true intention was not to build a new nation or society, but rather a new dynasty. Zhang Guofan, while maintaining the Qing court as a political center, promoted both innovation and conservatism, accepting certain aspects of Western culture while restoring China's traditional virtues. Balancing revolution and tradition, he made significant contributions to modern Chinese history. Chapter 3 comprises 5 sections, focusing primarily on the self-strengthening movement now known as the Yangmu movement, and its emergence, development, and eventual failure. Nian useful tools. One should seek out the tools for making them, using their methods but not necessarily their people. In the heart of the Qing dynasty, Prince Gongyi Jian Wenxiang, having learned from the Anglo-French invasion of China, believed that China should embrace the military aspects of Western culture to achieve self-strengthening. Outside Beijing, Zhang Guofan, Zhu Zongtang, and Li Hongzhang also drew similar conclusions, stating that to learn foreign. From Xianfeng 11-1861 to Guangzhou 14-1888, the Beiyang Navy was established, and the self-strengthening movement progressed step by step, driven by a motive of national defense. The self-strengthening movement was the first plan in modern history to respond to a major crisis and save the nation and people. Modernizing national defense required setting up factories for weapon production, establishing schools to nurture talent, building shipyards, telegraph agencies, and railways to address transportation needs, as well as operating trading companies, textile mills, mines, and gold fields to cover the expenses of national defense. However, it was incomplete and not fully implemented, ultimately leading to defeat at the hands of the Japanese. The First Sino-Japanese War saw a highly westernized, modernized Japan defeat a less westernized, modernized China. This 4th chapter, consisting of 7 sections, discusses the post-First Sino-Japanese War partition frenzy, the Tongji reforms, the Yuehechuan Boxer Rebellion, the Xinhai Revolution, the era of warlord rule, and the Northern Expedition, culminating in the pre-war period. Azation and modernization. Sun Yat-sen's Three People's Principles is the 4th and the only path for our nation's revival. The text contains numerous contents, but essentially it discusses 3 rescue nation and people schemes. The reform movement is the 2nd scheme, aiming to change the political system ultimately towards a constitutional monarchy. The Yuehechuan Boxers movement, still commonly referred to as thugs by Jiang Tingfu, is the 3rd, opposing Western. The structure of the text, with the first 2 chapters setting the stage for various rescue schemes through internal and external challenges, emphasizing China's necessity to learn from its rivals and reform internally, while chapters 3 and 4 focus on the 4 rescue schemes for repelling aggression and learning from the West, forming a cause-and-effect relationship with the opening chapters. This creates a clear narrative flow and logical connection between causes and effects, making it accessible and readable. The book's purpose is to provide historical insights and lessons for contemporary society through political cautionary tales and moral guidance on prosperity and decline. Jiang Tingfu's contribution to modern Chinese historiography lies not only in his pioneering role in modern history research, but also in establishing a framework for analysis that has been valuable for the nascent field of modern history studies. In terms of methodology, historical research involves using a series of concepts to explain the internal connections of historical development. The interpretive function of these concepts is most effective within specific constructs. Such concept-driven assessment systems often manifest as distinct discourses. It was more about technical skills rather than critical thinking or intellectual innovation. As Jiang Tingfu put it, Chinese historians often focus on preserving historical books rather than studying history. Traditional historical scholarship, by the end of the Qing dynasty, primarily consisted of methods such as distinguishing genuine from spurious sources, compiling scattered works, and verifying and interpreting texts. They could be excellent textual critics but failed to provide a comprehensive interpretation of historical events. Jiang Tingfu, having received training in Western historiography and influenced by the evolutionary view of history, emphasized using empirical methods to explore the intrinsic connections between historical facts. He highlighted the instructive function of historiography and drew on his mentor's concept of nationalism in modern European political history as a key idea for observing China's history and society. In the introduction to this book, he starts by viewing human civilization as an integrated evolutionary process, comparing East and West to conclude that while the Western world had achieved modernity, Eastern societies remained in a medieval state. Starting from this perspective, he grasped the fundamental trend of East-West cultural conflicts, viewing advanced modernization and backward medieval states as two distinct stages of civilization that converged in the 19th century, thus establishing a framework for analyzing modern Chinese history. He regarded China's ability to realize modernization. He stated, "In the past century, the fundamental issue facing the Chinese people has been one question: can the Chinese modernize? Can they catch up with the West?" On Westernization as the historical theme to overcome unprecedented challenges and escape the medieval state, and identified three key indicators for achieving modernization and catching up with the Western world: the acceptance of science, the utilization of machinery, and the adoption of nationalist concepts to build a nation. Can they embrace science and technology and use machines? Can they abandon family and hometown attachments and form a modern nation-state? If so, our nation's future is bright. If not, our nation has no future. 5 elements. It belongs to the spiritual realm of modern civilization. Because in the world, every nation that embraces modern culture will become powerful, and those that do not will suffer disastrous defeats, without exception. 130. The science spoken of by Jiang Tingfu refers to both scientific knowledge itself and the underlying spirit of science, confronting the ignorance of writing octos and discussing yin-yang. His utilization of machinery as opposed to natural economics that still maintains the appearance of Tang and Song dynasties. It falls within the material realm of modern civilization. The national state he mentions is in opposition to family-centric, patriarchic systems under feudalism. It belongs to the institutional framework of modern civilization. He views these three pairs of categories as a value judgment system for realizing modernization, i.e., Westernization, and escaping the backward state of medieval times. This precisely reflects the reality of Chinese society in the 1920s and 1930s, still undergoing rapid political, economic, and cultural transformations. To find remedies for value reconstruction in societies that have become imbalanced due to transformation was a preoccupation at the time among scholars like Jiang Tingfu, who had received Western higher education and been influenced by Western trends. And the state. They had to acknowledge, on the one hand, that China's civilization had fallen behind the world since the 19th century, and that learning from the West was the only way to save the nation. On the other hand, they subtly hoped for China to return to tradition, regain its lost dream of prosperity, and try to show the way out of distress for the nation. This cultural bond between pride in historical China and self-pity for contemporary China was not just confined to liberal academic circles, but also reflected the widespread sentiment among most intellectuals. The work A History of Modern China by Jiang Tingfu, written with a framework of learning Western modernization, had a significant impact and wide circulation at that time, precisely because of this cultural context. Began to learn from the West on both an object level and a system level in order to escape their medieval state. This mode of analysis perfectly aligns with his compiled system of modern history, apart from the third scheme, which blindly rejects the Westernization process and is at odds with the theme of modernization history. The other schemes precisely will depict the process by which Chinese people, after 2 decades of wasting time following the Opium War, It was the lack of understanding of the reasons for failure after the defeat, and the lack of efforts to reform, that became the true fatal wound for the nation. He points out the historical fact that China wasted another 2 decades as a nation after the failure of the Opium War, failing to learn from its mistakes and attempting reforms. The military failure of the Opium War was not the fatal wound for the nation. Notably, when discussing the reasons for the obstruction and failure of the Salvation and Rescue Scheme, he often uses a scientific, humanistic spirit as a measure of evaluating the quality and performance of Chinese people, especially scholars, during the modern period, offering several profound insights on nationality and even ethnicity. 131. This is a critique of the Chinese people's complacent state of mind and lack of progress, ignoring global trends. He asks in his book, why didn't the Chinese begin modernization and reform after the failure of the Opium War? 132. This is a criticism of the conservative, conformist attitudes that emerged from the traditional cultural background. The answers are: first, the Chinese have a strong tradition of conservatism. Second, scholars saw traditional culture as their lifeline, and any movement against it would threaten their livelihoods. Third, the Chinese scholar official class, intellectuals and bureaucrats, lacks independent and fearless spirit. He asked, did the scholar officials of the Tongji era oppose the self-strengthening movement, and were the people more open-minded? 133. He said, in fact, the people and the scholar official class breathe out of the same nostril, and strictly speaking, the people's superstition is one of the main obstacles to our nation's acceptance of modern Western culture. This is a critique of the Chinese people's ignorance and lack of cultural sophistication. Stupid, complacent, conservative, conciliatory, superstitious, ignorant, etc. These are not. From the perspective of intellectual trends, this critique is actually a remnant of the cultural self-recrimination that once permeated among overseas Chinese students at the end of the Qing dynasty. Anyone who reads the intellectual discourse on nationalism during the new cultural movement, represented by Hu Shi, will easily discover that scholars in the 1920s and 30s still used the language system of the time to comment on the nation's character. By flipping through various student newspapers published during the Xinhai Revolution, one can find numerous articles criticizing the slave-like mindset of the people, accusing them of being content to be good subjects under the Qing dynasty, equating this with becoming traitorous slaves. They described the nature of the Chinese people as submissive, cunning, and indolent, arguing that any actions driven by personal gain were a form of externalism, while those coerced into submission to foreign forces were mere subjects. In short, they concluded that fear of death was the root cause. What differs is that radical intellectuals during the Xinhai Revolution often saw themselves as advanced educators and leaders guiding the lower classes, whereas Jiang Tingfu not only scrutinized the lower strata of society, but also the scholar officials, the first among four professions. He characterized them all as obstacles to modern civilization, and unlike the end-of-dynasty students who merely shouted to awaken the people, he drew conclusions from historical causes and effects, making his arguments particularly profound and powerful. While his national character assessment may be biased and one-sided, the display of the cultural spiritual weaknesses and shortcomings of scholars highlights a different side of the intellectual class, traditionally hailed as social conscience. He used this perspective as an important factor for China's modernizations that could not proceed smoothly, objectively educating intellectuals to take on their salvational responsibilities during the resistance war. As Professor Chen Shuxu at Fudan University pointed out, medieval modernization national sloth, the links in modern history discussed by Jiang Tingfu reflect certain realities and directions of modern China. This process of learning from others, beginning with an incomplete material level, then progressing to the institutional level of learning political systems, but only by delving deeper into the spiritual layer can true modernization be achieved. 3. Historical perspective and methodological evaluation as seen in Chiang's A History of Modern China. Jiang Tingfu's historical perspective, or historical ontology, is devoted to the evolutionary history view. Using Chiang's conceptual framework, these realities and directions are: in the 19th century, China, already facing Western opponents who had embraced modernization, could only learn from and reform its internal affairs to have a bright future if it wanted to resist foreign aggression. While this perspective regards history as a continuous process of development from lower to higher levels, with discernible patterns, it considers cultural evolution as the domain of historical study, relying on cause and effect relationships as the intrinsic laws of historical development. This often leads to a singular interpretation and a too-linear explanation of history, from the medieval state and eventual prosperity. Jiang Tingfu's analytical framework constructs two phases of cultural development, modern and medieval, with the aggression of Western powers against China serving as the cause for China's adoption of modernization-westernization, and learning from the West, achieving modernization-westernization, as the effect leading to China's departure. This causality constitutes a theme of modern history, strictly ignoring the diversity of historical development causes and negating the possibility of diverse outcomes. In terms of methodology, Jiang Tingfu embraced Western empirical historical scholarship, or scientific history. His analytical framework can be considered a Chinese version of the later shock response model popular among American sinologists represented by Fei Jiqing, although it has not reached the level of formalization. Empirical history holds that historical research can only become scientific when it establishes reliable sources and forms laws. Jiang placed great importance on the search and verification of historical materials, but, when seeking laws, he focused solely on causality analysis, which left him with limited scope. Moreover, causality is not the entirety of internal historical laws. Even if one correctly analyzes the causal connections between historical events, it does not necessarily mean that a law has been discovered. Because causal connections form an infinite cycle, each cause has a previous cause and each effect has a subsequent effect, with multiple causes leading to one effect and multiple effects stemming from one cause, it is difficult to delve deep into the cycle. Therefore, the methods of causal analysis can be applied to the analysis and exploration of internal connections in simple, individual historical events, but they are difficult to apply to complex, global process analysis. Thus, when Jiang Tingfu, in this work, engages with several global macroscopic historical analyses, he displays drawbacks of simplification, one-sidedness, and strained reasoning. From this, he concludes that before the Opium War, we refused to give foreign countries equal treatment. After this, they refused to give us equal treatment 1/3 For example, he points out the fact that before the Opium War, there were no diplomatic relations between the West and China always regarded Western nations as subject states, viewing them as vassals. This is obviously a confusion of the feudal tributary relationship and the capitalist treaty system, two different eras and natures of inequality. The inequality of the feudal tributary relationship is merely a formal inequality under the ritual system. Mourning appointments are not submission, and royal decrees do not interfere with internal affairs. It centers on the diplomatic visits of subject states to their suzerains and the bestowals of titles by the suzerain to the subject state, forming an interactive response among tributaries. They are not a relationship between ruler and subject, nor do they involve oppression and the oppressed. The two concepts have no equivalence and cannot form a causal connection in either historical or logical terms. The treaty system imposed by Western powers on China was fundamentally designed to damage Chinese sovereignty, destroy China's territorial integrity, and plunder its resources. It was a substantive inequality. For example, he argues that before the war, China was unaware of diplomacy, only knowing suppression and pacification, and the political factions were simply divided between those who favored suppression and those who favored pacification. Based on this, he describes Governor-General Xu Guangqun and Guangdong Provincial Governor Yi Mingchen, who advocated using public opinion during the Guangzhou Uprising, as successors to Lin Zexu, rising to power as a suppression faction. In reality, besides the main factions of suppression and pacification, there were also fence-sitting followers, and those who alternated between suppression and pacification. Simplifying complex political attitudes into a binary framework is both historically inaccurate and illogical. Lin Zexu's pro-war stance was an anti-aggression response to force being imposed on China by his adversaries, while Xu and Ye's entrance into the city constituted treaty-breaching actions under the guise of public sentiment not allowing it. Lin Zexu's belief that the people can be used was for anti-aggression purposes, whereas Xu and Ye's use of public sentiment led to blind xenophobia in pursuit of Emperor Daoguang's grandiose ambition of 138. A small humiliation necessarily leads to a great revenge. Similarly, while both advocated for the eradication of pirates, their starting points and destinies differ significantly, and equating them overlooks their distinct foreign policy natures. His analysis of national character contains many profound and insightful remarks that delve into areas others have either overlooked or dared not discuss, but it is inevitable that there is also a certain degree of partiality present. For example, he attributes China's failure to immediately reform its internal affairs and start renovation after the Opium War to conservative scholars lacking a spirit of boldness. Although many people indeed had a post-reign forget-the-thunder attitude towards war-related matters, there were also those who felt deeply ashamed 140. Especially among minor officials and general scholars, some wrote books and essays introducing foreign history and geography to enhance Chinese understanding of foreign customs and manners, such as Wei Yuan's Haigu Tu Ji, a map of the sea nations, Xu Jiahui's Ying Huanjilu notes on navigating around the world, Yao Ying's Kang Kuoji hang records of a journey to the west, Liang Tingjin's Haigu Silu 4 discourses on the sea nations, and Xiao Qi's Zhishi encounters. The scope and detail of these suggestions were unparalleled. This was one of the most representative reform proposals among the officials of the time, and it was also the earliest proposal to combine internal reform with patriotism against aggression. 142. Others submitted petitions suggesting measures to prevent further foreign intrusion, such as the 30 articles on post-war reforms presented by Jiang and Secretary Tang Peng in October 1842, which included proposals for reform in military, bureaucratic, cultural, and educational aspects. 141. Even if criticized by Jiang Tingfu as an obstacle to the self-strengthening movement of the Dongguan period, stream scholars were not all the same. In the specific background of the emperor's intention to make a deal and court officials remaining silent like a cold winter insect, wouldn't it be impossible without a sense of uncompromising legal independence? Although he advocated for Chinese as the core middle school as the foundation, he did not reject Western learning. One of the most famous figures among them, Chen Baozun, although not part of the Yangmu westernization faction, did not oppose their endeavors. It seems that universally disparaging scholars may seem like beating a dead horse, but in fact it is often biased. He not only advocated the exchange of East and Western learning, and the mutual benefit of old and new civilizations, but also actively practiced and devoted himself to promoting Western ideas and introducing Western techniques. 143. This true spirit of caring for people and striving for practical application, this real spirit that the intellectuals of China should have, is Jinggao's true spirit. Those cultural criticism of scholars is, as Li Ao said in the preface to Jinggao Quanji collected works of Jinggao. Of course, what he requires of the intellectual circle is dynamism, worldly involvement, a sense of mission, reality, something beyond books and theories, beyond clever debates, beyond production and practical affairs. Thus, only the main aspects can be covered, leading to one-sidedness. 144. These simplifications, one-sidenesses, and forced associations are sometimes the inevitable result of methodological constraints, as required by Art and Literature series, which demands each volume have between 30,000 and 60,000 characters, making it impossible to provide a comprehensive analysis or elaborate fully. Some issues stem from problems in historical perspective and methodology using an evolutionary history view, fixating on cause and effect relationships while explaining historical progress. The underlying motivations remain unclear, despite yielding unclear, reasonable conclusions. A comprehensive, systematic argumentation is difficult to achieve. In 1964, Guo Tingyi, then director of the Taipei Modern History Research Institute, evaluated Jiang Tingfu's academic contributions and standing. Despite these shortcomings, Jiang Tingfu's achievements in modern Chinese history research and his constructed analytical models and discursive systems have had profound impacts on both contemporary and subsequent studies. In the study of modern China, Mr. Jiang is a pioneer. 145 in fact, as early as 1939, Guo Tingyi had mentioned in the preface of his Modern History of China. Over the past 4 decades, his greatest contribution has been to inaugurate a new era in the field, particularly offering us new methods and perspectives. Volume 1. Mr. Jiang Tingfu's contribution to the scientific study of modern Chinese history is comparable to that of Mr. Lo Yongquo, and he has had a significant influence on me, both directly and indirectly. 146 in 1965, anthropologist Li Ji Professor also stated in an article commemorating Jiang Tingfu, he established a scientific foundation for the modern history of China during this period. With these concepts applied, he was able to bring life to this vast collection of raw data. This foundation is not merely built on several raw materials, but more importantly, it relies on several basic concepts he developed. 147 Guo Tingyi and Li Ji are both contemporaries of Jiang Tingfu and colleagues in historical research. Their assessments not only have a strong sense of history, but also fully acknowledge Jiang's contributions to the early modern history research, setting trends and laying scientific foundations. Therefore, giving attention to him and his works and conducting research is self-explanatory. If we take a look at modern Chinese historical studies over the past 20 years, we will be surprised to find that we are engaged in the modernization research proposed by Jiang Tingfu, and most researchers, to varying degrees, repeat the discourse system built by him decades ago and even uses analytical framework. 3. Innovation in modern comprehensive historical system. There is a question of inheriting tradition and innovating tradition in modern Chinese historical studies. Among the innovations in the modern comprehensive history system in China, this stands out particularly. The traditional Chinese modern history system, essentially, is a linear structure with political history as the main thread and event history as the supporting thread. 1. This framework had already begun to take shape in the late 1920s and early 1930s, with its development and refinement by the late 1950s, establishing a set of research norms that has since evolved over nearly half a century. Since the Xinhai Revolution, China's political landscape has been complex and tumultuous, with the people living in the midst of social upheaval and consecutive wars. The emergence of the modern comprehensive history system. The formation of any new academic trend, or even a new academic system, is fundamentally a product of societal needs at the time, and each work representative of a historical period encapsulates the social and cultural attitudes specific to that era. This has led people to view observing political changes as a primary driver for understanding the nation's rise and fall. Thus, using political history as a historical reference for governance issue became a societal consensus. After its publication, Li's work had a significant social impact, primarily because it reflected people's desire to seek societal stability from history at that time. In 1930, Shanghai Pacific Bookstore published Li Jianong's recent 30 Years of Chinese Politics, which starts with the self-strengthening movement and ends with the establishment of the Nanjing nationalist government and the change in 30 Northeast Army's flag, narrating China's political shifts over the past 30 years. Among these, the most influential in academia was Chen Gonglu's Chinese Modern History 1935, a 2-volume set published by Commercial Press. During this period, several modern or near-century histories emerged in China, focusing on the causal relationships of political struggles, such as Yan Changshang's Chinese Recent Century History, Wei Yeku's Chinese Near-World History, Meng Shizhi's Chinese Recent World History, and Li Dingxin's Chinese Modern History. Ernal Wars, and key treaty contents. With the outbreak of the anti-Japanese War, saving the nation became the new historical theme. This book, guided by an evolutionary perspective and centered around a hero-centric view, records significant events and important figures in China's political arena since the West's introduction to Chinese society, along with the convergence of piety, Western and Eastern cultures, academic thought flows, changes in laws and institutions, internal and exstitutions. The abundance of sources and the distinct arguments made it the first representative work in the nascent period of modern Chinese history, which was structured around political history as the main line. People shifted from general observations on the governance of the state to deep contemplations on the fate of the nation. Jiang Tingfu's A History of Modern China became an influential work during this period. This further strengthened the framework of a modern comprehensive history centered on political history. Meanwhile, the conclusion of the Great Debate on Chinese social history prompted scholars to study the nature and direction of modern China. From the late 1930s onwards, many scholars changed their approach to defining the boundary of modern Chinese history, from retracing the West's influence on the East to focusing more on studying opposition to foreign aggression, reflecting a sense of responsibility in seeking ways to save the nation. Writing modern Chinese history, Jiang focuses on whether the Chinese nation can emerge from its backward medieval state and enter modernization, and whether it can abandon narrow family and hometown consciousness to form a modernized nation-state. He analyzes China's history from the Opium War to the eve of the Second Sino-Japanese War, with many passages showcasing the author's insights and acumen. Its influence lies fundamentally in the historical functions embodied in its structure, aligning with the political needs of the time of national liberation and resistance against Japan. 2. Setting aside questions of historical perspective and the validity of his arguments, the structure of this book, consisting of only over 50,000 words, is a classic work that weaves political history as the backbone and event history as the framework, connecting points with faces along a line. The rise of the Maofan modern history system during the Resistance War, historians in liberated areas sought to study modern history issues using Marxism. In 1939, Mao Zedong and historians in Yan'an co-wrote. This work not only played an important guiding role in the successful leadership of the Chinese Communist Party in the Democratic Revolution, but also had a profound and far-reaching impact on subsequent studies of modern Chinese history. The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, a text used as a study guide for cadres, which addressed various questions related to the nature of Chinese society, the leading class of revolution, the objects, drives, and prospects of revolution. The earliest modern Chinese history work to articulate Mao's class struggle historical view and analytical methods was the first volume of Van Wenlin's A History of Modern China, published in 1947. Its publication marked the beginning of the rise of the Maovan modern history system, guided by a class struggle perspective. After the establishment of New China, the Maovan system entered its fully developed phase. This half-length treatment of modern Chinese history, focusing on the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal struggles of the Chinese people, and using class struggle as a driving force for historical development, ranges from the Opium War in 1840 to the Boxer Rebellion and the invasion by the Eight Powers in 1900, writing a comprehensive modern history. Beginning in 1954 with the Great Discussion on the division of modern Chinese history, and culminating in the establishment of the National Curriculum for University Historical Departments in 1956, which recognized modern Chinese history as a distinct discipline. This system established a complete set of research norms and a systematic framework for. It is guided by Marxist class struggle theory, uses class analysis as a research method, and takes politics as the concentrated expression of economics as its basic thread. With a basic framework consisting of 1 red line, 2 processes, 3 revolutionary high points, and 10 historical events, it extends to social economy and thought culture, aiming to reveal the historical development laws of China's semi-colonial and semi-feudal society from the Opium War in 1840 to the eve of the May 4th movement in 1919. The first representative work reflecting this system was Lin Zhengping's. Clearly, this research norm and comprehensive framework is both a continuation and rejection of the previous modern comprehensive history with politics as the main thread and events as the adjunct. It is also an interpretation and elaboration on Mao's historical perspective and research method, reflecting the mature development of the Mao-Fan modern comprehensive history system. A History of Modern China published by Hunan People's Press in 1958. It was Hu Rong's book From the Opium War to the May 4th Movement, published in 1981, that truly formed a social consensus around this system. During and after this period, numerous Chinese modern comprehensive history books and textbooks were published, differing only in size, but not significantly in structural framework. Thus, the modern comprehensive history system established by Mao, elaborated by Fan Wenlin, and completed by Hu Rong became the traditional model of contemporary China's modern history. The series of modern comprehensive history research norms based on this also gradually gained scholars' recognition and adherence. Political struggles and shifts in political power have always been a focus for historians through the ages. The 25 histories essentially seek historical lessons and guidance from the rise and fall of states, as the saying goes. Use history to govern Showuk, and learn from history. Yu Kolk. 3 historical new trends and historical reforms. I believe that emphasizing political history research in modern comprehensive history is both a fine tradition in Chinese historical scholarship and essential for elucidating the course of history. From the historical materialist principle that politics is the concentration of economic forces, political struggles not only relate to the shifting balance of social class powers, but also directly or indirectly reflect the demands of social and economic development. Placing importance on political struggle, especially class struggling comprehensive history research, is both necessary and desirable. RN history is difficult to encompass revolutionary movements other than those involving social reforms, as well as reflect the rich and diverse historical content. The problem lies in viewing class struggle as the sole driving force of history, which inevitably overlooks the role of other social forces. Substituting class analysis for everything else can lead to overlooking the diversity and complexity of social structures and lifestyles, and using 3 revolutionary high points as the basic thread of mode. F history into a linear formula. The shortcomings in the traditional modern history system mentioned above involve a series of theoretical and practical issues. Thus, the traditional Chinese modern comprehensive history system has 2 shortcomings. First, it overemphasizes politics while neglecting other aspects, resulting in a lack of societal perspective. Second, it focuses excessively on class struggle, while overlooking other social forces, leading to the simplification of the multifaceted development. 1. First, in terms of historiography, is the driving force of history solely class struggle or collective social forces? Is the view that the people are the masters of history a theory of Marxist historical materialism? Are there any so-called basic threads in history? Second, in terms of methodology, is historical development a unilinear movement or a pluralistic path? Third, are the Taiping and Yohechuan movements revolutionary? What does revolution entail? Is the self-strengthening movement a reformist or revolutionary category? How should we define the boundaries between reform and revolution? As 3 revolutionary peaks frame 80 years of modern history, How should we assess the historical role and status of the Yang Wuxin and constitutional movements? The aforementioned traditional systems issues were sharply highlighted by scholars under the wave of thought liberation initiated at the 11th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. As struggle is the fundamental force. This was manifested in. On October 23, 1979, Guangming Daily published a discussion on the problem of historical dynamics, and by the end of 1983, various newspapers had published over 300 articles, engaging in heated debates around whether it's set unilinear dynamics or pluralistic forces, the relationship between various dynamics, and whether Kiel. This sparked a long-lasting discussion on China's modern historical outline. This criticism questioned the traditional system that viewed class struggle as the sole driving force, and the dominant research trend focusing on glorifying peasant uprisings and wars. In 1980, Li Shiwei proposed in From Yang Wuxin to Bourgeois Revolution that the history of China underwent 4 stages: Peasant War, Yang Wu Movement, Xin Movement, and Bourgeois Revolution, emphasizing capitalism's and the bourgeoisie's positive role in modern history. Chinese Marxists not only accepted it unquestioningly, but also transformed it into the people are the masters of history. In 1981, Liu Dian argued on breaking through in the study of modern Chinese history that strengthening economic history research is key to overcoming the deficiency of focusing solely on political history. In 1984, Li Peng questioned on historical creators and others the long-held Marxist principle that the people are the creators of history, attributing its origins to Soviet philosopher Eugene's misinterpretation of certain points in history The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks. However, Marx, Engels, and Lenin never stated this. They merely said that people create their own history. Therefore, while it's incorrect to attribute all historical creation to heroes, positing that only the people are creators is equally one-sided. History is everyone's history, and everyone participates in creating it. Sive history system that can reflect the full picture of modern history. Modern China's metabolism is a product of this historical reform tide. For metabolism is a representative work in the integration of social history and modern history. All these questions and debates converge into a wave of historical reform, reflecting the academic community's new historical period initiated at the 11th Three-Year Conference, studying Marxism with a scientific and factual attitude, re-evaluating traditional systems and research norms as achievements and shortcomings, aiming to establish a comprehension. As early as 1979, Chen Shuken published Peasant Revolts and Population Issues, introducing social history research into the field of modern history after a hiatus of several decades. In 1986, in his article. In 1980, in his preface to the book Missionaries in Modern China, he first used the term metabolism to summarize the rapid changes in modern Chinese society. A brief discussion on the study of modern Chinese social history, he assessed the achievements and shortcomings of traditional modern history systems, and proposed the famous insight, universal history is always social history. This statement was clearly a response to the notions that universal history is always political history, event history, class struggle history, or the history of the struggle of the Chinese people against imperialism and feudalism. This idea resonated deeply in the academic community, awakening them to the realization that to truly reflect the whole picture of modern society, strengthening social history research could be a fresh approach to break away from traditional systemic frameworks. Starting from 1979, after nearly 10 years of contemplation, research and teaching practice, Mr. Chen finally completed the first draft of his book, The Metabolism of Modern Chinese Society. After his passing, through the efforts of his disciples, Yang Guangqiang and Zhou Wu, the book was officially published in 1992. Prioritizing social history research is an excellent tradition in Chinese historiography. The Metabolism of Modern Chinese Society is a representative work that integrates social history with modern history, and also marks the emergence of a new systematic modern history in the tide of historical reforms. Ancient Chinese historical texts contain extensive records of social and economic life, including private writings such as collections, notes, family records, and diaries. From the beginning of the 20th century to the end of the 1940s, numerous scholars conducted specialized studies and surveys on various aspects of Chinese society, publishing numerous works on topics ranging from family societies to bureaucracy, political systems, trade guilds, secret societies, marriage customs, clothing, folk traditions, ritual practices, women's roles, prostitution, rural life, and village organizations. They did not reflect the fundamental causes of historical change, nor provide a clear picture of societal evolution. However, previous social history works either failed to integrate with general historical research or focused excessively on mundane details, such as daily life, losing the essence of historical synthesis. Matam used here metaphorically for the first time merged social history content with general historical studies, focusing on how society's structural, cultural, and conscious aspects evolved in response to significant political events, foreign invasions, and the clash between Eastern and Western cultures. Tao ideologies during China's transition from medieval society to modern times through external influences that gradually dismantled feudalism and introduced elements of democracy. It restored elements traditionally overlooked by general history, such as clan structures, trade guilds, demographics, immigration, secret societies, religious practices, customs, fashion, and the lives of urban and rural populations, examining their interrelationship with economic systems, academic and cultural trends, values and soci. In this way, social life, due to the great changes in societal nature, reveals a different transformation from the Middle Ages. The social structure shows deep shocks caused by significant events, and social consciousness, at the meeting point of the Western and Eastern cultures, emerges with value orientations, thought propositions, struggle goals, and social psychology that are both distinct from tradition and encompass it. NT picture including other social layers. The initially mundane content of social history becomes the flesh and blood of societal change through significant events, making modern comprehensive history more than a dry framework. The unique structural analysis of social history is integrated into comprehensive history studies, transforming modern history from solely class struggle to a vibra. Among these, 3 types of social structures: family organizations based on kinship, guild organizations founded on craftsmanship, and association organizations, primarily consisting of nomadic strata, become clear in modern societal transformations. When connecting Western and modern Chinese historical processes, personal merits, demerits, and the positive or negative effects of historical events are no longer judged solely through a class analysis, but rather through a framework that considers external changes becoming internal. Revolution and reform each find their correct positioning within the contradictory movement of these forces. The Yangwu self-strengthening movement, Xin New movement, Li constitutional movement, and even the false Xin containing genuine reform in late Qing times all occupy their place in history within this system of thought. Historical development is no longer a unilinear, one-sided motion but a diverse force, replacing peaks of 3 revolutions, 5 metabolism and traditional systems of modern history. All of this constitutes a long historical scroll of the metabolic history of a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. From the perspective of historical synthesis, its guiding ideology and theoretical foundation remain Marxist historical materialism. As a new comprehensive history system that synthesizes social history with modern history, metabolism retains reasonable elements from traditional systems while expanding and innovating. See developments in their novel approaches to modernization, overcoming previous emphasis on old production relations, solely hindering productive forces, and revealing their self-regulating mechanisms, limited accommodation, or even promotion of new productive forces. The theory of class struggle and the method of class analysis have not been discarded, but rather the simplistic, one-sided and formalistic naivety of past research has been abandoned. The doctrine of the unity of contradictions between productive forces and productive relations remains the theoretical basis for analyzing modern society's economy. This leads to an explanation that advanced productive forces incorporated into old systems ferment within them, providing the energy for breaking through old structures. The relationship between economic foundations and superstructures is used to analyze how societal trends, cultural attitudes, and intellectual currents in Europe and America have emerged from tradition while reflecting traditional characteristics. Therefore, the new system presented in metabolism is essentially a continuation and development of Marxist historical tradition. Methodologically, it inherits traditional historical analysis focusing on cause and effect relationships and leverages dialectical thinking to seamlessly combine historical logic with philosophical reasoning through historical dialectics. During societal transitions from a philosophical perspective. It provides meticulous analyses of significant issues in modern history, such as patriotism versus treason, revolution versus reform, westernization versus Sinicization, new learning versus old learning, the fusion of Chinese and Western ideas, and autocracy versus democracy, revealing their categories, contradictions, interplay, and transformation. This allows for a true depiction of modern society's uniqueness and transitory nature. F. Society, thereby breaking away from traditional models that follow 2 processes, 3 revolutionary peaks, and 10 historical events. From the perspective of its structural framework, it does not ignore the historical significance of political history and major events as phase markers in the historical process, but rather integrates these phase-defining events and the resulting social structures, social consciousness, and changes in social life to form a holistic representation on NS, societal values and cultural attitudes, and changes in social life like social customs, urban-rural differences, and lifestyles under the influence of major events, including political struggles as auxiliary lines. This creates a framework that is both interconnected and sequential. It adopts China's societal transition from ancient feudalism to modern semi-colonial, semi-feudal societies and its path to modernization as the main line of modern history, while focusing on social structures such as socio-economic, political, and social organization structures, social consciousness including social trends, ideological proposition. By moving beyond writing methods that primarily describe significant historical events, it employs a combination of history and theory, integrating humanities and social sciences to present the macro view of modern society's metabolic history. As can be seen, the modern China society's metabolic system constructed for a new comprehensive history of modernity is essentially a system caught between tradition and innovation. It maintains continuity with Marxist historical traditions while showcasing its distinctiveness by synthesizing social and modern history. As the first representative work in response to calls for historical reform in a new era, its significance lies not only in providing scholars with new ideas, systems, and frameworks for reference, but also in demonstrating that a new system's emergence is inextricably linked to tradition, and academic nationalism is to be avoided. True understanding of tradition followed by transcendence is the path to innovation. This encapsulates the direction of contemporary Chinese historical studies. Author's note: during the writing process, I received valuable biographical information about Jiang Tingfu from Professor Gu Weiman, to whom I express my heartfelt thanks. Volume 3 has not been published. Volume 1 was published by Commercial Press in November 1931, and Volume 2 was published in November 1934. Note 1: Modern Chinese Diplomatic History, a collection of essential documents, which compiles 799 important diplomatic documents from 1822, Qingdao Ming 2 to 1895, Guangzhou 21. Although Business Press in Taiwan reprinted Volumes 1 and 2 in 1969 and 1970 respectively, Volume 3 remains unpublished. It is estimated that after abandoning his studies in 1935 to enter politics, Jiang Tingfu no longer had the time or energy to complete Volume 3. 2. Chen Sulu, reprinting forward, Modern Chinese History, 3 volumes, Yuelu Press edition, 1987, p. 6. This memoir is a collection of Jiang Tingfu's life experiences, recorded after his retirement in 1965 at the invitation of the Oral History Department at Columbia University in the United States. 3. 6. Jiang Tingfu, Oral History, translated by Shi Zongling. Jiang Tingfu's memoirs, hereinafter referred to as memoirs. Chapter 1. My Family and Hometown, Taiwan Biography Literature Publishing House, 1984 edition, p. 5. The original manuscript was in English. Taiwan's Biography Literature magazine purchased the English original from Columbia and commissioned Shi Zongling to translate it into Chinese, publishing it in installments in the magazine before releasing a standalone edition in 1979. Jiang Tingfu's biography, thus far, only has Chen Jimai's work. Fortunately, I have his memoirs to rely on, giving me a bit more confidence. The affairs and lifetime of Jiang Tingfu, but it is too concise, which made writing this article quite challenging. This is also the reason why the memoirs in Chen Jimai's Ji Shi Yu Ping Sheng life and times are frequently used when dealing with Jiang Tingfu's experiences and family background in this text. The Columbia University Oral History of Chinese Intellectuals program is a great initiative. Similar memoirs such as Jiang Tingfu's, as well as Hu Shi's oral self-biography translated and annotated by Tang Degang, University Press in 1993 exist. According to Mr. Tang Degang, the Columbia University Oral History of Chinese Intellectuals program has interviewed over 10 prominent figures in China. Due to the diverse educational backgrounds, work habits, and story content of the interviewees, coupled with the significant disparities in the educational backgrounds of the interviewers assigned to them. Each person's oral history recording process is unique. Among these, purely Western-style interviews may use the dictation method. Purely Chinese-style ones could resemble casual conversations over tea or alcohol, and those between both styles might involve the interviewee speaking in Chinese while the interviewer records in English. See Hushi's Oral Biography, Chapter 3, 12. Note, East China Normal University Edition, pp. 46-47. 3 years ago, the author and several colleagues from Fudan University's History Department, through Professor Yu Zidao's connection, had also been commissioned by Columbia University's Department of Chinese Oral History to work on several topics. In modern Chinese history, such as the running games in Shanghai during the Japanese mock period. Upon completion, all the interview tapes, transcribed Chinese texts and summaries were handed over to Columbia's Chinese Oral History Project. The method involved conducting sit-down interviews, synchronizing recordings, transcribing them into Chinese, and then preparing a comprehensive Chinese historical report akin to a meeting summary. In 1996, during an international academic discussion on Sun Yat-sen and modernization in China, held in Guangdong, the author met Professor Wu Xiangxiao. The late professor expressed his wish for Fudan University's History Department to continue participating in this meaningful work. 5. Jiang Tingfu said, "My great-uncle was a very frail man." 4 Memoirs, Chapter 2. Family and Neighbors, p. 11. He started smoking opium in his early years. I often saw him sprawled on a bed, exhaling clouds of smoke. From Memoirs, Chapter 1, p. 6. 7. Chiang writes in his memoirs, "My father was also a man of practicality. He believed that commerce was a good profession as it allowed one to lead an honest and happy life. If he spoke the truth, he would have wanted my brother and me to apprentice at a shop and eventually become businessmen." Chapter 1, p. 5. 8. Chiang's stepmother was a widow from a wealthy family. After her marriage, she had a daughter who died at the age of 3. There are several passages in Chapter 3 praising Chiang's stepmother. 9. Chen Jimai. The Achievements and Life of Jiang Tingfu, Part 1, Biography Literature Volume 8, No. 3, p. 4. 10. As seen in the Memoirs, Chapter 4, New School, New World, on page 27. Daofi's uncle was very remarkable. From the memoirs it is evident that he was more learned and broader-minded than his father, and he was deeply concerned about his nephew's success. Without his uncle's interest in his education, Tingyue Jiang would not have had any future development. At best, he could only have studied a little in a private school and ended up in his hometown. 11. Jiang Tingyue's conversion to Christianity was not due to religious fervor, but rather because of his impression of Christians' enthusiasm for public welfare. In the memoirs he has described his journey as a Christian. To supplement my earlier remarks, during the last years of my studies at the American Church School in Xiantan, I never considered becoming a Christian. I was 16 then, and knew very little about Christianity, nor did I have much inclination towards it. But for 5 years, I had been attending the gatherings of the Presbyterian Church. Dr. Kepler, a missionary, Drs. Duker and Wendland, 2 doctors at the Xiangtan Presbyterian Hospital, and especially Mr. and Mrs. Ling, their fervor as well as their concern for social welfare deeply moved me. Therefore, I thought that a religion which had a profound influence on humanity and inspired many clergymen to do good necessarily must be a good religion. Memoirs, Chapter 5, School Days, pp. 43-44. After this line of reasoning, I eventually agreed to be baptized by Mrs. Lingle, which is how I became a Christian. 12. Memoirs, Chapter 5, p. 38. She asked us to go home temporarily, and she would also return to America. 13. A self-account by Jiang Tingfu of his ideas on studying abroad in the United States contains a puzzling passage. Mrs. Lingle told us that after the Revolution there would likely be a period of chaos, and for safety, school.ru. At 16 years old, I was too young to participate in the revolution if I stood still, nor could I simply wait for 7 or even 25 years after the revolution to continue my studies. I thought, shouldn't I study with Mrs. Lingle in America and then return to China after the revolution? I considered my idea brilliant. Can they provide for your necessary expenses? When I told Mrs. Lingle my plans, she asked, "Have your family agreed for you to go to America with me?" I was pleased by her question, as it indicated her approval of my plan. Chapter 5, pp. 42-43. The ambiguity in this passage lies in the lack of clarity about the connection between his trip to study in America and the Chinese Revolution at the time. Literally translated, it seems he is going to America only because he fears the revolution's turmoil and its successful outcome might take too long. In reality, he had a strong desire for America from his time in a church school. As Fei Ching-fei wrote, in practice, he became Americanized. Fei Ching-fei, trans. His teacher, Mrs. Jean Lingle, almost became his foster mother, and he became a devout Christian with an intense longing for the West. By Lu Huiqin, etc. Fei Ching-fei on China, Knowledge Press 1991 edition, p. 98. Since he had already longed to go to America, why then bring up Thick, as well as the French and American revolutions? Of course, we cannot say he hid his original thoughts, but it can at least be said that memoirs often have a tendency towards too much rationalization. This is also why I placed a lengthy original text in footnotes, rather than the main body. 14 Jiang Tingfu's funding for his trip to America was borrowed from a store in Jinggang. According to the content described in his memoirs, he did not inform his father or uncle about going to America initially. He traveled there with Mrs. Lingle, sailing downstream from Xiangtan to Shanghai. But after arriving in Shanghai, Mrs. Lingle suddenly changed her mind, no longer wanting to return to America but instead to continue teaching in Xiangtan, and asked Mr. Chiang to do the same. At that time Mr. Chiang had already traveled nearly halfway, so he decided to continue his journey to America regardless of whether Mrs. Lingle returned to Xiangtan or not. Arranged by Mrs. Lingle, he left Shanghai alone and headed for the United States. All this is detailed in Chapter 5 of her memoir. 15 Chapter 6 of the memoir, titled Early Years in America, page 54. Upon his arrival, he took up half-time work and study at a small town's high school, but things didn't go as planned and he fell ill. 16 In an article titled Comfort and Memories, Ms. Chiang Shaoren writes, "When I was studying at a university in New York, my father often reminisced about his time studying in America. At that time, his English conversation skills were still weak, and he had no money, so the community support helped him immensely. This is why my father held them in such high regard, and it was also a significant factor in his interest in Christian doctrine during his teenage years. See Chinese Modern History. 3 volumes, published by Yu Lu, page 198. 17. Jiang Tingfu took courses in chemistry, biology, botany, as well as psychology and evolutionary theory during his university years. 18. 20 Memoirs, Chapter 7. 4 Years of Free Education in America, pages 62 and 59. 19 Memoirs, Chapter 7, pages 62 to 63. Bismarck 1815 to 1898, a German politician who served as the Prime Minister of Prussia and the Chancellor of the German Empire. He implemented the Iron Fist policy, launched the Danish War, Austro-Prussian War, and Franco-Prussian War, unifying Germany. In 1871, he participated in the suppression of the Paris Commune doctrine. Pursuing a continental policy, he established German hegemony on the European continent. He resigned in 1890 and wrote his memoirs. In 1855, he led a coalition of Britain, France, and Turkey against Russia in the Crimean War. Garibaldi, 1810 to 1861, an Italian politician, served as Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sardinia and later as Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Italy. In 1859, he joined forces with France to wage war against Austria, reclaiming Lombardy but ceding Nice to France in exchange for Italian unification. In 1831, he established the Young Italy Party in Marseille, France. In 1861, he united Sicily and Naples, forming the Kingdom of Italy. Mazzini, 1805 to 1872, a leader of the Italian nationalist movement, joined the Carbonari early on but was subsequently expelled from the country. He orchestrated and led the 1848 Italian Revolution, becoming one of the leaders of the Roman Republic's tripartite government in 1849. After the failure of the revolution, Mazzini continued his struggle for Italian unification and supported Garibaldi's expedition to Sicily and Naples. He is the author of works such as On Human Duty. Garibaldi, 1807 to 1882, leader of the Italian national independence movement. He had been a sailor in his early years and was a member of the Italian Youth Party. After the failure of the 1843 uprising, he went into exile in South America, participating in the Brazilian Republican Rebellion and fighting for Uruguay's independence. Upon returning to Italy in 1848, he led the struggle to defend the Roman Republic. In 1860 he led the Red Shirts to liberate Sicily and Naples, later integrating them with the Kingdom of Sardinia. He twice organized military struggles against papal rule in Rome, both ending in failure. He wrote an autobiography. 21, 22, 23, 24. There were over 20 Chinese international students at Oberlin College, which was considered a school with a relatively large number of international students at the time. Jiang Tingfu stated, "Most of the other Chinese students at Oberlin were older than me and had better Mandarin skills, but they showed no interest in natural sciences. The reason is simple, as they considered laboratory work difficult." See Memoirs, Chapter 7, p. 6025 Memoirs, Chapter 8, The Incident in France, p. 65. All quoted from Memoirs, Chapter 8, p. 72. The first sentence expresses his skepticism towards Wilson, while the second is a clear defense of America's predatory diplomacy. 26, 27 Jiang Tingfu said, "I really do not understand Wilson, who has always advocated self-determination for all people worldwide, as to why he violated his own principles." He also said, "However, I believe there must have been sufficient reasons for Mr. Wilson's actions that are not fit to be publicized, perhaps." 28 In 1917, after the Beiyang government decided to join the war, 15,000 workers were recruited under an agreement with the Allies to go to France. Some worked in factories, while others were assigned to serve as engineers for the Allied forces. Among them, 10,000 were under British command, 40,000 under French, and 1,000 under American command. 29 Memoirs, Chapter 8, p. 72. Jiang Tingfu joined the Columbia Night Team, organized by the American Young Men's Christian Association, to encourage spirits in Chinese labor camps in France. During Chiang's time in Paris, the May 4th movement had already occurred in China. However, Jiang did not mention or comment on this event in his memoirs. 30 Memoirs, Chapter 9, Columbia Research and the Washington Conference, pp. 73-74. 31 James Robinson, 1863–1936, graduated from Harvard University. In 1890, he obtained a philosophy doctorate from the University of Freiburg in Germany. During his time in Germany, he was influenced by the country's new historical school of thought. After returning to the U.S., he advocated for new historical arguments and became the founding figure of American new historiography. He also served as the president of the American Historical Association. He first taught at the University of Pennsylvania, becoming a professor of history at Columbia University in 1895. In 1919, he established the School for Social Research in New York and edited the journal American Historical Review. The book New Historical Scholarship was published in a Chinese translation by Commercial Press in 1964. During his time at Columbia, Jiang Tingfu was busy establishing the new College for Social Studies, so he did not have the chance to teach. The author has written an introduction to the history of Western Europe, the test of civilization, and edited collections of essays, including new historical scholarship. 33 Memoirs, Chapter 9, p. 78. 32 For an overview of the fundamental arguments of the American New Historical Scholarship School, see Zhang Guangji's book The Clio's Path, Western History and the Flow of History, published by Fudan University Press in 1989. 34, 35, 36 See Jiang Tingfu's Modern Chinese History. Chapter 3. Self-Strengthening and Its Failure, General Overview. Also see Chen Zimei, Jiang Tingfu's Life and Achievements Part 1, Biography and Literature Vol. 8, Issue 3, p. 7. 40 Same Book 5, Biography and Literature Vol. 9, Issue 1, p. 26. 41 Same Book 3, Biography and Literature Vol. 8, Issue 5, p. 43. 37, 38, 39 Chen Zimei, Jiang Tingfu's Life and Achievements Part 1, Biography and Literature Vol. 8, Issue 3, p. 4. 42, 43 Lu Shulin, The Wind on the Altar, Biography and Literature Vol. 8, Issue 1, p. 31. See Chen's book p. 24, Chinese Historical Publications, 1988 edition. 44 Chen Zimei, Jiang Tingfu's Life and Achievements 5, Biography and Literature Vol. N. Regarding the activities of the Chinese Students' Washington Conference Auxiliary Association, Chen Hansong also recalls in his book My Four Eras, but he does not mention Jiang Tingfu, just as Jiang's memoirs do not mention Chen Hansong. When Jiang was 5 years old, his mother arranged for him to be engaged to a young girl from a neighboring village named He. While studying in the United States, he repeatedly wrote home asking to cancel the engagement until it was officially dissolved just before graduation. His marriage to Tang Yurui ended soon after the end of World War II. Jiang had an American girlfriend named Kathleen while at university, but they never married. After divorcing Tang, He married Ms. Shen Enkin in New York in a simple ceremony. 46 Marcus 1855 to 1933 was an American born in Canada. 45 Jiang Tingfu once studied classical texts such as Sanzijing, Sishu, and he became a British citizen in 1917, Wujing in a private school, but later had no further exposure to traditional scholarship, so he realized his foundations in Confucian classics were poor, and began reviewing these texts from the time he spent in rural areas when he was 6 years old. After graduating from Harvard University in 1874, he joined the Chinese Customs Service. In 1877, he was appointed as assistant at the Tianjin Customs House, and the following year transferred to serve in Beijing's General Tax Office, also acting as an English teacher at the Qionghunzi Tongwenguan Beijing Academy. In 1879, he was reassigned to the Chinese Customs London office as assistant, returning to China in 1883 to work as assistant to De Jian, head of the Tianjin Customs House. He retired in 1909. After briefly leaving customs to assist Li Hongzhang with reorganizing the Wheelboat Commerce Bureau in 1885, he returned to his post at customs, serving as Shanghai Deputy Tax Administrator, then Yug, and finally Dragon State, Hankow, and Guangzhou. Tax administrators. Among his works are a study of Chinese coins, a comparison of the systems of China and Korea, an examination of China's public business, the history of foreign relations of the Qing dynasty 3 volumes, a chronological history of trade by the East India Company in China 5 volumes, and records of the Taiping Rebellion, 47, 51 memoirs, Chapter 10. Among them, the first volume of A History of Foreign Relations of the Chinese Empire was published in 1910, and the second and third volumes were published in 1918, making it one of the most popular textbooks for studying modern Chinese diplomacy at American universities. The book has been translated into Chinese by Zhang Huiman et al. And published by Sanlian Bookstore in 1957 to 1958, later re-released by Commercial Press in 1963. The Revolution Still Needs Effort, p. 95, p. 97. See Zhishiyu Pingsheng. 1. Biography and Literature. Jiang Tingfu received this rigorous training at Columbia, and applied it to his research on Chinese diplomatic history upon returning home. Volume 8, No. 3, p. 5. 48, according to Chen Zimai. Columbia University offers a course in historical research methods mandatory for history graduate students, focusing on teaching students how to distinguish and utilize sources, and guiding them in selecting and arranging sources while writing their doctoral dissertations. 49. As early as 1914, the Shanghai Hua Chang Printing House published Liu Yan's compilation of A History of Modern Chinese Diplomacy. 50. Chen Zimi, Jiang Tingfu's Life and Achievements Part I, Biography Literature Volume 8. Issue 3, p. 5. See also Li Ji, Recollections of Professor Jiang Tingfu, Biography Literature Volume 8, Issue 1, p. 28. In 1926, the Commercial Press published Zhang Yuhao's compilation of A History of Chinese Diplomacy, and in 1928, the Nanjing Foreign Research Society published Wang Zhengtang's An Outline of Modern Chinese Diplomacy, all preceding Jiang of Modern Chinese Diplomacy, all preceding Jiang Tingfu's compilation of materials on the history of modern China's diplomacy. 52 Memoirs, Chapter 11, Domestic Travel, p. 119. 53. The predecessor of Tsinghua University can be traced back to the establishment of the Human Academic Affairs Office in August 1909, Qing Dynasty. This institution was set up to utilize the remaining funds from the Boxer indemnity and prepare students for study abroad. In 1911, it was renamed Tsinghua School Taught. It became a formal university in 1925, with its president still appointed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 54. Liu Jie. Tanf F&G. Qing the Sound of Withering Platform, Biography and Literature. Volume 8, Issue 1, p. 32. In 1928, it changed to a national institution, under dual leadership from both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Education. 55. C.S. Feichin Li ed. Zhang Jianggang et al. Trans. 56. Chen Zimei. Jiang Tingfu's Life and Times Part I, Biography and Literature. Volume 8, Issue 3, p. 6. Memoirs Ch. 12, The Tsinghua Period, p. 124. A History of the Republic of China. Volume 2, Ch. 8. The Development of Academia, p. 422. Shanghai People's Press, 1992 edition. Press. 57 Memoirs Chapter 12, pp. 124-125 Dargars. 58 Jia Xiu Pingshan, Part 1, Biography and Literature, Volume 8, No. 3, p. 6. 59, 60, 61 Memoirs, Chapter 12, pp. 130, 131, 121. 62 Details and vivid descriptions of Jiang Tingyung's collection of materials during his time at Tsinghua can be found in Memoirs, Chapter 12. 63. 119 See the Yuelu Press edition of Modern Chinese History. 3 Types of Foreign Works, pp. 124. 9. 64, 65 Memoirs, Chapter 12, p. 129. 66, 67 Chen Zimi, Jiang Tingyung's Ji Pingshan, Part 6, Biography and Literature, Vol. 9, No. 2, p. 31. 68 Tsinghua professors' housing is concentrated in 3 areas: North Court, South Court, and New South Court. Jiang Tingyan lives in the North Court, with philosophers Golda Kim from the Philosophy Department, Zhang Zhuyu and Qian Dende from the Political Science Department, as well as physicists Sabin Dong and Zhou Pei Wan and others. Jiang Tingyan refers to it as an unofficial club. 69. The 918 Incident and Independent Comment, Memorial Volume, Chapter 13. Number 7. In the North Court is the residence of physics professor Yi Chushan and economics professor Chen Daishan, often a place where professors gather for informal gatherings after meals. 70, 71, 72, 73 Memorial Volume, Chapter 13, pp. 137, 139. 74 Memorial Volume, Chapter 13, pp. 138 to 139. 75 Jiang Tingyan, What I Remember of Ding Zijun, Collected Works, Volume 6, Biography and Literature Publishing House, 1978 reprint, p. 1085. 76 Memoirs, Chapter 13, p. 139. Some friends from Beijing City and Tsinghua University would often gather at my home or at the Overseas Chinese Club to discuss national and global affairs. 77 Regarding the establishment of the Independent Review, Hu Shi wrote in his book A Biography of Ding Wenjiang. The Independent Review is a project that several friends embarked on because we felt it was something we could do to contribute to the country, given the circumstances at the time. For there are people who initiate the idea of publishing a magazine to speak the plain truth that ordinary people refuse or dare not say. Both I Chen, i.e., Zheng Wenjiang, also known as Zijun, and he Hu, Neng Yu Zhubao, effort, weekly. So we both know this is no easy task, hence neither of us was very enthusiastic. It can be seen that Hu Shi initially neither initiated nor supported Dan Ju Pinglan Independent Review. At the time, I was even less enthusiastic. Hainan Publishing House 1993 edition, p. 1019. Besides Hu Shi, Zheng Wenjiang was also not enthusiastic. However, in his memoir, Jiang Tingyan claimed the first person to suggest it to him was Dao Minghe, and Hu Shi opposed it, though not as strongly as Dao. I put forward the idea of publishing a magazine again, and they opposed it as they had in the past. Jiang Tingyan not only omitted Zheng Wenjiang, but also described him as a supporter. After a week, Ren's family invited me and other people to their home for dinner. Unexpectedly, Ding Wenjiang initiated. In order to measure our enthusiasm, let's first raise funds for the magazine. He proposed that we contribute 5 of our monthly income. Memoirs, Chapter 13, p. 139. 78-79 Hu Shi, Ding Wenjiang Transmission, Hainan Publishing House, 1993 edition, pp. 121-122. 80-84-85 Memoirs, Chapter 13, pp. 82 Memoirs, Chapter 13, p. 144. Achievements and Lifetime 1. Biography Literature, Volume 8, Issue 3, pp. 6-7. 83 Jiang Tingfu, On Autocracy and in Response to Mr. Hu Shi, Independent Review. No. 83 December 31, 1933. 86, 87, 89 Jiang Tingfu, The Kuomintang and Its Members, Independent Review. No. 176 November 10, 1935. 88 Jiang Tingfu, Mr. Chen Fu's Educational Policy, Independent Review. No. 4 June 12, 1932. 90 Hu Shi, Discussing China's Political Future, Independent Review. No. 17 September 11, 1932. 91. The Daily News, founded in June 1902, Qing Guangsu, 28th May, in Tianjin. Founded by Ying Lucy, its headquarters were located on Consular Road in the French concession of Tianjin. In 1916, it was taken over by the Wang Xiaolong, a member of the Anafu clique. It ceased publication on November 27, 1925, marking the end of the early daily news. It had supplements published in Shanghai, Hong Kong, Changsha, Chongqing, Guilin, Hong Kong, etc. From September 1, 1926, Wu Dingchang, Wu Jizi, and Zhang Helun took over and restarted publication, gaining widespread influence among middle-class and intellectual circles. After the liberation of Tianjin in February 1949, the newspaper changed its name to the Progressive Daily. The Shanghai edition of the Daily News continued publication. On January 1, 1953, the Progressive Daily and the Shanghai Daily News merged into the Tianjin Daily News. On October 1, 1956, it moved to Beijing. It ceased publication on September 10, 1966. 92-95 Memoirs, Chapter 13. The 918 Incident and Independent Comment, pages 145, 146, 97, 96. The circumstances leading up to and following Jiang Tingfu's visit to the Soviet Union are well explained in Professor Shi Yuanhua's book, A History of Chinese Foreign Affairs, see pages 525-21, Shanghai People's Publishing House, 1994 edition. 9900 Memoirs, Chapter 14. The Visit to Russia and the European Journey, pages 153, 155, 156. 98 Soviet Foreign Documents, Volume 17, page 641. Quoted from Shi Yuanhua's A History of Chinese Foreign Affairs, page 520. He joined the Nazi Party in 1919 and participated in the beer hall Putsch Gachi. 101 Rosenberg interpreter Liu Senbei, 1893-1946, was born in Reval, now Tallinn, Estonia, studied architecture at Moscow University, left in 1917, and went to Germany the following year. Engaged in news and publishing for a long time. Became a member of the Federal Parliament in 1930. After Hitler's rise to power, he formulated foreign policy for him. Was sentenced to death by the Nuremberg International Military Tribunal after Germany's defeat. Served as minister for Eastern Occupied Territories from 1941, actively promoting Germanization policies. Authored numerous works including Guidelines for Future German Foreign Policy and Myths of the 20th Century. 102 Webster 1886-1961, British historian, served as president of the British Academy and vice president of the International Committee for the History of Science. He wrote on capitalist production methods, the enclosure movement, the rise of the English gentry, among others. His book Land and Labor in China includes a general discussion on Chinese politics and education in its final chapter. Taine transliterated Tony, 1880-1062, British economic historian, professor at London University, member of the Labour Party, and member of the Fabian Society. Jiang Tingfu translated this chapter in full and published it in 2 parts in the Independent Review. Thorner, 1889-1975, British historian, represented the Historical Morphology School. He was a professor at Oxford University and once served as director of research at the Royal Institute of International Affairs. He wrote extensively, with his most notable work being A History of World Culture, a 12-volume series that outlines the history of world cultural development having significant influence in the West. The original text quoted here can be found in the Memoirs, Chapter 14, page 1070. And Similarities Between Russia and Germany, LLDI in Ecole Line, 139, which were collected in the Selected Works of Jiang Tingfu, published by Wengxing Bookstore, Taipei, in 1965. 104 Jiang Tingfu's participation in post-war relief work began as early as 1943. 103 Jiang Tingfu published a total of 9 travel essays on the Independent Review, including Passage Through Manchukuo, Volume 123, What I Saw from My Window in Siberia, Volume 124, Observing Moscow, Volume 25, Observing Leningrad, Vol. 128, Entertainment in the Red City, Alto 132, Exiting the Soviet Union, Albel 138. Difference. On October 5 of that year, the Executive Yuan decided to appoint him as a representative to attend the United Nations Post-War Relief Conference. In April 1944, he was appointed Chief Commissioner of the Relief Investigation Committee. On November 30th, he was elected Chairman of the Far Eastern Committee of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. But these were all part-time positions until the Executive Yuan established the Relief and Rehabilitation Administration in December, when Jiang Tingfu was finally appointed from the position of Administrative Director to that of Head of the Relief Administration. We fantasized various ways to make China strong, and for our sacred mission of salvaging the nation, we even divided tasks among ourselves. 105 When Jiang Tingfu was relocated as ambassador to the United States in 1961, he still held the concurrent position of permanent representative to the UN, a role he maintained until 1960. 106 According to Jiang Tingfu's memoir, during his primary years at Yizhi School, besides studying, my classmates and I often indulged in daydreams. Among them, saving China was most significant. See Chapter 5, Church School Period, p. 40. 107 Memoir, Chapter 13, pp. 145-146. Volume 9, No. 5 p. 8. 108 Shen Yi, Jia Lingu's Life and Achievements, Biography Literature. 109 Chen Jimai, Jia Lingu's Life and Achievements 6, Biography Literature. Vol 9, No. 2, p. 33. 111 Two Lines by Hu. 110 Memoir, Chapter 15, The Period as Director of the Executive Yuan, p. 173. Shi. A message to Mahu Bridge beneath the water, leaving the mountain as clearer than when on it. Due to these lines, Jia Lingu later used the pen name Qing Chai. See Jia Lingu's Life and Achievements 1, Biography Literature Vol. 8, No. 3, p. 6. 112 Jia Lingu, Revolution and Dictatorship, Independent Review. No. 80 December 10, 1933. Tadas. Fei Jingqing, Recollections of China, p. 101. He advocated backing a strong, even dictatorial leader, and such a figure could only be Chiang Kai-shek. 113. See Recollections Memoirs, Chapter 13, page 149 for descriptions of the military, political, and economic measures taken against Chiang Kai-shek's Nanchang headquarters, where Fei Jingqing notes, in Jinghao's view, the issue is not whether one knows what to do, but whether one completes the tasks at hand. 115. 114 According to Hu Shi's diary handwritten version, on March 3, 1933, due to the Jehal crisis, Hu Shi, Ding Wenjiang, and Wang Wenhao, Wenjing, Wang Wenhao, Liu Zikai, et al., visited Chiang Kai-shek. C. Zhang Qing. Hu Shi's intellectual circle and the tendency towards modern Chinese liberalism, Shaolin History, Vol. 1, No. 1, 1998. 117 Fei Jingqing, Recollections of China, Knowledge Press, 1991 edition, p. 103. 116 Regarding the responsibilities of the Executive Yuan, Jiang Tingfu explains clearly in his memoir. He states, the Executive Yuan is China's highest administrative body. As Chairman Chiang serves as its head, he requires secretarial assistance. The secretaries are divided into two parts, one led by the Secretary-General with 10 secretaries under him, and another headed by the Administrative Director with 10 advisors under him. Chapter 15, p. 172. In theory, the Secretary-General assists the Director in governing, while the Administrative Director formulates policies for the Director. At the time, geologist On Wenshao served as Secretary-General. Ibid. p. 173. Although Jiang Tingfu, as Administrative Director, was on equal footing with Onji in official business, Wenjing, older and more experienced, had greater prestige. Therefore, Chiang from the start regarded the administrative office as a subordinate unit to Wang, striving to incorporate his opinions. 118 Refer to the general preface of the Arts and Literature series on page 1. 120 Guo Tingyi, ed. A Modern History of China. Volume 1, Introduction, Commercial Press 1947 edition, p. 11. 121, same book volume, preface to the volume, p. 1. 122. When it is said that Jiang Tingnan had few lifeworks, it refers to his lack of academic treatises. In 1965, not long after Jiang Tingnan's death, Wangxing Bookstore in Taipei published a collection of his selected works with an introduction by Li Ao in volumes 1-6, containing 167 articles. The selection was reissued in 1978 by Biography and Literature Publishing House, excluding the introduction by Li Ao but keeping the rest as it was in the first edition. The version referred to here is from Biography and Literature Publishing House. 123 Selected Works of Jiang Tingnan, Volume 1, p. 45. 124 Memoirs, Chapter 12, The Xinhua Years, pages 126-128. 125 Chen's Foreword to the reprint, originally titled Medieval to Modern, Modernization and National Sluggishness, published in the Wenhua Daily on June 16, 1986. 126, 127, 130 Jiang Tingfu. Modern Chinese History. 3 additional chapters. General Overview, Yulu edition, pages 13 and 11, page 36. The quotations below, summarizing each chapter's content, are from Modern Chinese History by Qiang, Yue Lu edition, unless otherwise noted. 131, 132 Jiang Tingfu, Modern Chinese History. 129 Modern Chinese History, Commercial Press, 1939 edition, 7th section, page 127. 3 alternative types, Yue Lu edition, page 24. 133, 136, 137 same as the book, p58, p17, p30, quoted from Zhang Yang and Wang Jinzi's edit. 134 Lai Kuan. The Killing article, originally published in Qingyibao Journal of Clean Discussion, No. 88. Revolutionary Period Essays, Volume 1, Upper Part, Sanlin Publishing House, 1960, p22. 135 Chen Shuilu. Reprint forward, Jiang Tingfu's Modern Chinese History. 3 types of historical materials, Yuelu edition, p5. Although there has been some calm in recent years, the methods of governance are still imbalanced between rigor and leniency, and these bad habits are gradually emerging. 138. This is from a decree by the Daguang Emperor in which he praised those who successfully recaptured Guangzhou. The foreign powers have been active for 10 years, causing disturbances along the coast, wasting resources and draining manpower. I am deeply concerned that the coastal residents may face oppression, so I must be patient, as a small humiliation will inevitably lead to great redress. This is the natural order of things. Yipi and Wenji, The Record of Foreign Disturbances, Volume 5, Opium War Data Collection, Volume 6, p100. Furthermore, regarding the change in the Qing government's foreign policy after the Opium War from pacification to suppression, see my work exploring Guangzhou and Shanghai's foreign relations, 1843 to 1847 in Modern and Traditional, Volume 2, 1994. 139 Soft Dust Private Discussions, Opium War Archives Collection, Valdeli. 140 Liang Kuchao, An Overview of Qing-Era Academia, p79. 14130 Article submitted by the Minister of the Department of Finance to Yuan Peng, for consideration on matters regarding a good solution, Opium War Archives Collection, Volume 6, pp 378, 396. 1042 For details on Tang Peng's petition and its impact at the time, see my work Nanjing Treaty and Chinese Scholars' Debates, Shailan 1997 No. 3. 143 See my essay on Chen Baozhen and the former Qing stream, Fudan University Journal 1995, No. 144 Li, A.Ao. To Jiang Tingfu's Selected Works, Wensing Press, 1965, p14. 146 Guo. A Modern History of China, Audiol 1, Preface, p2. 145 Quoted from Liu Fenghan, Dr. Jiang Tingfu's Insights into Several Issues in Modern Chinese History, Biography and Literature, Vol. 7, No. 6 p27. 147 Liji, Memories of Professor Jiang Tingfu, Biography and Literature, Vol. 8, No. 1 p28. General Overview. The Chinese nation reached a pivotal moment in the 19th century. Even when they ruled China temporarily, it was due to exploiting internal conflicts within the Han. Prior to this, although the Han Chinese people had long been in contact with foreign tribes, these were largely lower culture nations. By the 19th century, this dynamic changed drastically. Human development historically divided into 2 worlds, Eastern Asia and Western Europe. Although these regions had interactions before the 19th century, they were sporadic and often inconsequential. The British, American and French nations arriving in East Asia could not be compared to historical invaders such as the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Mongols, Japanese pirates, or Manchus. In the Eastern world, China stood as the leader. The older brother, and other nations, even Japan, acknowledged China's superior position. Even now, we cannot say that we fully understand Western civilization. During the Jiaqing and Daoguang periods, of course, Chinese people did not know the Western world. By the 19th century, it was not our Eastern subordinates who caused us trouble, but the Western world, a people unknown to us, and whose culture was entirely different from ours. However, there are several points we can be certain of. First, the essence of the Chinese nation can stand comparison with the finest nations in the world. the intelligence of Chinese people is superior to any other nation. Second, though China's resources are not as comprehensive as those of Russia and America, they still exceed the general level of most countries. Third, the abolition of feudalism by Qin Shi Huang and the establishment of great empires during the Han and Tang dynasties amply prove the political genius of our nation. Thus, when it comes to people and land, China could have achieved great things. However, in the 19th century, what unprecedented challenges did our nation face? Firstly, our science was not advanced enough. In human competition, and in the rivalry between nations, nothing can decide a winner or loser more decisively than the level of knowledge. In the contest between scientific and unscientific knowledge, it's like a carriage race between a horse-drawn cart and an automobile. During the Jiaqing and Daguang eras, Western scientific foundations were already in place, while our ancestors were still writing 8-part essays and discussing yin-yang and 5 elements. Second, by the middle of the 18th century, the West had begun to use machinery for production and warfare, while our industries, agriculture, transport, and military still resembled those of the Tang and Song dynasties. Third, the political situation in the West during the Middle Ages was similar to that of China's Spring and Autumn period, and the situation after the Renaissance was akin to China's Warring States period. In a life of power struggles, Westerners developed a strong sense of patriotism and nationalism, while we held fast to family and hometown sentiments. In short, by the 19th century, the West had developed what is known as modern culture. So in the early years of the 19th century, Western nations, though small, were united as firmly as iron and stone. Our nation, though vast, was like a scattered pile of sand, devoid of power. The East, however, still lagged in the medieval period, leaving us behind. In the past century, the fundamental issue for the Chinese nation has been, can the Chinese modernize? Can they catch up with Westerners? Can they utilize science and machinery? Can they discard their family and hometown concepts to organize a modern national state? If so, our nation's future is bright. If not, our nation has no future. And embracing it sooner and faster is even better. For in the world, every nation that embraces modern culture becomes rich and powerful, while those that do not will inevitably suffer defeat without exception. Japan is a good example. We can also take Russia as an example. Japan's original land was merely a province of China, and its original culture was almost entirely derived from Chinese learning during the Sui and Tang dynasties. In the past 40 years, Japan has managed to become a first-class nation on the international stage, simply because they embraced modern culture quickly. Russia was also a lagging nation in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, so it had little presence on the Western stage during those times. He also invited many Western technicians to Russia to aid him in his reforms. At that time, many Russians opposed him, particularly the Nationalist Party in the capital, Moscow. However, towards the end of the 17th century, during the reign of Kangxi the Kangxi Emperor, Russia produced a great Peter, who, as an absolute emperor, changed his name and went to Western Europe incognito to learn shipbuilding and steel smelting. He fought tirelessly, even relocating the capital to a remote but coastal city on the Neva River now known as St. Petersburg, as he wanted easy access to the sea for trade with Western cultural sources. The foundations of modern Russia were laid by Peter the Great, who is considered one of the nation's great heroes and continues to be admired by Stalin today. Turkey's fate also illustrates the immense influence of modern culture on national prosperity. In the early 19th century, the Ottoman Empire spanned 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa, and the Turks were known for their bravery and warfare skills. It was, however, within the span of a century in the 19th century that other countries witnessed tremendous strides in science, machinery, and nationalism, while Turkey remained stuck in conservation. Thus, Turkey fell prey to the European powers. The state did not benefit from these new ventures, and the people were burdened with increased taxes. It seemed that as the state pursued reform, it became weaker and poorer. After 1878, although some young Turks became aware of the need for reform, they faced immense resistance. First, the Turkish Sultan, like the Qin dynasty in our country, lacked the sincere will for reform. Second, corruption within the bureaucracy led to officials absorbing funds meant for creating new enterprises, resulting in waste. In this regard, Turkey's modern history resembles China's modern history. Third, the conservative forces within society were so strong that even when someone advocated for reform, 10 others opposed it. Kemal devoted his entire life to serving the nation. Unbeknownst to him, After that great national crisis, the Turkish people united, rallied behind their nationalist leader Kemal, and thus achieved rebirth. In summary, Turkey's reform efforts at the end of the 19th century were half-hearted, lacked a comprehensive plan, and resulted in its disastrous defeat in the last World War, bringing the state close to collapse. He recognized the trend of the times, and knew that to save the country, one could not but completely accept modern culture. Now, Turkey's foundation is said to be solid. Japan, Russia, and Turkey's modern history roughly follows that pattern. He not only advocated for science and industry, but even reformed Turkish writing because the old Turkish script was too difficult. Children spent too much time and mental effort on learning it, reducing the time they could spend on practical studies. Now, we need to study our own modern history. These three countries embraced modern science, machinery, and nationalism, leading to their revival and prosperity. We must pay attention to how imperialism has oppressed us. We should carefully examine every resistance strategy within each period. We particularly need to analyze the extent of success and failure, as well as the reasons behind them. If we can uncover the lessons from China's modern history, we will be better equipped to contribute to the war for national resilience. Chapter 1. Suppression and Pacification. Section 1. The West did not send ambassadors to China, nor did we dispatch ambassadors to foreign countries. The causes involved are complex. Western ships that come to China are all sailboats. First, the distance between East and West is vast, and transportation is inconvenient. Therefore, trade was not significant. At that time there was no Suez Canal, so traffic between East and West had to go around the southern tip of Africa. From London to Guangzhou took as long as 3 months. The goods bought by Westerners from China were limited to silk, tea, and other luxurious items. Our economy is self-sufficient. We do not need any Western products. Thus, at that time, our international trade always had a large surplus. Under these circumstances, diplomatic relations were not necessary. Moreover, there is another reason. China does not recognize the equality of other nations. When Westerners come to China, we treat them as if they were from Ryukyu or Korea. If they do not come, we do not force them. But when they do come, they must recognize China as the superior country and consider themselves subjects. The Celestial Empire would never compromise. This issue of etiquette and protocol became a major obstacle to diplomatic relations. At that time, China did not feel the need for contact with foreign nations, and how could foreigners be anything but barbaric tribes without knowledge of rights, morals, or shame? They come for greed, and the Celestial Empire shows them mercy, granting them permission to trade in order to restrain and pacify them. If they were not content to stay within their boundaries, the imperial court would crush them. At that time, China did not know diplomacy. It only knew crush or pacify. At that time, the trade system was also peculiar. Western merchants were all limited to Guangzhou port. Politicians divided over whether to crush or pacify, with some advocating one and others the other. In the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, Westerners had visited Zhangzhou, Quanzhou, Fuzhou, Xiamen, Ningbo, and Dinghai. Later, due to various inconvenient facts and the prohibition of Qing court decrees, the so-called one-port trade system was established. The 13 factories were the 13 leading families selected by the Chinese government to engage in trade with foreigners. The head of each factory was a leader and also a representative of the government. In Guangzhou, foreigners were also not free. During the summer and autumn seasons, they could conduct business in the city's 13 factories, a term for designated merchants' buildings, but after their transactions were complete, they had to go to Macau to spend the winter. Foreigners in Guangzhou, according to the laws, are not allowed to ride in a carriage, but in practice officials are quite lenient. They are not permitted to bring weapons into Guangzhou. All orders from Guangzhou officials were conveyed through the factory heads to foreign merchants. Similarly, any petitions from foreign merchants would be forwarded by the factory heads to the relevant Chinese authorities. While they reside in the 13 factories, they cannot freely travel on the 8th day, the initial 8, 18th, or 28th, except when accompanied by an interpreter to go once to the flower grounds in Henan. Barbarian women are also barred from entering, to prevent gradual settlement. The most peculiar prohibition is that foreigners may not purchase Chinese books or study Chinese. At that time, China's customs were self-assessed, and the customs duties set by the court were originally very light, averaging only 4%. However, the Qing government did not place much importance on these customs revenues. The first Protestant missionary, Dr. Marcus Ma, whenever he went to teach, had to carry a shoe and a bottle of poison beside him. The shoe indicated that he was going to buy shoes, not to teach, and the poison was for preparation in case government officials discovered his activities, allowing him to commit suicide. But the corrupt practices imposed by officials were extremely heavy, amounting to roughly 20% of the goods value. Chinese laws stipulated that tax rates should be public. In practice, however, officials kept them secret to act at their discretion. China then did not place much emphasis on legal authority. Foreigners, when paying taxes, would often engage in haggling, which they found very frustrating. In criminal cases involving foreigners within China, Chinese officials were reluctant to get involved. This amounted to the automatic surrender of legal jurisdiction within its borders. For example, in 1759, when a Frenchman killed a Briton in Guangzhou, the local authorities initially encouraged them to resolve the matter themselves. It was only after Britain insisted that the government took action. In civil cases between foreigners or involving both Chinese and foreign parties, they generally tried to reach a settlement, as both sides were reluctant to go through legal proceedings. Therefore, foreigners are satisfied. If a Chinese person kills a foreigner, the authorities will never take sides. They will always demand the death of the killer. Only when foreigners kill Chinese people does it become a problem. China demands that foreigners hand over the culprit for execution. Initially, although foreigners were dissatisfied with China's trade system, they accepted it as a Chinese custom. In the mid-18th century, many foreigners complied with this demand, but later they refused, rejecting both handing over the culprit and accepting judgment from Chinese authorities, as they considered Chinese authorities and their legal procedures unwise. However, by the late 18th century, the late Qing dynasty, early Jia period, foreigners' attitudes began to change gradually. At this time, most of China's foreign trade was controlled by the East India Company in Britain. Among foreigners in Guangzhou, Britain had already established a dominant position. With the onset of the Industrial Revolution in Britain at this time, traditional handicrafts were slowly transforming into mechanized manufacturing. As the overseas market became increasingly vital to Britain's national economy, China's restrictions on trade were seen as detrimental to British commercial development. Simultaneously, Britain had already defeated France in India, and the Indian peninsula came under British control. Later, expanding towards the east would be easier as India served as a base for development. At that time, Europeans viewed Emperor Qianlong as a model enlightened monarch. The British believed that all difficulties encountered in China's trade were caused by local officials in Guangzhou. If there was a way to inform Qianlong, he would certainly be willing to reform. The preparations for the Miaoshenlai mission were painstaking. As a result, Britain appointed Lord Macartney as its plenipotentiary to China. 1792, the 57th year of Qianlong's reign, was the year when the emperor turned 80, and if Britain took the opportunity to send an envoy to congratulate him, they could gain a chance for negotiation and promote friendship between China and Britain. Officials in Guangzhou were aware of Qianlong's vanity and did their best to encourage the British to send a congratulatory envoy. There were several objectives. 1. The purpose was to show China that Britain was a powerful and civilized nation. The envoy traveled on a first-class ship with an escort and presented high-quality British gifts to Qianlong. The British government instructed Miaoshenlai to accommodate Chinese customs, while emphasizing equal relations between the two countries. 2. They sought to open more trading ports in China. 3. Britain wished to appoint a resident ambassador in Beijing, with the expectation that China would reciprocate by sending an ambassador to London, where he would be treated with the highest honors. A fixed and public customs duty system was desired. 4. Britain asked for a small island where British merchants could reside and store goods, similar to Portugal's presence in Macau. Emperor Qianlong welcomed the British envoy but viewed him as a tributary messenger, requiring him to perform a knee-bowing ritual. His goal was to assert equality between China and Britain. China rejected these conditions, refusing to perform the knee-bowing ritual. Miaoshenlai initially refused but eventually agreed under certain conditions, that when Chinese emissaries visited London, they must also bow to the British king, or, alternatively, they could bow to a portrait of the king he brought with him. Qianlong was displeased and requested Miaoshenlai's departure from the capital. All of Miaoshenlai's proposals were denied, marking a complete failure of the British peaceful negotiations at that time. When the war ended, Britain sent a second envoy to China with broadly similar objectives to the first. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Europe was embroiled in the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars, leaving Britain with little focus on Far East commercial development. However, Jiaqing's treatment of the British envoy was far less favorable than that of Qianlong, so not only did diplomacy fail, but the envoy also developed a negative personal feeling towards me. With these two failures, Britain realized that peaceful negotiations were not a viable option. The relationship between China and the West was special. Before the Opium War, we refused to grant foreign nations equal treatment. In the aftermath, they did the same to us. They flatly rejected the increasingly powerful Western world. If we dared to enter the global arena, we needed profound reforms, otherwise we could not compete with the powers. By the 19th century, we had no choice but to find our way in international life. Yet during the reigns of Jiaqing, Daoguang, and Xianfeng, the Chinese people, regardless of Han or Manchu, clung to a policy of isolationism, aiming to preserve the prestigious status China had held in the East. However, we had both human and material resources to match our foreign counterparts, and if we had the determination, we could secure a more glorious position in the 19th century global community. In studying modern Chinese history, it is essential to grasp that modern diplomatic relations were both a significant challenge and opportunity for us. Foreign merchant ships brought only a small amount of cargo. Most of what they carried was silver. Section 2. The British trade in opium. Before the 19th century, there were few major goods that foreigners sought to purchase in China. At that time, economic scholars, both Chinese and foreign, believed that the export of gold and silver was detrimental to the nation. Every country sought ways to increase exports of goods and imports of silver. The British East India Company subsequently promoted its cultivation in India and controlled its distribution. Foreign merchants in China, after years of experimentation, discovered that opium was a highly desirable commodity. The emperor banned inland merchants from selling it, but to no avail. In the early years of the Qianlong Emperor, opium imports amounted to approximately 400 boxes per year, with each box weighing around 100 pounds. By the early years of the Jiaqing Emperor, the imports had increased tenfold, reaching roughly 4,000 boxes annually. The Jiaqing Emperor ordered a ban on opium imports, but due to corruption among officials and the challenges of enforcement, the trade continued to grow. Daoguang was deeply distressed by opium and determined to enforce the ban. In his early reign, he strictly enforced the prohibition, yet during his era, opium imports increased at the fastest rate. China's precious silver was being drained to purchase this harmful and useless opium, a concern shared across the nation. By Daoguang's first year, 1821, the imports stood at only 5,000 boxes, but by the 15th year, they had risen to 30,000 boxes, valued at approximately 18 million taels of silver. Some gentlemen in Guangdong believed that the smoking ban could not be enforced as the lawmakers are the means by which underlings make their living, and the stricter the law, the more bribes they demand. They advocated for increasing tariffs while promoting domestic cultivation, using indigenous goods to replace foreign ones, eventually making it unprofitable for foreign merchants to import opium. By the 14th and 15th years of Daoguang's reign, this school of thought gained significant traction, with almost no one daring to propose it publicly except for Naizi Naiji alone. In the 18th year of the Daoguang era, Huang Juzi submitted a petition calling for stringent measures to prohibit opium smoking. Those who continue to smoke after this period shall be considered in violation of the law and face severe punishment. His proposal was to make it illegal to sell and buy, arguing that if there is no demand, there will be no supply, and smokers should be punished with death. Please Imperial Majesty issue a decree strictly prohibiting the use of opium from this day forward until a specific date next year. As a result, many are willing to risk these sentences rather than quit. According to previous examples, those found smoking opium were merely given a sentence of imprisonment or banishment for 3 years, which is a lighter form of punishment compared to the harsher consequences of breaking the habit. If the penalty for continued use is death, it would be preferable to face that fate at home rather than suffer under the sentence of imprisonment in public. The authorities can easily determine whether someone has smoked opium by conducting an investigation. However, Your Majesty must exercise caution in enforcing such severe penalties, as overly strict laws could lead to false accusations and harm innocent people. If a person is found to be a smoker but does not have any significant enemies who would accuse them falsely, then justice will prevail. Thus, even with punishments in place, there will be no significant issues. After this petition was submitted, the emperor instructed provincial governors and officials to discuss and deliberate on the matter. Although they did not openly oppose Huang Juzi, they generally felt his methods were too extreme. They argued that users only harm themselves, while sellers harm many others, hence the crime of selling is heavier than that of using. Guangzhou is the total import of opium smoke, and all major traffickers are there, so to ban smoking, it should start in Guangzhou. However, the two-lake governor Lin Zexu fully supported Huang Juzi's proposals and suggested various implementation methods. Dao Guang decided to strictly prohibit both using and selling, and appointed Lin Zexu as a special minister to go to Guangzhou to handle the smoke ban. Lin Wenzhong, the Grand Secretary, was the most respected and diligent official at the time, trusted by scholars, and he himself possessed great confidence. Although he had never handled barbarian affairs before, he told foreigners, "My minister's family lives in Minsi. I am well acquainted with all the tricks of foreign tribes." In reality, people at the time approached the issue of smoking ban with a degree of politeness. In their private letters, they acknowledged the difficulties of banning smoking, but in their memorials, they always catered to the superior's wishes and played up the importance of the issue. This lack of honesty is one of the major illnesses of China's scholar official class. In fact, banning smoking is an extremely complex and difficult problem. Even without foreign interference, it would have been extremely difficult to implement a smoking ban. Furthermore, during the Daoguang era, the British absolutely did not want us to enforce one. At that time, opium was not only a significant profit from trade but also a major source of revenue for the Indian government. The British were dissatisfied with our attitude of self-reliance and isolationism, and if we gave them any excuse over the opium issue, they would not hesitate to use force against us. This war is known as the Opium War by us, while the British call it the Trade War. Both sides had their reasons regarding the opium problem. We aimed to abolish it, while they wanted to maintain the status quo, us attacking, them defending. As for the trade issue, the British sought greater opportunities and freedom, whereas we insisted on maintaining the existing situation, them attacking, U.S. defending. From a global perspective, this war was inevitable. Section 3. East versus West. On January 25, 1840, Lin Zexu arrived in Guangzhou after a week of consideration and planning. He immediately took action. He warned the foreigners, saying, "It is not right to seek personal gain at others' expense. How dare you bring opium from your country into this land and cheat people out of their money while harming their lives?" He demanded that foreigners do two things. First, turn over all opium they had brought into China but had not yet sold to the authorities. Second, sign a pledge stating that they would not bring opium to China in the future, and if they did, would be prepared to have their goods seized and face legal consequences. They thought that once the price was agreed upon, trade could continue as usual. The foreigners did not know Lin Zexu's character, thinking him merely a typical bureaucrat who, upon assuming office, would issue some grand declaration about morality, righteousness, and integrity, merely an attempt to extort money. Unaware, however, Lin Zexu was not like them. "If opium is not eradicated within a day, I will not leave this matter until it is. There can be no halt." He expelled all Chinese people from the factories and banned anyone from entering or leaving them. By February 10th, the foreigners still refused to hand over the opium, so Lin Zexu ordered all maritime travel from Guangzhou stopped and surrounded the 13 factories with troops. In essence, Lin Zexu turned the 13 factories into a foreign prison and prohibited any supply of food to them. At the time, there were approximately 350 foreigners in the 13 houses, including Captain Charles Elliot of British Commercial Supervision. They naturally suffered considerable hardship inside, having to cook, wash dishes, and clean for themselves. However, they had enough food. The foreigners had stored away a significant amount, and merchants secretly supplied them. Elliot originally intended to compromise, but Lin Zexu insisted on his two demands. Elliot could not resist and eventually acquiesced. At that time, Britain had only 2 small naval vessels on Chinese waters, and their sailors were unable to reach Guangzhou. His method of submission is worth noting. This was a victory for Lin Wenzhong, and the Emperor Daoguang was extremely pleased. He did not command the British merchants to hand over the opium to Lin Zexu. Instead, he instructed them to give it to him, and with his authority as commercial supervisor, he issued receipts to each merchant, thus transforming their opium into that of the British Empire in a single transaction. Elliot surrendered a total of 20,280 boxes, amounting to several million pounds, effectively wiped out the supply. He wrote on Lin's petition, "Your loyalty to your country and patriotism shine brilliantly among those within and beyond our borders." Foreigners were still not entirely convinced that Lin Zhen was genuinely committed to banning smoking. They thought he had simply made a lot of money this time. After detailing the process of destroying the opium to the British government, Yilu waited for instructions. Over 23 days, all the seized opium was completely destroyed, with officials observing each day, and foreigners who came to witness it meticulously recording the events, praising the honest and selflessness of the minister in charge. Lin dug 2 pools on Tiger Gate Beach, with a culvert in front connecting to a watercourse, and allowing water to be directed into the pool, where salt was sprinkled, followed by tobacco dirt in boxes, and then lime was added and boiled, producing a foul-tasting, smoldering liquid that left no trace. Lin Wenzhong's successful completion of his mission seemed to signal an end to his involvement. Furthermore, he was recalled by the court to serve as Governor-General of Jiangnan, but he refused. Lin was confident, asserting that Britain's military power was limited and that their soldiers had their legs and feet bound tightly together, making it difficult for them to move. He stated that since all the seized opium had been destroyed, it could still be brought in again. He wanted a more definitive solution, which involved foreign merchants providing written guarantees that they would no longer engage in the opium trade yet. Condition rejected by Yilu, leading to further friction between them. All the forts at Human have been repaired. They have again blocked the mouth of Human with a large iron chain. He again wanted foreigners to have tea and rhubarb, so he banned the export of these items, intending to bring about their demise. Lin reported to the court, China won, and thus the entire nation was optimistic. That fall and winter, there were several clashes between the Guangdong Navy and 2 British small warships. After receiving Elliott's letter, the British government sent a plenipotentiary representative, Admiral George Elliott, leading naval and land forces to China. At this time, the British Foreign Secretary was Lord Palmerston, a notorious imperialist known for his grandiose ambitions. In the summer of Daoguang 20 years 1840, Yuelu arrived in the waters of Guangdong. He not only demanded opium reparations and military expenditures, but also sought to abolish all previous trade restrictions and unequal treaties. If the British had fully understood China's situation, Yuelu should have faced off against Lin Zexu in Guangzhou, as Lin was the leader of the war faction. However, the British strategy was not aimed at this. Yuelu did not attack while in Guangdong, merely declaring a blockade. The Chinese attributed this to British fear of Lin Zexu. After the blockade, Yuelu moved north, sending troops to occupy Dinghai. Dinghai had no military defenses, and the Chinese considered this an unwarranted victory. Later, Yuelu and his main fleet headed to Dashambu Dagu. Upon hearing the news of Dinghai's fall in Beijing, the Qing court was furious. Emperor Daoguang ordered troops from Shaanxi, Yunnan, Guizhou, Hunan, and Sichuan to be deployed along the coast. Across the nation, there was a scramble for preparations. With the top command demanding troops, local officials requested funding. Emperor Daoguang was most reluctant to spend money, which led to a decrease in his trust in Lin Zexu. On the 22nd of July, he issued an edict criticizing Lin Zexu. Not only were there no actual results, but it caused much turmoil. Thinking about it fills me with anger and indignation, awaiting your response. At the time, the negotiator in Tianjin was the Governor-General of Zhili, Qi Shan. He took a great deal of time to understand both himself and his opponent. He found that the British ships were much more advanced than those in China. He sent people to British ships under the guise of negotiation to investigate their military equipment. Other countries' steamboats, whether with or against the current, can cross the water effortlessly. Their guns had stone-grinding discs below them, with a mechanism inside. Simply by moving the disc, the gun could point in any direction. When he compared this to Chinese equipment, he found it utterly ridiculous. The guns at Shanhai Pass were still a remnant from the previous Ming dynasty, only barely suitable for use. Therefore, he resolved to pacify them. As the natural defenses of the sea and Yangtze River had already been seized by outsiders, those in charge of military affairs were all civil servants, who may have excellent writing skills but lacked understanding of military affairs. The British Foreign Minister's letter to the Chinese Prime Minister greatly encouraged Qi Shan, making him believe his policy of pacification had great potential. The first half of the letter was a critique of Lin Zexu, describing him as harsh and arbitrary. The second half presented Britain's demands. Qi Shan, judging the letter from a Chinese perspective, considered it a mere formality. Lin Zexu had been too harsh on the British, who were not satisfied. Thus, they sought justice from the great emperor. He must investigate each detail thoroughly and severely punish those responsible. He then devised a plan and told the British. Last year, Minister Lin, etc., in investigating the prohibition of tobacco, failed to understand the emperor's righteous intent, leading to being deceived, and measures were inappropriate. As the matter is entirely in Guangdong, there is no evidence here. Your commanders should return south immediately, awaiting the arrival of Minister Lin, who will impartially investigate and undoubtedly redress the wrongs. Regarding compensation, China would give them some, allowing the British representatives to have face when returning home. As for changing the trade system, he told the British that once the matter was resolved, they could continue trading as before, no changes needed. Yili and Yili originally did not want to fight in the north, so they agreed to return to Guangzhou to negotiate and stated their willingness to withdraw troops from Xi. The emperor was overjoyed, thinking that Qishan's 3-inch tongue could convince the British to withdraw their armies, far surpassing Lin Zexu's reckless behavior. He therefore ordered all provincial armies in the interior to return to their original defenses to save expenses. He also removed Lin Zexu from his post and sent Qishan to replace him. Upon arriving in Guangdong, Qishan realized he had underestimated the situation. The British insisted on compensation and neither Hong Kong or additional trading ports, and Qishan thought it better to offer more trading ports than ceded territory. But fearing the court's disapproval, he could only haggle and delay, causing the English impatience, so they opened fire in early December. After losing Doyojia and Siayojia, Qi formed a treaty with Yuili, paying 6 million taels of silver and ceding Hong Kong to Britain, promising equal treatment in the future. Emperor Daoguang refused, criticizing Qi for being stubbornly unyielding, stripping him of his office, confiscating his property, and sending troops to Guangdong to suppress the rebellion. The British government was also dissatisfied with Yuili, sending new representatives and troops to China. From this point on, both sides were determined to fight. They would not negotiate with each other. Britain's stance was straightforward. If China did not agree to its demands, it would not stop fighting. Emperor Daoguang was equally stubborn. After one defeat, he would send in a new army. Chinese soldiers who had not yet fought ran away, and some who had lost fought until their deaths. Military leaders who exaggerated before battles but retreated at the first sign of conflict included Wan Tianpei, Yu Qian, and Hailing. The weapons were inferior to those of the British. There was no need to discuss it. Their discipline and morale were also lacking. Some people willingly became traitors, while others joined the English out of hunger and cold. Fourth section. Loss of a nation for 2 decades. By the summer of 1842, as the English approached Nanjing, the Qing court realized they had no choice but to accept Britain's demands, leading to the signing of the Treaty of Nanjing. The fundamental reason behind the failure of the Opium War was our backwardness. Our weaponry and military were medieval, our government was medieval, and our people, including the scholar official class, were medieval. Despite our desperate resistance, it was inevitable that we would fail. This is natural and unavoidable. Looking at the history of our nation, the military failure of the Opium War was not the fatal wound to our nation. The true fatal wound was our inability to understand and learn from the reasons for our defeat and to strive for reform. If the reforms of the Tongji and Xuantong eras had come earlier, during the Daoguang and Xianfeng eras, China would have been modernized at least 20 years before Japan. The face of modern history in East Asia would have been completely changed. It wasn't until the late Xianfeng era, when the Anglo-French attacked Beijing, that some people began to awaken and realize the need to learn from the West. Unfortunately, during the Daoguang and Xianfeng eras, people did not learn from military failures, and post-war conditions remained the same as before, with a sense of numbness and overconfidence. Thus, we say, China's national spirit was lost for 20 precious years. Why didn't the Chinese people during the Daoguang era start the Reformation after the Opium War? The reason is complex but worth studying. First, Chinese people are overly conservative. With thousands of years of cultural history deeply rooted in our nation, it is not easy for them to acknowledge the need for reform. Second, Chinese culture serves as the lifeblood of the scholar official class, Dada. Shaking the culture means shaking their livelihood. When we implement new policies, there is a risk that graduates of the imperial examination system will become unemployed, which explains their opposition. Lin Zexu is a good example. Third, the Chinese scholar official class intellectual and bureaucratic classes lacks independence and courage. In every era, there have always been a few individuals who see things further and clearer, but they fear criticism from public opinion, remaining silent. There are actually 2 Lin Zexus. He employed traditional Chinese methods. One is the Lin Zexu in the minds of scholars, who was an advocate for suppressing pirates, renowned for his victories. Unfortunately, the corrupt official Qi Shan was bribed by the British, leading to Lin's removal. Before Lin's departure, the British dared not fight in Guangdong. After his arrival, they naturally declared war. The impression that scholars formed at that time was understandable, given Lin's confident petitions. Thus, scholars believed China's failure was not due to traditional laws being ineffective, but rather because of corrupt officials misgoverning the country. The true Lin Zexu gradually realized his mistakes. However, after losing Dinghai in summer of 1842, Lin did not have an opportunity to test himself against the British, which is why Chinese people are determined not to lose. Simultaneously, he had others translate foreign publications. After reaching Guangdong, he understood that China's weaponry was inferior to that of the West, so he made concerted efforts to purchase foreign cannons and ships. The materials he collected in Guangdong were given to Wei Meishan. Wei later compiled these materials into Hai Guo Tuji, the Sea Nations Map. The book advocated the policy of conquering foreign nations with foreign nations and using foreign tools to do so. The Qing court banished him to Yili. Later, Japanese intellectuals translated this work into Japanese, contributing to Japan's Meiji Restoration. Despite having such awareness, Lin was afraid of criticism from official circles and did not dare to openly advocate for it. After I fire one cannon, I need to reposition before firing another, which demonstrates a lack of skill. Their firing techniques are similar to those used in inland regions with continuous shots from rifle squads. During his journey there, he wrote to a friend, "Their big cannons have a range of 10 li or more. If my cannons cannot reach them, their cannons will already be upon me," indicating the inferiority of our weapons. We must seek both excellence and mastery, but there is nothing particularly profound or intricate about it. It is not a matter of sending 1,000,000 tigers, but if they are only used to frighten the enemy at close range, what good will they do? After all, although the officials and soldiers in the interior may have long experience of warfare, they all face each other in combat. Moreover, with ships sailing south by day and north by night, only the Navy can follow their trail, and can the infantry move quickly? There has never been heard of a case where enemies, separated by 10 or 8 li, a traditional Chinese unit of distance, do not meet face to face but engage in combat. The most important thing is to be able to use big cannons. If this weapon is not deployed, even the mighty Yuan Han would be helpless. Oh, how regrettable. Shu once said that to suppress bandits, one must have good weapons and skilled soldiers with courage and unity of purpose. He asked his friend not to show it to others. In other words, true to his nature, Lin Zexu did not want others to know about him. This is his private letter, written in September of the 22nd year of Daoguang, 1842. It's no wonder that although he later became Governor-General of Shaanxi and Yunnan, he never openly advocated reform. Lin Zexu was undoubtedly one of the best products of China's old culture. He still believed that his honor was more important than state affairs, and others need not even mention it. He let the scholars who presided over the Qing discussions sleep through their dreams. He allowed the country to decline further, and he refused to sacrifice his reputation to struggle with the times. The scholar official class, being unwilling to concede defeat, naturally did not advocate reform. We do not blame them, for they are beyond reproach. The details were later specified in the Human Treaty of the following year. Section 5. The start of unequal treaties, the Chino-British Treaty signed in Nanjing on August 29, 1842, was merely a broad outline of post-war diplomatic and trade systems. Advocates of pacification like Qi Shan, Ji Ying, et al., though they clearly saw the disparity between China and foreign nations, and openly propagated this, the scholar official class did not believe them, lacking confidence both in themselves and in their nation, simply letting things be without striving for revitalization or reform. We should study these two treaties together to grasp the full context of the post-war situation. Key points to note include: first, a war indemnity of 21 million silver taels. Second, the cession of Hong Kong. Third, opening Guangzhou, Xiamen, Fuzhou, Ningbo, and Shanghai as treaty ports. Fourth, the customs tariff is detailed in the treaties and cannot be modified without the agreement of both nations, known as agreed-upon tariffs. Fifth, British people in China are only subject to British law and British courts. That is what is known as extraterritoriality. Sixth, Chinese and British officials have equal access. At the time, people were most concerned about the Five Ports Treaty. They felt that it was already difficult to prevent foreigners from trading in Guangzhou, and with the Five Ports Treaty, foreigners could roam freely and be impossible to stop. Until the late Qing dynasty, scholars who worried about their country considered the Five Ports Treaty as a root of future trouble. Among the five ports, they saw Fuzhou as the most important, while Shanghai was not considered significant by both sides. The cession of land was, of course, opposed at the time, and should have been. People opposed the cession of land, but not Hong Kong itself. However, Hong Kong had no commercial or defense significance before its cession. When the British initially proposed Hong Kong, Beijing did not even know where it was located. They thought it was the most convenient and efficient way. The agreement on customs duties and extraterritorial jurisdiction are what we consider the core of unequal treaties in recent years, but people at the time did not view extraterritorial jurisdiction that way. In the eyes of people in the Daoguang era, it was simply letting foreigners govern foreigners. As for the agreement on customs duties, they also saw it as a convenient and efficient solution. The amount of tax to be paid for each type of goods is clearly stated in the treaty, which can eliminate disputes. The new tax, averaging 5, is slightly higher than the former autonomous customs duties. Now, by explicitly providing for customs duties, isn't it a way to drain the problem at its root and achieve permanent solutions? Those responsible for negotiating the treaties, such as Elihu, Kexi, Wang Entong, and others, knew that the excessive local taxes in Guangdong before the war were one of the causes of the conflict. Those responsible for the negotiations calculated that customs revenue would be higher than before, so they were overjoyed, believing their diplomacy to have been a success. However, in reality, they sacrificed national sovereignty and caused significant harm. We concluded such a treaty with Britain out of necessity. If other nations demanded the same rights, how could we respond? In short, during the Daoguang era, the Chinese people were entirely ignorant of international law and global affairs, hence they fought for what they shouldn't and gave up what they should have retained. During the Opium War, there were two factions within China: the Eliminate Thiet Jiaohui Party led by Lin Zexu and the Subdue Thiet Fuhui Party led by Qi Shan. After the war's failure, the Subdue Thiet Party gained power. Key figures in this faction included Minister of War Mukwana in court and Ilibu and Qing abroad. Following the signing of the treaty between China and Britain, representatives from America and France came to China demanding similar treaties. Of course, members of the Subdue Thiet Party did not wish to go to war with America or France again, so they decided from the start to offer them equal treatment. They say, if China does not provide, Americans and French can pretend to be English in their dealings, and we would have no way of knowing. Continuing this practice, Americans and French, relying on the British, will inevitably unite with them to confront us. If China grants trade rights to America and France, they will surely be grateful to China. We could also coordinate with America and France to counter Britain. And people like Li Rubu and Qi Jiguang believe that China's trade is limited. Why doesn't China do what comes naturally? This limited trade should not be exclusively owned by Britain. A portion can go to America and France, causing no hindrance to China. Britain has already declared her openness to other countries competing on equal terms to avoid jealousy from others. Thus, America and France were able to peacefully conclude agreements with China. The root cause of unequal treaties is partly due to our ignorance, and partly because our legal system has not reached the level of modern civilization. However, this was not the case. Chapter 6. The Suppression Party raises its head again before the Opium War. Guangzhou had been trading with foreigners for over 300 years, and it seemed that the people of Guangzhou should know foreign affairs better than others, and be able to coexist peacefully with foreigners more so than other Chinese. After the establishment of five-port trade, Guangzhou people had the worst relations with foreigners and experienced the most conflicts. The reasons for this are complex. Firstly, Britain had suffered years of oppression in Guangzhou and had nowhere to vent its frustration. Secondly, local officials and merchants in Guangdong felt that the Nanjing Treaty severely impacted their private interests. When they emerged victorious, they felt it was their chance to let out their anger, and they couldn't forgive the Chinese for their suffering during the war, naturally harboring resentment and a slight animosity. Prior to the Opium War, as foreign trade centered around Guangzhou, local officials, regardless of their rank, had ample opportunities to make vast fortunes. After the Nanjing Treaty, these unexpected sources of income were cut off, which is why they resented foreigners. The same could be said for merchants. Before the war, silk and tea from Jiangxi were transported by land through Jiangxi and over Meiling Mountain before being sold to foreigners via the 13 factories in Guangzhou. According to foreigners' estimates, the Wu family's wealth in Yihai reached over 80 million before the war, making them potentially the richest capitalists at that time in the world. After the Nanjing Treaty, foreign traders directly purchased silk and tea from Jiangze without going through Guangzhou. Among the 5 ports, Shanghai rose to prominence while Guangzhou's decline became evident. Not only wealthy merchants but also many workers were directly affected, explaining why people resented foreigners. One manifestation of anti-foreign sentiment was the killing of foreigners. When they went out to play in the suburbs, peasants would unexpectedly attack and kill them. Elders understood that such murders could lead to a major disaster, so they tried to prevent it by strictly enforcing the law. Those who killed were executed, which angered scholars who accused him of being a foreign slave. They argued, officials and civilians should stand together against foreigners, otherwise we cannot suppress our people's feelings. Consequently, the elders' position in Guangdong grew increasingly difficult each day. Another issue in Guangdong was foreign entry into Guangzhou. It seemed odd that numerous foreigners would go to Guangzhou without any apparent purpose. In Shanghai, such disputes did not exist. While not harming them directly, this practice became a point of contention related to war and peace. After the Nanjing Treaty, when foreigners first arrived in Shanghai, they rented houses within the city walls. This marked the origin of Shanghai's concession. Later, they found the narrow streets and poor sanitation conditions unacceptable and requested a section of land outside the city as a foreign residential area. The Shanghai governor also considered the mixing of Chinese and foreign residents inconvenient to manage, so he allocated a small plot north of Yangjing River as an overseas community. Originally, the 13 factories in Guangzhou were located outside the city, and before the Opium War, foreigners were not allowed into the city. Foreigners also argued out of pride. They felt that being barred from entering the city was a sign of disrespect. The people of Guangzhou regarded the inner city as sacred ground, and if foreigners entered, it was seen as a breach of dignity. Eminent figures exhausted themselves mediating between the foreigners and the people of Guangzhou, but to no avail. In the 27th year of the Daoguang era, the British even besieged the city, demanding entry. But at the time, with many attacks on the elders, Daoguang summoned him to Beijing and promoted Su Guangqin, governor of Guangdong, to be governor-general of 2 provinces. With no other choice, the eminent figures agreed to allow foreigners into the city 2 years later, hoping that in 2 years, Sino-foreign relations could improve, and foreign residents' entrance would no longer be an issue. Daoguang's edict to Su clearly expressed his attitude. The trust placed in you is to ensure the peace of the people, and if their hearts are not lost, then external aggression can be repelled. In future encounters with ethnic relations issues, do not compromise or yield, lest you lose the people's hearts. As for flexibility and consideration, it lies with your office to carefully weigh and observe. Ultimately, by fostering honest connections with the people and managing relations with foreigners, you will not disappoint your appointment. After Su Guangqin was promoted to governor-general, he wrote a letter asking Lin Zexu about his methods of dealing with foreigners. Lin replied, "The people's hearts can be won over." Daoguang's edict and Lin's response were both typical of the high-minded, empty rhetoric of the scholar-official class. To rely solely on the people's hearts against foreign fire is tantamount to suicide. Although the people's hearts cannot be lost, do ordinary people understand international relations? Rulers should guide public opinion. If they do not, or their guidance is ineffective, this is a failure of politics. At that time, the governor of Guangdong, Ye Mingshen, Su Guangqin was also afraid of criticism from the cleansers, and valued his own reputation more than state affairs. They inherited Lin Zexu's mantle, and their rise to power marked a resurgence of the anti-foreign faction. In the 29th year of Daoguang, 2 years after the agreement came into effect, the British demanded its fulfillment according to the treaty. The scholars and people of Guangzhou united in opposition. Su Guangqin initially wavered but ultimately yielded to public opinion. Ye Mingshen had been firmly against fulfilling the treaty from the start. Their strategy consisted of 2 parts. First, refusing to engage in trade with the British. Second, mobilizing the people. At this time, the British were unwilling to sever ties over a dispute of pride, so they merely declared their intention to uphold the treaty rights without taking further action. Openly preparing funds, manufacturing weapons, erecting barriers, they mobilized over 10,000 men. Xu and Yi considered this a significant victory, and later reported to Beijing. From January 27th to March 20th, residents registered their names, with workers and shopkeepers selecting their strongest and most reliable members to join. In times of peace, everyone went about their work, but if there was trouble, they would spring into action. Openly, there were no sights of soldiers with spears and shields, but secretly, there were patriots ready to defend against aggression. Emperor's annotation. I did not expect such ingenuity from you all. United in purpose, stronger than stone, their abilities subdued the internal rebels and guarded against external threats. To commemorate the victory, Emperor Daoguang bestowed titles upon Su Guangjing as a viscount and Yi Mingtian as a baron, both with hereditary double-eye feather decorations. He also issued a special decree praising the people of Guangzhou. The people of Guangdong have long been renowned for their courage. This is because in recent times they have come to understand great righteousness and have demonstrated courage according to circumstances. This is undoubtedly due to the influence of enlightened guidance, but it is also rooted in their natural disposition. I recall their contributions. Can there be anyone who is not deeply moved by this? In early 30th year 1850 of Daoguang's reign, he died and Xianfeng ascended the throne. During Xianfeng's reign, internal civil wars raged within China, while external forces of the Suppress the Rebellion's faction grew stronger. M assist in handling barbarian affairs, perhaps bringing about a return to the ancient Chinese ideal. In May of the 30th year, a censor named Xiao Liu Tai presented an address stating, investigating and managing the affairs of the Eastern barbarians started with Lin Zexu and ended slowly. Both officials were revered by the barbarians. Last year, Lin Zexu requested a leave of absence to return to his hometown. This spring he traveled through Jiangnan to recuperate. On this day, due to the stubbornness of the barbarians, I request imperial approval to instruct the Jiangxi provincial officials to order Lin Zexu back to Beijing immediately, after an audience with His Majesty have. If his spirit has not yet recovered, he can rest and recuperate in Beijing, without hastily returning home. Qing Xian the emperor also held Lin Zexu in high regard and immediately ordered Lin to come to Beijing. I know that the barbarians will be defeated at the mere sight of Lin Zexu. Their tricks will have no effect, thus eliminating any worries about night and day. Lin's luck was good. He became severely ill and died shortly after, preserving his honor. Chapter 7. The collapse of the suppressing barbarians faction. Lin Zexu died. Xu Guangqi left Guangdong to join the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. In Guangdong, Yi Menqian bore the heavy responsibility of diplomacy. He looked down on foreigners, naturally refusing to compromise. Among the foreigners, they felt that their acquired rights were insufficient and hoped to open more trading ports. The old 5 ports included only the coastal provinces of Jiang, Zhejiang, Fujian, and Guangdong. Additionally, they hope that local Chinese officials do not refuse communication with foreign ministers and consuls. Now, they want to go deeper into the Yangtze River, reach northern China, and next send ministers to Beijing. Lastly, they demand a reduction in customs duties and the abolition of the poll tax. Except for the last point, these demands are not particularly serious. In the 4th year of Xianfeng 1854, Britain and America jointly demanded changes to the treaty. Yi Mingtian's approach was to refuse negotiations. At that time, China had no foreign ministry, and all diplomacy was handled by the Governor-General of Liangguang. However, during the Xianfeng era, the Chinese people instead felt that taxation could be negotiated, and regarding the presence of envoys in Beijing, trade along the Yangtze River in northern China, and communication between officials and foreigners, are matters concerning the nation's existence or extinction, absolutely unyielding. When outsiders requested an audience with him, he refused. In summary, outsiders were essentially locked out. The representatives of Britain and America went to Jiangsu to seek out the Governor-General of Liangjiang, who advised them to return to Guangdong to meet Yi Mingtian. They later arrived in Tianjin, where local authorities only agreed to slightly reduce various taxes upon petitioning the emperor, refusing everything else. They knew that the only path to modify the treaty was through war. Thus, the Anglo-French alliance came to settle accounts with China. Shortly after, French missionary Father Ma was killed in Silin, Guangxi, and Yi Mingtian's inadequate handling of the situation angered France. In the 6th year of Xianfeng 1856, Yi Mingtian sent troops to board the registered aeroship in Hong Kong to hunt down pirates, a move that provided the British with a pretext for war. In the winter of the 7th year, the Anglo-French alliance first attacked Guangdong. The trust that scholars placed in the people proved to be powerless. He was later sent to India and died in Calcutta, now Kolkata. The Anglo-French forces not only captured Guangzhou, but also took the governor and lieutenant governor hostage. Lieutenant Governor Bogu came out as a puppet of the Anglo-French alliance, maintaining local law and order. Instead of resisting, the people even aided the British in transporting treasury from the office of the Governor-General onto British ships. After negotiations failed, they launched an attack. In the 8th year, the Anglo-French alliance arrived at Dagu Great Wall mouth. China had no choice but to sign the Tianjin Treaty, agreeing to the demands of the British and French. Upon signing, the Anglo-French forces withdrew their troops. To achieve this goal, the Qing court was prepared to bear significant costs. The Qing court was never satisfied with the Beijing resident ambassadors and the trade in the Yangtze River, always seeking ways to retrieve control. The court sent Guiliang and Hashana to Shanghai, nominally to negotiate customs rules, but in reality to attempt to abolish the Tianjin Treaty. Meanwhile, the Qing court sent Prince Sun Greiqian of Faf to defend Daguku. Sun Greiqian was one of the most renowned warriors at the time, known for his diligent work. As long as Britain and France abandoned their Beijing resident ambassadors and opened trade ports along the Yangtze River, the Qing court was willing to forego all customs duties in the future. Fortunately, Guiliang and He Giching opposed this plan. Thus, the Tianjin Treaty could not be revised. Upon reaching Daguku, they found the Haihe River blocked, expressing disappointment and accusing China of breaching its promises. In the 9th year, representatives from Britain and France returned to Daguku, intending to travel to Beijing to exchange certificates ratifying the Tianjin Treaty. Hearing rumors that China intended to modify the Tianjin Treaty and set up defenses at Daguku, they brought a significant naval force with them as they headed north. They sent ships to remove the defensive equipment, but Sun Greiqian ordered both Banks's gunboats to fire simultaneously, catching them off guard. Their infantry, trapped on the beach, could not disembark. The British and French ships were unable to withstand the attack. They could only declare failure and wait for more troops to be dispatched from the nation. In the winter of Xianfeng 9 and the spring of 10, it was the most critical period of the Qing dynasty's civil war with the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Suzhou was surrounded by Taiping forces, hanging in the balance. Therefore, they repeatedly petitioned Beijing for pacification, emphasizing the fearsome strength of foreign forces and the urgency of the situation along the lower Yangtze River. The officials in Jiangze and the gentlemen in Shanghai and Suzhou were horrified to hear that another war had broken out between the North and England and France, as they were desperately seeking foreign aid to combat the Taiping rebels. Although the Qing dynasty did not permit them to seek foreign assistance, fearing it would show weakness, its diplomatic policy was not hardened by the victory at Dakyaku. At that time, Beijing was even willing to acknowledge the Tianjin Treaty. The Qing dynasty's defense regarding the battle at Dakyaku was highly reasonable. If the true intention of the Western representatives had been to come to Beijing for a new treaty, why would they bring such heavy troops? As the Haihe River was a Chinese tributary, China had the right to defend it, and this defense was not an act of hostility towards outsiders. Even if the river was blocked, foreign representatives could still land at Baidang and travel by land to Beijing. Based on these arguments, our country's propaganda proved quite effective. After the Dakyaku incident, England and France did not insist on retaliation or seeking revenge. They only demanded compensation for losses and other unimportant treaty interpretations and modifications. Such demands outside the Tianjin Treaty became the cause of the Anglo-French coalition in the 10th year of Xianfeng. 10 years later, British and French troops attacked from the side at Dagu Fort, and Senga Rinken could not hold on. Extra demands were agreed upon. The Qing court then sent Guiliang et al. To negotiate in Tianjin. The Anglo-French troops advanced directly towards Beijing. The Qing court then appointed Yi Prince Zaijin as the special minister and negotiated in Tongzhou. However, when signing, the British and French representatives demanded that their guards enter Beijing, and they also broke off because they suspected Guiliang's full power certificate was not in proper format, thinking his negotiations were a Chinese delaying tactic. The conditions were agreed upon again, but before signing, the British representative, Lord Elgin, stated that, after reaching Beijing, the British envoy must present a letter of credence to the Chinese emperor, which was considered a diplomatic courtesy at the time but seen as audacity by the Chinese. Such an act could not be tolerated. The command was given to the army to capture British and French representatives who had come to Tongzhou for negotiations. This act enraged the foreigners, leading to further military conflict. He was Xianfeng's younger brother, then only 28 years old. He certainly lacked new knowledge. Emperor Xianfeng originally intended to personally lead 6 divisions straight to Tongzhou to avenge the heavens and punish them, but after the fall of Tongzhou, he fled to Rihei and appointed Prince Gong Yi to govern Beijing. During the 8 years of negotiation in Tianjin, he vehemently opposed trade on the Yangtze River. The capture of foreign negotiators was initially his proposal, making him part of the Eliminate the Barbarians faction. However, he was a man of courage and genuine patriotism. He is considered one of the wise princes of the Qing dynasty in the late years. Led by Ji Ying, were incurable. After Prince Gong took control, the overall situation in the country changed. During the Daoguang and Xianfeng eras, it can be forgiven if scholars were ignorant of the great trends of the world, but after defeat, those who still maintained arrogance like supporting the Eliminate the Barbarians faction led by Lin Zexu, or those who surrendered without striving to revive and reform, like backing the Soothe the Barbarians faction. Although he lacked courage, he had Wen Xiang as his assistant. Wen Xiang, although a member of the nobility, can be said to be one of the best representatives of Chinese culture, with great personal integrity and devotion to filial piety. He could serve as a governor, but because his mother was present he did not want to travel far, so he refused. He was diligent and serious in handling affairs, and did not fear criticism from others. If we carefully read the biography of Wen Zhong, we feel that he was indeed a great statesman who worried about the welfare of the people before himself, and found joy after the people's happiness. Initially, they hesitated due to their lack of diplomatic experience. Yingye and Wang Xiang accepted the imperial mandate when the capital was about to fall during the escape of the leader. However, after understanding the situation, they bravely agreed to the foreign demands and signed the Beijing Treaty with Britain and France. After the treaty was signed, the British and French troops withdrew, and China did not lose any territory. Although there were many clauses, the main ones were the presence of foreign ambassadors in Beijing and trade on the Yangtze River. The Tianjin Treaty in the 6th year of Xianfeng and the Beijing Treaty 10 years later were the result of 3 years of war and negotiations. Historically, this marked a closer relationship between China and the West, which could bring both harm and benefit, depending on whether we rise to the occasion. And Wang Xiang absolutely refused to turn back, lingering over the closed-off era that was gone and could not be revisited. They bravely pressed forward into international life, seeking new paths. Time is gold. For individuals it's the same, but even more so for nations. Those who study modern history are saddened by this. Such a new spirit could not appear after the Opium War but emerged only 20 years later during the late Qing dynasty. Chapter 2. Han Xiuquan and Zheng Guofan, Section 1. The Circular Society of Old, as discussed in Chapter 1. The disasters that occurred during the Daoguang-Antioch periods came from external sources. We said these disasters were unavoidable, as we could not prevent Western scientific and mechanical forces from reaching East Asia. We also said that we could turn these disasters into opportunities if we dared to embrace Western modern culture. With our human and material resources, if we accepted science, machinery, and a national spirit, we could compete with other nations on the international stage and achieve great honor. However, those in the Daoguang era did not consider this. Though they lost the Opium War, they refused to acknowledge their defeat. Then, recognizing the difference of the times, some thought of reform. The pro-suppression and pro-pacification factions, both before and after the war, did not strive to revive themselves until they learned from their second defeat. Without narrating the new constructions during the Tongji and Guangxu periods, let us delve further into the internal affairs of China during the Deccan years. In modern history, while diplomacy is crucial, domestic affairs ultimately determine a nation's strength. Unfortunately, by the 19th century, our society, politics, and economy had deteriorated beyond repair. For example, before the last World War, Germany's diplomatic failure led to its defeat in war. However, within 2 decades after the war, due to the solid domestic foundation, it recovered its position, which was self-reliance. By Jiang 1795 year, the population had increased to 300 million. According to estimates by the former Qing government, China's population in Kangxi 40 years 1701 was approximately 20 million. Note: the author is incorrect. This 20 million should be household registrants rather than population. Within a century it grew 15 times. Although this estimate is unreliable, there is no doubt that China's population significantly increased in the 18th century. The 17th century was an era of massacres. We should also not forget Xiang Zhangzhong's massacre in Sichuan. Initially, there were internal conflicts at the end of the Ming dynasty, followed by the fighting between the Qing and Ming dynasties, as well as planned massacres of Han people by the Manchus, such as the massacre of Yangzhou and Jiading. In recent years, the Academia Sinica has published many Qing-era records, including a population report from an official in a Sichuan county during the early Kangxi era. He reported that after the chaos, his county had only 900 people left, but within 1 year, half of them were eaten by tigers. The Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong dynasties were periods of stability following chaos, which led to population growth. This is a cycle China has been caught in for thousands of years, despite the efforts of saints and scholars. At that time, people lacked knowledge of using science to control birth rates and increase production. This was considered the golden age in the eyes of common folk. After periods of chaos, when the country entered a period of stability, populations decreased, leading to land available for cultivation, and people lived peacefully with improved living standards. Later, as the population grew, the wasteland diminished day by day, and new farmland either had poor soil or insufficient water sources, leading to a reduction in the area of land per person and a decrease in living standards. The common people were bewildered and could only burn incense and pray, lamenting their unfortunate fate. Despite having the best intentions, scholars and the government lacked the power to save the people from natural disasters and societal problems. When bandits rose together, the people could no longer produce, and small disturbances escalated into large-scale chaos. They were more diligent in their governance. Chinese history has a cyclical pattern. Each dynasty's founding monarch and leading figures often emerged from the common people, with frugal lifestyles, low standards of luxury, and empathy for the pains of the masses. However, as time passed, the ruling class's desires grew, raising their standards of living, which also led to increased corruption among officials, and wealth. In old society, politics was the sole avenue for talented individuals. In contrast, in modern cultural societies, aspiring scholars can engage in various professions besides government service, such as running businesses, practicing medicine, journalism, academia, science, invention, exploration, music, art, engineering, and more, achieving both FS. This view is overly optimistic. Some people say that China's old society was very equal, because officials were all from the imperial examination system, and education in those days was not expensive. During the Qing dynasty, not a single official in the Hanlin Academy had ever done manual labor before achieving success. We can further ask, during the Qing dynasty, which official's father had ever worked manually? In China's old days, how many capitalists started as officials? Lin Zexu and Zhang Guofan were famous poor family sons of the Qing dynasty, but by examining their backgrounds, we know that their fathers were teachers, not laborers. Old-day large businesses did not exist without the backing of officials, making money through official influence. In summary, in China's old society, those with a desire for business focused on politics, and those solely after wealth crowded into the civil service. As a result, personnel in each office continued to increase, and the number of offices grew daily. China had reached a cycle of decline by the reign of Jiang. Therefore, when each dynasty reached a period of lasting peace, with a significant population increase, the corruption of officials became more severe, and the people suffered greater oppression. The former official and noble, Tang Hongxin, removed in the early years of Jiaqing. According to the archives preserved by the Palace Museum, he had accumulated private property amounting to as much as 9,002,000 silver ingots, giving a clear indication of the state of affairs in government at that time. These were open challenges to the state, but there were also countless bands of rebels lurking in society. Throughout the reigns of Jiaqing and Daoguang, China was plagued by constant internal turmoil, initially with rebellions by White Lotus followers from Hubei, Sichuan, and Shaanxi, followed by unrest among northwest Muslims, southwest Miao-Hui tribes, and severe piracy along the southeastern coastal regions. Recently, however, their activities have not been eradicated. During years of drought, they raid during daylight under the guise of equalizing food. In the 15th year of Daoguang, the Grand Censor, Chang Da-kun, presented a petition stating, "In Hebei, Shandong, and Henan provinces, there have been persistent rebel teachings, passed down from one generation to the next, misleading the masses and amassing funds." When Western powers began to invade, China was at its weakest. In Hunan, including Yangzhou, Changsha, and Gixiang. In Jiangxi, South An, Gan, and bordering areas of Guangdong, there were numerous rebel factions led by meetings, a form of secret society, turning into significant cases. The nation faced double challenges. It needed to embrace new cultures while simultaneously striving to revitalize old political and religious systems. During the Daoguang era, Chinese law had become a mere formality, officials were corrupt, and the people suffered greatly while morality had begun to erode. Hong Xiuquan, born in 1813, Jiajing 18th year, according to the Western calendar, was from Hua County, Guangdong. It doesn't seem that he was born into China's lowest social class, nor was he a manual laborer. Chapter 2. Hong Xiuquan's attempt to build a new dynasty. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement led by Hong Xiuquan was a product of the time and circumstances discussed in the previous chapter. He is said to have come from a poor farming family, but he started studying at a village school at a young age and became a country teacher by the age of 16. After twice failing the imperial examination in Guangzhou, Hong held grudges, which is common in the old society. He interpreted these visions as consistent with Christian teachings and subsequently believed in God, founding the Supreme Peace Society. Notably, during his time in Guangzhou, he came across Christian missionary literature, which later influenced him significantly after he fell ill and had visions during a 40-day sickness. The earliest comrades were Feng Yunshan, also a disgruntled examinee. They relocated their activities to Guilin, Guangxi, due to unsuccessful missionary work in Guangdong. Throughout Chinese history, folk movements have always had a religious nature, and this was also the case during the Middle Ages in the West. However, Hong Xiuquan's association with Christianity was merely coincidental. His Jesus Church was a strange mix. He referred to Jehovah as the Father in heaven, Jesus as the brother in heaven, and himself as the younger brother. He claimed to be sent by the Father and the brother to save the world. His commands were considered the will of the Father and the brother. Those who worshipped Jehovah would enjoy good fortune. Those who did not would face harm from snakes and tigers. His soldiers, if they died on the battlefield, were said to have ascended to heaven. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were all considered devilry. Confucius temples and shrines had to be destroyed. Hong Xiuquan's heavenly kingdom attracted many members from triads. This triad society is a secretive group that likely originated during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Hong Xiuquan perhaps already had revolutionary ideas about race. He condemned Manchu people as demons. In any case, after recruiting members of the triad, his movement's primary goal became overthrowing the Qing dynasty. Besides promoting religious revolution and racial revolution, did Hong Xiuquan have ideas for social revolution? The man chooses changes to Chinese dress, and their corrupting Chinese women, 3,000 powder-faced beauties, all defiled by dogs. 1 million red-faced girls sharing beds with vixens were Hong Xiuquan's best targets for scorn in his propaganda. He advocated gender equality, but his court was filled with concubines. The kings and generals of the Taiping Kingdom also had many wives. However, his uniform land policy, despite detailed regulations, was never implemented. Is it his reluctance to implement, or the perceived difficulty of implementation that deters him from trying? Based on all available historical evidence, we can say that Hong Xiuquan was very active in religious and racial revolutions, but largely negative towards social revolution. His edicts included a system of land allocation. Its fundamental ideology resembled communism. Farm the land together, eat meals together, wear clothes together, use money together. In the summer of Daoguang 30 years, Hong Xiuquan started his rebellion in Jinmen village, Guangxi. His movement was undoubtedly a grassroots movement, reflecting contemporary societal pain, superstitions, as well as racial sentiments lurking in society. In September, he seized Montan County, formerly known as Yong'an, and proclaimed the country's name as Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, naming himself Tianwang, Heavenly King. His followers, aside from Feng Yunshan, included Yang Shuqing, who burned charcoal, later crowned East King; Xiao Keogi, who tilled mountains, later crowned West King; Wei Chonghui, who had once been a monitor and office clerk, later crowned North King; and wealthy Stone Daka, who later claimed the title of Wing King. Qing troops surrounded Yong'an. Hong Xiuquan broke out in spring of Xianfeng 2 years, and attacked Guilin, without success, so he turned his sights towards Hunan. He encountered strong resistance in Changsha, so he moved downstream along the Xiang River. In Yuezhou, he acquired weaponry left behind by Wu Sangui and captured numerous sailboats. After strengthening his forces, he advanced directly towards Wuhan. Although he captured Hankou and Wuchang, Han Shuquan did not leave any troops to defend them, but established officials and governed. Before establishing his capital in Nanjing, Han Shuquan's actions were similar to those of a bandit. After founding the capital, he began his nation-building efforts. He continued his advance downstream along the Yangtze River, capturing Zhujiang, Anqing, and Wuhu along the way. And in spring of Shaofan year 1853, he entered Nanjing and established his capital there, naming it Tianjing. From Daoguang 30th year 1850 to Shaofan 3rd year 1853 can be considered the prosperous period of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. During this time, how did society respond to Han Shuquan's movement? Generally, law-abiding citizens, regardless of wealth, maintained a neutral stance. When the Taiping army arrived, they followed and contributed money. When the official army came, they also submitted and contributed. They were just common people, but in reality they were caught between two fires. They had no affection for the Manchu government and its officials due to their usual hardships, and during this period, the discipline of the official army was poor, whereas the Taiping army maintained a better level of discipline. Bandits in every region took advantage of the chaos to loot. At the same time, ordinary citizens viewed the Taiping army as troublemakers who disrupted their peaceful lives. They destroyed temples and idols, which made the superstitious people dislike them. The Taiping army's path marked areas where they operated freely. They went about their business without bias towards either the government troops or the Taiping army. Organized secret societies sided with the Taiping, such as the Elder Society in Hunan and the Small Sword Society in Shanghai. Most scholars and officials actively opposed Han Shuquan's religious revolution. As for the anti-Manchurian sentiment, while scholars were aware of the humiliation of the Han people, they felt that first, Han Shuquan, though a Han Chinese, advocated racial revolution but destroyed several thousand years of Han culture. While the Manchurians were an external tribe, they upheld Han culture from the start. Why was the Taiping army's military success so significant during this period? The primary reason wasn't due to any inherent advantages of the Taiping army. They also believed that with the established lord-subject relationship, it would be inappropriate to act chaotically. Disorder was easy to create, but restoring order was extremely difficult, so the scholar-official class at this time did not actively support the racial revolution. In terms of organization and training, they were average. In terms of weaponry, they were inferior to government troops, and they never had a general who could match the government's. Government troops, on the other hand, were sluggish and had virtually disintegrated into corruption. The Taiping army's success was entirely because it was a new force, full of vigor, willing to sacrifice, and capable of fighting to the death. At that time, the imperial army consisted of two types, the 8 Banners and the Green Camp. The combat effectiveness of the 8 Banners diminished due to Manchu Hanization and their weakening physicality. By the Daoguang and Xianfeng eras, the Green Camp had become the main army of the Qing government, with levels of corruption matching that of the political arena. Thus, during the reigns of Qianlong and Jiaqing, the Qing dynasty increasingly relied on the Green Camp while using the 8 Banners less frequently. The salaries of frontier troops were very low, and they suffered exploitation by their officers, so many turned to soldiering as a secondary occupation. There was no discipline or training, causing harm to the people in abundance, and in warfare it was almost non-existent. However, there was also an advantage to the Green Camp system. Furthermore, relations between military commanders were characterized by deep distrust, with complete lack of cooperation between them. Although this army was extremely corrupt, it was still a unified national force rather than personal private troops. Section 3. Prior to the Taiping Rebellion, no local officials dared to maintain their own armed forces in opposition to the court. Private armies were an unintended byproduct of the chaos during the Taiping Revolution, and we must be highly vigilant about their emergence in the future. Zheng Guofan revitalizing old society. Zheng Guofan was a representative figure of China's old culture, even an ideal one. When he became a scholar, it was just before the Opium War was about to begin. He is from Xiangxiang, Hunan province, and comes from an agricultural family. Born in 1811, Jiaqing's 16th year, he was 2 years older than Han Shuquan. Although he has not done manual labor, his education came from struggling through difficult circumstances. He was a pragmatic philosopher. He remained engrossed in ancient texts. His diary mentions the Opium War, but he seems not to have paid much attention or understood the historical significance of that war. Whether we look at his writing, read his articles, or study how he conducts himself, we naturally think of our rural, hard-working small farmer. Like any small farmer, he led a life free from shirking responsibilities. In the early years of the Xianfeng era, Zhang Guofan served as a senior official at the level of a deputy minister, equivalent to the current heads of departments. He knew that literary achievements, knowledge and moral and scholarly accomplishments could only be gained through sweat and toil, just as the small farmer understood that each grain of rice required effort to harvest. His true friends acknowledged the moral excellence of his articles, but he had few of them, and even those few did not realize that he possessed great political talent. Perhaps not even he himself knew it. Therefore, at the outset of his career, his reputation was not high, and he lacked political backing. However, the scholar official class in Hunan did recognize his leadership status. His attitude towards Han Shuquan was no different from that of other scholars at the time, except that he was more active. So, for self-defense, the people organized local militias. At that time the officials were not only unable to wage war, but even rural bandits could not be dealt with. These militias were civilian forces, through which farmers engaged in legitimate work resisted lawless, wandering bandits. This is how the famous Xiang army was formed. The career of Zhang Guofan consisted of utilizing these local militias and organizing and training them into an army. Because they were not officialized, and had a direct interest in preserving the courage and honesty inherent in Chinese rural inhabitants, these forces preserved the traditional bravery and integrity of China's countryside. However, why did only the Xiang army achieve great things? While unit training existed throughout the nation at the time, it wasn't exclusively invented by Zhang Guofan. The reason lies in the organizational and training methods added by Zhang Guofan. Zhang Guofan's first notable approach to governing his troops was a focus on spiritual education. He firmly believed in the teachings of Confucius and Mengzi as invaluable treasures for our nation. Since Han Shuquan aimed to abolish Confucianism, he considered Han Shuquan to be an enemy of the entire nation. This isn't just a change for the Qing dynasty, it's a remarkable deviation from tradition. In his plea for exterminating the bandits, Zhang Guofan's most scathing criticism of Han Shuquan is found here. Chinese culture has respected etiquette and human morals, poetry and books, for thousands of years, all wiped out in an instant. Confucius and Mengzi would weep in their graves to see this. As the army's commander-in-chief and mentor to his soldiers, the Xiang army had a clear purpose. Anyone who reads or knows Chinese characters cannot remain indifferent. They must consider doing something. Zhang Guofan was a devoted follower of Confucius and Mengzi, and he chose officials and officers who shared his loyalty. In reality, spiritual education formed the foundation of Zhang Guofan's lifelong work and is what sets him apart in China's modern history. His administrative policy emphasized moral leadership. He believed that political reforms must begin with spiritual reforms. In the late Qing dynasty, officials who came from Zheng Wenjing's school were generally more upright, demonstrating the extent of his influence. Zhang Guofan not only used China's old rituals as a spiritual foundation for his army, but also leveraged clan and hometown sentiments to strengthen military cohesion. He appointed almost all of his officers from Hunan, mostly from Xiangtan. These officers would return to their home regions to recruit soldiers, so the troops were primarily composed of people from the same clan or village. Consequently, the spirit of mutual aid among his subordinates was particularly strong, which is the second notable trait of the Ai army. In history, spiritual leaders are rarely also practical leaders because those focused on spirituality often neglect the concrete conditions required for success. In Western societies, these two types of leadership qualifications are entirely separate. Administrators do not need to be involved in management, and managers do not need to be concerned with spiritual guidance. However, in China, things have been different for thousands of years. Society has always been a blend of politics and religion, with officials also serving as teachers. Therefore, in China, top leaders must possess both qualities. Zhang Guofan emphasized moral character but did not neglect the practical aspects of leadership. This is his special third point. The reason why the Green Camp could not wage war was multifaceted, one of which was the meager treatment. The Xiang army enjoyed special privileges in terms of treatment. Zhang Guofan had decided from the start to pay 4.2 jiaos per month to land warriors and 3.6 jiaos per month to water warriors, doubling the pay of the Green Camp. The combat zone for the Xiang army was along the Yangtze River provinces. Within this region, the advantage on water could decide the advantage on land. He went to great lengths to recruit technical talent of the time. Therefore, Zhang Guofan focused heavily on naval power from the beginning. Regarding weaponry, Although Zhang often said that warfare lies in people, not weapons, he devoted considerable effort to weapon manufacturing, especially cannon production. He was also very serious about training soldiers and would personally inspect and supervise them. Zhang Wufan's endeavors, like his scholarly pursuits, emerged from hardship and struggle. He did not allow his officers to be lenient with their men, nor did he tolerate leniency from his officers towards their subordinates. He sought to preserve the old society and its culture, but the bureaucracy of that old society resisted him. He aimed to maintain the Qing dynasty, yet the Qing dynasty resented and rejected him. He fled to Hangzhou to escape the chaos. When he was training his troops in Changsha, old soldiers and officers resented his new methods and standards, almost killing him. His initial battle was a defeat. He attempted suicide by jumping into the water but was rescued by his subordinates. While training and waging war, he also personally raised funds. Wu'an's true intentions, which were not to build a new nation or society, but to establish a new dynasty. He lived in seclusion within the palace, seeking the joys of being an emperor while neglecting state affairs. Later, he achieved prominence not because of any automatic transfer of power from the Qing court and officials, but due to their failures that compelled them to seek Zhang Guofan's involvement and give him an opportunity and authority to serve. Section 4. Hong Xiuquan's failure after capturing Nanjing. We could better discern Hong Xiu, the construction of the palace, selection of concubines, accumulation of gold and silver, and regulations on court ceremonies. These matters were what Hong Xiuquan paid the most attention to. His religion later evolved into a frenzy of superstitious beliefs. Yang Shuqing reported to him the difficulties of state affairs, and he replied, "I, fulfilling the holy decree of heaven and the command of my celestial brother Jesus, have descended to establish myself as the sole true ruler over all nations under heaven. What need to fear? Your petitions are unnecessary. Governmental affairs do not require your intervention. What fear could there be of Zhang Guofan? If you wish to leave or stay in the capital, it is up to you, for without your support, I will secure my iron grip on the mountain empire, and there will be those who help me. While you claim there are no troops, my heavenly soldiers far outnumber the waters. Such a leader not only cannot revive the nation, but also cannot serve as a focal point for his subordinates." Just as extinction was imminent, Nanjing ran out of food, and Hong Xiuquan ordered people to drink dew to survive, claiming it was a divine sustenance. In the 6th year of Xianfeng, there was a major feud among Hong Xiuquan's inner circle. King Yang Shuqing, known as the East King, seized power alone. All other kings were subject to his rule. Other kings are addressed in descending order, with their titles reduced by 1,000. According to Taiping Heavenly Kingdom rituals, the Tianwang Heavenly King is addressed as Wan Sui 10,000 years, while the Dongguang East King is called Jiqian Sui 9,000 years. All other kings must pay homage at the East Palace and kneel to address the king. When presenting petitions to the Tianwang, the East King stands while the others kneel before him. Thus, Yang Shuqing became a target of hatred from his peers. Simultaneously, the Heavenly King also feared he would replace him. The Wing King Shi Daikong, resentful, had his family killed by the Northern King as well. In September of the 6th year, the Northern King Wei Changhui devised a plan to kill Yang Shuqing and his relatives and followers. To maintain contact with the Wing King, the Heavenly King ordered the Northern King's death, but the Wing King later went his own way, severing ties with the Heavenly King. After this internal conflict, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's hopes of overthrowing the Qing completely vanished. On the Qing side, after others had failed, they relied on Zhang Guofan, appointing him Governor-General of Jiangnan, overseeing military affairs in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, and Jiangxi provinces. Later, Hong Xiuquan was still able to resist for 8 years, thanks to significant support from major bandit groups in the north and 2 promising generals who had risen: the loyal Prince Li Shuqing and the English Prince Chen Yucheng. Hubei Provincial Governor Hu. Lingyi was in alignment with his goals and worked closely with him. His younger brother, Zhang Guofan, commanded frontline troops in hard battles. Later, Zhang Guofan recommended his student Li Hongzhang as governor of Jiangsu and his friend Zhao Zongtang as governor of Zhejiang. With control over the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, he was able to plan comprehensively. He adopted a strategy of encircling and annihilating the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's forces led by Hong Xiuquan. At the same time, England, America, and France also provided considerable assistance to Zhang Zu and Li. Hong Xiuquan wanted to overthrow the Qing dynasty and restore the freedom of the Han people, which is certainly something we should admire. In the 3rd year of Tongzhi 1864, the Xiang army under Zhang Guofan entered Nanjing. Hong Xiuquan committed suicide, and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was extinguished. He sought to distribute power equally. Though he did not achieve it, his political acumen was evident. His movement undoubtedly originated from the people. Even his religion was in line with public psychology. However, he had many significant shortcomings in terms of personality and ability. If he had succeeded, he would not have brought happiness to our nation. In summary, the failure of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom proves that traditional Chinese grassroots movements cannot save the nation or the people. Could the movement led by Zheng Guofan, a scholar official, save the nation and the people? He saved the Qing dynasty, which is undoubted. But the Qing dynasty could not save China. If he had objectively and honestly studied the Qing government's policies during the reigns of Jia Qing, Da Guang, and Xianfeng, he would have known it was incurable. He was by no means unaware of the true situation, so after suppressing the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, his attitude became increasingly negative. To be fair, it was natural and forgivable for Zheng Guofan to want to save the Qing dynasty. Firstly, traditional Confucian teachings were his foundation, and he relied on the scholar official class. He could not betray his allegiance to the emperor. Secondly, he believed that, after enduring great hardship, the Qing government would gain a new level of awareness. In fact, during the early years of Tongji, Beijing seemed renewed under the leadership of Gongwang Prince Gong and Wen Xiang, with prospects for significant achievements. Thus, despite the many challenges during the Jiajing, Dao Guang, and Xianfeng eras, the Qing dynasty did exhibit signs of revival during the Tongji period. Thirdly, he feared that the fall of the Qing dynasty would trigger long-term internal turmoil. As a deep student of Chinese history, he knew that throughout China's history, every time a new dynasty replaced an old one, there was always a prolonged period of division and civil war before a unified and peaceful era could be achieved. In closed, self-contained times without foreign interference, though civil wars inflicted immense suffering on the people, they did not lead to national collapse. However, in the 19th century, with imperialists circling around China, long-term internal conflicts could indeed result in national disaster. This was Zheng Guofan's primary motivation for maintaining the Qing dynasty. Under the overarching premise of preserving the Qing dynasty as a political center, Zheng Guofan's work had two aspects. On the one hand, he needed to innovate, that is, accept part of Western culture. On the other hand, he had to remain traditional, that is, restore China's inherent virtues. Innovation and tradition, simultaneous, this was Zheng Guofan's great contribution to China's modern history. We still admire Zheng Guofan because of his such profound vision. Moreover, the old rituals themselves have their flaws. They should not be completely restored, nor can they be. Simply restoring China's old rituals without accepting Western culture, we cannot break through our nation's great difficulties, for we absolutely cannot use morality and integrity to resist the imperialists' mechanized army and manufacturing. Zheng Guofan's revolutionary efforts will be discussed in the next chapter. Similarly, merely accepting Western culture without restoring China's inherent virtues, we also cannot save our country or nation, for the corrupt old society and bureaucracy are incapable of running any business, whether it is new or old. His conservative endeavors, we've already spoken of in the previous section. Now, we must point out the flaws in his conservative agenda. In the early days of the Xiang army, discipline and spirit were strong, and their combat power was high. However, as their numbers grew and their ambitions expanded, the Xiang army deteriorated. This serves as evidence that China's old military practices were fundamentally flawed. After recapturing Nanjing, Zheng himself admitted that the Xiang army's vitality was waning, so he disbanded many troops. Furthermore, the Xiang army, with its strong clan and hometown sentiments, had soldiers who only knew their direct superior officers and not the highest commander or the state. On one occasion, Zheng Guofan returned to his hometown to recruit soldiers, leaving existing troops under his brother, Zheng Guofan, temporarily. These troops became unruly. Zheng Guofan had no choice but to urge his brother to return to camp swiftly. This marked the beginning of private armies within the Xiang army. The Xiang army's spirit later influenced Li Hongzhang's Huai army, and then Yuan Shikai's Beiyang army. We know that since the Republic, the Beiyang warlords have used private armies to divide the nation, hindering unification. Tracing their root causes, we cannot but blame the Xiang army. This also highlights the flaws in old practices. First, they recognized that Western military technology and training methods far surpassed China's. In the 10th year of the Qing dynasty, the defenders of Beijing and Tianjin were the monks Gulinkin and Shengbao Tot. Chapter 3. Self-strengthening and its failures. Section 1. Cooperation at home and abroad. For self-strengthening, the Prince Gong and Wen Shi gained 3 insights from the experience of the Anglo-French alliance. Both were renowned generals at the time. After their defeat, people could only acknowledge the superiority of Western armies. This came as a surprise to many at the time. They saw this as an opportunity for self-strengthening. Secondly, Prince Gong and Wen Xiang discovered that not only were the West willing to sell us arms, but they were also prepared to share their secrets for manufacturing weapons and training troops with us. Thirdly, Prince Gong and Wen Xiang found that Westerners were not as they had previously imagined, ambitious wolves who do not keep their word. People at the time considered this an unwelcome development, proving that Westerners do keep their word. Thus, there are ways to deal with foreigners. From these 3 lessons, Prince Gong and Wen Xiang established a new policy. Although the English and French armies occupied Beijing and were strong enough to do as they pleased, after the signing of the Beijing Treaty, they withdrew their forces in accordance with the treaty and returned to the capital. Firstly, they decided to use foreign weapons and foreign methods against foreign forces. In other words, they believed China should accept the military aspects of Western culture. They stated that this was the path to China's self-strengthening. They proceeded to purchase foreign arms and hire foreign instructors. Second, they knew that self-strengthening could not be achieved in the short term. Before self-strengthening reached its expected level, China should observe the treaties to avoid war. Prince Gong and Wen Xiang were both men of courage, with great determination to implement their new policies. At a time when the nation was in peril, they dared to engage in negotiations with foreigners, relying solely on diplomacy, and managed to reclaim the capital. Many at the time considered this their remarkable achievement, especially since Prince Gong was the younger brother of Emperor Xianfeng and the uncle of Emperor Tongzhi. Their status placed them among the most privileged figures in the entire dynasty, and with their determination and standing, they became the center of the self-strengthening movement in Beijing. It is said that Hu Lini had such an experience in Anqing. He rushed to the riverbank and suddenly saw 2 foreign ships with rotating wheels, moving west at great speed, swift as a galloping horse or flying wind. At the same time, outside of Beijing, Zhang Guofan, Su Chongtian, Hu Lini, and Li Hongzhang also learned the same lesson, initially attracted by foreign-made steamboats that transported arms and grain downstream along the Yangtze River to sell to the Taiping rebellion forces. Text Zhang, referring to Hu, changed color, but remained silent, pulled his horse around, and along the way vomited blood, nearly falling from his horse. Evidently, the steamboat left a deep impression on Hu Lini. Zhang Zhu Li had similar experiences. Yan Dan, the former Minister of War, was in Text's camp, and whenever they discussed foreign affairs, Text would shake his hand, close his eyes, and his expression would not please him for a long time, finally saying, "This is beyond our knowledge." Zhang looked for several old scholars who understood mathematics and Anqing and ironworkers and woodcarvers to try building steamboats, but they failed. Zhu conducted similar trials in Hangzhou and achieved the same results, fully demonstrating this group's focus on Western machinery. Among his subordinates was Gordon, a British officer who led the Longwen army. During battles downstream along the Yangtze River, Taiping forces and Xianghu armies both competed to purchase foreign rifles. Li Hongzhang set his headquarters in Shanghai, where he had the most interaction with foreigners and gained a deep understanding of Western culture. They are indeed beyond what China can achieve. Within a year of his arrival in Shanghai, he wrote to Zhang Guofan, "Hongzhang has seen the advanced cannons, precise ammunition, clear equipment, well-organized troops on board English and French admirals' ships. I am ashamed that our weapons lag far behind those of the foreign countries. I daily warn my soldiers to be humble and endure insults, learning some secrets from the West in hopes of improvement. Change brings openness. If we cannot benefit from staying in Shanghai for a long time by gaining knowledge from foreigners' advanced techniques, it would be a great regret." In the 3rd year of Tongzhi 1864, he wrote to Prince Gong and Wen Xiang, "Hongzhang privately believes that when affairs reach an impasse, change is inevitable. Chinese scholars are engrossed in their traditional classics and calligraphy practices, while military men are often rude and unfocused, leading to the use of unsuitable methods for their training. They despise foreign advanced weapons as strange tricks or immoral inventions during peacetime, but panic at their power when faced with a crisis, believing they cannot learn from them. For centuries, foreigners have viewed those who study firearms as scholars of the body, mind, and spirit. Once they attain insight, harmonizing with yin and yang and manipulating the laws of nature, they can truly command their destinies and act according to their desires. The former English and French nations regarded Japan as an outcast and ruthlessly sought to exterminate it. Now they are able to navigate ships and manufacture gunpowder bombs. Last year, the English made empty threats and approached with their armies. But Japan's rulers and subjects, resolute in their determination to be strong, selected talented sons from among the royal family and ministers, sending them to learn various arts at weapon factories in Western countries, and also purchased weapon-making tools to practice in Japan. However, what the English relied upon for warfare and conquest had already been divided up among them, so they stood firm and immovable, leaving the English with no choice but to retreat. Today's Japan is akin to the clear-sighted pirates of old China, distant from Western countries yet close to China. If we can stand on our own, then others will attach themselves to us, gauging the strengths and weaknesses of the West. If we cannot strengthen ourselves, then we'll merely imitate them, profiting from their advantages. Japan, a small nation far off in the sea, has been able to change course in time and discern where to look for guidance. Nevertheless, China, deep in poverty and despair, also has the potential to transform. Du Chu said, "If you do not change your laws when there is benefit, then you will have no law at all. If you do not replace your tools when there is work to be done, then you will always struggle." Su Shizhimang said, "When he speaks during peaceful times, it can win him fame, but he often struggles with lack of belief. When he speaks during times of crisis, his words can gain trust, yet he still finds himself lacking in action." Hong Zhang believed that for China to become self-strong, there is no better way than to learn foreign advanced tools. To learn these foreign tools, one must seek the means to create them, and follow their methods without necessarily adopting their people. It deserves to be read repeatedly. This letter is the most significant political text and historically valuable article from the 19th century in China. Hong Zhang first concluded that for China to survive in the 19th century, it must learn Western science and machinery. To find these means of creation, along with the creators themselves, I propose establishing a special category for talent selection, where scholars are rewarded throughout their lives as a symbol of wealth, prestige, and fame, leading to successful careers, refined skills, and the collection of diverse talents. He immediately recognized the historical significance of Japan's Meiji Restoration movement, and urged people at the time to wake up and work hard. This point alone highlights Hong Zhang's greatness. Second, by the third year of Tongji, Hong Zhang had already assessed the relative strength between China and Japan, noting that the nation that adapts faster would be stronger. Third, Hong Zhang believed that reform should begin with cultivating talent, hence his desire to overhaul the Qing dynasty's examination system. Moreover, he aims to transform the scholar's worldview. Because Li Hongzhang understood the times so clearly, he became the central figure of the self-strengthening movement during the Tongji and Xuantong eras. He encouraged them to abandon their obsession with classical texts, calligraphy, and fine arts, and instead pursue science and engineering as lifelong pursuits of wealth and prestige. In our society, it is extremely difficult to get things done. The self-strengthening movement that began during the Tongji era, although it did not achieve its goals, still achieved significant results that required immense effort. Therefore, we need to carefully study what these leading figures of the times accomplished. Section 2. Step by step forward, there are many aspects of the self-strengthening movement, and I will list its most important elements below. If it had not been for the presence of Prince Gong and Wen Xiang in Beijing, as well as Zhang Guofan, Li Hongzhang, and Zhu Zongtang pushing forward from outside Beijing, China, after the English-French alliance and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, might have remained as indifferent as China was after the Opium War. In the 12th year of the Xianfeng reign, Prince Gong and Wen Xiang recruited foreign officers to train the new army in Tianjin. The same year, Prince Gong and Wen Xiang established the Dongwen Academy in Beijing, marking the beginning of modern Chinese education. In the second year of Tongji, Li Hongzhang established a foreign language school in Shanghai. In the same year, Prince Gong and Wen Xiang entrusted the total tax administrator, Robert Hart, to purchase gunboats and hire British naval personnel to establish a new fleet in China. In the fourth year of Tongji, Zhang Guofan and Li Hongzhang set up the Jiang Machine Manufacturing Agency in Shanghai, with an attached translation office. In the fifth year of Tongji, Zhu Zongtang established a shipbuilding yard in Fuzhou, with an attached naval academy. In the ninth year of Tongji, Li Hongzhang set up a machine manufacturing agency in Tianjin. In the 11th year of Tongji, Zhang Guofan and Li Hongzhang selected students to study in the United States. In the same year, Li Hongzhang established the wheelboat trading agency. In the first year of Guangxu, Li Hongzhang organized ironclad warships. In the second year of Guangxu 1876, Li Hongzhang sent lower-ranking officers to Germany to study army affairs, while naval students went to England and France to learn shipbuilding and navigation. In the sixth year of Guangxu 1880, Li Hongzhang established a naval academy in Tianjin, set up a telegraph agency, and invited engineers to lay railways. In the seventh year of Guangxu 1881, Li Hongzhang founded the Kaiping Mining Bureau. In the eighth year of Guangxu 1882, Li Hongzhang constructed the Lushan Navy Yard and established Shanghai Machinery and Weaving Factory. In the 11th year of Guangxu 1885, Li Hongzhang set up the Tianjin Military Academy. In the 13th year of Guangxu 1887, Li Hongzhang opened the Heilongjiang Mogu gold mine. In the 14th year of Guangxu 1888, Li Hongzhang established the Beiyang Fleet. All these comprehensive construction projects had their motive as defense, hence military construction was predominant. However, upon careful study, we know that modernizing defense entails many aspects. Those two factories were essentially armories. Modernized armies first require modernized weaponry, which is why two mechanical manufacturing factories were established in Jiangnan and Tianjin. Second, new military equipment required technical personnel to operate it, so weapons schools were established and officers were sent abroad for study. Third, a modernized army needed modern transportation, thus the establishment of shipbuilding yards, telegraph bureaus, and railway construction. Fourth, modern defense costs were several times higher than traditional ones. It was impossible to finance modern defense with outdated production methods. Therefore, Li Hongzhang established the commercial agency to operate river and coastal transport, founded textile mills to reclaim rights, and opened coal and gold mines to increase revenues. The leaders of the self-strengthening movement did not initially have a comprehensive plan. They only recognized the necessity of modernizing the defense system. However, as they advanced down this path, they realized further progress was needed, and then, with each subsequent step, they found they must go even further. In reality, modern defense requires modern transportation, education, economics, politics, and citizens. A complete overhaul is necessary. A half-modern, half-outdated approach is ineffective. In other words, in modern times, our country could not survive without accepting Western culture entirely. Although figures like Zheng Guofan made significant strides towards modernization, their efforts were not thorough, and they were unable to save the nation. Section 3. Encountering obstacles, the leaders of the self-strengthening movement, including Zheng Guofan, though they took the right path, could not save the nation. The reason lies in their incompleteness. Why were they incomplete? Partly because they themselves were not fully committed, and mainly because the times did not allow for completeness. Let's first examine the shortcomings of these leaders. Prince Gong Yixuan, Wen Xiang, Zheng Guofan, Li Hongzhang, and Zhu Chongtang. These five great leaders all hailed from the old society and received an old-fashioned education. None of them could read foreign books. Only Li Hongzhang had been abroad, and that was after the defeat in the First Sino-Japanese War. They admired Western machinery greatly and made concerted efforts to accept it. Such individuals would struggle to vigorously promote new endeavors. It's understandable that they didn't fully grasp Western culture. They also held considerable respect for Western science, recognizing it as the foundation of machinery. However, they lacked any scientific or mechanical knowledge themselves beyond that. In reality, their construction projects faced obstructions from old systems and old spirits. They believed China's political system and national spirit were supremely excellent and needed no lessons from the West. We can illustrate this using Li Hongzhang's career. Li Hongzhang began serving as Governor-General of Zhili and Minister of the North in the 12th year of Tongji 1873. He was responsible for all national defense construction. As one of the most capable figures to deal with foreigners at the time, and given his willingness to take on responsibilities, plus the fact that his Hui army was the most modern and effective force nationwide, Li Hongzhang became a central figure. From the 12th year of Tongji to the Sino-Japanese War in the 20th year of Guangxu, he paid special attention to the Navy because he had realized that if China could defeat Japan's Navy, regardless of how powerful Japanese land forces might be, they couldn't attack Korea or harm China. The first difficulty Li Hongzhang faced in establishing a navy was funding. The lack of funds stemmed from China's then fiscal system, similar to its political system, which was medieval. Each province had deep prejudices and was reluctant to cooperate. The central government had no budget for a navy and could only rely on provincial contributions. When the central government sought provincial assistance, provinces demanded minimal contributions. Once agreed upon, they failed to disperse funds fully and frequently made delays or cuts. Furthermore, royal expenditures were unrestricted at the time, and there was no distinction between public and private finances. However, real power still resided with Cixi. After Tongji's death without an heir, Cixi chose a young child to be the emperor, naming him Xuantong and taking up the regency in his name. As Xuantong approached adulthood and was about to take over, he and his father, Prince Gongying and Shan, feared that Cixi would refuse to relinquish control. Prince Gong devised a plan. He rebuilt the summer palace as a gesture of respect towards Cixi, intending it to keep her occupied in leisure activities so she wouldn't interfere in governance. The cost of rebuilding was immense and beyond their means, so Prince Gong asked Li Hongzhang for assistance. Li, afraid to anger either Prince Gong or Cixi, could only redirect funds intended for naval construction to the project. Thus, for 7 years before the First Sino-Japanese War, China's navy did not acquire a single new ship. Such an occurrence would be impossible under modern political systems. Under Li Hongzhang's leadership, there was no development of modern civil service or auditing systems. Even under the most honest and diligent leaders, without robust systems in place, corruption could still thrive. Especially considering Li himself was not known for his integrity, it was even more difficult to prevent. With large sums of money involved in naval procurement, the opportunities for enrichment were substantial. By the time of the War of 1894 Jing-Ru War, though our ships' cannons were larger than Japan's, we lacked gunpowder and bullets were not always filled with it. Foreign traders and officials colluded to make personal gains at the country's expense. One reason for Li Hongzhang's failure was his own limited scientific knowledge. When the Northern Fleet was first established, he recruited experienced British naval officers as the chief instructor and deputy commander. Around the 10th year of the Shenchu era 1884, China's navy had strict discipline, diligent drills, and rapid technological progress, promising great hopes for the future. Later, Li Hongzhang, misled by others, dismissed the British naval officers and hired German cavalry officers as the chief instructor, leading to a decline in our country's naval technology. Moreover, the naval commander-in-chief he selected was Deng Ruokang, who had no knowledge of navigation. Originally a horse team leader in the Hui Army, he could only mislead the navy and cannot achieve success. During the War of 1894, China ranked 8th among world navies, while Japan ranked 11th. Our failure was not due to the ship or cannon being inferior, nor was it because our strategic and tactical skills were lacking. The situation with the Beiyang fleet is similar, as is the case for all other self-strengthening endeavors. In summary, the self-strengthening movement during the Tongji and Guangxu periods could not save the nation, because the leaders were not sufficiently progressive, not because of any incorrect approach. But if the leader figures of that time had been renewed and embraced Western culture even more, would society have allowed it? Society must certainly present greater obstacles. The kind of incomplete reforms they implemented were opposed by the general public, and further progress would undoubtedly face even stronger opposition. Why? For example, railways. In the 6th year of Xuantong 1880, Li Hongzhang and Liu Mingtuan petitioned for their construction, yet by the 20th year of Xuantong, only a small section near Tianjin was built, because the general public believed that building railways would disrupt feng shui. Similarly, science. In the 5th year of Tongji 1866, Prince Gong added a science class to the Dongwun Academy, inviting foreign scientists to teach and recruiting Hanlin Academy officials as students. His reasoning was sound, but to manufacture scientifically required talented individuals. He argued that purchasing foreign ships and firearms was merely a temporary solution, and the root cause lay in self-manufacture. Therefore, he wanted foreigners to teach Chinese youth science. He also said, "The shame of the world is nothing compared to being inferior to others. Even a small country like Japan knows how to strive for greatness. China has grown accustomed to following a path of least resistance, not seeking to revitalize itself, which is more shameful. Now, it is not ashamed of being inferior to others, but is alone ashamed of learning from them. Will this bring about contentedness and an end to learning, allowing it to wash away its shame?" Although he spoke with propriety and rectitude, there were still those who opposed him. The world is vast. We do not lack for talent. Throughout history, there is no record of anyone who rose to prominence by relying on such manipulations. At the time, A renowned and respected Grand Minister in Beijing, Wei Rin, loudly voiced his opposition. I hear that the way to establish a nation is not to prioritize power struggles, but virtue and righteousness. The fundamental plan lies in the hearts of the people, not in technical skills. Now, if we seek mastery in one art and yet teach from foreign masters, whether those foreigners are cunning or not, their finest techniques may not be conveyed. Even if the teachers themselves are sincere, the results will only be skilled manipulators. Why learn from them? Prince Gong was furious. If astronomy and mathematics must be studied, those who delve deeply into these fields will certainly master their arts. Why then look to foreigners? He responded, the Grand Minister considers this initiative a hindrance. He must therefore have another plan in mind. If there is indeed a brilliant strategy that can control foreign powers without being controlled by them, we will naturally follow the Grand Minister's lead, striving with all our might to implement it. However, we, the ministers, dare not believe this fully. As a last resort, relying only on loyalty and righteousness as armor, and the terms fold in the tank and control with the ritual and metaphorical expression, we claim that it is enough to subjugate enemy commands. Wei Rin, a Japanese person, was merely a defender of tradition, but notable scholars at the time actually listened to his advice and did not enroll in the scientific class at Dongwon Academy. In the societies of the Tongji 1862-1874 and Shuantang 1875-1908 eras, how could new people and new policies be opposed? We can gain a clearer understanding from the fate of Guo Songgan. Alutely needed comprehensive reform. His awareness was even more profound than that of Prince Gong. Although Mr. Guo's education and background were no different from those of other scholars at the time, towards the end of the Qing dynasty, when the Anglo-French allied forces invaded, he accompanied General Sangrinchen in negotiations at Dagua port in northern China, gaining valuable experience that led him to a profound realization. China abs. In the early years of the Tongzi era, scholars in Jiangxi, Nanchang destroyed churches and killed missionaries. Based on his research, Guo argued that during the peak times of Han and Tang dynasties, China constantly interacted with foreign tribes on equal terms. However, the philosophy of seclusion and self-aggrandizement, advocated by Confucian scholars during the declining years of the Song dynasty, was inadequate as a guide for modern times. Governor-General Shen Baozhen, the son-in-law of Lin Zexu, praised the scholar's righteous indignation, while Gao Zhongtian criticized Shen's stubbornness. When Gao served as governor of Guangdong, people in Shantou, similar to those in Guangzhou before, did not allow foreigners into the city. He forced them to adhere to the treaty and permit foreigners entry. Gao immediately submitted an accusation against Sen. In the first year of the Guangyu era, Governor-General Sen Yuying, opposed to British entrance into Yunnan, secretly murdered a translator at the British embassy on the border between Yunnan and Myanmar. The following year, the government sent him as an envoy to England and France. China began dispatching ministers abroad from then on. During his stay in Western Europe, he diligently studied Western politics, economics, and society, believing not only their ships and guns, but also their political systems and general culture were worth learning. He published his diary for friends to read. His forward-thinking arguments sparked national ridicule from scholars. He often wrote letters to Li Hongzhang, reporting that Japanese students sent to the West weren't limited to mechanical fields, with many studying politics and economics. He advised Li Hongzhang to broaden the scope of foreign studies. They said Guo Songgan was a traitor, having two hearts for Britain. Scholars from Hunan, like Wang Yuntun and others, wrote a couplet to curse him. Out of his kind, excelling among his peers, not suitable for the era of Yao and Shun. Unable to serve humanity, how can he serve spirits? Why go to his parents' land? Wang Yuntun's diary also states, Hunan people consider it a shame to associate with him. Guo Songgan served as envoy to Britain and France for 2 years before returning home. Upon his return, he faced no issues. He was one of the most enlightened individuals in the nation, with a deeper understanding of Western ideas than Li Hongzhang. However, contemporary figures opposed him, and he was never given another chance to serve. He retired to Hunan and devoted himself to writing, with his Yangzi Shuyu collection of knowledge from Yangzi still valuable today. Following Guo Songgan as envoy to Britain and France was Zheng Ji's. He spent over 5 years abroad, learning basic English. His abilities and insights were on par with Guo's. When he returned to the country, he was determined to promote the modernization of the entire nation. Due to his diplomatic skills, he successfully reclaimed Eli from Russia, gaining international recognition as a renowned diplomat. However, he also faced opposition from his contemporaries, unable to find opportunities to act, and eventually died from frustration. If the conservative mindset of the scholar-official class in the Tongji era is to be believed, it seems that the common people might have been more open-minded. In reality, the interests of the common people and the scholar officials are closely aligned. Most of the new policies implemented in the past 60 years have been top-down, rather than bottom-up. Before the First Sino-Japanese War, these forerunners were mostly in government positions. All new ventures have been advocated by a small number of forerunners who have persevered with great effort and struggled to achieve them. Strictly speaking, popular superstition was one of the major obstacles hindering China's modernization and acceptance of Western culture. After the war, the leadership for innovation gradually shifted to those outside government, but these leaders were all intellectuals, not representatives of the common people. Unfortunately, most scholar officials at that time were unaware of global trends. Section 4. The arrogant actions of the scholar officials during the Tongji and Xuantong periods. While the people's traditionalism surpassed that of the scholar official class, the latter held the reins of power. The Tongji period lasted 13 years, from 1862 to 1874. During this time, Germany and Italy unified, while the United States central government quashed the Southern independence movement, restoring and strengthening American unity. This era marked a significant triumph for nationalism in the West, with unified nations subsequently engaging in vast infrastructure projects and economic growth. Prior to Tongji, only Britain, Russia, and France practiced imperialism abroad. Following Tongji, the United States, Germany, and Italy joined them, intensifying competition. Furthermore, while Britain was the sole industrialized nation worldwide before Tongji, with products exported globally, Germany, the United States, and France also became industrialized and capitalized in subsequent years. In addition to political power struggles, a new, intense economic competition emerged on the international stage. China's situation grew increasingly dire during the Xuantong period, surpassing difficulties faced in the Daoqing and Xianfeng periods. Imperialism is our greatest enemy. It was during the Tongji and Xuantong periods and remains so today. To save the country, every patriot should understand the true nature of imperialism. Imperialism is related to capitalism in three ways. First, capitalist nations seek investments abroad as domestic capital is abundant and interest rates low. For instance, Britain and America have ample capital, and a 4% return is considered good for their capitalists. However, they could earn a 7% annual return or higher by investing in undeveloped countries like China, India, or South America. Thus, British and American capitalists compete to invest in such nations. Much of America's development in the latter half of the 19th century was financed by British capital. But accepting foreign capital does not necessarily harm, nor do the capitalists always have political ambitions. The British capitalists certainly benefited, but America opened up rich resources for which its people gained even more. Our Beijing-Han Railway was originally built with borrowed foreign capital. Later, we repaid our debts on time, making the railway ours. Foreign capitalists profited, but we gained much more. Hence, although Sun Yat-sen opposed imperialism, he supported China utilizing foreign loans to build up her infrastructure. However, some capitalists seek to use political pressure to gain investment opportunities, and political ambition seekers use capital to expand their political influence. Therefore, our attitude towards foreign capital should be like water, sometimes, in certain places, under specific conditions. Any international investment with a political purpose is aggressive and imperialistic. Any international investment without a political purpose is pure, benefiting both the investor and the recipient. We should dig wells or open canals to draw water. At other times, places, and conditions, we must build dams to prevent it. The second layer of relationship between imperialism and capitalism is commercial promotion. Capitalist countries all use machinery and factories. The larger the scale of production, the more output, and the greater the profit. The difficulty lies in the market. In the past, countries could compete for markets solely based on product quality and price competitiveness. They did not need to rely on military aggression or political pressure. However, by the late 19th century, international trade freedom was decreasing day by day. Not only were countries raising their own tariffs, but also those of their colonies. As a result, commercial development became tied to political development, and competing for markets meant competing for colonies. Once a suppressed nation loses its tariff autonomy, it has no chance of developing industry. Although international trade is mostly between equal nations, It's not between empires and their colonies. The trade volume of the UK with countries like the US, Germany, France, and Japan is far greater than its trade with its own colonies. The UK has the most colonies, but other countries have even fewer to speak of. There is no country in the world that does not rely on imported raw materials. The third layer of the relationship between imperialism and capitalism is the search for raw materials. Even the wealthiest nations like Britain, America, Russia still do so, while other countries need even more. Japan and Italy are among the poorest in this regard as they lack cotton, coal, iron, and oil for essential raw materials. Germany fares better but still lacks cotton and petroleum. Consequently, a country with many factories would be completely unable to operate without raw materials. Therefore, imperialists, in search of industrial raw materials, resort to major aggression. Although capitalism doesn't necessarily require imperialism to obtain raw materials, the seller of these raw materials is not always the oppressed party. For example, oil and cotton are significant exports from America. In summary, capitalism can evolve into imperialism or remain non-imperialist. Japan, Germany, Italy import oil and cotton from the United States. They cannot, nor should they practice imperialism, as the U.S. does not prohibit the export of these goods and actively promotes their sale. Capitalism is like water. It can irrigate and facilitate transportation, but it can also cause harm depending on how it is managed. Underdeveloped countries are vulnerable to pressure and aggression from capitalist nations, but they can also utilize foreign capital to develop their resources and improve people's living standards through international trade. At the same time, let us not view imperialism as too simplistic, assuming that without capitalism, there would be no imperialism. 700 years ago, the Mongols were still in a nomadic age, without capital or industry, but their invasions in modern capitalist nations were significant. 300 years ago, the Manchus also engaged in similar behavior. In the West, medieval Arabs used force to spread Islam and practiced religious imperialism. At the end of the 18th century, French revolutionaries used force to impose their concepts of liberty and equality on foreign nations, practicing revolutionary imperialism. As far as we know, various political systems and socio-economic structures, monarchy, democracy, capitalism, feudalism, communism, all have the potential for imperialism. During the Tongzi era, scholars were entirely unaware of the dangers of the times and the application of international relations. They only understood how to disrupt self-strengthening movements advocated by figures like Li Hongzhang. Simultaneously, they were overly meddlesome. If the government heeded their advice, China would have been at war with foreign nations almost daily. During the Taiping Rebellion in the Yangtze River region, there was also unrest in the north with the Nian bandits and Muslim riots in Shaanxi, Gansu, and Xinjiang. The Qing dynasty ordered Left Zongtang to lead the Xiang army to recover the northwest. Russia took advantage of China's Muslim riots to occupy Ilai. This is Russia's usual tactic of taking advantage of a crisis. In the 19th century, Russia occupied our lands the most. Currently, Russia's Amur and Primorye provinces, including Haikong, are lands taken during that raid in the late Tongji era. In the late Qing period, during the Taiping Rebellion and the Anglo-French invasion, Russia seized areas north of Heilongjiang and east of Ussuri, totaling 300,000 square miles. They promised to return the land once China had stabilized. When the Qing dynasty protested Russia's occupation of western Xinjiang, Russia pretended to be righteous and said it had no territorial ambitions, only aiming to protect Yili for us until we quelled the Muslim rebellion. In reality, Russia expected China to fail in suppressing the rebellion, and Chinese influence would never extend to Xinjiang again. Thus, Russia not only planned to annex Yili, but also sought to slowly take over all of Xinjiang. China was powerless at the time, so it left Yili as a pending issue between China and Russia. The military successes of Zhuo Zongtang were unexpected, both for Russia and for us. He successfully reclaimed Shaanxi and Gansu one by one. By the first year of Guangxu, he prepared to attack Xinjiang, but military funding became a major issue. How could it then afford to conquer Xinjiang? Between the year 30 of Daoguang, when Han Shuquan rose in arms, and the first year of Guangxu, 25 years had passed. China was constantly embroiled in civil wars and internal strife, having already exhausted its troops and resources. Thus, a great debate ensued. Furthermore, transportation was difficult, the ethnic composition in Xinjiang was complex, and its vast area made it hard to predict success or failure. Left Zongtang, fond of grand achievements, strongly advocated for an attack. His reasoning seemed solid. and his speech was fiery. Li Hongzhang's view contrasted sharply with Left's. He argued that the ancestral lands left by his forefathers could not be abandoned by their descendants, and if Xinjiang were lost, Shaanxi Gansu could not be secured, and if Shaanxi Gansu fell, Shaanxi would follow, and if Shaanxi was compromised, Hebei would be next. This was indeed the case. Li argued that since China had occupied Xinjiang during the era of Qianlong Emperor, it had gained no benefits whatsoever, only wasting resources on stationing troops. He also claimed that China's greatest peril did not lie in the northwest, but in the coastal provinces, which were the heartland of China and suffered more from imperialist pressure than their western counterparts. After Japan's Meiji Restoration, Li Hongzhang became even more alarmed. He considered Japan to be China's true enemy, as Japan intended to harm China with undivided focus, while he had no such designs. Moreover, being geographically close, waging war would be easier. As for Western countries, they were mutually restrained, and their outward expansion was not limited to the Far East. Far apart, deployment of troops could not be arbitrary. Thus, Li Hongzhang advocated against attacking Xinjiang, and instead focused national human and material resources on coastal defense and development of interior provinces. Conversely, if the interior grew strong, the border provinces and vassal states would naturally be preserved. Although border provinces were critical, if the interior suffered losses, the nation's overall situation would deteriorate. Left Zongtang's arguments were more compelling, while Li's were more rational. Left was dramatic, while Li was measured. The scholar official class consistently favored high-sounding rhetoric, naturally embracing Zuo Zongtang. Zuo's luck was good. They borrowed foreign debts and redirected provincial construction funds to support Zuo's campaign in Xinjiang. China then sent Chang Hu as a special envoy to Russia to negotiate the return of Eli. Due to internal conflicts in Xinjiang, he encountered no strong resistance and successfully conquered the entire region by the end of the Xuantong era, 1875 to 1908. Although the treaty secured the recapture of Eli City, most of the lands west of the city were ceded to Russia, and strategic areas connecting South and North Xinjiang were also surrendered. Moreover, Chang Hu granted significant trade rights, including establishing a Russian consulate in Xinjiang, opening a trading route from Gansu and Shanxi through Hankou, and granting navigation rights on the Songhua River in Jilin. The scholar official class advocated for killing Chang Hu, tearing up the treaty, and preparing for war. Despite this, the Qing government was swayed. This was the time when young intellectual leaders like Zhang Zhidong, Zhang Peiyun, and Chen Baoxin rose to prominence. There were simply not enough troops, especially Zuo's exhausted forces in Xinjiang who did not want to fight. China was forced to set up defenses along its coast and the Yangtze River. Acting hastily, they mobilized troops and dispatched commanders, but when actual preparations for war began, the government realized its difficulties. First, from Ili to the Tumen River at the northeastern corner of Korea, defenses needed to be established along the border between China and Russia. Second, the Russian Far East Fleet made a show of strength, sailing from Vladivostok to Japanese waters. The Qing government then appointed Peng Yulin to oversee the Yangtze River Fleet to counter the Russian Navy. Peng Yulin proposed to transport large quantities of turpentine and wood to Japanese waters for a fire attack. Li Hongzhang saw that scholars were misguiding the country and was naturally furious. Liu Kunyi, the governor-general of Han, jokingly replied that this was not the Three Kingdoms era, nor Kong Ming's time, and the fire attack plan might not work. However, he could not openly advocate for peace. He had to resort to other means. He invited General Gordon, a renowned British officer, to serve as a military advisor. Gordon was an honest man who spoke his mind. Therefore, both the Qing government and the general scholar official class trusted him. During the late Taiping Rebellion, he led so-called invincible troops and accomplished many feats. What was Gordon's advice? He said that if China were to fight against Russia, it needed to do three things. First, relocate the capital to Xi'an. Second, prepare for a long-term war of at least 10 years. Third, have the Manchus be ready to give up power, as the Qing regime would likely not survive such a prolonged conflict. Thus, our modern history did not stage this comical act. After hearing Gordon's advice, the Qing government decided to seek peace. Fortunately, during the years of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, 1875 to 1883, Russia was at war with Turkey and relations with Britain were tense, so they were reluctant to get involved. Luckily, China had a young diplomat, Zheng Ji's. who used his calm mind and strong will to push forward his proposals. The treaty that Zhang Hu had negotiated with Russia had not yet been approved by the Chinese government and was not officially established. Zhang Jizhe, using diplomatic skill, managed to recover most of the trading rights and territories, but at double the compensation, totaling 9 million rubles. The British ambassador to Russia praised Zhang Jizhe, saying, "For recovering land from Russia through diplomacy, Zheng Hao is definitely a first." When the conflict between China and Russia over Ili ended, a new dispute arose between China and France over Vietnam. China itself was once an empire, with territories beyond its mainland including Myanmar, Thailand, Siam, Vietnam, Ryukyu, Korea, Mongolia, and Tibet. The second category comprises countries like Korea and Vietnam, which were essentially tributary states. These areas can be divided into two categories. The first category includes Mongolia and Tibet, which were administered by the Lifan Bureau, a government agency responsible for external affairs and had Chinese ministers stationed there. In addition, we do not send representatives to reside in their capitals, nor do we interfere in their internal affairs. In practice, China's relationship with them was relatively superficial. They only paid periodic tribute and acknowledged new kings under the auspices of the Chinese emperor. Economically, we are also very negative. We do not migrate, nor do we encourage trade, which is a losing proposition. But why did our ancestors strive to gain these territories? Throughout history, external enemies have been subtle and hidden early on. There is a reason for this. In the 7th year of Xuande 1881, the minister of the Palace Academy, Zhao Dejun, said it clearly, "I hear that the emperor guards the 4 barbarians, which is indeed a far-sighted concern. If we do not guard the 4 barbarians but only guard our borders, then it will be too late. If we do not guard our borders but only guard our abdominal area court territory, then it will be even more disastrous. Our empire is vast, with dragons and sands, seas and lakes, all within the realm of feudal states. Ryukyu guards the southeast, Korea guards the northeast, Mongolia guards the northwest, and Vietnam guards the southwest. Are these not the mountain ranges that sharpen our weapons and share our fate? In history, vassal states were our outer defense line, guarding our doors for us. In ancient times, such a viewpoint had considerable logic. Britain invaded Guangdong, Fujian, Zhejiang, and Jiangsu during the Da-Guang era, and the Anglo-French army marched straight into Beijing. So-called outer defenses were essentially useless. If we still need to maintain our foreign policy in this era, we should change our strategy. What we fear is not their independence, but that they might become puppets of imperialists. We should assist these small nations to gain independence, for an independent Korea, Ryukyu, Vietnam, and Myanmar would never invade us. In any case, since foreigners are directly attacking our heartland, we cannot afford to worry about foreign policy. During France's attack on Vietnam, most scholars advocated using force to aid Vietnam. Zhang Peiyun, Chen Baozhan, and Zhang Zhidong were particularly enthusiastic. Assisting these weak states in gaining independence is revolutionary diplomacy, much like in the early years of the Soviet Revolution when, facing oppression from foreign powers and internal counter-revolutionary struggles, Lenin decided to abandon Russia's imperial status. Li Hongzhang opposed, arguing that they needed to concentrate their forces quickly to prepare for defense in their own territory. They initially provided covert financial and military support to Vietnam, which indeed led to the Sino-French War. The Qing government, fearful of criticism from the Yi, a traditional Chinese form of public debate and wary of aid to Vietnam sparking a war with France, was indecisive. At that time, bureaucrats and scholars alike loved to talk about warfare. Beijing sent Zhang Peiyun, a strong advocate for war, to guard the shipyards in Fuzhou. Chen Baozhan was tasked with assisting with defense in Jiangnan. Needless to say, these scholars' paper talk did not help. When the French Navy attacked the shipyards, Zhang Peiyun fled as fast as he could. Despite his presence, Chen Baozhan was unable to contribute anything practical in Jiangnan, and ceased even discussing strategy. After a brief battle, they agreed to terms, but upon their agreement being sealed, fighting resumed, leading them to eventually accept France's conditions. Vietnam did not emerge victorious, and China's defense forces suffered significant losses. The Fuzhou shipyards, which Li Zongtang had painstakingly established, were destroyed by the French. He understood that China's fate depended on the progress of its new military forces. Section 5. China and Japan's initial clash in the early years of the Meiji Restoration. Li Hongzhang realized that Japan was China's formidable rival. He placed particular emphasis on the navy, as Japan needed to first gain victory at sea before invading the mainland. Thus, he opposed left Zhongtang's use of force to reclaim Xinjiang, opposed going to war with Russia over the Eli issue, and opposed fighting France over Vietnam. He wanted to save these war expenses to expand the navy instead. His vision far surpassed most people's. Li Hongzhang, while focusing on Sino-Japanese relations, could not ignore Korea. Conversely, Korea also held significant importance in Japan's national defense. In terms of national defense, Korea's position was extremely important as it served as a base for enemy land forces invading northeast China and also as a basis for enemy naval forces invading Shandong and Hebei. With Korea under Chinese control, Japan felt uneasy. If it were occupied by Russia or Britain, Japan would face even greater threats. Therefore, Korea was also a key area of contention for Japan. In the early years of the Guangxu Emperor, King Li Shi of Korea was young, and his father, Grand Prince Yi Sun, served as regent. The Grand Prince was extremely conservative, repeatedly killing missionaries, and adamantly refused to engage in trade with foreigners. After the Meiji Restoration, power was returned to the emperor, so Japan's central government took charge of negotiations with Korea. Before the Meiji Restoration, Japan-Korea relations were managed by the Japanese shogunate through the feudal lords of Tsushima Island. King Gojong disliked Japan's reforms and refused to engage with the new Japanese regime. Japan's former feudal lords and samurai advocated for the conquest of Korea. In the first year of Sulun corresponding to Japan's Meiji 8, there was an incident involving Korean gunfire on a Japanese ship, known as the Ganghwa Island Incident. This provided advocates of the Korean conquest with further pretexts. This movement had three motives. 1. Japan could not strengthen itself without expanding abroad. 2. Without taking the first step, Western countries, especially Russia, might do so. 3. The conquest of Korea would provide an outlet for unhappy samurai. At the time, Japan's political leaders, such as Iwakura, Okubo, Ito, and Inao, originally opposed the conquest of Korea. They believed that the Meiji Restoration, being in its early stages, should not act impulsively or seek foreign expansion. However, following the Ganghwa Island incident, they felt unable to suppress public opinion and thus had to take proactive measures. Morimichi engaged in a heated debate with our diplomatic authorities, insisting that Korea is a subject state of Japan. They sent Morimichi to Beijing to test China's attitude and avoid any obstruction while simultaneously dispatching Kunitada's Seiken Inno with a fleet to Korea to negotiate a treaty for trade and friendly relations. If Japan were to invade Korea, it would be considered unfriendly towards China, and China could not remain passive. Morimichi argued that China's sovereignty over Korea is only nominal as China bears no responsibility for the country, thus having no authority. This directly challenged China's sovereignty claims, and China should have protested and taken corrective actions. Negotiations in Korea proved successful for Kunitada and Inaue, resulting in a treaty recognizing Korea as an independent sovereign state. China was indeed misled by traditional concepts. However, despite both Japan and Korea submitting the treaty articles to China, Beijing did not raise any objections or criticize Korea for its deviation from the expected behavior. According to Chinese tradition, as long as Korea acknowledges China as the suzerain power, it is sufficient. The recognition or non-recognition of third parties is irrelevant to the main objective. In the early years of the Guangxu reign, China's prestige in Korea was very high, so the government was confident and paid little attention to the Japan-Korea Treaty. After resolving the issue of the treaty between Korea and Japan, China and Japan became involved in a conflict over Ryukyu. Ryukyu had been under Chinese rule since the Hongwu 15th year 1372 of the Ming dynasty. Over 500 years, Ryukyu regularly paid its tribute, never interrupting it, but in the 30th year of the Wanli reign 1602, Ryukyu again claimed feudal allegiance to the Japanese samurai of Satsuma, becoming a dual vassal, like a woman promising to marry two men. Fortunately, these two men had never met, so this strange phenomenon quietly existed for 72 years. Since Japan's Meiji Restoration and the abolition of fiefs, Ryukyu, considered a fief of Satsuma, was also targeted for abolition. Initially, Japan blocked Ryukyu from paying tribute to China, eventually turning Ryukyu into a Japanese prefecture. China could not do anything, so it left the Ryukyu issue unresolved. However, the Ryukyu issue exposed Japan's ambitions. China, of course, opposed it, and some advocated a hardline approach against Japan, but Japan really had a good opportunity as it was precisely at a time when China and Russia were contending for ally. Scholars who previously looked down on Japan realized they should be cautious at this point. Japan, having been able to annihilate Ryukyu, could also destroy Korea. Therefore, they focused on how to preserve Korea. The Ryukyu issue might not be worth contending over, but Korea was a must-win. During the years of Guangxu, 1875 to 1883, China for the first time had a policy regarding Korea. Li Hongzhang recognized Japan's territorial ambitions towards Korea, while Western countries only sought trade and missionary work there. Under these circumstances, Britain, America, and France, with increasing rights in Korea, became more opposed to Japan's aggression. In 1875, Li Hongzhang wrote a letter to the Korean official Li Yuan, clearly stating, "For now, it is advisable to use a strategy of poisoning the enemy with poison and gradually making alliances with Western nations to restrain Japan. Japan relies on its cunning and seeks to devour territories bit by bit. Its actions regarding the Ryukyu Islands revealed its intentions. Your country cannot be unprepared." However, what Japan fears most is the West. With Korea's strength, it can control Japan, or there is a risk it may be insufficient. By uniting with the Western powers and controlling trade with Japan, it would have more than enough. After 3 years of persuasion and agitation, Goryeo finally accepted this new policy. Unfortunately, at this time, Goryeo experienced an internal rebellion. In spring of the Xuantong 8th year 1892, under China's introduction, Goryeo concluded trade treaties with Britain, America, Germany, and France. King's father, Grand Institute Lord Li Sungun, opposed the new policy while fearing the power of Queen Min's family. China sent Wu Changqing leading his Hui army directly into Goryeo's capital. Among Wu Changqing's subordinates were 2 young men, Zhang Mingxi and Yuan Shikai. He suddenly incited a coup in June of the Xuantong 8th year, surrounding the Japanese embassy and slaughtering key members of the Min clan. Fu Cheng, Li Hongzhang's advisor, suggested that China quickly dispatch troops to Goryeo to suppress the rebellion, demonstrating Chinese suzerainty and preventing Japan's involvement. They were bold, and the Goryeo army had no chance of resistance. At this point, Wu Changqing effectively became the master of Goryeo. Later, Goryeo agreed to pay reparations to Japan and permitted Japan to retain a guard at its embassy. They first escorted Grand Institute Lord Li Sungun to Tianjin, and then dispatched troops to occupy strategic locations in Hansong, dispersing King's father's forces within a few hours. Thus, both China and Japan had armies in the Goryeo capital, forming a stance of opposition. In the summer of the 8th year, China's victory in Seoul led to many people becoming overconfident. Jiang Mian advocated for the complete destruction of Korea. Zhang Peiyun and Deng Chengshu suggested that Li Hongzhang set up a headquarters in Yantai, mobilizing naval and land forces in preparation for war against Japan. Zhang Peiyun said, "Since Japan reformed its laws, the people have grown to despise their rulers. Initially, they sought to restore feudalism, then to reform civil governance. The SA and Chang factions struggled for power, leaving a mountain of national debt. There are no experienced commanders or strategic advisors. They use paper as currency. Though their military formation and equipment resemble those of the West, it is merely a formality. Their fleet consists mainly of small cannon boats, while China's Dingguan, Kaoyong, and Yangwei battleships are far superior. Their army numbers around 45,000, with 3,000–4,000 in the navy, but many positions remain unfilled. Moreover, China's Hui and Xiang armies are far more numerous. They have only recently begun recruiting deserters and idle people to fill their ranks, most of whom have never seen combat and are easily frightened. The imperial treasury currently has less than 5 million silver dollars. Deng Chengshu expressed a similar view. Japan's territory is merely 2 provinces from the mainland. In this dire situation, how can the country be governed? The navy has fewer than 8,000 men, and most of the ships are in ruins. Yet they dare to confront China without hesitation, because they rely on China's fear of conflict and its aversion to initiating trouble. The army is divided into 6 towns, and when you add the land and sea forces together, they barely number 40,000, nor are they composed of elite troops. These 2 self-proclaimed Japan experts are too simplistic in their analysis. Li Hongzhang sees it more clearly. This year, they sent the counselor at Hirebumi to Europe to study civil matters, and then sent Prince Kanin to Russia. He says, Since Japan's reform, it has consistently catered to the West, hoping to steal their ideas for self-reinforcement. They also dispatched emissaries to Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, forming parties and cultivating alliances. The West enjoys this devoted attachment, often taking sides in disputes between China and Japan. A husband who lacks the means to spy on others but reveals his plans first is something strategists fear. With their large foreign debts, if there is a crisis, the West may secretly assist and protect them out of self-interest. Japan, following Western methods, may only have a superficial resemblance, but its ships and cannons are nearly equal to ours. If we must cross several thousand miles of sea to engage in a battle of wits, controlling their fate, I dare not claim certain victory. China must rigorously train its navy. It cannot afford any slackness. The need for the East expedition is not something that should be absent. The desire to conquer it cannot be lacking. Unfortunately, the funds allocated were not enough to cover all expenses. In years past, the Ministry of Finance allocated 4,200,000 silver taels each year for the defense of the northern and southern oceans. If we calculate the amounts collected by various provinces from their customs duties for ocean defense, they only amount to about a quarter of what was originally allocated. In this way, in 5 years, the naval forces in both regions should be well established. After this great debate, the Vietnam issue resurfaced. I respectfully request that the Imperial Decree order the Ministry of Finance to oversee the collection of the annual defense fees for the northern and southern oceans and verify the actual figures, ensuring they reach the original allocation of 4,200,000 taels. With China and France at war, Japan's opportunity arrived. Zhang Pailun and Deng Chengxiu suddenly forgot about Japan, advocating a major movement to fight against France. At that time, Korea's political and military affairs were arrayed in opposition. On one side was the Opposition Party, led by Han Yingji, Kim Ok-kyung-han, and Park Yong-hyo, with backing from the Japanese minister, Takamine Arashi. This faction is pro-Japanese, aiming to gain independence under Japan's influence. Across from them are the pro-Unionists, seeking shelter under China's protection to avoid Japanese and other foreign pressure. The armies in Seoul include Chinese garrison troops and Goryeo troops led by UN Shikai, while across from them are the guards of the Japanese embassy and Goryeo troops trained by Japanese officers. Before the Sino-French War broke out, the Kaifang Party could not raise its head. After it began, however, the prominent figure became very active, arguing that China was preoccupied with its own affairs and thus couldn't protect Korea. All representatives attended except Fora, who claimed illness. On October 17, 1898, during the Qing Emperor's reign, Han Yingzi held a banquet for diplomatic representatives and key figures from Goryeo. Suddenly, a fire alarm was given, causing confusion among the attendees. Yongik left to investigate but was killed by soldiers hiding in wait. At this point, not only did not have an illness, he led his forces into the palace. Han Yingji fled into the royal palace, declaring a Chinese uprising, forcing the king to move, and summoned Deng with Japanese troops to secure the palace. After coming under the control of the Kaifang Party, the king issued edicts summoning leaders of the pro-Unionists. They were killed as soon as they entered the palace, so they declared independence and formed a cabinet with members of the Kagun Party. A battle broke out between the two sides inside the Goryeo Palace. On October 19th, UN Shikai led his trained Korean troops and Chinese forces stationed in Seoul into the palace. Seeing that resistance was futile, Ajin retreated, leaving the palace and the king in Yuan's hands. He bravely took responsibility, stopping the conspiracy of others. Han Yingji, Park Yong-hyo were killed by rampaging soldiers, while Kim Ok-kyung followed Ajin to Incheon and later fled to Japan. Power was entirely seized by the Kagun Party and UN Shikai, leaving the Kagun Party in disarray. No wonder Li Hongzhang came to respect him afterward, and appointed him as the overall representative to Goryeo. Yuan, who was barely 30 at the time, faced a major event without proper communication due to disrupted telegraphs, so he had to act swiftly. Taku Ajin was a rogue diplomat. After the incident, the Japanese government conducted peaceful negotiations with both Korea and China. If he hadn't violated the Japanese government's intentions, at least he stayed within the boundaries set by his government. In the spring of Guangsu 11, 1885, Ito and Li Hongzhang signed the Tianjin Agreement. Both sides withdrew their troops stationed in Korea, but if Korea were to experience internal turmoil, both China and Japan could send troops into Korea. During Guangsu 11, 1885, Britain and Russia nearly went to war over the issue of Afghanistan. Their conflict spread to the Far East. To prevent the Russian Navy from sailing south from Sea of Okhotsk, Britain suddenly occupied the large Mill Island off Korea's southern coast. Russia then planned to occupy the port of Ever-Prosperous in northeastern Korea. Seeing Japan as unreliable and suspecting that it was secretly communicating with Russia, Koreans sought Russian protection. Under these circumstances, feeling threatened, Britain grew wary, while Japan feared that a powerful British-Russian presence in Korea would be detrimental. Thus, both Japan and Britain encouraged China to adopt an aggressive policy in Korea. Britain viewed Korea under Chinese control as causing them no harm, but if it fell into Russian hands, it would greatly disadvantage them. Similarly, Japan saw Korea as a potential future acquisition while fearing that if it went to Russia, it would deal a fatal blow to Japan. Therefore, this situation was highly advantageous for China, and Li Hongzhang and Yuan Shikai thus pursued an aggressive policy. From Guangzhou 1885 to 21,904, China's policy towards Korea was entirely that of Li Hongzhang and Yuan Shikai. They first tightly controlled Korea's finance, blocking any attempts by Korea to borrow foreign debts. When Korean finances were desperate, they ordered the Commerce Agency to lend money to Korea. The customs of Korea were managed by Chinese customs officials, effectively a branch of China Customs. The telegraph agency in Korea was set up and managed by Chinese telegraph technicians using Chinese materials. When sending diplomatic missions abroad, Korea needed prior consent from China. Upon arrival in foreign countries, Korean diplomats had to adhere to 3 conditions. 1. 2. Upon their initial arrival in each country, Korean representatives should first report to the Chinese embassy, requesting Chinese officials accompany them, though this was not a strict requirement afterward. At official banquets and diplomatic gatherings, Korean representatives should follow behind the Chinese officials. 3. In negotiations regarding significant issues with critical implications, Korean representatives should first consult with the Chinese officials for approval. By this time, however, Li and Yuan's policy had evolved into a strategy of Chinese dominance over Korea. By the late Tongji, 1869, Japan felt that China's claim over Korea had become excessive, and desired to oppose China. While this policy elevated China's status in Korea, it directly contradicted the original policies set by Li Hongzhang in 1894 Renmu Shini. When he encouraged Korea to engage more with Western countries, aiming to use their trade and missionary rights to counter Japan's territorial ambitions. China held the exclusive right over Korea, and in times of crisis, naturally only China could take the lead. The direct cause of the Theil War was again a rebellion in Korea. Both China and Japan sent troops, with China helping to suppress the rebellion, while Japan used it as an excuse to protect its citizens and embassy. In the 24th year of Tongji 1894 AD or 1895 CE, according to the Western calendar, there was a so-called East Learning Party in southern Korea, which gathered thousands to make trouble. However, the area where the East Learning Party caused trouble was far from Seoul, without any Japanese expatriates, and Japan had sent many more troops than necessary for protection. Li Hongzhang knew that Japan harbored ambitions beyond protecting its citizens, so he tried to suppress the East Learning Party rebellion first, leaving Japan with no excuse. But after the rebellion was put down, Japan refused to withdraw its forces. Li Hongzhang refused, because this meant joint Chinese-Japanese control over Korea. Japan claimed that the root cause of the Korean rebellion lay in poor governance, and demanded that China and Japan jointly force Korea to reform its internal affairs. At this time, Japanese public opinion was extremely strong, insistent on war. Similarly, Chinese public opinion was fierce, demanding that Li Hongzhang send troops immediately to take the initiative. Scholars believed that Korea must not be lost, as its fall would make it impossible to protect northeastern China. Li Hongzhang believed that if a large army was deployed, both sides would be in a precarious position, ultimately leading to an inability to retreat. They underestimated Japan's strength. Why doesn't Japan measure its strength and dare to compete with the superior nation? It is like trying to stop a rolling car with one's arms, facing China head-on, akin to crushing dry branches. However, he did not back down on diplomacy. His approach of military passivity and diplomatic aggression is quite peculiar, with valid reasons behind it. The Russian envoy Cassini agreed, promising to convince Japan to withdraw its troops. If Japan refused, Russia would use coercive methods. Li believed that with Russian aid, he didn't need to yield to Japan. Unbeknownst to him, While Cassini was willing to provide assistance, the Russian government did not support his actions. The decision on war and peace was not something a single envoy could handle. When Li Hongzhang realized Cassini's promises could not be kept, China-Japan diplomatic relations were severed, and the war had already begun. Both countries declared war on July 1st. On August 18th, September 17th in the Gregorian calendar, their navies met at the Yalu River in northwest Korea. That naval battle was the most significant one for our nation before the full-scale resistance. If we won, Korea could be secured, the Northeast would not have issues, and in the Far East, China would surpass Japan. Thus, the naval battle of August 18, 1894 Jingyu, is a war that marked a turning point and is worthy of study. We ranked 8th in the world's navies while Japan ranked 11th. At that time, our country's navy was stronger than Japan's. Our two main ships, Dingyuan and Zhenyuan, each weighed 7,000 tons. Japan's largest battleship weighed only 4,000 tons. However, Japan's navy also had its strengths. Their ships were faster, they had more guns on board, and these guns could be fired faster. Our fleet was too uneven, and Japanese coordination was more effective. Therefore, in terms of material strength, the two navies were not far apart. There were many reasons for our defeat that time. First, our strategy was inferior. Admiral Ding Ruchang made Dingyuan his flagship, with Liu Boshan as its captain. Initially, we planned to form a U-Ren formation with the Dingyuan and Zhenyuan ironclad ships leading as the main battle force. Ding was originally a cavalry officer who did not understand naval warfare. He was a man of integrity and had a sense of honor. Li Hongzhang relied on him only for moral leadership. Liu Boshan was a graduate of the British Naval Academy with excellent academic results. He also had a good knowledge of Shakespeare's plays and possessed certain qualities of a Confucian general. Ding admitted that he was inferior to Liu, so in reality, Liu was the overall commander. Liu's real reason for reversing the formation was to ensure his own safety. When the two armies faced each other, Liu suddenly ordered the man formation to be completely reversed, with the ironclad ships Dingyuan and Zhenyuan at the rear, while the smaller boats on the wings took the lead. Moreover, Japan had the chance to attack our weaknesses first. This caused the front line to become disorganized, and the crew of the small boats became panicky. Next, our tactics were also inferior. The chief gunner on the Tianjin, an Englishman named Tyler, noticed Liu Puqian's change of formation and realized the situation was not good. After giving his orders, he climbed up to the viewing platform and stood next to Admiral Ding, ready to assist him in command. He first ordered the gunners not to fire too far or randomly, as there were few shells on board, and they had to hit their target before firing. However, Ding did not understand English, and Tyler did not understand Chinese, so they could only communicate through gestures. Shortly after, the gunners opened fire, and the first shell hit their own viewing platform, seriously wounding Ding. He was unable to continue commanding throughout the battle, while Tyler suffered only minor injuries. Japanese shells were much more accurate than ours, and as a result, our navy suffered heavy losses and dared not engage the Japanese at sea again. The Japanese seized control of the seas, allowing the army to transport troops with freedom of movement, forcing us to bypass Shanhai Pass. In fact, after the naval defeat, the major issue was resolved. The army's defeat was even more severe than the navy's. The following year, in March, Li Hongzhang and Ito signed the Treaty of Shimonoseki. China agreed to Korea's independence, ceded Taiwan and the Liaodong Peninsula, and paid a compensation of 20 million taels. Modern wars are no game. Seeking peace without fighting definitely results in loss, and this time it was Korea that suffered. But after defeat, the desire for peace led to far greater losses than if there had been no war. Unfortunately, their contemporaries did not permit them, and they faced obstacles in their quest for self-reinforcement. They also made hasty decisions regarding foreign relations, ultimately leading to the nation's downfall. During the Tongji and Xianfeng eras, political leaders such as Zheng, Zhu, Li, and Princes Gong and Wang Xiang originally intended to avoid conflict while striving for self-strengthening. Chapter 4. The Division and the Rebirth of Nations. Section 1. International relations differ from personal relationships. They are based on self-interest and do not consider emotions. Countries align with each other when their interests coincide, forming alliances, otherwise they become enemies. Foreign diplomats are adept at managing their account books. Li Hongzhang invites wolves into the fold. Before and after the Sino-Japanese War, Li Hongzhang employed various diplomatic tactics to secure Western countries' assistance, but was unsuccessful. Western nations originally aimed for significant expansion in the Far East. They believed that as China suffered defeats, its need for their assistance would grow, and they would be more willing to pay the price. During the Sino-Japanese War, Li Hongzhang, despite his utmost efforts, could not secure their aid, as they maintained a policy of neutrality, watching from afar. But, prior to the Sino-Japanese War, they made little progress due to three main reasons: their preoccupation with dividing Africa, mutual restraint among themselves, and the presence of two independent nations, China and Japan, in the Far East, each possessing considerable resistance capabilities. Simultaneously, they viewed Japan's victories as a means to weaken its power. Thus, they refrained from aiding us before our defeat. From the perspective of Westerners, the Sino-Japanese War, regardless of the outcome, was a loss for both sides, and they could potentially benefit from it. The initiative came from Russia, with Germany and France merely echoing their stance. Upon the signing of the Treaty of Shimonoseki, Russia, Germany, and France united to force Japan to return the Liaodong Peninsula, including Dalian and Lushun. At the same time, Vladivostok is too far north, and it freezes in winter, making navigation difficult. At that time, Russia's finance minister Witte was constructing the Siberian Railway, and he realized that a shorter route could be achieved by bypassing the northern shore of the Heilongjiang River in the east, instead of crossing through northeast China, making the project more feasible. If Russia were to gain Dalian and Lushan, it would have a complete military port and commercial port in the Far East, completing the Trans-Siberian Railway and securing a frozen-free seaport. This was the opportunity Witte wanted. France allied with Russia at the time against Germany, and Russia asked for French assistance, which France could not refuse. Moreover, France also had ambitious plans to develop in the Far East. Germany's calculations were more sophisticated. This was the real motive behind the three countries' interference in the Treaty of Shimonoseki. He wanted to join forces with Russia, first to show Germany as a friend of Russia, so that Russia would not need to rely on France. Second, if Russia developed towards the Far East, it would be less troublesome in Europe, and Germany could just help along. Third, Germany could also demand compensation for their aid. The actions of the three countries, Russia, Germany, and France, were very apparent. At the time, with our hatred for Japan, such expressions of friendship were invaluable. After the announcement of the Treaty of Shimonoseki, they expressed sympathy to us, stating that the treaty was unreasonable and they were willing to help China regain some of its lost territories. We hoped that the three countries could recover Taiwan and Liaodong Peninsula for us. Meanwhile, in their so-called friendly advice, they claimed that Japan's occupation of the Liaodong Peninsula was detrimental to the peace of the Far East. China considered that the Liaodong Peninsula was worth more than 3 million silver coins, so we felt grateful for the three countries' assistance. After the war, Japan could not dare to disobey the three countries' advice, and thus returned Liaodong but with a compensatory payment of 3 million silver coins. The original payment under the Treaty of Shimonoseki was 20 million silver coins, now increased by 3 million silver coins, which China naturally could not afford. Russia can truly be considered a good friend. The amount and low interest rate indeed made us feel honored. Witte agreed to help me borrow 10 million silver coins from French and Russian banks at an interest rate of 4. In the 26th year of Guangxu, 1896, Emperor Nicholas II of Russia held a coronation ceremony. This Eastern Bismarck then went to Europe. China therefore sent Li Hongzhang as the congratulations on coronation ambassador. The Russian government expressed that when the two countries are particularly close, China should send a high-ranking official as a representative to show respect to the friend. Wei knew China's psychology well, so when he negotiated with Li Hongzhang, he first spoke of Japan's wickedness and fearfulness, which were words that Li Hongzhang and the entire nation were willing to hear. Since this psychological attack was successful, Wei further argued that Russia's assistance for China was inadequate in terms of both heart and strength. If China wanted significant Russian aid in the future, it had to build a railway across Manchuria. He said that during the Sino-Japanese War, Russia intended to intervene but could not due to transportation issues, and thus the war ended before the Russian army arrived. Li Hongzhang did not refute Wei's theory, but argued that the section of railway within Chinese territory should be built by China itself. This statement frightened Li Hongzhang. Wei responded that China lacked the manpower and financial resources, and if it tried to build it on its own, it would take at least 10 years, which would not be enough to address the urgent situation. In the end, Wei said that if China rejected Russia's goodwill, Russia would no longer assist China. As a result, he signed a secret agreement with Wei, in which Russia agreed to aid China against Japan, and China promised to allow Russia to build the Manchuria Railway. The Sino-Russian secret agreement of the 22nd year of Guangxu was Li Hongzhang's biggest mistake. After the Thiao War, Japan had no immediate plans to attack China again. At that time, the Japanese government changed its tune and sought to establish contact with China. Because Western influence was too strong in China, it was to Japan's disadvantage. The original intention of the West was not to aid China but to use the Middle East Railway to invade China. After Li Hongzhang left Russia, he visited Germany, France, Belgium, Britain, and the United States. The subsequent partition disasters, as well as the Russo-Japanese War, the 21 Demands, and the Jian Incident, all stemmed from this secret agreement. While in Berlin, the German government tried to obtain from him compensation for Liaodong. He did not agree. The German ambassador later attempted the same in Beijing, but again received no response. In the autumn of Guangxu 23, 1897, 2 missionaries were killed in Shandong, and Germany took advantage of this opportunity. China agreed in spring 24, 1898. They deployed troops to occupy Qingdao on one hand and demanded the right to lease the Jiaozhou Bay, Qingdao, and to construct railways and mines in Shandong on the other. Shandong was considered within Germany's sphere of interest. Russia, seeing that Germany had gained an advantage, dispatched troops and ships to occupy Lushan, Port Arthur, and Dalian. China could only agree. We spent 30 million to reclaim the Liaodong Peninsula, but Russia took it back. Russia claimed that to maintain a balanced power structure in North China and assist its allies, it could not avoid having Lushan and Dalian, and it also needed to construct the South Manchuria Railway. Russia even claimed to be China's only friend. Russian diplomacy is cunning. In the name of helping, he invaded us. Thus, Britain demanded the lease of Wei Highway, Kowloon, and superior rights in the Yangtze River Basin. Later, with the East-North Railway, South Manchuria Railway, and Dalian and Lushan, northeast China became Russia's sphere of influence. France sought rent for the Gulf of Guangzhou and Guangdong, Guangxi and Yunnan provinces. Japan requested superior rights in Fujian. Italy wanted to lease the 3 gates of Zhejiang. Apart from Italy's demands, China agreed to all of them. This is what they call partition. This is known as the open door policy, a historic policy. The United States made no claims but used diplomacy to ensure that countries did not carve up China into separate zones, instead recognizing each other's equal trading rights within Chinese territory. This partition movement was a direct result of the defeat in the Jiaowu War. In modern times, defeats cannot be endured. Section 2. Kang Yaowei assists Xuantong's reform. If we were people during the period from Jiaowu to Wuxi, witnessing our nation defeated by a small country like Japan, and after defeat, forced to cede territory and pay reparations, wouldn't we be filled with indignation and courage to save our country? Kang Yaowei was such a figure of that era. Moreover, if we were indeed in that era, lacking new knowledge and technology, confined to writing 8-ledge essays and having read only Chinese classics, wouldn't our plan for salvation inevitably hinge on our classics, leading us to craft vague yet appealing articles? If at this very moment, someone emerged from among us with a great scheme, both adhering to ancient precepts and suitable for the current situation, whose writings we admired and arguments resonated with our desires, wouldn't we support them? Kang Yaowei was from Nanhai County in Guangdong, born in the year Xian 5, 1855, 11 years before Sun Yat-sen. His family had been scholars for several generations. He did not understand any foreign scripts, and had never been to a foreign country before the late Qing period. His upbringing and education by his teacher Zhu Jiang focused not only on preparing him to pass the imperial examination and secure a title, but also emphasized the history of Chinese political systems and what is commonly known as practical learning for the world. However, he had visited Hong Kong and Shanghai, where he witnessed the orderly administration of Western-style places, which greatly inspired him. He believed that such elegant administration must have a cultural and intellectual background and roots. Unfortunately, at that time, there were no books discussing Western politics and economics in China. Kang Yaowei could only access basic translated works from the South China Manufacturing Agency and churches on astronomy, geography, physics, military strategy, medicine, and Jesus teachings. But he was an extremely brilliant person. He could understand 1 and infer 3, knowing the big picture from a small detail, thus opening up a new boundary in his learning. We have mentioned that during the Tongji era, the self-strengthening movement led by Li Hongzhang was limited to material aspects and was far from comprehensive. The only things he did not understand were guns, cannons, ships, and machinery. Later, Liang Qichao criticized him, knowing military affairs but not civil administration, knowing diplomacy but not internal governance, knowing the court but not the nation, knowing foreign affairs but not state affairs, believed that all aspects of China's politics, teachings, customs, and culture were superior to those of other countries. This criticism was justified. If we only learn these, then the capabilities of the self-strengthening movement will be complete. After the First Sino-Japanese War, Kang Yaowei saw an opportunity. However, Li Hongzhang's material reforms faced opposition from contemporaries, and if he had pushed further political reforms, he definitely would not have been permitted to do so. He advocated for political reforms that Li Hongzhang dared not promote. This became known as the verification movement. In China's history from Qin and Han to modern times, only two people had ever advocated for change, Wang Meng and Wang Anshi. Both failed, with Wang Meng particularly becoming a villain in history. Therefore, no one dared to discuss reforms. Kang Yaowei knew that breaking through this mindset was essential before any reform could begin. The scholar official class all believed that the legal system was the laws of their ancestors, the laws of the sages and ancients, passed down through the generations and could not be changed. Confucius composed the Spring and Autumn Annals with the purpose of reforming the legal system. So, before the Jiahui era, he wrote an article titled, A Study on Confucius's Reform, where he argued that Confucius was fundamentally a reformer. The true meaning of the Spring and Autumn Annals can be found in the Ganjiang commentaries. The commentaries speak of unifying three systems, meaning that the laws of the Xie, Shang, and Zhou dynasties were not inherited, but each dynasty created its own laws suitable for its time. Kang Yaowei's book essentially used Confucius as a puppet for his thoughts to suppress opposition from scholar officials. They also discuss extending three regimes, suggesting a bureaucratic system with autocratic rule in times of turmoil, constitutional rule in peaceful eras, and republican rule in times of prosperity. Kang Yaowei passed the imperial examination during the Jiao period and became a Jinshi scholar official in the Yinhu year. He was a new noble during a time of national crisis. He took advantage of this opportunity to organize societies, publish newspapers, and promote his ideas, gaining many followers along the way. Yet his movement reached its peak, appearing as if the entire nation supported him. Most people do not understand his theories or know the specifics of his reform plans, and only a few can be said to be his true followers. Confucius was the intellectual center of old China. Seizing upon Confucius, the intellectual battle was won. The emperor was the political center of old China. Thus, Kang Yaowei's actual political work began with targeting the emperor. During a period of severe national crisis, he repeatedly petitioned Emperor Xuantong, offering advice on saving the nation. The emperor, influenced by the dire situation, genuinely desired to save the country. He first studied Kang Yaowei's works and later summoned him. He greatly admired him, but due to various obstacles, he only allowed Kang to work within the prime minister's office. The division of power in Spring Vixen further stimulated both the reformists and Emperor Xuantong. The most urgent matters among these are two. From April 23 to August, within 100 days, Kang Yaowei and his colleagues implemented numerous new policies. As a result, he assigned 4 of Kang's comrades Xiang Rui, Liu Guangdi, Lin Shu, and Tan Sidong to handle affairs in the Grand Council office. First, government exams will no longer require 8 ledge essays. Instead, they will use political and economic arguments. Second, there is a need to adjust administrative institutions. In other words, henceforth, officials cannot become officers solely through empty rhetoric, but must rely on solid learning. I.C. Construction. Kang Yaowei eliminated many unnecessary offices and positions, such as the Ministry of Ceremonial Affairs, the Office of Communications, the Ministry of Ceremonies, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Works, the Grand Council of Agriculture, Industry, and Commerce, similar to today's Ministry of Economy, among others, aiming to promote econom. Why? Because it threatened their livelihood. These 2 major reforms, from our modern perspective, should have been implemented earlier. However, during the Xinhai Revolution, despite the severe national crisis, most people opposed them. Wealth. Once the 8 ledge essay was abolished, they felt hopeless. No wonder they vilified Kang Yaowei as a traitor and a Western puppet. Everyone knew that abolishing 8 ledge essays and promoting practical learning would render invalid all the efforts of hundreds of imperial scholars, thousands of graduates, tens of thousands of candidates, and millions of students across the nation, who had spent countless hours preparing for these exams in hopes of advancing their careers or gain. As for the officials who were removed, not one but all chewed their teeth in hatred. If Kang Yaowei was holding the emperor to implement new policies, those opposing the new policies surrounded Empress Dowager Shi, demanding, "Preserve the Empress Dowager and reverse the order." At this time, although Emperor Guangxu acted as emperor, real power remained in Empress Dowager Shi's hands. The two had a long-standing lack of harmony. Empress Dowager Shi, at her wits' end, considered dethroning Emperor Guangxu. Yuan Shikai, however, dismissed them as reckless, refused to cooperate, and leaked their secrets. The new faction then sought aid from Yuan Shikai, who was training troops in Tianjin, promising military support. Empress Dowager Shi took the initiative, imprisoning Emperor Guangxu under the pretext of his illness and assuming direct governance. Kang Yaowei fled, as did others. Some were killed by Empress Dowager Russ. Their new policies were completely foiled. Thus, an internal issue escalated into an international affair. Later, Kang Yaowei and Liang Qichao fled abroad, finding protection from foreign powers. Section 3. Mobilization of the hardliners during the Suxu reform movement. Foreigners tended to side with Emperor Guangxu and the Progressive Party, opposing Empress Dowager Shi and the hardliners. Thus, the Western Empress Dowager and the diehards hated foreigners. In their exile, they founded the Pro-Imperialist Association, inciting foreigners and overseas Chinese to support Emperor Guangxu. Several hardliners like Gan Yi, Changqi, Su Teng, and Qi Shu plotted to seize power under the new king. The Empress Dowager wanted to depose Emperor Guangxu and install Pu Yun, son of Prince Zizi, as emperor. However, foreign ambassadors expressed their dissatisfaction, further fueling anti-foreign sentiments. The diehards couldn't rally the whole country solely around the issue of depose and installation. Their movement expanded because they were also patriots. We shouldn't dismiss diehards as unpatriotic. From the start of the Opium War, they consistently opposed submission and advocated for resisting. From the Opium War to the Boxer Year 1900, the 60 years of oppression and growing resentment made them believe that China should resist foreign aggression swiftly or face national demise. During the Wuxu Year, after the Empress Dowager's return to power, she refused to cede the Three Gorges to Italy. She ordered officials in Zhejiang to prepare for resistance, and Italy eventually withdrew its claim, further reinforcing the diehards' belief in hardline anti-foreign policies. This layer particularly invited the wrath of stubborn elements. Foreigners not only engaged in trade and territorial acquisition in China, but also conducted missionary work. They regarded the teachings of Confucius and Mencius as holy, the religion of foreigners as heresy, as a cult. Such views were very common at that time. The most ignorant and foolish masses in China all knew to honor their parents, obey their teachers, and saw foreigners as rootless and without fathers or kings. For thousands of years it was the custom for barbarians to learn from China, but not for Chinese to learn from barbarians. For example, Xu Teng, a scholar official and disciple of the Neo-Confucian scholar Wang Yim himself a renowned Neo-Confucian, was considered one of the upright gentlemen among contemporary figures. He and his colleagues sought to protect Chinese culture and fight against foreigners. They believed that to uproot weeds, one must eradicate heterodoxy, and that expelling foreigners was indispensable. But China had defeated Japan. How could it wage war against the entire world at once? Stubborn elements thought they could rely on the people. Utilizing public opinion or public sentiment or public spirit to fight against outsiders was a tradition passed down from Lin Zexu, Xu Guangxing. Anyone advocating the extermination of foreigners believed that the 400 million compatriots were invincible. After the First Sino-Japanese War, the Yuhai Tuan movement emerged in Shandong. The hardliners saw this Yihai Tuan, also known as Yi Quan, as the violent force they needed. Yi Tuan, originally the Big Sword Society, at this time was no different in essence from various popular folk gangs in China. Foreign missionaries often favored their followers, and sometimes these followers would use foreign power to oppress civilians. The Big Sword Society focused on targeting foreigners, especially missionaries, and the Chinese population had years of resentment against them. Many religious-themed temple fairs and civil society were boycotted by Christians who did not want to cooperate. This led to conflicts between Christians and non-Christians. Civil life was difficult, so all guilt was placed on foreigners. There were also various rumors circulating that missionaries came to China solely to extract the hearts of Chinese people for making drugs, or that they stole children's brain juice and gave them to virgin girls in red pills. Foreigners, Chinese attached to foreigners, and all affairs related to them such as churches, railways, telegraphs, etc., were all in the list of those to be overthrown. The Boxers were confident that they would not be killed by the firearms of the foreigners, as they believed in divine protection. Shandong Governor Li Binghe and Dong encouraged them successively, so they started disturbing Shandong under the slogan of support the Qing dynasty, eliminate the foreigners. In the year Jihai Singu 25, 1899, Yuan Shikai became the Shandong governor and mercilessly treated the Boxers as rioters, sending troops to suppress them. The Hebei authorities greeted them warmly, so the Boxers gained power in Hebei Dado. The Boxer rebels could not hold on in Shandong and fled into Hebei during the winter of Jihai and the early spring of Jixia. Yuqian promoted the Boxers to the leaders like Zaiwan and Ganyi, who introduced them to Empress Dowager Cixi. Thus, the Boxers gained influence in Beijing. The Jixia 1900 Boxer Rebellion was a total mobilization of the rigid forces in China. After 4 imperial conferences, on May 25, Empress Dowager Cixi declared war on all foreign nations simultaneously. Empress Dowager Cixi and the nobles who wanted to change the imperial succession, the rigid scholars and the rigid patriotic patriots all joined forces with the Boxers, unitedly striving to eliminate foreigners, thinking that by doing so they could achieve their private and public goals. Meanwhile, the Eight-Nation Alliance attacked from Dakyaku, capturing Tianjin and slowly approaching Beijing. By July 20th, Dong Fuxiang's troops, along with several thousand Punishers, wielding their soul-drawing banners, heavenly flags, thunderfans, yin-yang bottles, 9-link chains, like-minded hooks, fire cards, flying swords, and other magical artifacts, had only killed a German envoy, failing to breach the legations in Dongjiaomen Alley. Thus, Cixi and Emperor Guangxu fled to Xi'an. Li Hongzhang emerged once more to try to resolve the situation. The end of the Boxer Rebellion was marked by the Xinqiao Treaty. Besides holding the ringleaders accountable and demanding an apology, the treaty contained 3 severe clauses. 1. Doris. A reparations payment of 45,500,000 silver taels, to be repaid over 39 years, with interest at 4 alai per year, totaling approximately 98,800,000 taels. 2. Foreign troops could station themselves along the railway line from Beijing to Shanhaiguan. Russia's share was the largest at the time. China and Russia were allies, accounting for 29%. Germany followed with 20%, France slightly less than 16%, Britain over 11%, and Japan and the United States each around 7%. Recently, Japan has increased its troops in Pinjin, using the excuse of Article 3 of the Sino-Russian Treaty, Xinqiao Treaty, which demarcates and expands the Beijing Embassy District, with each country keeping troops in Beijing to protect the embassies. These terms are serious enough, but our greatest losses were not from the various clauses of the Xinqiao Treaty. There was also the issue of the East 3 provinces. In the Jixia-Jexi year, Russia took advantage of the Boxer Rebellion to occupy all of northeast China. If China had accepted Russia's demands, the northeast 3 provinces would have been nominal only at that time. After the signing of the Xinqiao Treaty, Russia refused to withdraw and even demanded various special rights from China. Jiang Zidong and Yuan Shikai strongly opposed accepting Russia's terms, with Japan, Britain, and the United States supporting them. Li Hongzhang advocated accepting Russia's requests, but fortunately he died during the Xinqiao winter. Otherwise, the northeast 3 provinces might have been given to Russia under his supervision. Although the United States did not join, it expressed its approval. Seeing the situation unfavorable, Japan and Britain concluded an alliance treaty in early Riemann Qing dynasty's 28th year to counter Russia. At that time, Chinese public opinion also supported the alliance. Professors at the Beijing University, later known as Peking University, wrote letters to the government, suggesting China join the alliance and form a group with Japan, Britain, and the United States to counter Russia. Although the treaty was signed, Russia later changed its mind midway. Japan then intervened and negotiated with Russia. Seeing the international situation unfavorable, Russia concluded an agreement with China to withdraw its troops from the eastern provinces in 3 phases. In 1894, the 30th year of the Guangxu Emperor, the negotiations failed, and war broke out on our territory. Fortunately, in reality, Japan only achieved a partial victory. Had Russia emerged victorious in that war, not only would the eastern provinces have become part of Russian influence, but Korea as well. If Japan had completely defeated Russia, Korea and northeastern China would have fallen under Japanese control, with China unable to gain an advantage. Thus, a standoff between Japan and Russia benefited China in some ways. As mentioned earlier, by the 19th century, China faced an unprecedented crisis. Section 4. Sun Prime Minister presents the National Renaissance Plan. Without delving into the achievements of Sun Yat-sen, let us trace China's modern history. As a result, the peace treaty still acknowledged China's sovereignty over northeast China, but it designated northern Manchuria as a Russian rail and economic interest area, while southern Manchuria, including Dalian and Lushan, fell under Japanese control. Prior to the 19th century, the competing foreign tribes had either inferior culture or basic strength compared to our nation. In the 19th century, several nations with science, machinery, and nationalism as their foundations challenged China. Although we suffered a major defeat during the Daguang era, we remained oblivious to the dangers of our state and nation, failing to initiate reforms and squandering 2 decades of national progress. It was only after enduring the pain of the Anglo-French Allied forces and Taiping Rebellion that the self-strengthening movement emerged in the early Tongji era, led by Yi Liang, Wen Xiang, Zhang Guofan, Li Hongshang, and Zhuo Zongtang. This movement served as China's first plan to respond to major changes and save the nation and its people during China's modern history. In essence, the plan aimed to learn, utilize, and manufacture Western weaponry to counter Western powers. However, it was incomplete and not fully implemented. Japan, however, took a similar path but with a more comprehensive plan. The reasons were twofold. First, the proponents had limited understanding of Western culture. Second, the political system and spirit of the Tongji Xingqing period did not permit the leaders of the self-strengthening movement to move forward. Japan embraced Western science and machinery, as well as certain aspects of Western nationalism and political systems. The First Sino-Japanese War showcased the highly westernized and modernized Japan, defeating the less westernized and modernized China. After the First Sino-Japanese War, the reform movement led by Kang Yaowei became China's second plan to save the nation and its people. This plan aimed to change the political system and ultimately transform China into a constitutional monarchy to foster national spirit and the Xin New movement. The reform movement was undoubtedly more westernized and modernized than the self-strengthening movement. Despite Kang Yaowei invoking Confucius's name and leveraging the emperor's authority, he failed because Empress Cixi remained a staunch opponent. With Empress Cixi's support, they formed an unstoppable counter-movement. The Qing dynasty, along with the conservative scholars and the common people, had immense power. Strictly speaking, the Boxer Rebellion could be considered China's third plan for national salvation, albeit it was opposed to westernization and modernization, diverging from the first 2 plans. The devastating defeat of the Boxers was inevitable. This failure underscores that if a nation aims to survive, it cannot turn back time. When self-strengthening, reform, and counter-revolutionary attempts failed, the Chinese people then turned their attention to the saving nation, and people's plans proposed by Sun Yat-sen. The greatness of this plan was closely related to Mr. Sun's youthful environment. Mr. Sun was from Xiangshan County in Guangdong Province, born in the Qing dynasty's Tongji 5th year 1866 CE. His family was a poor peasant family in China's countryside. When he was young, he helped his father farm in the fields. At age 13, he moved to Honolulu with his elder brother, Dezhang Mr. Sun, and attended a church school there. At 16, he returned to Guangzhou and enrolled at the Biojiji Medical School. The following year, he transferred to a medical specialty established by the British in Hong Kong. He studied here for 10 years, graduating as a doctor of medicine in the 18th year of Guangsu, 1901 CE, during the Sino-French War when he was 19. So at this time he already had revolutionary thoughts. Many of his friends from school, such as Zheng Shiliang, Chen Xiaobai, and Lu Haodong, were connected to secret societies opposing the Qing dynasty. There are several aspects of Mr. Sun's youthful life that deserve special attention. All the schools he attended were established by foreigners. First, he was one of the earliest to interact with foreigners. At 13, he left for abroad. His understanding of Western customs and modern culture far exceeded that of Li Hongzhang and Kang Yaowei. This is a great fortune for our nation, because if we are to find our way out through modernization, our leaders should have a correct and profound grasp of modern culture. Second, Sun Yat-sen's education was scientific and prolonged. The scientific thinking method is the most precious treasure of modern culture. However, this method cannot be cultivated in just 1 or 2 months' training or through speed schools. If we do not understand this point, we will not comprehend why Sun Yat-sen's proposed national salvation plans surpass those of others. The Sino-French War in the Xinhai year 1884 greatly shocked Sun Yat-sen. All of Sun Yat-sen's plans were concrete, precise, step-by-step, and comprehensive, as his thoughts had been honed by prolonged scientific training. The Sino-Japanese War in the 20th year of the Guangxu period 1894 gave him even greater stimulation. After that, he completely abandoned medicine and dedicated himself to politics. During his time in Honolulu, he established the Xinjiang Revolutionary Association. The following year, he planned to seize Guangzhou as a base for revolution. Unfortunately, his plan was leaked, leading to failure, after which he fled abroad. Although the declaration was peaceful in tone, few overseas Chinese joined the association from Honolulu. At that time, the climate was not conducive to revolution, and the Qing government's surveillance was strict, so the declaration of the Xinjiang did not mention revolution, but instead spoke of governmental corruption and the nation's dire situation, encouraging patriotic figures to unite for the country's prosperity. Sun Yat-sen traveled from Honolulu to the United States and Britain, advocating revolution while also studying their politics. In Britain, consulate staff enticed him into the consulate and secretly detained him, intending to send him back to China. Fortunately, with the help of his schoolteacher, he escaped danger and later went to France. This was Sun Yat-sen's first period of exile abroad, and also the nascent stage of his 3 principles of the People Revolution. However, the tragic events of the Boxer Rebellion shook many people's faith in the Manchu Qing dynasty. During the Boxer Rebellion, Ginzi Punchi, 2 comrades, Zheng Shiran and Shi Jinhu, acting on Sun Yat-sen's orders, attempted to start a rebellion in Guangdong, but both failed. Many students went to Japan as well. From then on, Sun Yat-sen's propaganda became easier, and his followers increased rapidly. Japanese friends also offered their support. In the year Jixia, 1904, he established the Tongmenghui Revolutionary Alliance in Japan and founded the Minbao People's Newspaper. This is the first publicly revealed revolutionary group of our nation. The Tongmenghui Declaration and the Minbao Publication Statement are the first formal public statements by Sun Yat-sen, in his role as a revolutionary leader, presenting his plans for saving the country and the nation to the world. The Minbao Publication Statement explained the historical necessity of the 3 principles of the people. After Jiaoshan 1895, Sun Yat-sen had 20 years of revolutionary work, and he added many supplements to his proposed plans, but the fundamental principles and strategies that he believed in throughout his life were already laid out in throughout Tongmenghui Declaration and the Minbao Publication Statement. After the fall of the Roman Empire, each nation divided its territory and gradually developed its own distinct languages, scripts, customs, and legal systems. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Europeans launched rights-based revolutions. By modern times, each nation became a national state, but in many countries, royal despotism prevailed, with no right for the common people to participate in politics, leading to the suffering of the masses under oppression. By the 19th century, although Westerners had already implemented nationalism and civil rights, society remained unstable. This was due to the fact that Europe and America became highly developed in science and industry during the 19th century, leading to significant wealth disparities in society. China should, from the beginning of industry, take preventive measures, utilizing science and industry for the happiness of all, which is what we call Ongism. Our country, following the lead of its pro-people activists, has developed the most advanced form of this ideology. They recognize the harm caused by these calamities at their inception. Mr. Sun said very passionately, "The calamities that have befallen European and American societies have been hidden for decades, and even now, when they are discovered, it is impossible to make them disappear quickly." The grandeur of his ideas knows no equal in ancient or modern times. This is the plan for saving the nation, created by Mr. Sun's patriotic fervor and scientific training. It would indeed be a monumental task to accomplish political and social revolutions in one fell swoop, making our country comparable to Europe and America, which are still groping in the dark. However, nationalism and civil rights have yet to be fully realized in the West. China, lagging behind, faces pressure from neighboring powers and is laden with futile thoughts. Is this not a stretch too far for idealism? Many people still criticize Mr. Sun along these lines. How could it possibly advocate all three principles simultaneously? 33 years ago, when the Alliance Society was first organized, most of its members were either hypocritical or lacked genuine belief in their cause. Those who opposed the society need not be mentioned. In fact, Sun Yat-sen fully considered these difficulties. His revolutionary strategy was his step-by-step approach to Samanism. They do not deny the greatness of Samanism, but they hesitate about the difficulties in its implementation. The second half of the Alliance's declaration explains that the revolution should go through three periods: military law, provisional law, and constitution, which are later referred to as militarism, political guidance, and constitutional government. That's not yet fully implemented. The second lies in beautifying the old dirt as if it were new governance. The third is in promoting the old people while suppressing the new governance. Generally, uneducated people accept the naturalness of political guidance and constitutional government, but they do not understand the necessity of the period of political guidance. Sun Yat-sen said, "From the period of militarism directly advancing to that of constitutional government, without granting the revolutionary government a period for training the people or allowing the people time to develop self-governing abilities. Thus, the first defect lies in the old dirt remaining uncleansed and the new gover. This is what they call, some things must come, and some principles are inevitable." Put more explicitly, first, democratic rule cannot be realized. Second, it pretends to be democratic rule while practicing authoritarianism. Third, it abandons democratic rule under the guise of it. At the time, in Japan, the opponents of the Minbao peoples daily in its struggle with the alliance were the Sinmin Kongbao. New People's Journal, edited by Liang Qichao. Liang Qichao was a disciple of Kang Yahweh, a patriot and scholar. Therefore, he repeatedly published articles in Shinmin Kongbao attacking Mr. Sun Yat-sen's nationalism and democracy. He opposed the overthrow of the Qing dynasty and the republican system, advocating for the preservation of the imperial house while implementing a constitutional monarchy. He argued that the Chinese people were not yet ready for a republic, and that implementing it would lead to years of internal turmoil and military feudalism. He often cited China's history. Every time a new dynasty rose, there was prolonged internal turmoil. With foreign powers watching closely, a momentary mistake could bring about national disaster. Liang Qichao believed that even in a time of isolation, such long-term turmoil might not necessarily lead to the fall of a nation. The facts since the Republic have apparently proven Liang Qichao's theories correct. In reality, the difficulties faced since the Republic have been due to the Chinese people's lack of understanding and acceptance of political training. We cannot make one mistake after another. Sun Yat-sen's three principles of the people and revolutionary strategy are without doubt the only path for our nation's revival. Section 5. Removing ethnic barriers to revitalization. After the Boxer Rebellion, the entire people felt that the Qing dynasty was an obstacle to the revitalization of our nation, and this observation is well-founded. Overthrow the new policies. Before the Thiao War, because Empress Dowager Cixi wanted to renovate the Summer Palace, China's navy had been unable to build new ships for 8 years. We cannot say that all Manchus were conservative while all Han people were progressive. There were many in the Han community who had outdated ideas as well. After the Thiao War, first, due to the power struggle between Empress Dowager Cixi and Emperor Guangxu, and secondly, because many members of the Qing elite believed that the new policies Juke meant that Han people would gain power at the expense of Foth, Manchus, Empress Dowager Cixi, and these elites incited all anti-government forces across the nation to owe. In fact, as Manchu leaders held significant influence with their every word and deed, they constituted the majority of the conservative elements within them. And they opposed the Sin Reformation, which was used to exclude Han Chinese people. So after the Jixia 1900 year, although the Manchu Qing dynasty gradually implemented new policies, the Han people never trusted them, nor did they believe in their trusted them. Sincerity. During the winter of Jixia 1900, while Empress Dowager Cixi was still in Heian, she issued an edict for reform. In the 4 years from Sinchao 1901 to Jiakan 1904, she abolished several useless government offices, ended the imperial examination system, established schools, trained new troops, sent students abroad, and permitted mixed marriages between Manchus and Han people. In Wuxu, 1898 year, Kang Yahweh aimed to assist Emperor Guangxu in implementing his new policies, at which time Empress Dowager Cixi had already begun these reforms, even going beyond them. After Japan's victory over Russia, everyone felt that constitutional monarchy had triumphed over absolute monarchy. Therefore, In the summer of EEC 1905, Empress Dowager Cixi sent 5 ministers, including Zai Zhe, abroad to study various countries' constitutions, signaling their preparation for a constitution. On September Fall 1906, the central government structure was established. The years 1906, 1907, and Inyok 1908 marked a significant period of adjustment in governmental and legal structures. The main institutions in the Qing dynasty's central government were the cabinet, the military council, the 6 ministries, and 9 ministers. So-called 9 ministers, however, were mostly useless offices. Since the Daoguang, Xianfeng, and Tongzhi periods, provincial governors and military governors have held significant power, making the 6 departments largely administrative in nature. The 6 departments operate under a commission system, with each department having 1 full-hand secretary and 2 Manchu secretaries, totaling 6 people in charge, leading to shared responsibilities and a tendency to shift blame. The military commission was the most effective agency of the Qing central government, originally a committee carved out of the cabinet, serving as an actual assistant to the emperor in handling major affairs. Since its establishment during the Yongzheng era, the cabinet has become more symbolic. While this reform was far from perfect, it was indeed an improvement over the old system. The reforms in Thiel year 1860 preserved the military commission and established 10 additional departments, each headed by 1 secretary. However, with 11 secretaries appointed, only 5 were Han, which was less than the previous ratio of 1 Han and 1 Manchu in each department. Consequently, this reform not only failed to alleviate Han grievances, but instead intensified revolutionary movements. In the year Wuxin, the Manchu dynasty announced a constitutional outline and designated 9 years as a preparatory period for establishing a constitution. In the year Dingyi 1907, the Qing government decided to establish the Council of State in Beijing as a central organ for expressing public opinion, and set up consultation councils in each province as local organs for public opinion. During these years, the Manchus not only seized Han people's power through reform, but also managed to strip Yuan Shikai of his Sikh army rights by means fair and foul. If true constitutionalism were to be established, 9 years of preparation would still not be sufficient. However, due to the lack of trust among the people towards the Manchu regime at that time, they opposed the 9-year preparatory period, arguing that the Manchus would merely use it as a pretext to delay constitutionalism. At this point, there were still Han people loyal to the Qing court who possessed political acumen, and Yuan Shikai was one of them. By the autumn of Xuantong 1911, when Yichuan ascended the throne with his father, Prince Jiwan, as regent, the first decree was to dismiss Yuan Shikai. Prince Jiwan had no choice but to offend him. Wasn't this a self-inflicted demise for the Manchus? The Alliance Society and other revolutionary comrades saw through the Manchus' tricks and actively sought to overthrow their regime by force. Their declaration explicitly stated their goal to overthrow the Qing dynasty and establish a republic, advocating for equal distribution of power. In Thia year, members of the Alliance Society, Ki Xiaonan and Liu Dawei, in conjunction with the secret society at the Hunan-Jiangxi border, initiated revolts in Liwang and Pingxiang. This was the first revolution following the Alliance Society's establishment, marking the initial involvement of 3 principles of the people as a revolutionary target. Unfortunately, it failed. At this juncture, the Japanese government, at the Qing's request, forced Sun Yat-sen to leave Japan. Simultaneously, numerous Revolutionary Party members secretly operated within the new army in Wuhan and Nanjing, making the Qing court's defense difficult. Led by Hu Hanmin and Wang Jingwei, Sun established a revolutionary base in Hanoi, Vietnam. In the Dinguni year, they launched several uprisings in Kaiyuzhou, Huizhou, Qinzhou, Lianzhou, and Zhenan Pass, all ending in failure. Concurrently, the Guangfuhui Revival Society, organized by Jiangze people, actively engaged in activities. In October of the Wuxin year, Bear Chengji led a portion of the Anhui New Army to break through Anqing. In May of the Dinguni year, the society's leader, Xu Zilin, assassinated the Anhui governor Enming, which involved his comrade, Autumn Jin, both eventually meeting their end. Though he failed, his actions showed that the new army in the Yangtze River region had been influenced by revolutionary ideas. In the years of Dingwei and Wuxin, having faced numerous setbacks, most leaders of the Alliance Society advocated for changing the revolutionary strategy. Hu Hanmin said at the time, "After this, not only assassinations are impossible, but even scattered, individual actions are insufficient to defeat the enemy's ruthless army." Lo, countryman. B. Wang Jingwei opposed this view. believing that revolutionary patriots should have unwavering resolve, bearing heavy responsibilities, accumulating grievances in one body, unyielding and persistent in pursuing their goals, but there should also be those with fiery spirits, boldly advancing, never looking back, sacrificing blood to nourish their efforts. After the plot failed, he was arrested and imprisoned. He secretly traveled to Beijing with Huang Fao to plan the assassination of Regent King Zaishu. This was in the year of Jiaxu and Shantong Basuk. This is what Wang Jingwei referred to as unwavering resolve. After setting the plan, they returned home separately. When Wang Jingwei acted on his fiery spirit, Sun Zhongshan, Hu Hanmin, Huang Xing, and Zhao Sheng were in Southeast Asia, raising funds from overseas Chinese for a large-scale, planned assault against the Qing dynasty. They formulated their plan in Penju Island in the 11th month of Jixu year, first capturing Guangzhou and then advancing north, with Huang Xing unifying the troops to leave Hunan heading towards Hubei, and Zhao Sheng unifying the troops from Jiangxi towards Nanjing. Although militarily it was a failure, psychologically it was a great success as the revolutionary spirit deeply infiltrated the nation's consciousness. The following year, in the third month of the Sunni Xinhai Revolution, on March 29th, the Battle of Huanghua Gang 720 Martyrs was the realization of their plan. At this time the Qing court announced its plan to nationalize railroads, providing Revolutionary Party members with a good propaganda opportunity. The railways under construction at the time included the Yuhan and Sichuan Han routes, which faced capital shortage issues. However, due to insufficient private capital and some company leaders taking advantage of their positions, progress was slow. People from Sichuan, Hubei, and Hunan provinces then organized private railway companies, aiming to collect public shares for road construction. Post and Telegraph Minister Sheng Xuanhui subsequently requested borrowing foreign debts for road construction, bringing both Yuan and Sichuan Han routes under state ownership. Borrowing foreign debt for construction was originally a progressive policy, and nationalizing railways is not debatable, but Sheng Xuanhui's poor reputation damaged public trust, even with beneficial policies. Moreover, shareholders of private companies would also stand to lose significant profits due to these reasons. Because of these various factors, the issue of state-owned railways elicited opposition from the majority, with revolutionary parties inciting them, ultimately becoming the spark for a revolution. They established the Tongmenghui Central Headquarters in Shanghai. The revolutionary strategy of the Tongmenghui Revolutionary Alliance originally focused on Guangdong, but after the failure at Huanghua Gang, Chen Qiming, Song Jiren, and Tan Renfeng sought to utilize the Yangtze River basin as a revolutionary base. Tan Renfeng placed particular emphasis on the middle reaches of the Yangtze, particularly the Lakes region. At this time, Jiang Yiwu, a member of the new army based in Wuhan, founded the Literature Society to promote revolution. Meanwhile, Zhao Defeng operated in Hunan and Sun Wu and Zhu Zheng worked in Hubei, forming the Kanjin Advance Together Society. Although these groups included members from the Tongmenghui, they were not branches of it, and initially had some friction. After mediation by Tan Renfeng, the Kanjin Society and Literature Society began to cooperate. The leaders of the Tongmenghui originally planned to conduct preparatory work in the Yangtze region for several years before launching a revolution. The original target date was the 15th day of the old lunar calendar, but due to inadequate preparation, it was postponed by 10 days. However, with the expansion of the road competition among Sichuan, Hubei, and Hunan, they decided to act in the fall of the Xinhai year Xuntong 3rd year, 1911. Yet on August 18th, Revolutionary Party headquarters were raided by the police, and party membership lists were seized. As a result, they hastily decided to launch the revolution on October 10th, August 19th in the lunar calendar. He led his team straight into Wuchang, attacking the governor's office. The leader of the Xinhai Revolution in Wuhan was a lower-ranking officer in the new army, named Ber Bingkun. Wuchang thus fell to the revolutionaries. The governor, Rui Jisui, immediately fled without resisting, and the new army commander Zhang Bian followed him, so the civil and military officials of Wuchang all abandoned the city and fled. Revolutionaries temporarily forced the more senior and well-respected Li Yuanhong to act as the leader of the revolutionary army. Not a single intense war occurred in any of these areas. After the Wuchang uprising, within 1 month, 13 province Shunan, Shaanxi, Jiangxi, Shaanxi, Yunnan, Anhui, Jiangsu, Guizhou, Zhejiang, Guangxi, Fujian, Guangdong, and Shandong successively declared independence. The downfall of the Qing dynasty was not due to the revolutionary army defeating them militarily, but rather the Qing government itself disintegrated. Our ancient empire suddenly became a republic. Representatives from each independent province drafted a provisional constitution and elected Sun Yat-sen as the temporary president of the Republic of China. When the Qing dynasty reached its end, they called on Yuan Shikai to turn things around. Such last-minute solutions will not work. The Xinhai Revolution overthrew the Qing dynasty, marking the revolution's sole achievement. Yuan Shikai, who had schemed for the Qing dynasty's fall, secured only post-abdication concessions for the imperial family and gained the status of the first official president of the Republic of China. 6th section. Warlord rule for 15 years. Did the Republic of China in its inaugural year possess the conditions necessary for a republic? After eliminating the Qing dynasty, we indeed removed a barrier to national rebirth, but when it came time to construct a new nation, we found ourselves face to face with various inherent national obstacles. Of course not. In an established nation, parties do not strive for power through violence, thus avoiding civil war. The army is the state's, not a private entity. It always serves the government, regardless of which party is in power. However, during the early years of the Republic, military power was equivalent to political power. When the Qing dynasty sought Yuan Shikai's involvement in governance that autumn, it was because the most capable army across the nation remained loyal to him. This very reason led Sun Yat-sen to yield the presidency to Yuan Shikai in the first year of the Republic. Before the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, China did not have private armies, with the exception of the Xiang or Hunan army. The organization and spirit of the Xiang army were passed on to the Huai or Huai army, which then influenced the Beiyang or Northern army, eventually spreading its influence to the Republic of China. However, both the Xiang and Huai armies remained loyal to their leaders who served the Qing dynasty, hence avoiding civil unrest. In the early years of the Republic, with no emperor, the Beiyang army turned loyal to Yuan Shikai instead. Why were the armies of the early Republican period not loyal to the Republic or its constitution? The level of national consciousness among the common people was very low. They joined the military initially to solve personal livelihood issues rather than to defend the nation. Ambitious people know how deeply our people hold their ethnic and regional loyalties, and thus they exploit this to achieve their separatist schemes. If untrained, they know no great loyalty, that is, loyalty to the nation and to principle, only small loyalty, loyalty to the officers who provide them with food and clothing, and loyalty to their fellow countrymen or ethnic leaders. Why don't business and academic circles rise up against warlords? For thousands of years under authoritarian regimes, they have been mere subjects, ignorant of what civil rights are. Intellectuals who should be models for new citizens are not always so. First, their knowledge is skewed towards literature. Suddenly asking them to become the masters of their nation is like throwing someone who cannot swim into the vast waves of the sea. They will surely drown. The more ancient books they read, the more stagnant and confused their thoughts become. Second, China's scholars have traditionally seen civil service as the only avenue for success. Since the Republic, many have feared chaos in the world, as more small courts mean more opportunities for them to serve. International students, scattered across various countries, schools and schools of thought, upon returning home, bring back the theories of every nation, creating a myriad of interpretations and debates, thus adding to the separatism of warlords. Therefore, the intellectual class not only cannot stop the militarists, but sometimes even help them to oppress. Then, did we absolutely have no way to put the nation back on track in the early years of the Republic? We did, in Sun Yat-sen's plan for statehood and the three principles of the people. Mr. Sun already knew that the Qing dynasty was not the only obstacle to China's revival. Other issues like the low level of national education, economic difficulties, lack of ideological understanding among the military, these all concerns he took into account. So he divided the process of building a nation into three periods: political rule, guidance rule, and constitutional rule. However, at that time, people did not believe in him because they did not understand his thoughts. They thought that the Qing dynasty was the only obstacle for us, and once it was cleared away, China could leap from thousands years of autocracy to constitutionalism. In doing so, they inadvertently opened a convenient door for militarists. This is what the ancients referred to as hurrying may lead to failure. During the early years of the Republic, not only did ordinary people lack understanding of Mr. Sun's ideas, even members of the Revolutionary Alliance understood them very little. Mr. Sun did not have a solid revolutionary party as his backing. As for the army, it was even further out of the question. At that time, the political consciousness of the military was limited to a few anti-Manchurian sentiments, complemented by feudal thoughts and habits, which served as tools for reactionaries. On one hand, he hoped that Shikai would not commit great evil. Simultaneously, he used his outsider status to strive for party construction and development. Mr. Zhongshan, lacking a robust revolutionary party and a well-organized national army to aid his plan for saving the nation, made the courageous decision to step down in favor of Yuan Shikai. Had our nation not faced an unprecedented challenge from imperialism, with a Yuan Shikai-like figure as our ruler establishing a new dynasty, we might have relaxed our guard. However, in the 20th century, what we needed was a great leader who recognized the new era and could guide us towards modernization. Yuan Shikai was certainly not that person. He was merely an exceptional political figure born from China's old environment. When he died on June 6, Republic of China Rock Year 5, he had not done a single thing beneficial to the state or that reflected glory upon himself. During his tenure, he incurred significant foreign debt, used assassination as a tool to eliminate his major political rival Song Jiaran, expanded the power of the Beiyang army, and signed a treaty with Japan in 1912, ultimately succumbing to the thousandth advice of a group of small-minded individuals and fantasizing about claiming imperial rule. After Yuan's death, the northern Beijing armies, bound together by profit and honor, naturally splintered. There were numerous small warlords everywhere. They fought for 10 years. They were all little Yuan Siaks. By the summer of Rock Year 15, what was the political map of China like? 1. He styled himself as the Grand Marshal in Beijing, a de facto leader of the Republic of China. The 4 provinces of northeast China, along with Hebei and Shandong, belonged to Zhang Zuolin, the dominant figure in the northern Beijing faction. 2. 3. The 5 provinces of Jiangxi, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, Fujian, Jiangxi were within the sphere of influence of Sun Transhan, the northern Beijing Strait faction. Sun had originally been under Wu Paifu, but by Rock Year 15, he had grown powerful and no longer answered to Wu. Hubei and Henan still belonged to Wu Paifu, a Strait faction giant who had backed Xiao Kun as president. 4. 5. Duori. Shaanxi remained a puppet of the northern Beijing forces and focused on local construction under Yan Xishan. The northwest was within the sphere of influence of Fang Yuxiang, an old subordinate of Wu Peifu who leaned towards revolution. 6. Rs. 7th. Guangdong, Guangxi and Hunan are the origins of the Revolutionary Army. In southwest China, Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou were controlled by a group of warlords who could not unify among themselves or exert any influence outside their regions. From the 1st year to the 15th year, our country's evolution reached this stage. Section 7. Carrying forward. The Premier's legacy. On July 9, 1926, the National Revolutionary Army swore to advance north during the Northern Expedition. This marked a significant turning point in the history of the Republic of China. All that changed afterward. Prior to this, though we had revolutionary zealots, we lacked a robust and disciplined party with steadfast belief. Our armies involved in revolution were not regular troops. To understand why the Northern Expedition's oath in 1926 stands as an epoch-making event, we must revisit Sun Yat-sen's struggles in his later years. As we've mentioned, before the Xinhai Revolution, Mr. Sun had announced his revolutionary strategy, dividing the process into 3 stages: military, training, and constitutional rule. In the early years of the Republic, such national armies or revolutionary parties did not exist. Warlords seized the opportunity and plunged the nation into prolonged civil strife, causing the people to suffer more than under the Qing dynasties. Tyranny. Needless to say, the military stage involved a credible, 3 principles army sweeping away and cleansing feudal forces. The training stage aimed at establishing material and spiritual conditions necessary for a revolution party to rapidly forge. Constitutional rule. Mr. Zhongshan's Sun Yat-sen thus became even more convinced that his revolutionary strategy was correct. In the 3rd year of the Republic, when he drew up the party charter for the revolutionaries, he significantly strengthened the principles of one-party rule and obedience to the party leader. In the 7th year of the Republic, the Russian Revolution succeeded despite facing counterattacks from domestic and international reactionary forces. Russia, too, was a politically and economically backward nation grappling with rapid modernization. Mr. Zhongshan studied the organization of the Russian Revolutionary Party and found that its fundamental principles were largely similar to his own long-advocated ideas for a better world. In the 19th century, it failed to keep pace with global trends, and in the previous European war, despite having territories 20 times larger than Germany and populations twice as great, Russia still could not match German military strength. The Russian revolutionary strategy, under such circumstances, naturally offered valuable lessons for us. In the early years of the Soviet Revolution, to resist imperialism, Lenin was also happy to join forces with us. It's no wonder that Mr. Zhongshan, while recognizing significant differences between Zhongshanism and Leninism, had early on acknowledged Lenin as a comrade. In the summer of the same year, Mr. Sun sent Chiang Kai-shek to Russia to study the Red Army and Communist Party organizations. That winter, the Soviet Union dispatched Leon Trotsky to China as an advisor. On January 26, Republic of China Rock Year 12, Mr. Sun Yat-sen and Lenin's representative, Vladimir Zhov, jointly issued a declaration stating that the two countries would cooperate under conditions of non-interference. Early in Rock Year 13, Mr. Sun convened a national congress in Guangzhou, thoroughly reorganizing the Kuomintang KMT and deciding to forge ties with the Soviet Union and embrace communist elements. Meanwhile, Chiang returned from Russia. At this point, Mr. Sun invited him to establish Theuk Military Academy. Mr. Sun harbored immense hopes for the academy. "You students are the future core of the revolutionary forces." On the first day of classes, he said, "The hope behind establishing this school is to start afresh the revolution from today, with the students here serving as the foundation and forming a revolutionary army." This led to 2 eastern expeditions, after which Guangdong was cleared. The 14th year was a period of major adjustment in the 2 Guangdong and Guangxi regions, which served as revolutionary origins. Chen Jioming conspired with Yang Ximin and Liu Zhenyuan to eliminate the newly emerging revolutionary forces. Unfortunately, in the spring of this year, on March 12, Sun Yat-sen passed away in Beijing. Simultaneously, the revolutionary government assisted Li Zongren and Huang Xiaopu in clearing Guangxi. The current difficulties are inevitable in the process of nation-building. As long as we adhere to Sun Yat-sen's teachings, we will surely find a way forward. This small research report was written 20 years ago and originally published in the Tsinghua University Journal. This preface is based on the book, A History of Foreign Invasions in Northeast China Over the Last 3 Centuries, published by the Central Daily News in Taiwan, April 1953, Taipei.3. Appendix 1. A History of Foreign Invasions in Northeast China Over the Last 3 Centuries from Shunzi to Xiangfeng, based on the Eastern Publishing House, Republic Academic Classic Library 1996, 3rd edition. Section 121, Preface. Due to the importance that Chinese people attach to Sino-Russian relations and Northeast issues, this study is now issued as a separate volume. 25 years ago, I attempted to offer some suggestions to foreign affairs authorities. "We should be better prepared," I said. "The significance of the Northeast issue does not lie in the inequality of treaties, but rather in the difficulties that have been and still remain." I was teaching at Nankai University at that time, and not only had I not entered politics, but I had no interest in doing so. My suggestions are merely based on my research, offered for the consideration of the authorities. Due to my deep sense of the importance of the Northeast issue, this region has occupied a prominent place in my work and research. Unfortunately, during the last decade or so, I have not been able to continue systematic research. I originally hoped to gather materials from abroad and write about the foreign invasions of the Northeast starting from the Liaoning era, but it seems I cannot find an opportunity to do so now. If a scholar is willing to take on this work, I am willing to offer my assistance. Our history in the Northeast has gone through many changes and can generally be divided into 2 periods. September 16, 1941, New York I. Russia's development in the Far East. The following text is based on Tsinghua University Journal, Volume 8, No. 1 December 1921, Beijing. However, over the last 300 years, things have changed significantly. Before the Qing dynasty, those who opposed our tribe in northeast China were either local tribes or neighboring ethnic groups, and their cultural levels were always below that of our tribe. Now, northeast China has become what is known as a world problem. Since the early Qing period to the present day, northeast China has first suffered invasion from Russia, which originated far away in Europe, and most recently been occupied by westernized Japan, while other powerful nations have also interfered. Russia's history shares some similarities with mine. Even if we do not consider that the cultures of the invaders in recent 300 years are superior to our tribe, we cannot deny that their strength is far beyond our comparison. My country was under Mongol rule for less than a century, before it was restored by the Ming dynasty's founding emperor in the latter half of the 14th century. In the 13th century, the Mongols developed southward, conquering the Jin in northeast China and the Song in South China, while simultaneously expanding westward, sweeping through Central Asia and Russia all the way to Poland. Eventually, Russia also gained its freedom. However, the Mongols' governance in Russia was not as proactive as in China, and at the same time, the Russian national consciousness did not develop as early as mine. In total, Russia's liberation was 200 years later than that of my country. Thus, the Russian liberation movement began in the 15th century under the leadership of the Moscow Kingdom, finally achieving completion during Ivan IV's reign in the 16th century. The Russian movement against the Mongols, though late, was characterized by its active and prolonged development, which is beyond our reach. Our nation, since the Ming dynasty's establishment, has had insufficient conservation, let alone advancement. Russia, however, was different. They continued to advance until they reached the Pacific coast in 1638, the 11th year of the Chongjing era, 1644 to 1662. When the Russians first crossed the Ural Mountains and competed in Siberia, they were led by Yermak, with only 840 men. This was in 1579, the 7th year of the Ming dynasty's Juak era. By then, Russia had already established the city of Okhotsk on the Okhotsk Sea. Within 60 years, all of Siberia had become part of Russia's map, covering an area of 4 million square miles, twice as large as European Russia. Russia's expansion in Siberia did not come into contact with our country, so there is no need to narrate it. Siberia has 3 major river systems: the Obi-Ob River system, the Yenisei-Yenisei system, and the Lena-Lena system. However, there are 2 key points that help us understand the initial conflicts between China and Russia over the Amur River, meriting brief discussion. First, Russia's rapid development in Siberia was facilitated by natural transportation. Although all 3 rivers originate in the south and flow into the Arctic Ocean, they have numerous tributaries, many of which flow approximately east-west. A tributary of one river system often lies very close to a tributary of a neighboring river system, with low passes connecting them. The Russians crossed the Ural Mountains to enter the Obi system. From there they moved into the Yenisei system and then into the Lena system, reaching the Far East. The Amur and its tributaries can be considered the 4th major river system in northern Asia. The transportation habits established by the Russians in Siberia played a significant role in the later conflicts between China and Russia over the Amur River, a tributary of the Heilongjiang River. Unlike the other 3 rivers which flow north to south, the Amur flows west to east into the sea. Thus, during the natural transportation era, the Amur was the most convenient route from northern Asia to the East Sea. Furthermore, there are several places where Russians could enter the Amur system from the Lena system. In the upper reaches of the Heilongjiang River is a river called the Shilka. The Shilka has a tributary known as the Nurcha, named after Nurcha city, which was named after the river. The Nurcha's source is in close proximity to that of the Vidam River. The Vidam is one of the tributaries of the Lena River, marking one route into the Heilongjiang system. Another river in the upper reaches of the Heilongjiang is the Gurbitsa. Its source is near that of the Olakima River. The Olakima is also a tributary of the Lena, forming the second route into the Heilongjiang system. In the middle reaches of the Heilongjiang is a river formerly known as the Jinki Li in ancient Chinese records, and called the Zaya River by Westerners. Jinki originates from the outer Shingan Mountains to the south, and where it flows into the Heilongjiang River, there is now a Russian-owned Highland-Pao Blagoveshchensk, also known as Bragoveshchensk. Across the river, slightly further south, lies our country's Yarong Katir. In the early Qing dynasty, this route was especially important for defense as it is closest to the core of northeast China. Those who come from the Lena River system can trace their origins back to the Aldan or the eastern branch of the Olikmak, and then enter one of the upstream tributaries of Jinki, which is the third route for the Lena system to flow into the Thir, Heilongjiang. The Russians were able to conquer with just guerrilla warfare. Secondly, Russia's expansion in Siberia during the 17th century was rapid because the native people lacked resistance capabilities. The most capable of resistance were the Kuchum Khanate, who controlled the upper reaches of the Ob River. This kingdom was a remnant of the Mongol Empire. At that time, Siberia had a sparse population, and the natives' cultural level was low, their political organization was still at the tribal stage, and their resistance force was not as strong as that of the Red Indians in North America. Yermak seized Siberia's capital, Siberia, in 1583, and from that time onwards, the Mazgin king adopted the title of Lord of Siberia. In 1587, the 15th year of Ming dynasty, the Russians constructed Tobolsk, a major town near Siberia. Initially, Yermak was merely a bandit leader, with most of his followers being his fellow outlaws. In fact, he undoubtedly was the founder of Russian colonization in Siberia. After achieving great feats, not only did King Mazgin forgive him but also bestowed upon him generous rewards. After sacrificing himself for the country, the Russian Church even granted him a sacred name, turning Yermak into one of Russia's national heroes. Following his victory over the old Chu Khanate on the Obi River, Russians encountered no significant resistance until the Sea of Okhotsk. Yermak and his comrades, in terms of both personal qualities and methods of work, truly represented 17th-century Russians operating in Siberia. As for the Russian government, although Kazakh actions often defy their commands, they tend to bring more benefits than harms. Throughout the 17th century, most pioneers were fierce, nomadic Cossacks who organized themselves into groups of tens or hundreds and chose leaders from among themselves. They advance with automatic progress, and if successful, whatever land they occupy is considered Russian territory. If they fail, it's none of the government's business unless there is some ulterior motive that allows them to ignore it. However, there are drawbacks. These guerrilla bands only focus on the present and local concerns, ignoring the bigger picture. The Kazakhs' brutality has caused the locals to no longer submit willingly, and those who are killed often include local leaders who provide sustenance for their communities. The Russians had reached that river valley during the reign of Ming. Having been accustomed to acting in Siberia, they continued their unchecked behavior when they arrived in the Heilongjiang River area, unaware that this region is different from Siberia. During the era of the Ming Chengzu Emperor, China's political influence in Northeast Asia was perhaps unprecedented, with the entire Heilongjiang River basin and Sakhalin Island once under Chinese control. By the Tianqi and Chongzhen eras, the Liao River region was still difficult to defend, let alone the Songhua, Ussuri, and Heilongjiang rivers, and the old Ming traditions were in danger of collapse. However, the Manchu Qing dynasty seized this opportunity, with the Qing Handiyu leading annual campaigns east and south. In heaven for strategic opponents. Here is a list of the northeast tribes and areas annexed by the Qing Ando. The details of their wars and negotiations need not be recounted here, but the tribes and territories they regained cannot be ignored, as the mid-17th century conflicts between Russia and China were fundamentally clashes between two outward-looking powers. Russia, under the emerging Romanov dynasty, and China, under the new Qing dynasty. Match-mated. One Woji, also known as Wakita, or Upadaj, resided along the Amur River, also called the Hulha River, and the lower reaches of the Songhua River, approximately 400 li north of Ninguda, with its center in today's Sangshan. Two Mulan dwellers on both banks of the Ussuri River and its tributary, the Mulan River. 4 Heje, also known as Black Gold, Hazen, Auden. 3 Kaya, located upstream of the Yima River, the Yima River. Naiman, Iman, Ima. Ima is a branch of the Amur River, located between the Sungari and Heilongjiang rivers to where the Ussuri and Heilongjiang rivers meet. 5 Fayaka, also known as Fayaka, located downstream of the Heilongjiang River. 6 Chilel, located near the coastal area around the mouth of the Heilongjiang River. 7 Kuye, also known as Kuye, located on the island of Sakhalin. 8 Waka. All of the above are tribes on the eastern frontier, located in the southeastern corner of Jilin and the southern part of Russian Maritime Province, as well as nearby Bear Island. 9 Solin. Located in Butha, the Nanjiang Basin, north of Chikuhar. 10 Dahur. 11 Oretz, east of the Nanjiang, to the Heilongjiang area. Dwelling on both banks of the Sungari River, east of Heilongjiang. 12 Balhi, also known as Bargu, living in southern Inner Mongolia. All these are tribes on the northern frontier. The northernmost point reached by the Qing military power was the Yaksa city, later known as Albazin, where Sino-Russian tensions began. In the 4th year of Changde 1640, General Souhai conquered one of the 4 GIS, known as Yaksa. Some of the conquered tribes were incorporated into the 8 banners, while most continued to live in their original territories and paid periodic tribute. Before entering the Ming borders, though the Manchus had already reached as far north as the Heilongjiang River and Sungari River, and as far east as Sakhalin Island, they did not set up officials or garrison troops on the border. It wasn't until the 20th year of Kangxi that Qing troops stationed closest to the northeastern frontier were at Ninguda. the first conflict between China and Russia in northeast China. After the Russians arrived in the Lena River Valley, they soon encountered a severe food shortage. Although, when the Russians entered the Amur River, in addition to the resistance of the local tribes, they had the backing of the Qing Empire, and their situation was completely different from Siberia. They heard from the locals that the Ingria River region produced a lot of crops, but this legend was exaggerated. It seemed as if all one had to do was reach the positive side of the outer Shingan Mountains, and they would find a paradise. In 1632, the Russian government established Yakutsk in the middle reaches of the Lena River, appointing a governor known as a voivod. In 1643, late Ming Dynasty, Governor Peter Golovin sent an exploration team to investigate the situation in the Ingria River region. They carried a cannon and each man had a gun. The leader was Vasily Poyarkov. The team consisted of 112 Cossacks, 15 hunters, 2 scribes and 1 guide. In July of that year they set out from Yakutsk, traveling upstream against the current, following the Lena River into the Yarden River. By November, before reaching the source of the river, it had already frozen over, making transportation impossible. Poyarkov built a mud house by the river for the winter, leaving 43 men and supplies, and led the rest south. After 2 weeks of traveling on dry land, they found the tributary Brinda River leading into the Kershi. Upstream it was still deserted, but as they reached midstream, they encountered a few Oron residents. Poyarkov sent 70 men to the village to search for food. The villagers put up a fierce fight. The villagers initially received them with respect. When the Russians asked to enter the village, they were refused, and violence ensued. By nightfall, the Russians returned empty-handed. Facing hunger and cold, the Kazakhs killed the indigenous people or turned on each other to survive. In spring 1644, the remaining men who had stayed in the north joined them, and they continued their journey together, entering the Amur River through Jezhui. Along the way, the local people cursed them as cannibalistic barbarians. Some fled, while others set up defenses. In the fall, Poyarkov arrived at the mouth of the Amur River and spent the winter there, forcing Kurel to provide food supplies. The year the Russians entered the Amur River was the same year that the Manchus entered China. Were the even affected Evenks, Dahus, Hezans, Piagak, and Chalans ever to seek aid from their suzerain? If they did, how would the Manchus have dealt with a question that cannot be answered due to a lack of historical records? At the very beginning of their entry, there were already alarms coming in from the northeast border, leaving the Qing court no time to attend to them. The performance by Poyarkov was not good this time. Besides failing to discover a new paradise, he left behind an indelible bad impression on the locals. After spending winter at the estuary, he returned north by sea route. Even though after this failure, Yakutsk's governor-general learned the truth behind the rumors, Poyarkov still stands as the first Westerner to enter the Heilongjiang River. Within a few years, the governor-general of Yakutsk no longer bothered with attempts to advance southward. In 1649, the 6th year of the Shunzi dynasty, a speculative, rich merchant Yarka Pavlov Khabarov appealed to the administrator to allow him to organize an expedition with his own capital to go up the Hailong River, Amur River. At that time, the Russians had already learned from the natives that the route via the Alekma River was easier than that via the Yarden River. Although Administrator Franzbekov was not very enthusiastic about this matter, he granted Khabarov's request because it did not require government funding and, if successful, the government could use private forces to collect tribute from the natives in the Hailong River basin. In reality, the government's approval was merely a formality. Before the appeal, Khabarov had already organized his expedition and was determined to go through with it. When Khabarov arrived at Hailong River, both sides of the river were deserted by villages that had heard the rumors. In early April, he led his team up the Alekma River to its source and then climbed into the branch river of Hailong River, Urka. Besides discovering hidden food in a pit, they gained nothing else. Although Khabarov tried hard to persuade the few natives they met with clever words, they always answered with the Cossacks or cannibals. Although in his report to the supreme leader, Ha still exaggerated the richness of the Heilongjiang River basin and the abundance of grain reserves. He firmly believed that 6,000 soldiers were sufficient to conquer the entire region, and after conquest, Yakutsk's food problems would be solved, while Pigon's revenues could be significantly increased. He vowed to organize a second expedition team and improve marching methods. Ha's initial expedition had no direct results to speak of, but he was convinced that by personally arriving in Heilongjiang, he had learned the true situation there. Near Yakutsk, in the summer of 1650, he set off, following roughly the same route as before, determined to travel quickly this time to avoid native migrations. He attacked a village. The natives held their ground for an afternoon, but eventually bows and arrows were no match for firearms, and Yakutsk fell. The natives fled during the night with their families and livestock, and Ha immediately dispatched 135 men to intercept them. They caught up with them the next morning, and after a battle, the Kazakhs seized 117 livestock, returning to Yakutsk in high spirits. Ha built defensive earthworks in Yakutsk, left a small garrison, and set off with the rest of his team and weapons, using sleds over the ice to travel downstream. 10 days later, on November 24th, he encountered the Irats who provided horses. Here, archery does not compare to firearms, and in the end, the natives had no choice but to submit, following orders to pay tribute with otter pelts. Harrison's speculation finally brought him a significant harvest, so he returned to Yakasa for the winter. The following year, on June 2nd, Harrison led over 300 Cossacks, well equipped with firearms, downstream. The mission was urgent, aiming to catch the enemy off guard. Before the main force, he prepared 8 small boats as advance scouts. After traveling for 4 days without encountering any settlements, all coastal villages had been evacuated. Due to the lack of information from our country, it is unclear whether this detail is accurate or not. On the 4th night, they discovered the Gigadar village not mentioned in our records on a bend of the Amur River, still inhabited by roughly 1,000 people, including 58 flag cavalry teams who were there to collect tribute. Harrison launched his attack under cover of darkness. According to Russian records, at the outset of hostilities, the Manchus fled. The following morning, when the village fell, the indigenous people were unable to escape. 4 Russians died and 40 were wounded. Approximately 660 people died under artillery fire. 243 women and 118 children were taken captive. 237 horses and 113 other livestock were taken. The triumph of the Khazar clan is obvious, but regrettably, we have no records from our side to corroborate this. At Khabarov, near the Diaguado village, they remained for approximately 6 weeks. The reconnaissance teams he dispatched all reported that as far as the Enguir River, the indigenous people had already migrated, though they heard of some villages that had not yet left. The Khazar clan arrived by small boat on both sides of what is now Yanhu City, and the indigenous people were unaware in advance, unable to escape or fight, and most became prisoners. The Khazar clan ordered the elders of the indigenous people to hold a meeting. Around 300 people attended, all stating that they had just paid tribute to the Chinese emperor, with little remaining, and at the time, they could only offer 60 fur pelts as tribute, with more to follow later. The Khazar clan ordered the indigenous people to redeem their prisoners with fur pelts. His investment once again yielded a profit. The indigenous people struggled to accommodate him, as if they had already accepted submission to the Kazakhs. This caused a great blow to the Hays. But on September 3rd, the entire village suddenly migrated, leaving only 2 hostages and 2 old women. He had planned to stay there for the winter, but suddenly found himself in a deserted area. They burned 4 of the remaining natives and set off downstream. On September 29th, this reached where the Amur River meets the Heilongjiang River. There is now a city called Harbin, in honor of the Hays' achievements, which we named after them as Beryl. V has built earthen ramparts to prepare for winter. Herr Jin offered to make peace, so the Has did not fortify themselves and often sent members out to catch fish. On October 8th, H.R. Jin suddenly attacked. At the time, those who had gone out returned, and with their weapons being too far apart, Herr Jin suffered a great defeat. From then on, the Kazakhs became the local masters. Our records also mention this, but not in detail. According to Russian records, the natives along the Heilongjiang River were harassed for 2 years and all sought protection from China. Russian records say that Haishi had 20 cavalry. The peaceful subjugation of the Li Shai strategy says, the official in charge of Ninguda, Haishi, led his troops to attack them, fighting in the Uzara village, and suffered a slight defeat. As for the course of the war, accounts differ. The conflict between Haiki and Khabarov was China and Russia's first clash. Our historical records begin with the Lashan Rasa rebellion in the 9th year of Shunli, 1648. According to these records, Lashan is a term used by the Soron, Olangsprun, and Dahul tribes to refer to the Russians. In this battle, Russia's forces numbered no more than 400. Our side would have had more participants, but whether there were over 2,000 is difficult to determine. In the 14th year of Shunli, one official, Angbang Jing high-ranking military post, was appointed in Ninguda, a region in northeast China. 10 years later, the Ninguda deputy commander moved to Jilin. In the first year of Kangxi 1662, the Angbang Jing position was changed to that of general who guards Ninguda. In the 15th year, the Ningguta general also moved to Jilin, and a deputy commander was appointed in Ningguta again. Our records simply state that our side suffered some losses. However, the number of troops before the 14th year of Shunli remains unclear. From this point onwards, the Jilin general commanded 2,511 soldiers, while the Ningguta deputy commander led 1,320 troops, indicating that our military presence in northeast China initially focused on Ningguta, but later shifted to Jilin. Fortunately, he was awakened by the gunshots and prepared immediately. Soon, a breach was made, and attackers rushed in. After the Manchus repositioned their cannons, they began firing at the rampart. The Russian accounts differ, one saying, on March 24, 1652 Old Russian calendar, at dawn, before the Manchu troops reached the Russian rampart, the Russians were sound asleep. Had the Manchus not fired their guns likely just for Chauhavry-Lo would not have survived. They seized 2 nearby cannons from the Manchus. 150 Russians emerged from the camp and engaged hand-to-hand combat. The Russians quickly set up another cannon behind the breach and opened fire with deadly effective bullets, halting the charge. After most of the Manchu muskets were destroyed, the Russians became the masters of the battlefield. Besides the 2 mentioned cannons, the Russians also captured 17 muskets, 8 banners, 830 horses, and a few prisoners. After the battle, it is said that there were 676 Chinese soldiers left on the battlefield, while the Russians suffered only 10 deaths and 70 injuries. Another account claims, at the outset of the clash, the Chinese emerged victorious, appearing to be able to take down the Russian camp. However, for unknown reasons, perhaps due to overconfidence by the Chinese commander or his adherence to orders, he suddenly commanded his troops not to kill or harm the Cossacks but to take them alive. This was the crucial moment in the battle. Realizing this situation, the Russians were determined not to be taken alive. They took an oath, charged forward, and drove the Chinese back step by step. A military force cannot stand its ground while being fired upon and simultaneously prohibited from retaliating. The Russians suffered 10 deaths and 78 injuries. The Chinese soldiers lost their fighting spirit, retreated, leaving behind 17 guns, 2 cannons, 8 banners, 830 horses, and much food. According to information from the natives, an unreliable source, the Chinese army had 676 casualties. In this battle, China indeed lost, but it experienced a victory followed by defeat. The extent of the defeat is hard to say. The reasons for the defeat, apart from strategy, were also due to the inferior weaponry of the army compared to the enemy. After this battle, Russian reports often mentioned that the Cossacks heard about Chinese troops in a certain area and went into alert, refusing to advance. Moreover, from this point on, the natives also dared to resist. In the 9th year of Shunli, after the Uzala battle, Harbin led his entire team against the current, encountering a reinforcement team sent by Yakutsk's administrator, consisting of 117 Kazakhs and supplies. Meanwhile, the Russian government was also aware of the Kazakhs' atrocities, so they decided to first send a small aid team and investigate the situation. The previous reports from Harbin and Yakutsk's administrator to Moscow had already caught the attention of the Russian government, which initially planned to send 3,000 troops to Heilongjiang with the aim of permanent occupation. In August, near the Jingzili River, there was an internal conflict among the team members, leading to 2 separate groups, one with 212 men still obeying Harbin, and another with 136 men who raised a flag on their own, resulting in 2 Kazakh teams, marching and pillaging along the Heilongjiang River. In the 10th year after the aid team arrived in Heilongjiang, Harbin returned to Russia to report but never came back. From that point on, he disappeared from historical records. The Russian government also did not implement plans for large-scale expeditions. The successor to Khabarov was Onufriy Stepanov. According to Kazakh records, they ran out of gunpowder and retreated. In the spring of 1654, Stepanov advanced along the Songhua River and encountered Chinese troops on May 24th. They withdrew from the Songhua River all the way to the Humar River estuary, where they fortified their defenses. Although retreating, the Cossacks were in a state of great panic, with everyone thinking that an invasion was underway. Our troops also pursued them to this location. In the spring of the following year, they surrounded the Humar camp for about 3 weeks without success, and then returned. The suppression of the Manichaean strategy states, in the 12th year, Minister General Minganda Oli led his forces from Beijing to suppress them, advancing to various places in Humar, attacking their cities with some gains, and then retreated. It was natural for there to be a shortage of supplies because, after years of disturbances by the Manichaeans, local residents had already migrated elsewhere. Moreover, the Qing court ordered locals to clear the land, preventing the Manichaeans from collecting resources locally, and Humar was located far to the north, making resupply difficult. This was one of the greatest challenges faced during campaigns in northeast China at that time. In the 13 and 14 years of Shunzi, the majority of the Stobans or Swedish soldiers were stationed downstream from Heilongjiang, east of the Songhua River's mouth. In the 14th year, the defender of Ninguda, Prince Sharhuda, was defeated by Shankan Uhe. In the 15th year, they were again defeated between the Songhua and Kulhan rivers. The 14-year war is not recorded on the Russian side, and the location of Shankan Uhe is unknown. The 15-year war 1658 is briefly recorded by the Russians, but its outcome is described in detail. After the war, Steuben and 270 of his men disappeared, the remaining 220 scattered. Henceforth, there were no organized bands of Swedes on the Heilongjiang River, only scattered groups that appeared occasionally. The prisoners taken by our side, as well as those captured from Humar, were settled in a corner of Beijing, but whether Steuben was among them is uncertain. In the 17th year 1660 they suffered a heavy defeat at Gufatan village, but all returned without achieving their objective, allowing the Swedes to continue appearing sporadically. Even after Yaka's ex-administrators stopped providing aid and no longer inquired about the Swedes on the Heilongjiang River, they still appeared from time to time. During the Kangxi era, the Manchus from Yenisei were under the jurisdiction of the Yenisei administrator. Starting from the 9th year of Shunli, 1652, Yenisei's Russians often sent small teams to the east of Lake Baikal along the Shilka River. In the 12th year of Shunli, 1655, the Yenisei administrator, Pashkov, based on these private reports, requested the Russian government to allow him to establish a post on the Shilka River to subdue nearby tribes. The government approved his proposal and immediately appointed him as the leader of an expedition team. On July 18th of the following year, 1656, he left Yenisei city with 566 men, turned onto the Angara River, a tributary of Yenisei, and climbed mountains to enter the Shilka River. In the spring of Shunli 1657, he established the Nibuku fort at the confluence of the Nibuku and Shilka rivers, which became the Russians' base for operating upstream along the Amur River. Soon afterwards they suffered from a shortage of food and ammunition, and all sent out to search for Stepanov's expedition returned empty-handed. In 1708, leaving only a small garrison, he returned to Nyanshan Nenzin, but Bashkikov's earlier difficulties had not yielded significant results. The disappointment in the upper reaches of the Amur, as in Yakutsk 12 years earlier, led to a halt in further exploration. Then a private individual, Khabarov, stepped in to take advantage of the situation. The same happened in Nyanshan, with the local private speculator being Nikifor Chernigovsky. Chernigovsky was a bandit leader who, after murdering an official, fled to Yakutsk to escape punishment and then rebuilt a fort in the region, forcing the native inhabitants to pay tribute and cultivate their own food, indicating his intention to stay. Meanwhile, other Cossacks also built forts along the Argon River to collect tributes, and some harassed the lower reaches of the Anon River. Our borderers also fled to Nibuku and submitted to Russia, with Gentimule being the most notable case. Our country repeatedly demanded extradition, but the Russians always refused. Thus, during the Kangxi era, Sino-Russian relations became increasingly strained. He sent numerous envoys to Yaksa and Nibuku, with letters demanding the Russians' retreat. The Kangxi emperor originally did not wish to resolve the problem of the Rose, presumably referring to the Russian forces, through force. Meanwhile, the Russian government also dispatched several missions to Beijing from Shunli 12 to Kangxi 16 to negotiate, but due to the vast distance, difficulties in translating documents, the Rose's disregard for governmental commands, and China's insistence on its national status in diplomatic relations, these efforts proved unsuccessful. After the turmoil of the three feudal lords was quelled, the Kangxi emperor decided to launch a major offensive north. The diplomacy before and after the war will be discussed in a later section, with this segment focusing solely on military conflicts. In December of the same year, he ordered the minister of the house, Yasana, to supervise the construction of battleships in Ninguda. In July of the 21st year of Kangxi 1682, the emperor dispatched Deputy Commander Langtan and Pengchun with troops to Dar Soran, claiming to hunt deer but actually observing the situation of the Rose. The Kangxi emperor then issued an edict saying, Langtan's report stated that conquering the Rose would be easy, and 3,000 troops would be sufficient. In my view, this is indeed the right course of action. Taking up arms is not a good thing. It should be temporarily suspended. build wooden forts at Yaren and Humelr to face off against them, and conduct operations accordingly. Mobilize 1,500 troops from Urla, Jilin, and Ninguda, and establish shipyards while deploying red-clad artillery, matchlock guns, and instructors to train the troops. The required grain can be sourced from the 10 banners of Korchin, Sakar, and Urla, amounting to approximately 12,000 stone, which will suffice for 3 years. Moreover, our troops will engage in agriculture as they advance, ensuring there is no shortage of supplies. In planning this expedition, the Kangxi Emperor found himself most distressed by provisions. He believed that previous failures were due to a lack of grain supply, preventing the suppression of the Manchus. The 21st year was dedicated to gathering intelligence on enemy movements. This took 3 years. On May 22, 1685, according to the old Chinese calendar, Peng Chun arrived at Yaksa Castle with his troops. Beginning in the 22nd year, he started preparing for major operations, constructing Yaren City as the rear base camp, building transport and battleships, establishing post stations, transporting grain, mobilizing troops, and forming alliances with Varl, Khakan Khan of Kalka-Dachsi. In total, these amounted to no more than 5,000 men. Its forces included 3,000 men transferred from Jilin and Ninguda, 171 troops from Beijing, 105 officials and 395 soldiers from Shandong and other provinces, several hundred bamboo pole soldiers from Fujian, and approximately 500 Soran warriors. There were also laborers and sailors. The Russians claimed that the Chinese army numbered as many as 18,000, more than twice the actual number. In comparing our nation's military strength with that of foreign nations from the Kangxi era to the present, has there been progress or decline? Although the Russians had long known of China's military actions and made efforts to prevent them, when the troops reached Yaksa, the defensive force consisted of only 450 men, including merchants, hunters, farmers, and Cossack warriors, less than 1/10 of the Chinese army. Instead, you ventured further inland, ravaging local communities and inciting constant trouble. Peng Chun began by issuing the Kangxi Emperor's letter of recall. We have previously sent messengers to order you to return your people, but for years you did not comply. Yet you still refused to leave Yaksa, so we sent our strongest forces to subdue you. We thus dispatched troops to block your path and offered amnesty to the rebels in the region, sparing them from punishment. With this military power, what difficulty is there in destroying you? But as I lead the people of all the lands, I cannot bear to suddenly obliterate you. I repeatedly warn you. If you submit and come back to me, I will also accept your escapees. If this happens, trade can take place between us. We can live in peace, and war will cease. If you want peace and stability, return quickly to Yaksa, where it serves as a boundary, capture foxes and collect taxes, and do not enter the interior again to cause disturbances. But if you persist in your defiance and still refuse to submit, great forces must surely attack the city of Yaksa, destroy your troops. The Yaksas inside the city did not respond. Peng Chun then began his assault. On May 25th, at dawn, we launched a rapid assault, causing great alarm within the city. Our records on this war are brief. May 23rd, we divided our troops into water and land routes and encamped for a joint attack. We also positioned artillery. Peng Chun et al. Then announced the emperor's benevolent nature and released the Yaksa people. The Yaksas' leader Arika and others, facing overwhelming pressure, prostrated themselves before the army and begged for mercy. However, 40 of their deputy leaders, including Bashiri, refused to leave, so they were kept back. Our people collected all the escaped Mongols from the Soran tribe and those taken captive, and retaken the city of Yaksa. On the first day of war, the Russians lost about 100 men. The Russian records are largely similar, with only a few points to add. Recognizing the situation, he agreed. After several days, the priests and residents approached the overall leader, Alexei Tolbison, requesting a ceasefire. Some 25 individuals chose to stay in China, a number that differs from our records, leaving the matter uncertain. He sent representatives to the Chinese camp to negotiate surrender terms, which included allowing the Russians to take their weapons and supplies back home. The Russian forces who surrendered at Yaksa were also resettled in a northeastern corner of Beijing. After the Russians retreated, the Chinese army completely destroyed Yaksa's fortifications and buildings, but they did not harvest the fields around it. They withdrew to Heling or Heilongjiang. The Yaksa fortress was left undefended and unscarded, and even upstream from Heheling, the entire river returned to its pre-war state of being ungoverned. Eriksha's retreat was solely due to its weak power. The Qing court believed that the problem of Luosi or Russia was completely resolved, a testament to China's 40 years of disturbance without fully recognizing the nature of its enemy. In fact, during the Yaksa War, the Yaksan or Yaksa leader had already sent 600 aid troops on their way, consisting of Prussians led by Affanai. After Baton led Erikshe's retreat from Yaksa, less than a day had passed when they encountered 100 advanced troops of the reinforcing army, fully equipped with military instruments. Erikshe reached Nibuchu in 5 days, and Baton's main force arrived soon after. Therefore, Nasi's administrator ordered Baton and Erikshe to reform their armies and head back to Yaksa. This time they brought 671 men, 5 bronze cannons, 3 iron cannons, all equipped with ample gunpowder, with more relief forces following behind. Upon reaching Yaksa, they harvested grains from 4 surrounding villages while constructing new defenses. The Qing court then ordered Sabu and Langtan to lead troops to attack. Our country received reports of the Russians' return in February of Kangxi 25th year. This war was prolonged and intense. In June, our armies reached Yaksa. By the end of October, the Russian defense force had only 115 men left, but they still did not surrender nor retreat. Just as the Russian government sent a representative to Beijing at that time, stating that their minister was en route, requesting a ceasefire and negotiations, Kangxi Emperor ordered the lifting of the siege on Yaksa. The China-Russia issue moved from military to diplomatic resolution. Masago at most merely approved, and sometimes not only did he not approve, but he also tried to prohibit without success. Negotiations with the Neje from the first year of Shunli 1644 to the 25th year of Kangxi 1726, over 40 years. Russia's conflicts along the Heilongjiang River were initiated entirely by local people and officials. The motives behind these actions, highest in ambition for territorial expansion to claim merit, were ordinarily no more than a desire for wealth. In addition, there was an urgent need for food supplies. At that time, the Russian central government too wished to establish relations with China, but its objectives and methods diverged greatly from those of the local authorities. A study of Russia's repeated dispatches of envoys to China reveals the underlying motives. Because he was initiating the tributary ritual, he was granted permission to leave, with the added command to submit annual tributes. The Donghualu records, in the 5th month May of Shunli 1654, previously, the Oxaratsa Khan of Russia had sent an envoy to pay homage and present offerings in 1644, without a formal document. Thus, a council meeting decided that the envoys did not understand the court rites, and it was not appropriate to have them pay their respects. Their items were returned, and they were sent back. Later, in the 13th year 1657, another envoy arrived, albeit with a formal document, but he performed his nation's rituals, presenting the document while standing and did not kneel or prostrate himself. Later, after several years, Khan Chathar resent envoys with tablets to offer tributes. These took 3 years en route before arriving, marking their first visit during the Shawnli Puritan era. According to this record, Russia dispatched emissaries to China 3 times during the Shunli period. The first time was in 12th year 1655, the second was in the 13th year, and the third was in the 17th year. He arrived in Beijing initially to deliver news, hence lacking formal documents. Among these, there was a misunderstanding. The first envoy was Sykul Albin, who was merely a companion to Theodore Isakovich Bakov, the ambassador. The second ambassador was Bakov himself, indicating that the first and second missions were essentially one diplomatic delegation. We can infer from Russian government orders given to Bakov that Russia focused its attention on China. Guests, its domestic affairs such as population, grain supplies, military strength, cities and relations with neighboring countries, production and transportation between Russia and China. In essence, the primary goal was trade and establishing diplomatic ties. The Russian Tsar, bearing a Kavka, a diplomatic envoy, sought to convey the Tsar's friendship and good intentions to the Chinese emperor, expressing Russia's welcome for Chinese ambassadors and merchants to visit Russia, to gauge the Qing court's eye, genuine intentions regarding trade missions, and to investigate China's etiquette in receiving foreign. At that time, Russia believed China had abundant gold and silver reserves, and under the prevailing bullionist ideology in Russia, it was thought that trade with China would allow for the exchange of Siberian fur and Russian silk for Chinese gold, silver, as well as silk. However, the Kafka's mission, aside from gathering general information about China, was a complete failure. The primary reason, as described in the Donghua Lu Record of Eastern Glory, was a lack of understanding of imperial ceremonies. In other words, the Kafka refused to consider himself a tribute-bearer, declined to kneel and pay homage, and did not present the official letter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Lai Fan Yuan. A secondary reason was the disturbance caused by the Rus in Heilongjiang. In 1658, Russia sent Yarban and Ivan Perfilev as emissaries to China. Therefore, the Qing court suspected that Baka's visit had ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could there be peaceful relations while also invading the borders? The Donghua Lu continued. The letter was boastful and impolite, not worthy of imperial audience. The letters they brought first praised the greatness of the Russian king's ancestors and how neighboring countries revered Russia, then expressed a willingness to establish diplomatic and trade relations with China. Thus, this attempt also ended in failure. During the Kangxi era, conflicts between China and Russia shifted to the upper reaches of the Heilongjiang River, as mentioned earlier. In addition to the troubles caused by the Kazakhs, the issue of Gantemir was added to the complexities. The origins of this problem are not easily explained. Gantemir was a leader among the Doro, originally residing near Lake Nebel, and he had previously paid tribute to China, which had also appointed him as a deputy commander. After Russia occupied Nebul, Gantemir led his tribe to settle on both banks of the Heilong River and the Gan River. After the war, he returned to Nebel and submitted to Russia. During the Battle of Humar in Shunzi's 12th year, he commanded his forces to aid the Qing but did not join the fight. In the years Kangxi 5 and 9, the territorial officials of Ninguda sent commissioners to Nibuku Sogenta Mortat. The Russians consistently refused to extradite him, arguing that as he originally resided in Nibuku, he should be considered a subject of the Russian king. Both sides attached great importance to Sajentamur because his allegiance could sway the general population. The Nibuku administrator, Arshinsky Daniel Arshinsky, also sent an envoy to Beijing in the 9th year to report. The failure of BCAP's mission proves China's lack of understanding of global affairs at the time. This incident highlights the Russians' ignorance of Chinese national conditions. The envoy was Ignashka Milovanov, a literate Cossack. In addition to granting protection, the great prince would bestow favors. The orders given by Arshinsky to Milovanov were amusingly vague, suggesting that all Khans and kings seek protection from the great prince of Great Russia, Little Russia, and Belarus, Alexei Mikhailovich. After Milovanov arrived in Beijing, he was extensively questioned in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Chinese emperor should also seek the great prince's protection and regularly pay tribute, and permit free trade between the two countries. He did not carry out the order, and what impression or thoughts the Lai Fan Yuan, a Ming-era institution, formed about it remain unknown. Kangxi granted him an audience, but the gesture was a kneeling bow. This exchange seemed like two strangers speaking unintelligible languages, and such diplomacy was unlikely to yield results. Eventually the Qing court issued a decree, ordering the Nitbuku, a region in Northeast Asia, governor to strictly control his subordinates, preventing them from disturbing the Chinese border. In Kangxi, 11th year, 1672, the Qing court sent another messenger to Nitbuku demanding the return of Gentagermal Dai. The message was written in Manchu, but neither Nitbuku nor Moscow could translate it. However, based on Nitbuchu's report, the Russian government assumed that China wanted Russia to send an envoy to China for negotiations. In Kangxi, 14th year, 1675, the Russian king sent Nikolai Gavrilovich Spafari as an ambassador. This article focuses on the conflict between China and Russia in Northeast Asia, and will therefore provide a brief overview. Mr. Spafari had a travel diary, reports, and correspondence, which not only served as valuable materials for studying Sino-Russian relations, but also provided indirect insights into the internal affairs of China at the time, such as the three feudal affairs of China at the time, wars, and the status of Catholic missionaries. Sefi arrived in Beijing in June of the 15th year of Kangxi and spent 3 months negotiating, but achieved nothing, and returned empty-handed. China demanded two things from Sefi: to return Gentir Woodle and to have the Kazakhs leave Yaksa. Sefi's hopes for China included trade and diplomatic missions, which were the genuine intentions of both parties. However, Sefi's negotiations in Beijing were hindered by various ceremonial issues almost from the start. On his return journey, Sefi wrote to the Kazakhs in Yaksa, instructing them not to cause trouble, but his words had no effect. Initially, Sefi insisted on personally delivering the imperial letter to the emperor, later backing down and submitting it to the Lai Fan Yuan, but when he presented it to the emperor, he refused to kneel, rendering formal negotiations impossible. The Russian government did not know much about the geography of the area around the Heilongjiang River. When news reached Moscow that China was launching a major offensive against Yaksa, the Russian government realized the importance of the Heilongjiang River region, and that there was another great empire to deal with, one that would never allow Russia to occupy the Heilongjiang Valley. On China's side, the Kangxi Emperor was known for his resolute nature. After the 3 feudal wars, China needed time to recover. Instead of sending troops halfway across the world to fight over a piece of land of little significance, it would have been better to maintain peace and work towards developing trade relations. Moreover, Outer Mongolia still had the Erluid issue, and other tribes were not inclined towards me. If I became too close to Russia, they could form an alliance against me. The Russians' powerful weaponry and strong fighting spirit were well known to the Kangxi Emperor. Therefore, before setting out, he was extremely cautious about military preparations, aiming for absolute safety. Although diplomacy had been attempted without success, Kangxi remained hopeful. He thus sent Peng Chun to attack Yaksa, while also sending letters to the Russian government, one delivered by a missionary and another by a Dutch merchant. When the Russian government expressed a desire for peace, Kangxi's letter opened up a path for diplomatic progress. In September of the 25th year, Russian messengers Nikifor Vanukyov and Ivan Favorov arrived in Beijing, declaring Russia's willingness to make peace with China and mentioning that a full ambassador was on his way. The Kangxi Emperor immediately issued an edict. He should order Sabuhe et al. To withdraw their troops from Yaksa, gather them at a nearby camp near the warships, and clearly inform the city's Russians of their freedom of movement without any malicious interference. Pending the arrival of the Russian ambassador, decisions will be made. In other words, this is an unconditional ceasefire. The Russian plenipotentiary minister sent was Theodore Alexeyevich Golovin. However, Russians were to have the right to trade on the Amur River and its tributaries, without restrictions other than paying customs duties. It would have been better if Golovin could persuade China to send an envoy and merchants to Lhasa. The Russian government issued its first order to Golovin at the beginning of 1686, according to which the border should be along the Amur River, and if absolutely necessary, it could be along the rivers Bystra and Zhezha. As a last resort, it would be along the Yaksa River. The Russian government sent 1,500 troops with him as a precaution, and instructed Golovin to try to contact Outer Mongolia for support. Gorelin departed Moscow on January 26, 1686, Old Russian calendar. He reached the Selenge border of Outer Mongolia on October 22, 1687, Kangxi, 26 years. After Khalkha Kashid Khan reported the Russian arrival to Beijing, the Kangxi Emperor ordered the troops in Yaksa to withdraw to Heilongjiang. En route, he received a second government order. If trade negotiations result in convenient terms, the entire Amur River basin, including Yaksa, can be considered Chinese territory. Unless absolutely necessary, war must be avoided. Should negotiations fail, he may propose to China that both sides appoint ambassadors for new agreements. Early next year he sent Inner Minister Sokotu, General Guokusen Prince Kongshu's nephew, Secretary Alni, left Grand Interpreter Ma Qi, 2 Han officials, Jiang Pengfen and Qian Liangze, along with 200 cavalry from the 8 Banners, 400 troops, and 200 soldiers from the firearm camp to Selenge for negotiations. The delegation also included 2 missionaries, Jinjiang Cheng Portor, site of the former residence of the Darul Amba governor, Balir Torte. François Gerbillon and Thomas Pereira assisted with the translation. In accordance with instructions, proposed the following outline for negotiations. It is understood that the territory currently held by Russia in the region of Lake Nebel-Nabucco was historically the nomadic grounds of Armagan Khan department, while Yaksa Yakuza was the. This land was neither owned by Russia nor part of any buffer zone between the 2 empires. Furthermore, the Amur River Heilongjiang is strategically crucial. Ignoring its significance would be a mistake. Traveling downstream from the Amur leads to the Sangwa River. From there, one can reach the Nenjiang River. If we could navigate to the mouth of the Amur River, it would lead to the sea. Southward, it connects to the Kuram Lake and rivers such as Theok, Ninguda, Sibai, Khalkha, Solon, and Darul regions. Additionally, rivers like the Hengan, Nyaman Neman, and Jachili all join the Amur. Surrounding these rivers are our subjects, the Orokan, Keeler, Bailar, and Hesan people, as well as the Fayak tribes. If we do not regain full control, our citizens will not find peace. Furthermore, all 3 Susa military units led by Gentir, including a few stragglers, should be returned. I believe that Lake Nebel, Yaksa, and all territories along and below the Amur River as well as any tributaries that flow into it, are rightfully ours and should not be ceded to Russia. At that time, the Kangxi Emperor approved this framework for negotiations. If strictly followed, it will result in the capture and subjugation of fugitives and large armies by those who entice them to surrender. Then we shall draw a boundary line and have trade relations with them. Otherwise, I shall immediately return, not negotiate peace with them. The mission entrusted to our delegation is fully evident from this. If we compare the first instructions given by Russia's Golochin with this framework, we find that China and Russia have many conflicting objectives, as both claim the upstream region of the Amur River from Nyaktu to Yaksa. If we compare the second instructions given by the Russian government with this framework, it is clear that the only point of dispute is the city of Nyaktu. Our delegation left Beijing on May 1, 1687, via Zhangjiakou and Kulun Datoi. At that time, the Kalmyks and the Oirats were at war, blocking the route. Golochin designated Nyaktu as the site for negotiations, while Sokituo et al. Tons led some members of the delegation back to Beijing. They sent a message to the Russian representatives in Selenga, explaining the circumstances that had blocked the path and requesting a change of date and location for the meeting. The following year, 1689, on April 26, our delegation left Beijing once again. Among the representatives were not Alni and Masi, but added General of Heilongjiang Sabu, Tongtung Langtan, and Bandershan, as well as the Secretary-General of the Lifan Yuan, Wendai. In the history of Chinese diplomacy, no mission has been as grand as this. The forces accompanying them included 2,000 troops from Beijing 8 banners, 1,500 troops from Heilongjiang, and if you add all the military and official servants, the total number of representatives is approximately 8,000. Although the Kangxi Emperor was proactive regarding military preparedness, he was more yielding when it came to negotiation objectives. It's unclear whether the Kangxi Emperor increased the number of troops in the delegation because Goro Win also brought soldiers. Nevertheless, at that time, like us, they believed that diplomacy should be backed by military power, but their focus was too much on the latter. When you first discussed this, you should have used Nibuku as the boundary. If their emissary strongly requests Nibuku, you can then use the Urgu River Argon River as the boundary. Before the delegation's departure, there had been discussions about a framework for negotiations, but the Kangxi Emperor strongly disagreed. Now that Nibuku border is established as the boundary between us and Russia, they have no place to send their emissaries for trade, making communication difficult. The real reason for the Kangxi Emperor, or rather, the reason behind the war with the Oirats and Caucasus, was that China should quickly resolve its case with Russia in order to focus all its efforts on dealing with the Mongol issue. After these modifications, the outline is compatible with the second command from the Russian government. In the middle of June, our delegation arrived at Nerchinsk. If negotiations in Nerchinsk fail, the reason for this will not lie in a discrepancy between the goals of both governments. The Russians, upon seeing the impressive military presence of our side, were uncertain as to whether our real intention was to negotiate peace or to engage in combat. Due to the strict military preparations on both sides, the atmosphere became quite tense. The setting was reminiscent of a scene from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. On July 8th, the first meeting took place. After several days of back and forth, they decided on the format for negotiations. Each side could bring 760 troops, but only 500 were allowed inside the meeting room, while 260 stood behind their representatives. Gaolauen, I assume this is a transliteration of the name proposed that China and Russia should use the Amur River as a boundary, with the left bank north belonging to Russia and the right bank south to China. However, Sogao countered that Russia should retreat west of Lake Kovd. All areas east of the lake, including Lake Kovd, Nerchinsk, Yaksa, and others, should belong to China. Both sides made extremely high demands, leaving a significant gap between their positions. The next day, the Chinese representative made the first concession. They offered to cede Sela and Nyachu to Russia, complying with the court's order and adhering to their predetermined minimum limit. Golovin dismissed this proposal with a laugh, believing that these two areas did not require China's generosity. On July 10th, negotiations still showed no progress. The Chinese representative then proposed that both sides sign an official record of the meeting, so each could return home and report. This was akin to declaring the meeting a failure. The next morning, Golovin sent someone to accept this proposal but demanded another meeting, which the Chinese side refused. With the permission of their representatives, Zhang Cheng and Xiu Risheng visited Golovin as private individuals. They expressed pleasure at our visit. According to their diary entries, the following is how they described their interaction. the Mazgor people genuinely yearn for peace, not inferior to us, the Chinese delegation. From the outset we told them, if they are not willing to give up Yaksa and the lands nearby, then there is no need for further effort, as we do know that our ambassadors had explicit instructions to secure a treaty at all costs. As for the area between Nabucco and Yaksa and beyond the Omer River, we do not know to what extent the ambassadors can yield. The representative from Mazgo may consider where they wish to draw the line between Nabucco and Yaksa, and our ambassadors, in their eagerness for peace, will do all in their power to facilitate this. The plenipotentiary representative of Mazgo replied. In that case, he requested our ambassadors inform him of the final decision. On July 12th, the Russian representative sent someone early in the morning to inquire about our final decision. My delegation pointed out on the map the Artish River and the outer Shingan Mountains, stating that east of the river and south of the mountains should belong to China, west of the river and north of the mountains should belong to Russia, with the Argon River as the boundary. After the Russians withdrew, my representative sent Jiang Tingfu and Xiu Risheng to inquire about the Russian side's final decision and declared that the borders between Outer Mongolia and Russia should be clearly defined. However, Lavrov, citing restrictions on his authority, and arguing that China's influence had not yet reached Outer Mongolia, refused to negotiate the border between Mongolia and Russia. My side did not insist on this point but declared that after the wars in Irgawat and Khalkha were settled, the boundary between Mongolia and Russia must be clearly defined. We agreed to this point on July 13th. After addressing these issues, the Russians put forth another demand. Russians living east of the Argon River could return to their homeland. Thus, the negotiations seemed to have reached a conclusion. Unforeseen, at this time, Gurovin demanded that Yaksa and the lands to its west belong to Russia. Jiang Tingfu and Xiu Risheng rebuked Gurovin for his lack of credibility. In their initial efforts to resolve the issue, they stated that if Russia abandoned Yaksa, there would be no need for further action. Why was this old argument being brought up again? Troops to Yaksa to destroy the crops. After Jiang Tingfu et al. Reported to Sabuhay that Russia had reversed its previous agreement, our delegation immediately convened a national meeting of scholars and warriors, deciding to cross the river that night to surround the Nyuchu fortress. At the same time, they sent people to encourage the Mongols around them and withdrew a small number of tea. Seeing that the situation was not in their favor, the Russian representative sent someone with a subtle gesture, indicating their willingness to concede Yaksa. The delegation reconvened, but did not want to make any sudden moves, fearing that it might be a Russian stalling tactic, nor could they advance, as they were concerned about disrupting the hope for peace. The delegation asked Jiang Tingfu and Xiu Risheng for their opinion, and they replied that as clerics, they could not participate in military affairs. In the end, the delegation decided to proceed with the original plan but told the Russians that they were moving troops solely for easier access to water and grass. On July 14th, when our army reached the Nyuchu fortress below, the Russian representatives formally acknowledged the boundary line proposed by us. The representatives, including Sabu and Su, then sent Jiang Tingfu to make the final negotiations. That if the citizens of either country held government passports, they should be allowed to travel and trade freely. The next day, Golo Wen put forward 3 new demands. First, that all future letters from China to the Russian king should include his full title, and that no inequality should be expressed in them. Second, that both countries should respect each other's ambassadors and allow them to personally deliver their credentials to the heads of state. Third, for free trade, we believe it poses no problem, except for minor trading issues, which need not be included in the treaty. Regarding the first point, I, on behalf of the others, replied that the titles and phrases in the letter were determined by the emperor, and as subjects we dare not give our consent lightly. About the second point, we responded that China does not send ambassadors abroad, but if Russia sends an envoy to China, we will provide a warm reception. Golo Wen secured the right to free trade, thus completing his main mission, and this could not be left out of the agreement. In the end, there was some disagreement between both parties regarding the eastern section of the boundary. The eastern section of the Outer Shingan Range divides into 2 branches. The northern branch follows the Oud River to the coast. The southern branch stays south of the Oud River but does not reach the coast. When Galen Roman made his demand on my behalf, we replied that Wijao referred to the northern part. This occurred on July 18th. If the southern part of China is taken as a boundary, then a separate border would be necessary near the sea. If the northern part is considered, then the Urus River basin would entirely belong to China, with a large area and the finest quality sable fur, while its coasts also produce abundant fish. On the 19th, There was no response from Russia, and my representative thought it was a missed opportunity and felt urgent. As the Urus River basin was not something the court absolutely needed to dispute, if this caused trouble, the court might blame us. Jiang Qing advised me not to insist, so Sabu et al. Decided to send Jiang Qing to propose a compromise, dividing the Urus River basin between the two countries. Just then, Russia also sent someone with a letter from Galen Roman, urging our side to conclude the talks, and the letter proposed a compromise not to divide the Urus area at this time. My representative accepted this, and the talks were considered successful, leaving only the review of articles and the drafting of the treaty. The Treaty of Nerchinsk was signed on July 24, 1689, 28th year of Kangxi's reign, corresponding to September 7, 1689 in the Gregorian calendar, or August 27 in the Russian calendar. Thus, it is only the Latin version that bears both parties' signatures and seals. The Chinese representative signed and sealed a document in full text and in Latin, while the Russian representative did the same in Russian and Latin. After signing, the representatives stood up, holding the agreement in their respective national names, pledging loyalty and invoking the all-powerful God, ruler of all, as their vigilant observer. Both armies fired salutes in celebration. The Neighbouch Treaty focused on delimitation on the Chinese side and trade on the Russian side. Jiang Qing stated that the Kangxi Emperor had once commanded the representatives to swear by the Christian God, believing that this was the only way to ensure the Russians would abide by the agreement, hence the significance of firing salutes after the oath. Both sides achieved their objectives, leading to the treaty's implementation for over 160 years. According to this treaty, not only are Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning provinces entirely Chinese territory, but the present-day Russian Amur and Primorsky regions are also part of China. A military and transportation perspective, it is completely secure. According to this treaty, our northeast can be called the Greater Northeast, as its total area is almost 800,000 square miles, more than twice the size of today's northeast. It can also be called the whole northeast, as it has coastal lines to the east and south, with sea outlets, and a natural boundary to the north with the outer Singan range from nomadic maneuvering. Our country achieved this success for several reasons. Firstly, Russia's weakness in Far Eastern power, its lack of knowledge about Far Eastern geography, and its lack of interest in actively expanding its territory. Secondly, the wise handling of territory. This matter by the Kangxi Emperor, who had made full military preparations and left some room for diplomacy. As a result, not only was a vast territory preserved, but during the Kangxi dynasty, our country's military operations in Outer Mongolia were never hindered by Russia. The third clause states, all previous disputes, regardless of their nature, should be forgotten and not held against each other. This has been fully achieved. The Chinese and Russian peoples have not harbored old grudges due to conflicts in the 17th century. Although this treaty is not permanently binding, even Christians do not take the oath of an all-powerful God without keeping their word, but rather a foundation for 150 years of peace and friendship has been established. In international treaties, the Treaty of Nerchinsk stands as one with a long and illustrious history. 5. Peace in the Northeast for 150 years. In December of the 28th year of Kangxi's reign, after reports on the conclusion of the Treaty at Nerchinsk by Sohaitu et al. Reached Beijing, Emperor Kangxi commanded the Grand Council, princes and ministers to convene and discuss ways to stabilize the northeastern frontier. Both proposals were implemented. Unfortunately, the boundary markers were independently erected by China and not jointly with Russia. They proposed setting up beacons in various locations along the Ershan River with inscriptions in Manchu, Chinese, Russian, Latin, and Mongolian scripts, and deploying troops at Mergen and Yanhai. The inscriptions on the stones did not include the full text of the treaty but rather a summary. Moreover, several of the boundary markers were not actually placed on the actual border. According to field research by Russian missionary Hyacinth, the craftsman mistakenly inscribed north of the Xing'an range belongs to Russia on one of the stones near the Ershan River, which the Russians interpreted as an auspicious sign. In 1844, the Russian Academy of Sciences dispatched scientist A.T. von Middendorf to the Far East to conduct a survey. Jilin was also similar. Originally centered at Ninguda, it was already far from the border, and later the center moved inward to Jilin City. He discovered that the boundary markers set by China were not at the northernmost peak of Outer Xing'an, but at the confluence of the Jilu and Jinchili rivers, and the northeasternmost one was not between Outer Xing'an and the Ud River, but between the Udi River and Tugar, and China automatically gave up 23,000 square miles of land. As for the garrisoned troops, during the Sino-Russian War, China made Yarkang the headquarters, with a general in charge. In 1690 Kang c. 29, the general moved to Menkan, and in 1698 he moved back to Chichaigaguk, gradually moving further away from the Heilongjiang River. Although, in terms of troop numbers, we cannot say that the Qing court was negligent in defense. Throughout the 18th century, the number of troops increased slightly, with approximately 4,000 garrisoned troops in the three eastern provinces, 190,000 under the jurisdiction of the general of Fengdian, Dread under the jurisdiction of the general of Jilin, and 1140 under the jurisdiction of the general of Heilongjiang. The Black Dragon River region is divided into 12 Karens, each with 32 soldiers stationed for a 3-month shift. The northern border has 15 Karens, each with 20 soldiers on a 1-month shift. These Karens are intended to prevent Russians from crossing the border, but many are far from the actual frontier, and it is doubtful if they have any real effect. Additionally, every year between April and May, the Governor-General sends commissioners with 240 troops divided into 3 groups to patrol the borders. If they encounter Russian trespassing, they shall capture and send them to the general for further orders. However, in reality, these patrols do not reach the extreme northern regions. It is difficult to determine how often and where our government personnel actually travel to the extreme northern reaches of the Black Dragon River. At this time, due to Russia's recent affairs being pushed aside, unable to be resolved quickly, and an increase in tax rates leading to high prices, the Chaktu trade was halted. Only the Donghua Lu Eastern records for the year Qing Renchang 1765 July, Guai Kui Hai entry contains a petition from General Fu Song, which includes information on the inspection of the remote regions. Fu Song's report reads as follows. With trade suspended, Emperor Qianlong feared Russian border incursions, so he instructed the general of Heilongjiang to investigate and fortify the frontier. There is no human settlement or trace in this area. The area is extremely cold, with no vegetation or wildlife. According to past investigations by Han Lu, the deputy commander who explored the source of the Urpiji River, from Heilongjiang to the mouth of the river, a total water distance of 1697 li, then traveling 247 li by land to Xingkan Mountain Outer and to Xingkan Mountain Outer, Xinggan.Norn. Similarly, Nao Linbu, the assistant commander who explored the source of Jinkili River, reported, from Heilongjiang into Jinkili and down to Dukta's mouth, a total water distance of 1587 li, then traveling 240 li by land to Xingkan Mountain. Wei Bao, the assistant commander who explored the source of Salimji River, reported, from Heilongjiang through Jinkili and into Salimji's mouth, and further down the Yinkan River, a total water distance of 1350 li, then traveling 180 li by land to Xingkan Mountain. The area is also extremely cold, with no vegetation or wildlife. Estuary to Xingkan Mountain. At every place, there were no mentions of Russian clandestine crossings. I have translated the text from Otto to On as requested. I inquired about the administration of the Niemen River source area, including Adamukbao, from the upstream area of the Amur-Niemen River, which flows into the Siramudi River and then into the Thira. Umalin Estuary, covering a total water distance of 1615 li, traveling by land for 456 li from Thi. Regarding the Urguna River, which borders Kulumbuir and Russia, the western bank belongs to Russia, while the eastern bank is part of our country, with posts set up at each point until the Julert area. 2 additional posts have now been established from Julert to the Moralek estuary, and a post named Sobelhan has been set up at Samberhan, with daily patrols, making it difficult for Russians to sneak across. At the Russian bordering Heilongjiang city unclear, there is Xingkan Mountain, which extends to the sea. It is also impossible to cross on horseback. Since the boundary between China and Russia was surveyed in 1729, no further surveys have been conducted. Later, I requested that the leader of the sacrifices dispatch an official, a cavalry captain, and soldiers every year. In June, they would travel by water along with trappers to the Doktia and Yinkan estuaries, as well as between the Orlu and Siramudi rivers, conducting thorough investigations and reporting back to the leader, who then informs the general. 3 years later, a deputy leader, a Juro military rank, and a cavalry captain were sent by water to patrol the source area of Xingkan Mountain once the ice had melted, and they returned with reports. Its Heilongjiang soldiers annually patrol the Elu River, following which they inspect the source of the river, Xingkan Mountain, once every 3 years and report to the department at year's end. However, to what extent they were implemented is unclear. This was an outline of the northeastern border during the Qianlong era, and the additional border defense measures, i.e., annual small patrols and major patrols every 3 years. Apart from setting up beacons and border defense, the Qing government had no plans or facilities for establishing eastern provinces until the late Xuantong era. During the Shunzi era, most Manchus entered the capital. Those who were accustomed to living in the capital, except for official business, rarely returned. During the Qianlong era, due to the excessive number of Beijing flags, the court had provided funds to send a few to the outer regions to open up land, which at that time yielded significant results. Later, as the Manchus became more Sinicized, even if the court provided funds, they were reluctant to go, or if they did, they would return soon after. Han people during the Kangxi and Yongzheng dynasties mostly went as Shaanxi merchants, or those sent into exile for crimes. During the Qianlong era, due to the scarcity of land in the inner regions compared to the population, large-scale immigration was possible, but the court prohibited Han people from leaving the capital at that time. This ban was naturally difficult to enforce, and officials were not always serious about enforcing it. Thus, even without large-scale migration, there were still many scattered departures. Only in the eastern part of Jilin, along the Ussuri River and downstream along the Heilongjiang River, where no official governance existed, did people mix freely, both native and foreign. The treaty was signed during the reign of Peter the Great. The state gained no significant benefits from the northeastern frontier, except for some sables and ginseng collected by the royal family and its followers. After the Treaty of Nerchinsk, the Northeast enjoyed over 150 years of peace, a result not only of the strict defense of our borders, but also due to Russia's passive stance towards the Far East at that time. From Peter onwards throughout the 18th century, Russian governments focused on competing with Sweden for control over the southeastern coast of the Baltic Sea, with Turkey over the northern shore of the Black Sea, and with Prussia and Austria over Poland. During the same 15-year period, Russia initially traded with our country in Beijing and near the Nebuchad area, and later moved to Katu. By the late 18th century and early 19th century, with the Napoleonic Wars in Europe, Russia was also caught up in this turmoil, leaving them unable to compete with China for control of the Heilongjiang River basin. In order to maintain and develop trade between China and Russia, the Russian government was reluctant to cause a conflict with China. Although, during these 150 years, the Russian government and people did not entirely overlook the Far East. In 1737, the cartographer Shulzin and Shetilov went to Jinkiri River. In the early 18th century, the Russians occupied Kamskatka. They then continued their advance, crossed the Bering Strait, and took Alaska, which was in the Amur River basin. During the reigns of Qianlong, Jiaqing, and Daoguang, numerous Russian hunters, criminals, officers, and scientists violated the border. They found a Russian hunter's house where the river rushed into Jinkiri, about 100 miles up from the estuary, and encountered several hunters who had come from Nubuchu. 60 miles east of Yakusa, they saw another family of mixed Russian and Tongu descent. In the early 19th century, during the Jiaqing era, Major Stavitsky went to Yakasa. The following year, they traveled downstream on the Amur, passing Yakasa, where they saw a Cossack and a family of mixed Russian and Tongu origin. At the same time, the botanist Tursiahinov studied the plants along the Amur River upstream as far as Yakusa. Vasiliev traveled up and down the Amur for 6 years, from its source to its mouth, and left a record of his journey. In 1832, Colonel Ladyshinsky, investigating boundary stones, also traveled downstream to Yakasa. Among recorded criminals who crossed the border were Rusinov and Shelkov in the 60th year of Qianlong's reign, and Vasiliev in the 21st year of Jiaqing's reign. These are all documented events. In the 21st year of Daoguang's reign, Medentov surveyed the lower reaches of the Amur River and its north bank. At the estuary he also met a fugitive traveler. After the signing of the Treaty of Nabucco, Russian scientists and officials advocated further occupation of the Amur River. In the first half of the 17th century, when Russians first arrived in this region, they sent people up the Amur due to food shortages. In the 18th century, similar difficulties arose after acquiring Kamchatka. The journey from Yakutsk to Kamchatka was too arduous and often impassable, and food supplies were primarily transported from Yakutsk to Okhotsk by land and then shipped to Kamchatka by sea. In 1741, the 6th year of the reign of Emperor Qianlong, Siberian historian Miller published a work proposing this idea. With Yakutsk lacking food reserves and the difficult overland route from Yakutsk to Okhotsk, the Russians once again turned their attention to the Amur River. If they could transport food from Nabucco via the Amur to the sea and then ship it to Kamchatka, the supply problem would be solved. In 1746, Bering's colleague Kirikov suggested that Russia should occupy the mouth of the Amur River and establish a city there. The Russian nobility accepted his plan and instructed the foreign ministry to negotiate with China. In 1753, the 18th year of the reign of Emperor Qianlong, Siberian Governor Mytlev submitted a detailed plan for river transport to the government. Before negotiations took place, the Russian government ordered General Jacobi to investigate China's military presence along the Amur River. Jacobi's report stated that China maintained 4,000 troops at various locations along the riverbank. This move would be too costly for the Russian government, which was unwilling to pursue it. If Russia were to use the Amur River, it would need to secretly prepare its troops. If China did not allow it, Russia could surprise them with force. Negotiations with China also completely failed. In the 22nd year of Qianlong, August 1, 1757, Russia requested to transport their grain by the Amur River, but the emperor refused on the grounds of breach of contract, entering from the north, with sandbanks at the mouth making navigation difficult. As a result, Russia's interest in navigating the Amur River also cooled somewhat. In the latter half of the 18th century, a French explorer, Lapéus, and an English explorer, Broughton, both traveled to the mouth of the Amur River and Sakhalin Island from overseas. Their reports stated that Sakhalin was not an island but a peninsula, and the mouth of the Amur River could only be accessed by circling around the eastern side, and in 1803, the 8th year of the Jiaqing Emperor, the Russian government organized another Far East investigation team led by Krusenstern Doktovich. Meanwhile, the Russian government sent Golovkin as its minister to China to negotiate. He suggested that Russia should occupy Aniwa Bay in southern Kiwi Island, and then move on to control the coastal areas of Jilin province. The government instructed him to demand from China navigation rights on the Amur River, and free trade rights along the border between China and Russia. If China refused, he was ordered to insist on at least one annual navigation trip up the Amur, to supply assistance to Kamchatka and Russian North America. After receiving news of Golovkin's mission, the Qing court instructed local officials to prepare for his arrival along the way. If China still rejected their demands, he was to request, based on the Treaty of Nerchinsk, to open inland trade and have a resident envoy in Beijing. Later, the Kulian minister Yundan Dorji reported that the Russian envoys were ignorant of proper etiquette, so the Qing court ordered Golovkin to return directly to Russia from Kulian, without allowing him to enter Beijing. The failure of Golovkin's mission can be considered complete. It is unclear what exactly was meant by ignorant of proper etiquette. After this experience, he firmly believed that the rights sought by Russia could not be obtained through diplomacy alone, and that a military commander was essential to achieve their goals. He thought that Russia did not need to occupy all of the Amur River. Just getting control of the lower reaches and the wetlands between the Argun and Olta rivers would suffice. The Governor-General of Irkutsk, Kornilov, who had received Ilkov's report, was outraged and advocated sending a fleet up the Amur as a show of force, but the Russian government refused. His report aroused significant interest among Russian officials. In 1844, Daguang 24, explorer Medinotov explored the Argun and Olta River regions, thoroughly investigating local conditions and China's weak political and military presence in the area. By mid-19th century, external threats to Northeast Asia had become more urgent than ever before, with the situation far more serious than it was in the late 17th century. Unquestionably, Britain reigned supreme at sea, with an energy that promised further expansion. At this time, a struggle for dominance in the North Pacific Ocean was unfolding between four major powers: Britain, the United States, Russia, and France. The other nations, particularly the United States and France, sought to counter British influence, fearing it would dominate the region. China's weakness was exposed by this war. During the Opium War, Britain secured many trading rights in China, prompting the United States and France to follow suit, worried about being left behind. At the same time, on the eastern coast of the North Pacific, competition among nations was intense. Until the early 19th century, the western part of North America had not yet been divided, trading in Guangzhou, China. To the north lay Russian territories, and to the south Spanish territories. Although there was no official boundary between them, neither country allowed others to interfere. In 1821, when the Russian government declared that all territory west of the Bering Strait to 59 degrees north was Russian, the U.S. government protested and established the Monroe Doctrine, leading Russia to recognize 59 degrees as its southern border. But the United States, on the one hand, developed from east to west, with its western settlers advancing like a tidal wave, On the other hand, Boston, New York, and Philadelphia promoted trade between the developing U.S. and China by sending merchant ships to the northwest coast to gather sea otter pelts and to Honolulu to purchase sandalwood, the land ceded by Russiathan, collectively known as Oregon. England and the United States have again become embroiled in a dispute, initially agreeing it would be a shared border. When it came time to demarcate, the United States insisted on 5,440 as the boundary between England and the U.S. During the 1844 presidential election, American radicalism even used acknowledged 5,440, or war, as its slogan against England. In 1846, England and the United States finally agreed on 49 as the boundary line. Although the issue between England and the U.S. was diplomatically resolved, America went to war with Mexico for 2 years, ultimately resulting in all of California's coast being ceded to the U.S. in 1848. The eastern coast of the North Pacific was then divided among England, the U.S., and Russia. Powers worldwide sensed that the history of the world had entered what is known as the Pacific Era. At this time, due to the practicality of steamships, transportation across the Pacific Ocean greatly advanced. Given the intense competition, every nation feared falling behind, feeling that if they didn't act, someone else would take their place. FPT for the current year, during the Shenzhong era. In the mid-19th century, northeastern external threats were actually just one corner of global powers' rivalry. Unfortunately, at this time, China was experiencing turmoil with the Taiping Rebellion internally and demands for modification to trade, treaties from England, America, and France externally, making China's fate particularly difficult. ESC. As for material civilization, since the middle of the 17th century when Russia and China competed, Russia, following Western progress, had completely redesigned its weapons and transportation, relied on steamships. During Fek era in China, the weapons, armies, and transportation were exactly the same as during the Kangxi era, while there was even a decline in national affairs and people's lives. 5. In 1847, Daguang 27, he appointed Count Muraviev, a young military officer, as governor of eastern Siberia. For decades, scholars and officials had plans and attempts regarding Heilongjiang, which were finally realized under Muraviev's leadership. In the first step, Mr. Wood dispatched an officer, Vaganov, to lead secret Cossack crossings along the Heilongjiang River to investigate the situation there. Russia's pretended use of others to launch attacks and coercion for territorial concessions during the reign of Nicholas Arais, 1825 to 1855, driven by excessive pride and ambition, Russia expanded in 3 directions: the Near East, Central Asia, and the East, Central Asia, and the Far East. Vaganov had previously accompanied Denatov to the Songhay and Jinchili rivers. The general of Heilongjiang took up the pursuit and punished 5 perpetrators for their crimes. After this crossing, there was no further news from him, leading Wood to falsely accuse him of illegally crossing the border and request an explanation from China. Meanwhile, Mr. Wood also sent Navy Captain Nevelskoy from Kamchatka southward to explore the mouth of the Heilongjiang River and Sakhalin Island. Nevelskoy discovered that Sakhalin is actually an island separated from the continent by a strait, which is navigable, disproving previous investigations. Mr. Wood returned to Moscow that spring, demanding that the government seize the entire north bank of the Heilongjiang River. In Russia's diplomatic history, Wood was one of the most fervent proponents of anti-English sentiment. In 1851, the first year of the Xiaoping era, he entered the Heilongjiang River and established 2 towns, Nikolaevsk and Mariinsk, which are now known as Khotuntun in China's historical records. He believed that Britain aimed to dominate both coasts of the North Pacific, and if Russia fell behind, the Amur River would inevitably be occupied by Britain. China would be unable to protect its territory. Furthermore, there are military ships among this fleet. Given our current treaty of friendship, such a critical incident warrants immediate notification to your country. On April 7th, the year Xiaoming 1852, a letter from Russia to the Liefan Institute represented Mr. Mu's thoughts. Our country has learned that foreign ships have repeatedly arrived at the banks of the Amur River, and we suspect that this ship's intent is not merely trade. If anyone were to loot areas around the Amur River checkpoint, it would be against our wishes, as the Amur also connects directly with Russia. At this time, Russia's foreign minister, Nikolai Nesludov-Nesrod, viewed the Near East crisis as urgent and did not wish to provoke China in the Far East, strongly opposing Mr. Mu's plans. Tsar Nicholas I took a compromise approach, not occupying the entire northern bank of the Amur River but also not abandoning the 2 established towns. Russia had indeed breached the agreement and occupied the mouth of the river, yet Beijing did not protest and was entirely unaware of the situation. Until the third year of Xianfeng 1853, Russia still had no plans or actions to occupy the entire northern bank of the Amur River. That year, in a letter to the Li Fan Institute, Russia only requested China to send officials to co-establish boundary markers and divide the unclaimed coastal areas. This communication explicitly recognized that east of the Alai Mountains, the land belonged to Russia, while south of the mountains, it was part of Qing China. After deliberating, China's Li Fan Institute and Heilongjiang General agreed to send officials to collaborate on setting up the markers and dividing the territory, without suspecting any hidden agendas. Unfortunately, the Near East issue escalated into a war. In 1853, Russia declared war on Turkey. The following year, the Anglo-French alliance intervened to aid Turkey. We do not suggest that without the Crimean War, Russia would not have invaded the region's borders. This so-called Crimean War not only failed to restrict Russia's actions in the Far East, but also provided Russia with an excuse for its ambitions in northeast China. We merely point out that the Crimean War promoted Mu's plans. Those who have carefully read the preceding section of this text know that Russia's southward expansion in the Far East was a result of building up its strength. At that time, Russia had already established a naval base at Petropavlovsk in Kamchatka and deployed a small fleet there. To prevent Russian ships from disrupting maritime trade in the Pacific, Britain and France would inevitably send fleets to attack. The Near East War even spread to the Far East. Russia, as a countermeasure, believed that it could only succeed by using the Amur River as a passageway. This move was indeed contrary to international law, but in times of crisis, law is ignored. Mu had actively prepared military supplies, ships, and troops in Irkutsk and Nebuchot. In the spring of 1854, he led his entire force into the Amur River. Before setting off, Mu had written to the official in charge of Kuren, stating that he would send a special messenger to deliver urgent documents to the Li Fan Institute. Dulik Dorji, citing inconsistencies with previous practices, refused his request. In fact, Mu knew that Beijing would not allow him to pass through its territory, and it was more efficient to create facts on the ground rather than waste time in negotiations. On May 13th he reached He. Although the request for passage was technically fulfilled in terms of formality, on April 25, 1854, he began his journey from the Shilka River with 1 steamship, 50 wooden ships, dozens of rafts, and 1,000 troops. There were also several old cannons. He saw 35 ships and approximately 1,000 troops at this location, most of whom were carrying bows and arrows, a few had guns, and a small number held wooden spears. How should our local officials respond? China has made no progress in 200 years. This was the sentiment among the Russians at that time. He sent an appropriate official to follow and observe. Small boats were used to block the passage, but Hu Shun intended to persist in this action indefinitely, fearing that it would harm harmony. The Governor-General of Jilin, Jing Chun, reported, investigating the troops in the eastern provinces, it is generally found that their weapons and equipment are insufficient to immediately spark a conflict. Instead, they should be appeased with kind words. The reports from the Governor-General of Xinyang, Ying Long, and the Governor-General of Heilongjiang, Yi Ji, were completely identical. Central policies are also consistent, as stated in the edict. In summary, the methods used by border officials to deal with foreign aggression are no different from the 8 characters of good words reach, follow-up investigation. This general should conduct his defense secrets carefully. He must not create confusion beforehand. He is to arrange strictly without making any movement or noise that could arouse the suspicions of other countries. During a critical time in eastern maritime defense, Mu or Wood was afraid of problems with China. If ships from other countries pass through this area, and there is no disturbance or request for information, it would not be worthwhile to make difficulties for them. Therefore, he instructed Bishop Palladius of the Beijing Russian Church to write to the Li Fan Yuan, a department dealing with foreign affairs, to explain on his behalf. From this book one can see what Mu intended to offer China. I, the minister, when going to the eastern seaport. All military items that need to be used are self-prepared, and there is no disturbance to China at all. In this expedition not only am I securing our own borders, but it is also beneficial to China. If China ever faces a difficult situation, even if Russia is called upon for help, it would not be a problem. Originally, Russia's actions were friendly and charitable. Initially, it was not just about complaining about Russian guests. but they also wanted to pick a fight with the Chinese. Delic Dorji, in Kuren, also obtained some anesthetic, and he conveyed to Beijing that the Westerners again mentioned the English seeking only profit, having thoroughly investigated all British affairs. Moreover, they aided rebel bandits in Guangdong, provided them with gunpowder, and even sought to undermine the good relations between our two countries. Britain is China's greatest enemy, while Russia is China's closest friend. From Xianfeng to the present, this has been the consistent message from the Russians. The ignorant Manchu Qing dynasty did not believe it, but in the face of factual aggression, there was little they could do. It is appropriate for you to travel through the open sea, and it seems unsuitable for you to pass through my country's Heilongjiang and Jilin provinces. The dispatch from the Lai Fan Yuan to Russia is masterfully nuanced. This time, your country is leading a large army by sea to the East Sea to block the English, which is a matter that your country should handle. Russian aggression cannot be merely opposed with the words "it seems unsuitable." My country's frontier officials still engage in tail-following surveillance and secretly preventing their activities. In the 5th year of Xianfeng, the Russian forces were 3 times larger than in the previous year, and additionally, there were 500 settlers, each equipped with agricultural tools and livestock, indicating a growing attempt to permanently settle. Although the weakness of diplomatic efforts and the complete lack of resistance at that time are painful to behold, we cannot strictly blame them. The Emperor Xianfeng originally advocated for a strong foreign policy. The emperor's plan to resist foreigners was indeed lacking in resources. Shortly after ascending to the throne, he demoted Mu Chang'a and Ji Ying, treating them like Chen Hua, while favoring Lin Zexu as if he were Yu Wu. At that time, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's power was even greater than today's communist army, and most of the troops from the 3 eastern provinces had been deployed inland. In the 5th winter, the petition of General Jingchun of Jilin clearly described the situation. It has been established that there are water routes from Kasan, Hulin, and Ninguda that connect with the Russians, each being several thousand li away. From the East Sea, Kans. Between these areas only the banks of the Songhua River are inhabited by Heje and Fei people, and beyond this, there is no human presence or control. It has been observed that since the conquest during the Kangxi era, these tribes have maintained their vassalage. If they do not immediately wreak havoc, it is because their roots are not yet firmly established. Now, however, they have suddenly shown signs of rebellion, requesting a border division while plotting to invade our territories. Under the pretext of preventing English invasion, they aim to settle in our lands at will. With the onset of autumn bringing numerous problems and a lack of military might to repel invaders, delicate handling is required. The mountain ranges originally obstructed land routes, rendering their tactics ineffective, but water routes are navigable at every step. From the perspective of officials' intentions, everyone is aware of self-preservation, so who would dare to start a conflict? Furthermore, considering human resources, there are many troops stationed along the Amur River, but they suffer from a lack of supplies. Jilin, on the other hand, has insufficient supplies and fewer troops. The Jilin garrison consists of 1105 soldiers, 4 mobilizations of which have called for 7,000 men, with only about 800 having returned. Chasan, Hulin, and Ninguda are crucial areas, each with barely 800 troops. Even if they were to select able-bodied locals for training, the numbers would be limited. To garrison the city, support ourselves, there are no funds to be had. In the winter of 3 years, Jingchun had already appointed the co-leader Fu Ni Yang'a as an envoy. Although resistance was impossible, China at the time still had one course of action to try, according to a Russian letter in the 3rd year of Xianfeng, setting up a boundary marker with Russia as soon as possible, and people at the time considered this option to be beneficial. In May of the 4th year, after Mu Li Baiyu crossed beyond the 3 tribes, Fu Niyanga went after him. On reaching the vicinity of Kuatun, the Russians informed him that Mu's clan had gone to the East Sea to fight against the British, so they turned back. The officials at Jilin, Heilongjiang, and Kulun decided to each send one person in the spring of the 5th year to negotiate with Mu, as they could not go there themselves due to the strong military presence and the reluctance of their guides to lead them. By August, the negotiators from all 3 places finally found Mu at Kutandun. On the 10th, 11th, and 12th, Mu claimed illness and did not meet with them. On the 23rd, he demanded that the left bank of the Heilongjiang River be ceded to Russia. They then refused to accept his proposal. Mu gave them an official letter to take back as a response, and the negotiations ended. The representative from our side rejected this demand, pointing out that it contradicted the old agreements and that the people of Jilin, Ironsen, Heje, Kui, and Feiha on the left banks of the Amur and Songhua rivers had been paying tribute for a long time. The situation in northeast China had changed significantly by the 5th year Afyong. The Russian government was unwilling to let Muur act unilaterally. In the 3rd year of Yu, Russia did not have any large forces around the Heilongjiang River area, and they were still unclear about the realities in the northeast. The Crimean War ended in 1856. However, by the 5th year, these circumstances had changed, and Muur, who had not yet organized everything properly, was reluctant to enter into negotiations with us. When the war ceased, Russia's actions on the Amur changed in nature. Russia, in 1854 and 1855, not only repulsed the British and French fleets from attacking its eastern coast, but also established 2 strongholds downstream of the Amur River. The mouths of the Comer, Jincheng, and Songhua rivers were occupied, and towns were established there. From initially focusing on troop transportation, it now focused on resettling farmers. From concentrating downstream, it now concentrated upstream. In 1857, Russia intended to send Admiral Pushkin from Tianjin to Beijing, but China refused. As in the past, Russians were only allowed to enter Beijing via Kulun and Zhangjiakou. At that time, the Governor-General of the Amur was Prince Yishan. Earlier that year, Muli Baoyu returned to Russia to request full authority and comprehensive support from the government to force China to cede territory, which the Russian government agreed to. In spring 1858, Shoping 8th year, Mu returned to the Amur River with a large force, prepared to make a final settlement with China. During the Opium War, he served as Jingji general and led a large army to Guangzhou to suppress British treachery. However, in his petition, he claimed that the English were seeking profits. When the British troops reached the outskirts of Guangzhou, he offered 6 million yuan to redeem the city and agreed to withdraw his forces 60 miles north of Guangzhou. Muli's Pai Yue considered Yishan a formidable rival and attached too much importance to him. Mr. Mu's ships had already stopped in the middle of the river. On the 5th day of the 4th month of the Xianfeng year, Yishan arrived in Hehe City from Chitwa. On the 6th day, Yishan sent the Vice-Governor-General Jilaminga to urge a meeting. Mr. Mu deliberately created obstacles, saying he was too busy and had no time for negotiations, and only agreed after 4 more delays. On the 10th day, Mr. Mu brought his interpreter, Shishmaref I. Shishmaref, and his staff ashore, and entered the city. USEA. In trading ports, Russia should enjoy equal rights with other countries, and the Heilongjiang River should be treated according to port regulations. Mr. Mu demanded that the border between China and Russia be changed to the Heilongjiang and Ussuri rivers, with both rivers' navigation rights belonging to China and Russia, and no other country's ships permitted to travel there. All existing residents on the left bank of the river should move to the right bank, with the relocation costs borne by R. Yishan responded that the boundary lines should remain as is, specifically along the Urbalisi River and the outer Shingan Mountains. Regarding trade, the Heilongjiang region is poor and not profitable, and opening trade could easily lead to disputes. The negotiations did not reach a conclusion until dusk and then dispersed. The next day, on November 11th, Mr. returned to the city for further discussions. After several debates, Mr. left the draft agreements and returned home. Yishan dispatched Juding military leader. He brought draft agreements in Manchu and Russian, containing the same demands as those made on the 10th, except that the old residents on the Jiangsu northeast side, from Gingchirhe River in the north to Holemoljen-Hormolzen in the south, should not be relocated. AI Xiantai to return the draft agreements, signaling their rejection. Mr. left the draft agreements, claiming that the phrase bordering the river cannot be deleted, and other issues would be discussed in the city the next day. After 2 days of waiting, there was no movement from the Mu family. Mr. sent them back again, and Yishan instructed AI Xiantai to take the draft agreements, stating that they must remove the phrase using Heilongjiang and Songhua rivers as boundaries. On the 14th day, he brought the original draft back to the city and demanded that Yishan sign it. He took back the I-text and left without saying goodbye. Mu chief suddenly became angry, acted aggressively, and shouted at the official in charge, unable to form coherent words. Yishan refused, adding that the Ussuri River fell under the jurisdiction of the Jilin general, and he could not make a decision. May 14, 1858, was a crucial day in the negotiations at Hehe. After Mu chief left in anger, observations during the night revealed that the Yi ships were brightly lit, with continuous sounds of gunfire. In Yishan's report, Initially, when Mu chief arrived, there were 5 Yi ships with hundreds of people on board, fully equipped with weapons, drifting downstream for several dozen miles and moored. When Mu chief came, he had 2 large ships with around 200 Yi people, also fully armed, anchored on the eastern bank of the river, still in a peaceful state. Following this period of anxiety, Yi Shan signed the Hohe Treaty on the 15th day. End Russia. The treaty had only 2 articles, the first concerning the division of territory and the second regarding trade on the Amur River. The Heilongjiang and Ushiri rivers are only allowed to be navigated by Chinese and Russian ships. The western border still follows the Argun River. From the point where the Argun enters the Heilongjiang to where the Heilongjiang flows into the sea, the left bank is entirely Russian, while the right southern bank is divided into 2 sections. From the Argun to the Ushiri, it belongs to China, and east of the Ushiri, it is co-managed by China A. On the left bank, from Zhalaikajiang to Kolarmerjin, the old settlements have been permitted to continue under the jurisdiction of Qing officials. The terms for trade are very simple. People belonging to either country shall forever live in harmony. People from both countries living along the Ushiri, Heilongjiang, and Songhua rivers are permitted to trade with each other. Traders on both sides are entrusted to look after one another. The Yalu River Treaty holds a unique position in China's diplomatic history. Indirectly, since the Yalu River Treaty, Russia's influence on the Pacific coast has further expanded, intensifying the global imperialist struggle among the major powers, and this sets the stage for the current Northeast question. And with the signing of the Yalu River Treaty in the 8th year of Xianfeng, there could not have been the Beijing Treaty 10 years later. South of Outer Manchuria and north of the Heilongjiang River, all territory is completely ceded to Russia. The lands east of the Ushiri, including the entire coastal line of Jilin Province and the mouth of the Sea of Okhotsk, are co-managed by China and Russia, resulting in direct losses. The reasons behind Yi Shan's signing of this treaty are quite clear. First, Mr. Mu's sudden fury and the constant sound of guns scared him. With this arrangement, Yi Shan felt he could deflect court criticism and soothe his own conscience. Third, Yi Shan completely underestimated the potential value of the lost territories. Second, Mu left room for blame-shifting. The Jiangzuo troop houses remained under Chinese administration, and everything east of the Ussuri River was shared between China and Russia. The Jiangzuo troop houses were preserved, and as for the rest, it is barren land with no inhabitants. Yi Shan's stupidity is a fair representation of his country. As mentioned earlier, apart from providing pelts and ginseng to the imperial family, the northeast border had no impact on the nation's economy or people's lives. The mistakes made by China in its diplomacy with Russia that year are not limited to the Yalu River Treaty. The Qing court and Ji Yuliang, who negotiated in Tianjin, both made further errors. Yi Shan's report on the treaty in the text of the Yalu River Treaty arrived in Beijing on the 4th day of the 5th month. It is a matter of following circumstances and limited by the times. The court did not add any reproach, and the imperial decree stated, Yi Shan, out of fear of causing trouble, and because his livelihood with the troops was not impeded, had already acted in accordance with permission. Not only Yi Shan could be forgiven, but his actions could also prove useful for areas east of Ussuri. The imperial decree continued, as soon as Jing Chun, general of Jilin, thoroughly investigates, if it is indeed a desolate place, it can be treated the same as Heilongjiang. There was still no certainty about suppressing the Taiping Rebellion, in addition to negotiations regarding the English, French, and American nations' trade treaties. The Qing Emperor's acceptance of the Yanhai Treaty was not due to his inherent non-resistance policy, nor solely because of Yi Shan's limited by circumstances, but rather, at that time, China's internal and external affairs were all limited by circumstances. In early April, the Allied forces attacked the Dagu Inlet and advanced directly to Tianjin, prompting the Qing government to fortify North Warehouse, Yangkun, and Tongzhou, while Beijing was also placed under curfew. When the Yanhai Treaty reached Beijing, negotiations in Tianjin were on the verge of breaking down. At that time, what was it that we disputed with Britain and France? The presence of embassies in Beijing, land and sea trade within China, and the opening of the Yangtze River to foreign commerce were at the heart of our disagreements. Are these concessions more important than the cession of northeast lands? Should the resistance at Dalu and Tianjin be moved up to the Heilongjiang River? Just by considering these two questions, one can gauge the stupidity of the rulers at that time. At that time, China was somewhat lenient, and the other side would have been satisfied. In the 4th year of Xianfeng, foreign countries engaged in trade sent representatives to Tianjin for peaceful negotiations on amending the treaties. However, The Qing court rejected everything and placed its trust in Yi Mingshan, who advocated a hardline diplomatic stance. Yi, during a period of national decline, used two minor incidents as pretexts to justify excoriating Britain and France. What is the difference between the diplomacy of the Xianfeng era and that of the Republic of China in recent years? The diplomatic strategies of Ji Liang and Huashana in Tianjin did not deviate from the principle of dividing enemies. They knew that Britain was the most aggressive, followed by France, then the United States and Russia. Similarly, France, the United States, and Russia understood that as long as they secured the most favored nation clause, they could let Britain do whatever it wanted. Puxiatin, along with the ambassadors of Britain, America, and France, arrived at Deguchang and Tianjin Daqiao. How Guirong et al. Dealt with the United States and France is not relevant to this text and need not be described. As for their negotiations with the Russian representative Puxiatin, they are closely related to the Northeast issue and cannot be discussed in detail. Initially, his communication to Guirong et al. Requested two things. 1. The cession of Heilongjiang and all lands east of the Amur River to Russia, and 2. Granting Russian citizens equal trading rights in port cities with other nations. His strategy was to introduce narcotic substances in an attempt to profit from fishing. The text states, "If these two demands are not rejected, the great emperor will agree, and all disputes between the two countries can be resolved. Russia's requests, once granted, will allow them to eliminate Britain and France as enemies and bring benefit to China. Furthermore, examining your country's military weaponry, it is clear that they are no match for foreign adversaries, so a modernization effort is necessary." Russia offered aid in the form of military equipment and sent officers skilled in warfare to train Chinese troops, hoping this would deter foreign aggression without cause. Regarding boundary demarcation, Guiliang et al. Responded that Yishan had been dispatched to handle negotiations. Guiliang et al. And the Qing court viewed Russia's unexpected assistance with suspicion and doubt, but both within Beijing and outside believed they should at least prevent Russia from cooperating with Britain and France or inciting them from the sidelines, known as aiding tyranny. As for trade, they considered opening more ports to be unproblematic even with an additional Russian presence. Therefore, they concluded the Treaty of Tianjin with Russia, which included a 9th article related to borders. China and Russia, having previously had no clearly defined borders, will appoint trusted ministers from both nations to conduct impartial surveys and ensure that the boundaries are accurately established and incorporated into this TR. Once the borders are determined, they will be recorded, mapped, and documented as evidence, eliminating any future disputes over territorial boundaries between the two countries. This clause allowed Russia to demand the division of territories east of the Amur River, leaving China with no choice but to comply, which was one of the concessions made by Guiliang et al. In their negotiations with Puxiatin. Beijing acknowledged the provisions of the Yilan Treaty, and they also forwarded a copy. Puxi then demanded that it be decided that all lands east of the Ussuri River belong to Russia. Guiliang et al. Agreed, believing that this was what the decree said, to handle it the same way as Heilongjiang. Thus, while Yishan had won joint administration of the territory at Yilan, Guiliang et al. had secretly ceded Tianjin's lands to Russia, pending the treaty's ratification. The treaty signed in Tianjin by Guiliang et al. With England, America, and France granted foreigners two rights that would impact future Northeast issues, opening a trading port in New Zhuang and allowing foreign missionaries into China. These rights, particularly the opening of New Zhuang for trade, contributed to the globalization of Northeast issues. In summary, during the years of the Taiping Rebellion 1851–1864, China's diplomacy focused solely on addressing immediate crises, with little regard for other matters. This was true both at Yilan and in Tianjin. 6. The cost of Russian friendship when the Anglo-French forces leave Tianjin, and the current crisis passes. The Qing dynasty realized that the losses incurred by the Agun Treaty and the Tianjin treaties were too great, and it was impossible to repair them without attempting to mitigate the situation. Following a decade of Anglo-French presence, the Beijing Treaty between China and Russia was signed. While the Tianjin Treaty's redress is not within the scope of this text, there is one point that cannot be overlooked. China's decision to withdraw its ambassador from Beijing, open trade ports along the Yangtze River, and allow foreigners to travel inland sparked a series of conflicts between China and the West in 1859 and 1860. In essence, as China had not yet found its place within the international community by mid-19th century, Russia seized the opportunity to further invade. Retrieving the A-gun treaty and the promises made by Guy Liang to Count Puitiaden would undoubtedly be extremely challenging. Before the loss of the northeast border, China felt compelled to cede territory due to circumstances. However, after the cession, asking Russia to give up its acquired rights would be even more difficult. The comparison of China and Russia's powers, as well as the global situation, did not suddenly become favorable to China with the withdrawal of the British and French armies. On the contrary, China's plans to cancel the presence of its ambassadors in Beijing, end river trade on the Yangtze, and restrict travel inland could further unite Western Europe and the United States with Eastern Europe. Although these countries have differing interests, China's policies force them to maintain their alliance. The final efforts of the Xianfeng Empire in 9th and 10th years could not help but fail, which is quite natural. The development, methods, and conclusion of these efforts form a grand comedy, as well as a tragedy, in the history of China's diplomacy. After the signing of the Yinhai Treaty, the court initially intended to treat the eastern areas of Jilin similarly to the left bank of the Heilongjiang River, but instructed the local officials to investigate the actual conditions of these regions. Before our investigation was complete, Muli Baiyu led his men across the Yuzhuri River. Regarding the Jilin region, Jingshan is still awaiting investigation, and it was not included in Yi Shan's approval. The report on this matter reached Beijing on July 1, 1858, and the court's decree that day stated, apart from the left bank of the Heilongjiang River, which has already been approved by Yi Shan, it is difficult to make changes. If the enemy attempts to be cunning, they should be firmly rejected. This time, they have been permitted to enter Tianjin through the seaway, and Yi Shan has granted them permission to reside and travel along the left bank of the Heilongjiang River. The various places in Jilin cannot fully achieve their wishes, and I have already provided justification. It is unlikely that they will take offense at this. From this decree, we can see that the Qing court had already decided in early July 1858 that they could not regain the left bank of the Heilongjiang River, nor did they intend to try. However, they were determined not to give up territory east of the Ushuri River. The stance taken in early July was different from that in early May, and the reasoning was extremely naive. Russia, having secured the left bank of the Heilongjiang River, now sought control over the region east of the Ushuri River. This clearly acknowledges that China and Russia can divide the areas east of the Ushuri. The survey report from the frontier officials arrived in Beijing on December 20th. Although the actual division is deferred until clarity is established, this is not a denial, nor does it preclude negotiations with foreigners. The delay has definite time constraints. The court's attitude may have changed, but the frontier officials were still unaware, so on July 8, Heilongjiang Deputy Commander-in-Chief Grau Minga sent a letter to Muji Peiyu, stating, "As for the areas along the Ushuri and the sea, we should the areas along the Ushuri and the sea. Wait to clarify before setting up boundary stones." They stated that the areas along the Ushuri River are approximately 1,400 miles apart, all places for gathering and harvesting pearls, inhabited by Heje and Feiha peoples. After receiving this report, on the 21st day, the court decreed as follows. Most surprisingly, their report does not mention Hai Shanwei, confirming at that time Hai Shanwei's unimportance in relations between northeast China and the region. Historically, all otter pelts were caught in these areas, causing significant disruptions. Furthermore, these locations are far from the Xing'an mountain range, with vast expanses of land, and there are no places where China and Russia border each other. The barbarian is requested to reside on the left bank of the Amur River, and Yishan Up promptly approved it, which is quite appropriate. From now on, it is essential to further strengthen friendship and resolve matters correctly. If the encroachment continues and they invade my territory to collect pearls, it is a deliberate violation of the agreement. China will not tolerate this. As for their recent demands, the generals are to explain them properly, informing them that every place they have asked about is a special grace from the great emperor, as a result of years of friendship between the two countries, and therefore all their requests will be granted as far as possible. 3 days later, another edict was issued reproaching General Gerald Minga. The regions of Suan and Ussuri are not connected to Russian territories and are areas where pearls are collected. At the time, they should have been rejected on logical grounds. Why did General Gerald Minga allow a detachment to travel across the frozen lake to investigate and then erect boundary markers? Although the Qing court's stance was more firm than before, it sent 1,000 troops from Jilin to guard Shangguaniwen, and another 1,000 from Heilongjiang to defend Changli and Luotian against potential British and French arrivals. This shows that at that time, the government considered the British and French demands for trade more important and urgent than preventing Russian territorial encroachment. They also dispatched a team from Muri Paiao to survey the Urusuri area. Russia, in an effort to formalize the boundaries of the Urusuri region on records, maps, and documents, sent a delegate to Beijing to exchange ratification certificates of the Tianjin Treaty with China while conducting further negotiations. Russian ambassador Pierre Perovsky arrived in Beijing in winter of the previous year 1857. The local officials, unable to disobey the emperor's command, yet reluctant to stop Russian activities, allowed Mr. Budogoski, a committee member from Muri, to conduct a solo survey and mapping exercise in spring and summer of that year. China's Minister of Justice, He Deming, and Minister of Law, Rui Song, negotiated with him. In March 1858, after the exchange of ratification certificates, Perovsky presented 8 demands, among which the first was related to boundary demarcation. Unfortunately, Yiwu Shibai Records on Foreign Affairs does not record the original text, but only the response from the Grand Council. In recent times, however, Russian subjects have settled near coastal areas of Heilongjiang River, close to the Kasan and Kunanglai Islands. The general, in the spirit of friendship between our two countries, did not expel them immediately, but allowed them to reside temporarily in unused lands. However, this response reveals another shift in the court's stance. The border between China and Russia has been peacefully maintained since the Kangxi Emperor declared it with a cannon salute, marking the boundary at Xing'anling, the Great Wall, for over 100 years. Now that they want to cross into Jilin territory, this region is far from Xing'anling and does not border Russia. It is also not a place for trade. They should not be permitted to go there, as it would harm the friendly relations. The matter of the Heilongjiang-Russia border should be handled by the General of Heilongjiang. In Beijing, the situation cannot be accurately assessed, and it remains unclear. Although it does not explicitly deny the Yilin Treaty, it is effectively denied. In other words, the military commission still considers the Nabuchis Treaty as the basis for the border between China and Russia. After all, even in the case of the left bank of the Heilongjiang River, Yishan only allowed temporary Russian settlement, let alone eastern Jilin. Due to this issue, Russia reappointed Ignatiy Ignatieff to negotiate in Beijing in May. Our side continues to be represented by Su Shun and Rui Cheng, responsible for negotiating and mediating. Mr. Ignatieff is a seasoned diplomat from Russia who has served in Central Asian small states and gained a deep understanding of Asian psychology. Su Shun was a powerful official in the late Qing dynasty with remarkable skills. When he encounters Mr. Ignatieff, it can be said that they are well matched. Both Mr. Ignatieff and Su Shun are adept at strong words, arguments, and threats. Before delving into this incident, we should outline the actions of the border officials and the changes in the domestic and international situation. In theory, they always used the phrase from the Yalu River to the sea, a jointly managed territory by China and Russia in their negotiations. In May of the 9th year of the Qing dynasty 1859, various alerts from Jilin's border officials reached Beijing, reporting that Russians had advanced up the Ussuri River, building houses and forts along the way. On the 10th of May, the edict required the Jilin general, Tepchin, to break off all relations with them categorically, remove this phrase from the previous agreement, and act directly. Last year, General Yishan carelessly believed the words of the Deputy Governor General Jaralamra, failing to clearly debate with Russian envoys, which was a poor handling of affairs with no excuse. At this point, Beijing understood the root of the problem, so on the 12th of May, another edict was issued. The regions of Sufen and the Ussuri River belong to Jilin and do not border Russia. They are also not under the jurisdiction of the Heilongjiang General. General Yi Shan is immediately relieved of his duties and retained in position, still ordered to clarify and resolve any ambiguities from previous negotiations. The Deputy Governor General Jaralamra is immediately dismissed and ordered by Tepchin to send representatives to the Ussuri region to display them in chains as a public warning, demonstrating punishment. The court also knew this unfairness in punishment, but these actions were directed outward, not inward. It is indeed just to blame Jaralamra, but a year earlier, the court had already made it clear in its edicts that the Yanhai Treaty was concluded out of necessity, and why Jaralamra's crime is considered more severe than that of Yishan, who held political power. On the same day, a secret order was sent to Tepchin. Tepchin, upon receiving the imperial edict, is to declare to the tribal chiefs that Ussuri is not part of Russia's border and is not accessible by sea. Yishan and Giraminga have already been severely punished for this matter. If they continue to insist, it will be difficult for us to accommodate their requests. Previously, Yishan et al. At least the left bank of the Amur River to the Russians, but His Majesty has shown leniency, so there should be no changes. It is unacceptable that they invade areas without prior agreement and use the language of Amur officials as evidence. The tribal chief, having witnessed Giraminga's punishment, will undoubtedly be discouraged, and Tepchen et al. Can easily counter with reasonable arguments. This external approach, indeed, reflects Asian characteristics. Thus, Muli Baiyue's reaction to this farce was simply a smile. Meanwhile, Giraminga, serving as a vice-general, publicly displayed his imprisonment in Ushuri, which is not befitting the Qing dynasty's honor. Coincidentally, in May of the 6th year of Xianfeng 1860, China achieved an unexpected victory against Britain and France. After the Anglo-French retreat from Tianjin, the court appointed Sangrinkin to guard the coastal areas around Beijing. The forts at Dagu were reinforced, and the Haihe River was blocked, with troops stationed along the coast. Only the North Bay was left open to allow foreign ministers, accompanied by a small number of aides, to enter Beijing to exchange ratification certificates for the Tianjin Treaty. They insisted on entering through Dagu rather than North Bay. On September 5th, the ambassadors from England, France, and the United States arrived outside Dagu mouth, with considerable naval and military forces accompanying them. On May 25th in the morning, as the English and French began to destroy our river defenses, General Mengjin ordered a counteroffensive, causing severe losses to our navy and significant casualties among those who landed from the army. As a result, Beijing and officials in northeast China felt slightly braver towards Russia. Our successes against England and France influenced negotiations with Russia. Ignati set out from Choctaw on May 10th, and by the time he reached Beijing, news of the defeat at Dagu had already spread. In early June, he presented a draft of 6 articles demanding China's recognition. Ream to its meeting with the Sangashia River, from there along the Sangashia River to Lake Xinkai and the Hunshan River, then along this river to the Tumen River. The Tumen River defines the eastern boundary up to the sea. The first article concerned Northeast Asia, to renew the treaty signed on May 16, 1858, in Hacheng Heilongjiang, and to align it with Article 9 of the Tianjin Treaty of this year. Thereafter, the eastern borders of both countries shall be defined by the Ussuri and Heilongjiang rivers meeting at their confluence, following the Ushuri River upstream. Ignati's demands were based on the Agun Treaty and the Tianjin Treaty. The Tianjin Treaty, in its Article 9, only states that the two countries should demarcate and mark the border, but does not specify a method for doing so. The Agun Treaty clearly states that the land east of the Ussuri River is co-managed by both countries. If this treaty is used as a basis for division, it should be shared equally between China and Russia, nor should Russia monopolize or occupy any territory beyond the Ussuri River basin, contrary to Ignati's draft. Although there have been significant events, we have not had a single clash. He also deemed the evidence insufficient, so in his report he cited a dispatch from Qing and Hoa Shana to Putanyao on May 4, 1858, and added a section promoting narcotic substances. Our country, from east to west, stretches over more than 10,000 miles, having interacted with China for over 100 years. If England, for instance, in less than 15 years, has clashed with us 3 times, how much more so over several thousand miles? And yet here, near this area, it is even easier. China's coastline is long, and its warfare methods are inferior to those of other countries, but only our nation is capable of handling such a task. Thus, China's eastern border can be secure. If China were to agree with us, they should notify our embassy before any foreign ship reaches that area, declaring the eastern part of this region under our protection, and we would ensure that no country dares invade it. Furthermore, it is important to note that the areas we intend to occupy are barren coastal regions, which hold no value for China. And let your emissaries know that when our officials visited there were no signs of Chinese administrators, and we have already established several posts there. As for the northeast coast, neither England nor France had ever occupied or even proposed to occupy it. During the Xianfeng era, although England and France captured Guangzhou, Tianjin, and Beijing, they withdrew after signing peace agreements. Il was fully aware of this situation, but he deliberately spread these rumors to deceive Chinese people who were not well informed about world affairs. The military commission would not get involved in this matter. All rivers south of the mountains that flow into the Heilongjiang River are part of China, while those north of the range belong to Russia. This demarcation is very precise. Although legally speaking it might be difficult to justify, it amounted to using the enemy's sword against him by adopting his own argument. The border between China and Russia has been clearly defined since the Kangxi era with an oath taken under the heavens, using the Sing and Ling Isle range as a boundary. Regarding the boundary between Heilongjiang and the Russian border, it should be negotiated between the Governor-General of Heilongjiang and the Russian diplomat, Muli Baiyu Pei Yue. The territories belonging to Jilin do not adjoin Russia, and there is no need to discuss setting up boundaries or trading. The minister's concern about other countries invading for defensive purposes against potential threats to China's security was indeed a kind suggestion from your country, but it was certainly not an excuse to invade Chinese territory. If another country should occupy Chinese land, China would have its own methods to deal with the situation. Now that we know your country is sincere in its desire for peace, there is no need to worry. Following this exchange of documents between the military commission and Herr Il, it was decided that Sushan and Ruichang would be responsible for negotiations. On June 23, during the initial meeting, Mrs. Yi requested that Prince Suan read the dispatch from Guiliang and Huashan, which included an imperial decree approving the Treaty of Yanhai. Prince Suan and his colleagues refused to acknowledge the existence of this decree, but 3 days later they sent another dispatch stating that, even though such a decree did exist, it was unrelated to the issues concerning the eastern border of Jilin. They suggested that the text brought by Mrs. Yi might have been incorrectly copied. On June 28, Mrs. Yi responded, "In matters of such importance, there should be no room for copying errors. I implore Your Excellency to provide me with the original decree presented to Guiliang, so that I can identify and rectify any discrepancies." The response from Prince Suan et al. Was that the original decree was kept within the palace and could not be inspected. At that time, Berta Guerki arrived in Beijing with a map of the Urus region. Mrs. Yi demanded that the boundary be established according to the new Russian map drawn in Beijing. If not, she warned, there would be no avoiding territorial encroachment. What had been done in the past could be done again. The reply from Prince Suan on July 1 was equally firm, stating that during the reign of Emperor Qianlong, China had 3 times suspended trade with Russia due to their unreasonableness. In short, we cannot lend any land along the Sufan and Amur rivers. If Russia acted imprudently this time, China would not only suspend trade but also withhold permission for Russia to use the vacant lands on the left bank of the Amur River, including Khotan and Chiji. Your country cannot allow people to go, nor is it necessary to mention the establishment of boundaries. Both sides have said all they can say, and the conditions are very far apart. Mr. I wrote to the military office demanding that China appoint someone else to negotiate. The military office told him that Susuan and Ruichang are both trusted ministers of our great emperor and cannot be replaced. However, in the note of November 16th, they added a new reason, claiming that the people of Jilin do not wish for it. Mr. I still refused to give up, and for the summer and autumn seasons, he repeatedly sent letters to the military office, all rehashing old points, wasting ink, and the military office merely brushed them aside with old excuses. It seems China is now adhering to the principle of people's self-determination. Unfortunately, we cannot know the true will of the people this time. The edict of January 16th reveals the truth. The Russians have repeatedly sent letters demanding the division of Jilin, reaching a point of insolence. Those who conducted surveys in the Ushuri region said the locals welcomed the Russians to free them from the oppression they suffered under the Manchus, and the opposition to ceding Jilin mentioned by the military office is entirely a fabrication, concocted in Beijing. If that nation were to occupy these places, the locals would emerge to argue against it, even injuring efforts at friendship, etc., words chosen with the hope of quelling their greed. When, upon revisiting the boundaries of Sufan and Yuri, Yishan et al. Wrongly permitted it, the local people collectively complained and accused, leading to Yishan's dismissal and the chaining of Girolamo, without imperial approval. If Chief Ignati Uwaihu learns of this letter and informs Muri Peiyao, he may inquire of the Jilin people whether they too have sent petitions, not wanting that barbarians settle in Sufan or Yuzhuri. Let Jing Chun and Toi Chin follow previous instructions, impart guidance to strengthen their resolve, preventing them from speaking of 2 paths, which is of utmost importance. Mr. Yi issued a final ultimatum on the 4th day of the 4th month of the 10th year, demanding a response within 3 days. The censorate remained unyielding in its reply, regarding the boundaries of Usuri and Sufan, due to the persistent unwillingness of the local military and civilian residents. Repeated petitions have been submitted. Now that they have begun cultivation and each is pursuing their livelihoods, it cannot be conceded to others. Upon report of these facts by General Yi et al., for fear of your people's arrival, the locals will not tolerate it, inevitably damaging efforts at friendship. In dealing with matters, China has always placed great importance on yielding to public sentiment, which is why it was difficult to grant permission. After receiving this text, Ignatiy Yegorovich declared the negotiations broken off and left Beijing on April 8. At that time, Muli Bayu Peiyue was conducting surveys, opening up land and setting up defenses in the area around the Ama River according to his own plans. Although the local officials did not resist, they also did not conclude any boundary agreements, and it seemed like they were only slightly responding at a critical moment. Jilin and Heilongjiang organized militia, with Jilin slightly lifting the ban on mountain resources, recruiting merchants and miners to join them in order to augment their forces. In the spring of Xiangji Xiamen 10 years, the official reports from both provinces included requests for troops and defenses, suggesting they were preparing to resist. Unfortunately, during the summer of that year, a new crisis arose in China, eliminating all of its tough stance towards Russia. Britain and France, seeking revenge for their defeat at the Battle of Dalian Dagu, added to their demands and concentrated significant forces in the Far East with the intention of pressing ahead. Ignatiy Yegorovich, frustrated after the failure of his negotiations, left Beijing and went to Shanghai and Hong Kong to provoke a response. He publicly criticized the stubbornness and lack of faith of the Beijing authorities, arguing that all Western countries should unite against China, and that force was inevitable. However, his actions were also discovered by our side. We have instructed Yang Fen and others to secretly investigate. It was reported that, in mid-May, the interim governor-general of Two Rivers and Jiangsu Governor He Huan's petition stated, the Russian envoy arrived suddenly, his intentions unclear, and has not requested an audience for several days. Now, due to the Russian leader's arrival, he is encouraging England and France to go to war, stating that he has been in Beijing for a long time and provided detailed information about the defensive conditions at the gates of Beijing and Tianjin, of which are accurate. The previous leaders of Russia and France were fooled by him. Their intention to go to war is firm. Upon learning of this news, our side naturally took preventive measures. He urged Bruce and Bourbillon not to be misled by others, to consider his views carefully, and if they insist on going to Tianjin to fight, they must destroy the Dagu fort. Only then can negotiations lead to a resolution. In early June, the Anglo-French alliance gathered at Dagu Bay outside Tianjin. Ignatiy arrived ahead of time, accompanied by 4 ships. American Minister John E. Ward was also present with 2 ships. On the 4th day, we received a communication from Ignatiy asking why the Sino-Russian Treaty of Tianjin had not yet been announced at all ports, and stating, England and France have a disagreement with China, and he wishes to intervene. China has not been unfaithful to either nation, and therefore your country need not intervene on its behalf. Yuan Yen was greatly disappointed, and subsequently informed the French minister Baron Gros of the convenience of deploying troops from north. The intervene that Ignatiy proposed was known by the Grand Council to be unreliable, but in a crisis they did not dare offend any nation too much, so they responded ambiguously. Now that your country wishes to intervene, it shows the good intentions of your minister. By mid-July, the Anglo-French forces had reached Tianjin, and as Guiliang was about to conclude negotiations with England and France, Ignatiy sent a request for permission to enter Beijing. The Grand Council still feared he might cause trouble, so they replied, for the time being, there is no need. It would be better to wait until the 2 countries have concluded their agreements before he enters Beijing. By the time England and France had reached the Round City and were preparing to attack the gates of Anmen, Ignatiy instructed a Russian priest to ask Prince Gong Yikun for permission to enter Beijing. This is August 22nd. We still refused. If you truly wish to intervene on behalf of China's injustices, you must do so abroad, and once the 2 countries' troops have withdrawn, you can come to Beijing as usual. It shows to what extent we were prepared for Mr. Y's arrival. The British and French armies entered Beijing on August 29th, after which Mr. Y followed. At a time when China's diplomacy had reached such a desperate state, Mr. Y's opportunity arrived. In other words, the court had decided to accept the British and French conditions. On September 2nd, the Xianfadi Emperor announced an edict from Rehe Palace. It is ordered that Prince Gong and others promptly instruct Hengqi to meet with the foreigners' British and French representatives, in accordance with the previous agreement. without creating new issues, and the exchange of treaties can be finalized to promote reconciliation. On September 5, Mr. Y wrote to the French ambassador Glot, describing how he urged the local officials in Beijing to quickly accept the British and French terms. The initial intention of the British and French offensive was to force China to acknowledge the Tianjin Treaty and the shame of the Taku forts, not to occupy Beijing. While the British and French were in Beijing, the Xianfadi had already fled to Rihei, and the officials who could escape did so. If the peace talks fail, troops will inevitably advance towards Rihei, which would mean that the season would be too late for this year. If the British and French press too hard, the Qing dynasty may collapse. The great powers' competition in the Far East could easily spark a world war, and at that time, England and France, because of the Italian issue, had already tense relations. Therefore, they reduced the indemnity from 2 million to 1 million silver taels. Because of these reasons, the British minister Elgin and the French minister Gras believed it was best to quickly agree to a peace treaty, withdraw their troops, or else complications would arise. In this context, Prince Gong and Wen Xiang, as our representatives, of course could not know all the details, while Ignatiy Potapov was fully aware, and thus took credit with us. On September 11th and December, after the signing of the Anglo-French Beijing Treaty, Ignatiy Potapov demanded compensation from Prince Gong. We suspect that the audacity of England and France is not without the encouragement of Russia. The thoughts of our representatives are seen in their report on September 13th. Today we received a message from Mr. Potapov stating that England and France have signed an agreement and still request to send high-ranking officials to negotiate. Although the treaty has been renewed, the barbarian troops have not yet withdrawn, and if they stir up trouble in secret, it is likely to lead to further complications. Moreover, the chief previously promised to withdraw his troops from Beijing, but he has not done so. The barbarian territory borders Mongolia and is closer to the northern route, so it would be difficult to handle any border incidents that might arise. A coastal fortress near Tianjin Dash. During the previous meeting, the chief offered to give silver coins to the British England, French France, and others, promising to reduce the amount and not stay in Beijing for too long, and he ordered his troops to withdraw to places like Dak Dagu. Now, England and France are demanding 1 million silver coins, and it is possible that the chief had already heard this and intends to be presumptuous. The recent communication also reveals a sense of self-importance, which is quite suspicious. They merely recognize that the influence of the Yi clan, or clan with the name Yi, is too great and cannot be appeased. Therefore, Prince Gong, Gu Liang, and Wen Xiang do not feel that Russia has done them any favors, so they are determined to repay the debt. After British troops left Beijing due to certain circumstances, Prince Gong and his associates grew even more anxious. In their September 20, 1860 memo, they wrote, "Both England and France have been manipulated by the barbarian chief, and it is imperative that we take immediate action. If interference occurs, the matter of the Russian and British troops will not be resolved in a day, and there is great cause for concern." The terms Mr. Li demanded, excluding the northeast territories, also included the northwest boundary and the rights to trade and diplomatic relations. Given the prince's emphasis on swift resolution, the Sino-Russian Beijing Treaty was agreed upon on September 23 and signed on October 2, November 14 in the Western calendar of that year. The first article of this treaty, which delineated the boundary of the northeast, was also the most crucial part of the entire agreement. O countries shall be defined as the junction of the Shirka and Urgulan rivers, following the course of the Amur River downstream to its confluence with the Ushuri River. The text is as follows. It is agreed, in accordance with Article 1 of the treaty signed at Yalu River on the 16th day of the 4th month, April 21st of the year Shaofan 1858, and Article 9 of the treaty signed at Tianjin on the 1st day of the 5th month, May 3rd of the same year, that henceforth the eastern border between our Tui. The northern portion of this area belongs to Russia, while the southern part until the mouth of the Ussuri River is all Chinese territory. From the Ussuri River south to Lake Qingge, our two countries use the Ussuri and Songaja rivers as their boundary, with the eastern bank belonging to Russia and the western bank to China. Part 2, China.d. From the source of the Songaja River, where our borders meet, continuing over Lake Qingge until reaching the White Ling River, then from the mouth of the White Ling River, following the ridge between the He River and the Korbtu River, and on to the mouth of the Tumen River. In all these areas, the eastern part belongs to Russia and the western. The point where our borders meet at the junction of the Tumen River and its estuary, as well as the estuary itself, should be within 20 miles 32 kilometers. These two treaties, the Sino-Russian Yalu River Treaty and the Sino-Russian Beijing Treaty mark a new era in world history, as they document land cession. In the years Xiaofan 1858 and Tan 1860, our country lost a total area of 4,009,317 square miles. Today, including the provinces of East China and Jiangsu, the area we have lost is only about 1,400 square miles more than in those 2 years. The territories of France and Germany during this period were each smaller than our country's losses by 6,531 square miles. The price of Russian friendship was indeed high. Russia gained these vast territories from China without firing a single bullet, while repeatedly claiming to be China's sole friend throughout the process. The northeast region after the Xiaofan era can be called half northeast or shattered northeast, as its area has been reduced by more than half, and it lacks natural barriers on both its eastern and northern sides. It is incomplete. With this reason, whether or not the first two causes exist, our northeast, all of northeast China, cannot be protected. There are 3 reasons for this situation. First, the internal turmoil of the Taiping Rebellion. Second, the absurd foreign policy of the Xiaofan era, which refused to defend what was worth fighting for while insisting on defending what wasn't. And, third, in the midst of global ethnic competition, our nation had fallen behind. Appendix I. Material Assessment. There is no Chinese work with a scope identical to this text. In Western literature, there are 3 works whose scope roughly corresponds to this text, both of which were influenced by the rapid development of Russia in the Far East during the mid-19th century. Both books were published in 1861.1. The author made extensive use of Russian materials, but the identification of sources is incomplete and lacks rigor. E. R. Ravenstein, The Russians on the Amur, Its Discovery, Conquest and Colonization, London, 1861. The book is accompanied by a brief bibliography, Taitu C. de Sabir, L'Élu Amour Histoire, Geography Ethnography, Paris, 1861. This book has the same scope as the previous one. The sources are roughly similar, and both books are written by geographers. The first half of each deals with history, while the second half focuses on geography. F. A. Golder, Russian Expansion on the Pacific 1641-1850. The author, who is proficient in Russian and specializes in history, scrutinizes sources more rigorously than the first 2 authors. The book includes a valuable detailed bibliography at the end. This book is essentially a history of Northeast foreign affairs. Additionally, there is For China and Her Political Entity by S.U. Shuxi, professor at Peking University, New York, 1924. Western scholars, when discussing the Northeast issue, often draw upon both Eastern and Western materials. To my knowledge, this book is among the earliest to do so. This text merely provides a concise background on the section discussing the development of East Russia in the work. This book has been in print for nearly 2 centuries. Those seeking further research should refer to 5 G. E. Emgler, Sammlung Russischer Geschichte, 9 Vol. St. Petersburg, 1732-1764. The official records, such as, there is currently no dedicated work on the advancement of the Manchu people towards the Amur River. Despite numerous critics, plagiarists, and subsequent works, the book remains relevant as its author utilized a significant amount of unique material. 6 J. E. Pfizer, Sibirische Geschichte, 2 Vol. St. Petersburg, 1768. This work is a plagiarism of one of the earlier books, but the author, well versed in Siberian history, made innovations and corrections while recomposing the work of his predecessors. The founding strategy of the Qing dynasty, the veritable records of Emperor Gaozong, Donghua Lu, and Shengjing Tongzi, all record certain events in a given year and month, such as defeating a certain tribe or clan's submission. However, these records tend to exaggerate the Manchu people's achievements, and some of the place names and clan names mentioned are not verifiable. Suilin, Juibu, Naisuo, Shuluo. Yu Tao's Shuofang Baicheng includes his own works, Donghai Juibu, Netsuo Shuluo, and both books are based on official records from before the Iron Feng era, making them inaccurate, but they do present the information in a systematic manner. The former describes the exploits of Emperor Qing and Emperor Taizong in subjugating tribes along the Amur River, Ussuri River, Hailong River, the lower reaches of the Hailong-Jiang, and Sakhalin Island. The latter details campaigns against tribes. Above the Hailong-Jiang, Pingding Lushan Fanglu Badab. The primary source for the first Sino-Russian conflict in northeast China is Shuofang Baicheng's. This is also an official document, overly praising the imperial administration, but it does contain a few important edicts and petitions. appears in Xiaofang Hukai's Yu Di Kongkao with a passage recording Loga Nation's rebellion, describing the severity of Russian artillery, greatly supplementing official accounts' bias. The author spent many years at Ningguoda garrison with his father, who was also transferred to help suppress the Loga rebellion, so all he records are first-hand experiences. Those involved in affairs like Langtan, Sabuzu, etc., are recorded in Qingshi Lihan, by Tranji and Qingshi Gao's biography sections, all without voice or color, except for Tenbeiki Tongji Voli Ta. 153. Langton also written as Tan biography, which is indeed a precious source of information. The negotiations of Nabuku's primary source is Zhang Cheng's diary. His diary can be found in 12 Ijaipi Duhalde. Description. Jiang Cheng, originally Jean-François Gerbillon, was one of the missionaries trusted by the Kangxi Emperor. Kangxi 27's diary see Val d'Or. Geographical, historical, chronological and physical description of the Empire of China and Chinese Tartary, 4 vols, The Hague, 1736. Iv. pp. .org. Ivy. pp. 103-1095 only records journeys, with little diplomatic relation. The following year's diary see Val d'Or. 196-301 details negotiations with Nyaktu. Jiang Cheng was a member of the Jesuit Society, afraid and unwilling to offend China. At the same time, the Jesuit Society was seeking Russian permission for its members to travel via Siberia to China, so they also dared not offend Russia. He and Xu Resheng undoubtedly served as faithful intermediaries. However, the diary overestimates its mediating role, as the final orders from both governments did not conflict. In the book's aftermath, he provides a detailed bibliography. The author is a French expert on Russian history and specializes in Sino-Russian relations, both published and unpublished sources about the contacts between China and Russia during this period. The Eight Flags Comprehensive History and the Langzhen transcription, as well as the strategic plan for pacifying Rosak, can supplement Jiang Cheng's diary. 13 Gaston Quéhin. Histoire des relations de la Russie avec la Chine sous Pierre le Grand. 1689 to 1730 Paris, 1912. The first chapter discusses the negotiations over Nabuchas, while other chapters focus on trade between China and Russia in Beijing. Regarding negotiations prior to Nabuchas, our old records are too brief, and many of them are inaccurate. 2 vols. Das. London, 1919. The best source is 14 J.F. Baddeley. Russia, Mongolia, China being some record of the relations between them from the beginning of the 17th century to the death of Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich, A.D. 1602-76. The book has an excellent index. Volume 1 is mostly a famous narrative that outlines Russian history before the 17th century, the conquest of Siberia by Russians, and the geography of Siberia. IE. 15. The lower volume is largely composed of sources, including some that have never been published, such as records and reports of Russian missions to China pages 131-69, 155-203, 242-425. Jilanweiji, published by Guangya Publishing House in the Xingyu year of the Guangxu era, and 17 Shicheng's Hailongjiangweiji, published as above. Jilanweiji covers events up to the early years of Daoguang, while Hailongjiangweiji extends to the late years of Jiaqing. Due to their lack of formal structure, these two books hold higher value in terms of sources compared to official records. Zhang Pengzhu's records of a mission to Russia found in Small Feng Huzi's Yushi Kangkai records the journey of a delegation in the 27th year of Kangxi's reign, which can also be used for reference. Between Niuchu and before Xianfeng, the situation in northeast China, besides Shengjing Tongji and Jilin Tongji, includes 16 Yinses. For the first half of the 19th century, the competition among powers for maritime rights in the Pacific can be explored through 18 Foster's works. The book includes a very detailed table of contents. Ria Dulles, America in the Pacific, A Century of Expansion, New York, 1932, offers a glimpse. During the Qing dynasty, conflicts and negotiations between China and Russia over Northeast Asia can be primarily studied through 19, the Beijing Palace Museum's publication, The Early Qing Administration of Foreign Affairs, a detailed record. With its publication, all previous works needed significant revisions. This book, comprising 80 volumes and 40 parts, was published in the Republic of China Rock in 1919. Texts from key figures involved in negotiations between China and Russia during the Qing dynasty including Yi Aishan, Jing Chun, Tepu Qin, Qi, Prince Gong Yixian, and Wen Xiang were first published in the early Qing administration of foreign affairs. Russian sources must be abundant. Regrettably, the author cannot use them due to language difficulties. Paris, 1901 contains in Volume I, Book 6, a good deal of material. Regrettably, Frenchmen are unaware of Mr. Yi's cunning. Regarding the Ignatiev incident, refer to 20 Henri Cordier, L'Expédition de Chine de 1860 Notes et Documents Paris, 1906 and 21 Henri Cordier, History of the Relations of China with Western Powers, 1861,803 vols. Until we directly utilize Russian sources, we cannot have a final conclusion on the history of external affairs in northeast China. We referenced several detailed maps and examined numerous names. I sought guidance from Professor S.M. Shirokogorov, a colleague at Tsinghua, and drew upon his work The Social Organization of the Northern Tungus Commercial Press, 1929. Part 2. Examining the border nations conquered by the Qing dynasty's founders while drafting this text, I found it essential to consult works by anthropologists to determine the types of tribes referred to as the Soran and Woji, among others. Our conclusions are as follows. The term Woju in the Wuji department refers to a forest in Manchu or full text. Balhu is equivalent to the Western term Bargat, belonging to the Mongolian ethnic group. Soran is simply Solon, Orachun is Orachun, both part of the Northern Tungus group. Dahur, whose language is a variant of Mongolian but whose ethnic classification remains undetermined, is either Mongolian or Tongu, requiring further study. This department has many branches, roughly divided into Goldi, Kilak such as Kilir and Kuai, and possibly also Goldi for Hezin and Piaga. Morin, Koya, and Varka may be Udehe. The term actually translates to white in Mongolian Chazan, or Han. Tur. Interpretation of Russian Sagan Khan Sagan or Chazan is not the name of any Russian czar, nor a translation of czar. Thus, Sagan Khan means white Khan, a title given by Mongols to Russian czars, similar to how Mongols referred to the Qing emperor as Bogdakan, which Russians borrowed. During the Xinhai period, the Prime Minister's office once protested to Russia over the use of the term Bogdakan. In all these evidence, the initial acquaintance between Russia and China was mediated through Mongolians and the Mongolian language. Shanghai.U. Part 4. An examination of the provisions of the Treaty of Nerchinsk. The most authoritative contemporary collection of Chinese treaties is the treaties, conventions, etc. between China and foreign states published by the Customs and Excise General Administration, 2 vols. The Treaty of Nerchinsk, as recorded in this work, exists in 3 languages, Chinese, French, and English. The French text is taken from Jiang Cheng's diary, while the Chinese text is from the compilation of trade agreements. The text in the compilation is based on the inscription on a boundary stone, which was originally written in 5 languages, Chinese, Manchu, Mongolian, Russian, and Latin. However, the published text is not the full treaty but merely a summary. Moreover, the boundary stone was set up by China alone and has no authority. The treaties published by the former Ministry of Foreign Affairs have both inscriptions and full texts, with the inscriptions taken from Ruosh Fanglu Yuk and the texts from Hilong Jiang Weiji, Shuxuao. Comparing the clauses in Weiji with those in Jiang Cheng's diary, there are many discrepancies. The author, Shi Qingming, states of Vol. D1, p. 11, that he obtained a Manchu draft of the treaty, which was then translated into Chinese, so the Chinese version of the Najinu treaty exists only in this form recorded in Weiji. Originally, the Latin text was the correct version, signed by representatives of both countries. 3. pp. 242-244. This Latin text was written by Jiang Cheng, and the French translation in the diary is also by Jiang Cheng himself, so the most authoritative is the Latin text, followed by the French translation in the diary. Therefore, I translated into Chinese from this French text as follows. Original text seen in Duhalde, Voltaire taught. The great emperor commissioned the grand guardian of the palace, the minister for political affairs, and the inner ministers too. The inner minister, first-class counselor, general governor Tong Guogang, Dang Tuan Langtan, Dang Tuan Bardershan, general-in-chief Sabusu who guarded Heilongjiang, Marshal Mala, vice minister of the board of ritual Wen. Both sides agreed to the following terms. First article. Da. In July of the 28th year of Kangxi's reign, together with the Russian plenipotentiary minister Golochin, to put an end to such unlawful activities as cross-border poaching and plundering, murder and disruption, to clearly define the border between China and the Mazgo Empire, and to establish permanent peace and mutual understanding. The Chornao River Shora, which is the closest to the Erhpi River in the northern flow into Heilongjiang, and the mountain range extending from the source of the Erhpi to the sea shall be the boundary between the two countries. All rivers and lands south of this mountain range flowing into Heilongjiang, regardless of size, part of the Chinese Empire. All lands and rivers north of this mountain range belong to the Mazhou Empire. At the point where the American River flows into the Argon River, all existing buildings on the southern bank should be moved to the northern bank. However, the lands between the mountain range and the Yujiang River shall not be divided at present. The issue will be decided by the ambassadors upon their return to their respective countries, after acquiring necessary information. Second article. The fortress built by the Mazgins in Yaksa should be completely destroyed. In addition, the Argon River, which flows into the Heilongjiang River, also serves as the boundary between the two empires. All lands south of the Argon River belong to the Chinese Empire, while all lands north of it belong to the Mazgin Empire. Two nations' hunters, under no circumstances, are allowed to exceed these borders. All subjects of the Mazgin Empire who reside in Yaksa, along with their belongings, should withdraw to the territory of the Mazgin king. The governor, after examining the situation, should mete out appropriate punishment. If a few individuals trespass, whether for hunting or as thieves, they should be immediately captured and handed over to the provincial governors or military officers at the border between the two countries. Article 3. If 10 or 15 or more people gather with arms, cross the border to hunt or plunder or kill local people, they should be reported to both empires' emperors. Any person convicted of this type of crime, after a thorough investigation, shall be sentenced to death. However, no war should be sparked by personal acts of violence, nor should it result in widespread bloodshed. Article 4. All previous disputes, regardless of their nature, are hereby forgotten and forgiven. From the date that both nations swear to establish this permanent treaty, neither nation shall harbor or accept fugitives from the other. If anyone flees from one nation to the other, they shall be immediately apprehended and returned. Article 5. Article 6. All subjects of Mazhou currently in China and all Chinese subjects currently within Mazhou shall remain as they are. Between the two countries, a treaty of friendship and good neighborliness has been established, allowing all people to move freely between the nations, provided they carry a permit proving their permitted entry. They may also conduct business freely. Review of clear history draft. Any disputes regarding borders have thus been settled, and with the establishment of loyal, peaceful, and perpetual friendship between the two countries, no further disagreements should arise if both parties strictly adhere to the explicit terms set forth in this treaty. The ambassadors of the two countries will exchange sealed copies of this treaty, and each nation shall inscribe this agreement in full on stone in Manchu, Chinese, Russian, and Latin scripts, erecting the monument at the border as a permanent memorial, so that the understanding between the two nations is not forgotten. Foreign Relations chapter included in the 2006 January 1st edition by Unity Publishing Republic Rare Book Series. Section 21. In old Chinese historical records there was no Foreign Relations chapter. This began with the Clear History draft. This is due to changes through time. Before the Qing dynasty, China had only control and subjugation of Thia tribes in distant lands, without what is known as diplomatic relations, and cultural situations of that era were vastly different from those of the mid-19th century. The alliances and conflicts during the spring and autumn periods and warring states period were no more than feudal lords' struggles, similar to those in Western Europe, although there were far-reaching alliances and close encounters, with embassies being sent and treaties concluded. These resembled modern international diplomacy, yet the political Li Hongzhang often referred to the Nanjing Treaty and Tianjin Treaty as great turning points in history, encouraging people at the time to strengthen their nation, and this can be considered timely advice. Therefore, Qing dynasty history lacks a diplomatic relations section, making it impossible to understand Qing dynasty history or analyze China's current situation. Critics who might say, the diplomatic history is not history, would not be entirely incorrect. The editors of the Qing History Draft QHD could not be bound by existing laws, and thus established the field of diplomatic history DH, sufficiently demonstrating their ability to judge the times and perceive trends, as well as the progress of Chinese thought today. Although the diplomatic history section of the Qing History Draft is a recent addition, the calligraphy in the DH and its fundamental historical concepts are purely a continuation of old traditions. The major changes in Sino-foreign relations over the past century, as well as the root causes behind these changes, lie elsewhere. P.F. The diplomatic history The diplomatic history has not only made no contribution, it fails to even recognize these two questions as primary issues for the compilers of the diplomatic history. The diplomatic history. As for significant cases of international involvement in recent centuries, such as the Opium War, the Anglo-French alliance, the Treaty of Tianjin, the case of Matthew Perry, the Ilai incident, the Sino-French War, the Sino-Japanese War, the policy of Fafanao, partition and exclusion, and international issues regarding Manchuria, all these are beyond the scoffs. Neither explains why each case became problematic nor specifies the gains and losses in resolving them, making its historical value self-evident. Some argue that since the diplomatic history follows the old historical framework, it cannot be evaluated through the lens of new historical scholarship. The so-called context of the times and changes over time, which are not typically considered by traditional historians, should not solely blame the diplomatic history. Nonetheless, the old historical community has its rigorous discipline in verifying the accuracy of historical events and weighing their importance against each other. There are numerous instances where the diplomatic history presents factual errors, which will be listed later. As for the lack of judgment regarding the significance of historical events, please refer to the section on England. The diplomatic history consists of 8 volumes in total, 1 volume each for Russia, Britain, France, America, Germany, Japan, another for Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, Spain, Belgium, Italy, and a final volume for Ottoman Empire, Peru, Brazil, Portugal, Mexico, Congo. Among them, the section on the English department is the longest, with a total of 28 pages, each page containing 26 lines with 30 words per line. The diplomatic history provides a summary of the assessment of the weight of relations between China and Britain. On the discussion of China-British negotiations regarding Tibet, 140 lines on the discussion of the Opium War. On negotiations regarding central Myanmar, 46 lines front and back. On discussions related to the Boxer Rebellion, 9 lines. 2. On the imperial wedding of Dizong and the gift of the self-ringing bell, 3 paragraphs. The burning of the Summer Palace and the Beijing Treaty, 36 lines on discussions related to the Macartney Treaty, 32 lines on discussions about the Shanghai-Nanjing Railway, 23 lines on discussions related to China-British negotiations during the Tongji era, on discussions related to the Opium Tax Act, 44 lines on discussions about China-British relations before 1840, 40 lines on discussions related to wars from 1877 to 1879, including the Battle of Guangzhou, the Battle of Dagu, the Tianjin Treaty, the Battle of Zhili, the entry of foreign troops into Beiji. On the expansion of the rent of Julong land, half a paragraph, reports, 12 times. The gift of the self-ringing bell by the British is clearly not a military or national matter. The inscription on the bell day and month shine together. Good fortune like wishes. The Tianjin Treaty, Beijing Treaty, the capture of Yamenkian, Governor-General of Tuguang, the retreat of Wenzhong to Rehe, the burning of the Round Palace by the British, and other events together occupy only a quarter of the space dedicated to the negotiations over Tibet Tas, heavenly harmony and earthly favor. Celebrate 1 billion years. The diplomatic records does not weigh events for their importance when recording them, and in ensuring the accuracy of historical matters, it is certainly very careful. However, upon closer examination, this is not entirely accurate. Wealth, happiness, and longevity. See Diplomatic Records, Val 2, p. 17, should not be omitted from historical records, yet regarding the expansion of the territory at Julong, it is treated with half a paragraph. The order of importance is reversed. What judgment can historians make? Here are several points to consider for readers. 1. Russian section. Russia spans both northern boundaries of Asia and Europe, first page, second line. Even if we consider the European north not belonging to Russia, there are still Sweden, Norway, and Britain. If one says that Russia has a northern border with Europe, it would be better to say that it has an eastern half, since only the Crimean Peninsula in the east does not belong to Russia. 2. In the 12th and 17th years, 2 traders from the Chagatai Khanate arrived at the imperial court and presented letters, first page, 7th, 8th lines. The Dutch tribute mission also arrived, first page, 10th line. In the 33rd year, an embassy was sent to pay tribute, first page, 20th line. Before the Daoguang era, Western countries sent missions to China for peace and friendship on 10 occasions. They would generally refer to foreign ambassadors as tribute missions and official documents as petitions, while gifts were called tributes. Each time they brought with them documents and gifts from their heads of state addressed to the Chinese emperor or prime minister, and either court officials were unaware of the true nature of these exchanges or intentionally embellished the information to mislead their superiors. It seems that historians should not fail to correct such errors. Mistakes in diplomatic relations such as these cannot be enumerated, so I will not elaborate further. 3. It is stated that Russia, near the Atlantic Ocean, upholds Catholicism. Second page, first line. Note: Russia does not have a border near the Atlantic Ocean. 4. Subsequently, there was an alliance of 4 countries to raise an army. Second page, 22nd line. Note: in the years 1858, 1859, and 1860, there was an alliance between England and France to raise an army, but no alliance of 4 countries. England and France repeatedly asked the United States to join their alliance, but the U.S. agreed to cooperate in negotiations but refused to form an alliance and raise an army. Russia had previously declared to Britain and France that China had not violated the Sino-Russian Treaty, and thus Russia had no reason to declare war. Moreover, Russia claimed itself as China's only friend. According to historical records, Novelski and Muraviev did not travel to the Amur River at the same time, or on the same route. Mu's fleet entered the Amur River from the Shlika River in 1854, during the reign of Xianfeng, and flowed downstream. 5. Emperor Nicholas then sent Admiral Novelski as captain of the Baikal ship to inspect and survey the Sea of Okhotsk and the Bering Sea, and to undertake an exploration mission along the Amur River. He traveled there with Muraviev on pages 2-3, second to third line. Naismith's mission was purely exploratory, sailing south from Kamchatka, passing through Sakhalin, which he established was an island and not a peninsula, then up the Amur River in 1849 during the reign of Daoguang. 5 years later, how could they travel by boat up the Amur River? He commissioned Prince Gong to negotiate a peace treaty. In the 10th year, China went to war again with Britain and France. The Allies captured Beijing, forcing the emperor to flee to Rieh. Ignatieff was appointed as mediator. Prince Gong then signed the Treaty of Beijing with Britain and France. Ignatieff demanded that the Chinese government cede the land east of the Ussuri River to the sea, to Russia in return. In October, the Beijing Supplementary Treaty pp. 21-24, third page, was concluded. By the terms of this diplomatic mission, Ignatieff's words, neither to act as arbiter nor to cede to Russia in return, were sufficient to convey his message. He informed the British and French ambassadors. The Chinese court is obstinate, only force can bend them. At the same time, he also told Prince Gong, the English are suspicious. I have a good knowledge of those who govern China, and I wish to use all my efforts to persuade them to submit. I wish to organize things to temper their aggression. By the time the Treaty of Beijing between China and Britain was concluded, British troops showed no signs of immediate withdrawal. A few days later, British troops indeed withdrew, and Ignatieff took credit for this. Ignatieff then said to Prince Gong, Britain's ambition stops here. You can see from my previous advice that it may be possible to change their minds. In reality, Lord Elgin had no intention of violating the treaty or refusing to withdraw his forces. Rather, his delay was due to temporary communication difficulties. What merit can Ignatieff claim when he demanded such conditions, and Prince Gong, unaware of this, responded by ceding coastal areas in Jilin as a concession? Why not expose Ignatieff's deceitfulness to the nation? This affair has long been a source of mockery both within China and abroad. How then could the compiler of the diplomatic annals still not realize this? See Cordier, The Expedition of Chiardi, 1860, Paris, 1906, pp. 121, 187, 209, 241. They asked Li Hongzhang, Zhuo Zongtang, Shen Baozhen, Jin Shun, and Xiling to consider each clause separately and report their findings. As a result, Li Hongzhang and other officials presented memoranda accusing Shanghu, while Zhang Zidong vehemently opposed these actions. 9th page, 3rd to 5th lines. According to the Bangshi Ziji diplomatic records, these officials accused Changhu. Mickey, the Englishman in China, 2 vols, London, 1900, Volume 1, pp. 157, 359. 7. Changhu was to leave for the Black Sea and sign a treaty for his return, but Prince Gong Yixu and others felt they had lost heavily due to the terms set by Changhu. Although Zhang Zidong wanted to punish him severely, Li Hongzhang's arguments were different. Of Ili, it would be difficult to defend. Li Zizheng's purpose in recognizing the treaty with Changhu was to acknowledge the failure of negotiations, which were not due to a lack of will, but to external circumstances. In his memorandum on the re-examination of the Yili Treaty, He clearly pointed out the drawbacks of trade and territorial demarcation, but he suggested that the trade clause could be mitigated through personnel and administrative measures, while the territorial dispute was almost impossible to win, even if they managed to secure the southwest part. If Xinjiang could be abandoned, then surely a corner like Ili. Li's stance towards Ili remained consistent throughout. When the government debated whether to prioritize sea defenses or frontier fortifications at the end of Tongji and the beginning of Guangxu, Li advocated temporarily abandoning Xinjiang to strengthen coastal defenses. See Li. It is no wonder that later, in discussions regarding the treaty with Konghu, Li's views diverged greatly from those of other officials. Wenxiong Gong Quanshu, Vol. 24, pp. 1819. 1519. Pengliao Hangan Vol. 15, p. 10. Volbulori. 16. pp. 5, 7, 12, 17, Vol. 17, p. 18. Omitted details. The Russian Emperor told Su Jingcheng, the Russian fleet's request for docking serves three purposes: addressing the issue with Germany, preparing for winter, and assisting China in protecting itself from other foreign occupations. In the middle of the 24th year of Xuantong, a contract was signed on March 6 by the Chinese. 8. In the 23rd year of Guangxu, 1897, Russia, using the occupation of the Port Arthur Bay by Germany as a pretext, ordered the Siberian fleet to enter Port Arthur and requested the lease of the ports of Port Arthur and requested the lease of the ports of Port Arthur and Dalian, as well as the right to build a railway from Harbin to Port Arthur. Later, Russian admiral led troops ashore, and Zhang took over Luda Liaodong, showing the Chinese officials the limit for handing over Jinju City. China continued to negotiate, and Russia finally agreed to allow troops to camp outside the city. An agreement was reached, renting Lushan Port, Dalian Bay, and nearby waters to Russia. 17th page, lines 111. According to China, renting Luda to Russia, mostly due to pressure from Russian military force, as described in Foreign Relations history, fleet entering Lushan Port, troops landing, and camping outside the city. However, this is not entirely true. Recent publications by the Soviet government on Imperial Russia's diplomatic documents include two telegrams that significantly supplement our knowledge gaps. This year, the Russians negotiating in Beijing were represented by Acting Ambassador Pavlov and Minister of Foreign Affairs Wittes Representative Pokatilov. On February 16, March 9, according to the Western calendar, Mr. Pokatilov wired to Mr. Witte, "Today I discussed with the Deputy Minister and Li Hongzhang, Zhang Yin in secret, and informed them that if an agreement on Luda can be signed within the deadline before Russia uses extreme measures, we are willing to pay each 500,000 silver dollars." Both men complained about the difficulty of their situation, stating that recent events in China had greatly disturbed its officials. The Chinese emperor received numerous petitions, strongly opposing Russia's demands. The Chinese ambassador to Britain telegraphed the Prime Minister's office, "The British court opposes the Russian terms." He was very pleased, and he asked me to convey his thanks to you. On February 23, March 16, on the Western calendar, Boss secretly wired White, "I met Li Hongzhang today and handed over 50 million silver dollars. I also telegraphed Lord Rothstein, but I still don't have the chance to transfer the money to Zhang Yinhuan, who is being extremely cautious. Perhaps Mr. Li thinks that the leasing of Port Arthur cannot be avoided, so receiving this massive sum of 50 million silver dollars would not be a problem. Before the expiration of the agreed time limit. The reason why Russians set the condition of bribery before signing the treaty is to overcome this diplomatic hurdle. The loss of Luda is certainly not as simple as described in the diplomatic records. With Li's family having concluded a secret alliance with Russia, this fact is not mentioned in the diplomatic records, yet it is undeniable given the terms already published by the Chinese government in Washington, and Russia using the protection of China as an excuse. It would be difficult for Russia to first use force against those it protect. 9. Mr. Boa's two secret telegrams appear in China and the Occident. Steiger, 1927, p. 71. Note East China's diplomacy, page 2021, has a significant change not mentioned in the diplomatic records. After the Russo-Japanese War, American capital investors were keen on investing in the railway of East China provinces. Initially, it was proposed to buy the South Manchuria Railway by the U.S., but just as the deal was about to be sealed, the Japanese government suddenly changed its mind. Later, America planned to borrow money from China to build the Jinhui Railway. This treaty was the precursor to Japan's 21 demands. In response to American capitalists' ambitions, Japan and Russia concluded the 1908 agreement, dividing Inner Mongolia's eastern and southern parts into Japanese and Russian spheres of influence respectively, with mutual assistance for preventing third-party intrusion. The diplomatic relations records do not mention this fact in any of the three sections on Japan, Russia, or the United States. Why such an omission? B. The English section. 1. The British Embassy Envoy. On page 2, line 2, the king sent Consul Ratlabai to Guangzhou. On the same page, line 14. This is because Roll translates to Lord and Amerto translates to Hermide. According to records, in the 21st year of Jia King, the British representative to China was originally Lord Amerstow, translated as Rollmide in Chinese. In 1840, Britain sent a consul to Guangdong, originally named Lord Napier, translated as Lu Laobi in Chinese. The translation of Lord as Lu and Napier as Laobi is recorded in the archives of the Qing dynasty, but this method is not unique to diplomatic records. Without explanation, scholars would struggle to understand it. In a crisis, Lord Elgin cut off water and grain supplies, forcing each merchant to hand over all their stored tobacco, amounting to 2,283 boxes. He ordered them burned and paid for each box with 5 pounds of tea leaves. He also made the merchants sign an agreement promising never to sell tobacco again. This left the tobacco traders in a difficult position, leading them to hope for intervention from the king. Lord Elgin believed that the fate of opium was indeed linked to people's lives and the country's economy. However, the actual causes of the Opium War are complex, involving various factors. While the British may have their perspective, there is some validity to their argument. According to the diplomatic records, which discusses the causes of the war in just a few lines, the primary reasons given are Lord Elgin's desire to avoid defeat and his belief that opium's rise and fall directly impacted public welfare and national interests. Read the letter of protest from Lin Zexu to Lin Zexu and Palmerston's letter to the Chinese Prime Minister, and you will immediately understand their reasoning. The British acknowledged that the prohibition of opium was a domestic issue for China, but they argued that it must be done according to law. Moreover, China's tobacco ban has been inconsistently enforced. China cannot block all foreign merchants from trading at consulates, dismiss their servants, cut off their supplies, or show any favoritism. During periods of strict enforcement, Chinese officials have colluded with foreign and domestic traders, rendering the laws meaningless. Is this how civilized nations conduct their political affairs? Lin Zexu, upon arriving in Guangdong, used extreme hardline measures that left no room for repentance. Britain further argues that the conflict arose from China's isolationist policies, its refusal to negotiate or establish mutual agreements with other countries, leading to a lack of communication and understanding between the two nations. China limited foreign trade to the port of Guangzhou, without any fixed tax regulations. There were also public agencies that forced foreign merchants to conduct business through local traders, denying true trade freedom. Therefore, fundamental reforms are necessary for China's foreign policy, which is why Britain chose to take military action without hesitation. The British policy of opening up trade and China's policy of isolationism are both far-reaching causes. Considering all this, the tobacco ban as a measure to protect British national interests and prevent shame and defeat in accordance with international law, and Lin Zexu's strict enforcement of the ban were both significant factors leading up to the Opium War. The policy of isolation, though there were precedents for it in Chinese and foreign history, was still adhered to in the middle of the 19th century. Why not adapt to the changing circumstances? On December 10th October, according to the Chinese calendar, Tianpei defeated the English on page 3, line 15. However, British officers' reports and soldier accounts all claimed British victory over China. According to records, on October 16, 1841, Lin Zexu reported to Admiral Tianpei that he had repeatedly bombarded ships in Hong Kong's Tsim Sha Tsui. In May summer, Lin Zexu sent troops again to drive the English out of Ma Daoyang. At this time, Yeshlu first returned to Britain to request more reinforcements on pages 3, lines 20-21. Those who requested troops did so through written requests. According to the law, Captain Elliot served as the British resident in Guangdong, beginning in the winter of Daoguang 16 and ending in the autumn of 21, a total of 5 years during which he made no return to Britain. The negotiator who accompanied the British fleet's arrival in China was, although sharing Elliot's name, his younger brother and not the same person. Our country's archives refer to this negotiator as Yerui to distinguish him from Elliot. 5. The English saw that defenses in Guangdong were strong, so they planned to disturb Min on page 2, line 20. According to Dao Guang summer before, Lin Zexu had repeatedly fought against British ships, although he didn't achieve a major victory or defeat. After Lin Zexu was removed from his post and Pui Jian took over governance, all coastal defenses were disassembled, allowing the English to achieve their goals and leading to a significant shift in momentum. In this same summer, the English sent a new fleet to China, not directly attacking Guangzhou but only blockading it. Then they moved north to Xiamen and Dinghai, seemingly giving Lin Zexu the upper hand over the English. This is the widespread consensus among Chinese scholars discussing the Opium War over the past 80 years, as well as what is written in the diplomatic records. Lin Wenzhong public, or Lin textual loyalty, does have his place in modern Chinese history, but this isn't what makes him a great person. The English did not consider these as wars, but rather as reprisals, as they were not decisively won through force. Before the summer of 20th Guangxu, 1864, there were only a few warships on China's coasts before the arrival of British forces, namely the Jiu Long and Penetrate Nose campaigns. Furthermore, they had not even achieved a major victory upon reaching China. After the British fleet arrived, they did not attack Guangzhou, which was in accordance with instructions from the British court. The British government's intention was to believe that if they were to deploy their fleet to northern China, to display military power and occupy territory as collateral before formally declaring war, China might be forced to yield. As Guangzhou is far from Beijing, even if China suffered a defeat, the court would probably consider it a minor setback at the periphery, unrelated to the larger picture. They would certainly not invade deep into China's heartland. Instead, they could negotiate from Tianjin while keeping their eyes on British power projections. See Morse. International Relations of the Chinese Empire, Shanghai, 1910. Valdier, Caprimer, Tafu. I. Appendix B. 6. In August, Yitu Yixu arrived in Tianjin to negotiate a settlement. During the time that Qi Shan served as the Governor-General of Yili, Yili sent a letter to the Chinese Prime Minister through the British agency in Beijing, third page, line 26. According to what is known, the British Parliament should not be confused with the Beijing agency. The letter submitted by Yili was a book written by Lord Palmerston, the British Foreign Minister, addressed to the Chinese Prime Minister, unrelated to the Beijing agency. Yili's purpose in sending this letter was to negotiate, specifically to convey a message of sympathy rather than demanding compensation. 7. Capturing Xinjiang and killing Deputy Commander Hai Ling. According to Donghua Shilu East China historical records, it is recorded, when Jingku fell, Deputy Commander Hai Ling, along with his wife and younger grandson, offered their lives. The Qing Shige Clear History. G. Biography, Volume 159 also states, Hai Ling and his entire family sacrificed themselves. English records provide further details, stating that Hai Ling committed suicide by setting himself on fire, and all that was recovered from his body were a few bones. A British soldier remarked, if only the martial spirit of Hai Ling had been seen more often on the battlefield, China might not have suffered defeat. Therefore, it is clear that Hai Ling indeed took his own life, rather than being killed by the British. See Lieutenant John Aucherlony, The Chinese War, London, 1844, p. 282. 8. Initially, the Sino-British East Coast Mutual City Agreement stipulated that all nations would begin paying taxes upon registration. Both French and American entities protested, stating, I am not British, refusing to comply. Consequently, a compromise was reached, allowing France and America to establish mutual cities on par with Britain. Line 17, page 6. The Englishmen then attempted to negotiate the release of prisoners for a meeting, which was also refused. 9. During the Xiaoming era, 1853 to 1861, in September of the 6th year, the Englishman Barkhari wrote to Yi Naman, requesting adherence to the old agreement regarding entry into the city, but his request was denied. In October, as he attacked the city of Guangzhou without success, he dispatched a message to his country. Lines 5-8, page 7, Cryo. Note. On June 9, 1856, Yi Naman, the Governor-General of Guangdong, dispatched troops to capture pirates on the Arul ship. The Arul ship was Chinese-owned and berthed in Guangzhou at the time, and those captured were also Chinese. Therefore, Yi Naman did not consult the British prior to sending troops aboard to arrest them. The British consul Basari stated that the Aru ship was registered in Hong Kong, flew the British flag, and Chinese soldiers were not permitted to board and capture people without prior permission from the British consul. Bashari demanded that Mingchen immediately return the captured individuals to the consulate for examination, and also required a formal apology, with a deadline for response. Mingchen refused. As a result, on January 24th of the 9th year, the British bombarded Guangzhou, marking one of the sparks for the Anglo-French invasion at the end of the Qing dynasty. That same year, in January, French priest Auguste Chapdelaine was killed in West Lin, Guangxi. These two incidents served as immediate causes for the war at the end of the Qing dynasty. The French accused local officials of plotting against him and, after unsuccessful negotiations with Mingchen, declared war on the British alliance, marking a second spark for the conflict. Among their more distant causes, the most significant were the expansion of trade ports and missionary opportunities, allowing foreigners to enter Guangzhou city in subsequent years. The diplomatic relations record only mentions the less important points, omitting other details, which is a significant discrepancy. 10. There was a British consul general in Li Country, from Jiaping County. He lived off foreign trade and served as an assistant to the British envoy, Elkin P7, line 15. Around the late Xianfeng era and early Tongzhi period, the name Riguotai or Riguotai was frequently seen in China's diplomatic documents. This person originally served at the Shanghai British consulate and was proficient in Chinese. In the fourth year of Xianfeng, the Shanghai Path and foreign consuls signed a customs administration agreement allowing foreigners to serve as tax officials. Initially, the British consul recommended Wyatt, who resigned after 1 year and was replaced by Riguotai. However, this angered people like Jia Liang, Hua Shana, and Ji Ying, who held him in deep hatred. After 8 years, Rai, with his qualifications as a Chinese tax official, took on translation duties for the Arjun, presumably meaning Alaska or the Northwest Territories, and played a significant role in drafting the Tianjin Treaty. He was later promoted to general tax official, but due to disagreements with China's creation of a navy in the Prime Minister's office, he was removed from his position. Riguotai's original name was Horatio Nelson Lay, and according to the Banjiao diplomatic records, he is said to be from Jiang County, suggesting that he had a background in trading with foreign countries. See also, Morse, O.P.T. City, Valdi or 2 Chap Pare. 211. The English, by treaty, offered to establish additional river mouths and trading ports on the Yangtze, and wished first to observe the situation along the river. After the agreement was concluded, they dispatched naval forces and consuls on steamships upriver to Hankow Lines 1920, P7. Note: the person who observed the situation along the river was not a consul but the plenipotentiary minister Elkin. 12. Bashley entered the city for treaty negotiations omitted, and had a banquet at Dongyu Temple. Bashley stated, "This agreement requires that I see the great emperor in person to demonstrate sincerity." He also said, "I have long desired to visit your great nation from afar, out of admiration for your virtue. Please allow me entry with military honors." Wang, furious at their disrespectful language, secretly conspired with the monk Grilinki to capture and send them to Beijing, where military tensions arose again. 8th page, 5th to 8th lines. According to the notes, in July of the 10th year of Xianfeng, Giliang and Flower Sana, as full-power ministers, traveled to Tianjin to negotiate a treaty with the British and French ambassadors, consisting of 8 articles. The imperial court then appointed Yi Princes Zaijiao and Mu Yin, a minister of the Department of War, to negotiate peace. Once the agreement was reached, the British and French suddenly discovered that China's negotiators did not have full authority. Feeling deceived, they halted the negotiations and deployed troops from Yankun to the West Dock, pressuring Tongzhou. On July 27th, Zaijiao wrote a letter to the British and French ambassadors, informing them that China fully recognized the 8 articles of Tianjin and requested them to withdraw their troops. After several rounds of negotiations, it was agreed that foreign troops would advance only as far as Zhangjiawan, 5 miles south. The British and French responded that their troops must advance, and that negotiations for peace should take place in Tongzhou. On August 4th, the British and French sent translators and attendants to Tongzhou to discuss with Zaijiao and Mu Yin matters related to entering Beijing, exchanging treaties, and presenting diplomatic letters. The British translator Basari insisted on the minister's entry into Beijing, requiring him to bring 1,000 guards, and said, "China has already promised, it is impossible to break faith." Yet I, feigning agreement, conspired against him. Later, Bashari also helped the French translator debate with Yedai, using inappropriate language. The next morning, the British and French translators returned to their camps, reporting that on their way, they encountered Sang-Lincoln's horse team, with 26 Britons and 13 Frenchmen captured. See Cordier, O.P.T., the author of Bang Jiao-ji, Treatise on International Relations. Why must he hide or distort such facts? After 20 days of imprisonment and abuse, half of the Britons survived and only 5 Frenchmen did, later avenging the burning of the Summer Palace by the British. Sit. Chap.Lie. 21. However, it is not easy to pinpoint the exact start date. Qishan and the Opium War, included in the first edition of January 2006 by Unity Publishing Republic Rare Book Series. Section 21. The day that marked the end of the Opium War was July 24, 1842, when representatives from Britain and China signed the Treaty of Nanjing. Both sides did not issue formal declarations of war, and the course of events alternated between conflict and truce. This distorted beginning can be attributed to 2 main factors. First, China at that time was unaware of international law and diplomatic norms, to the point of denying their existence. For the Chinese, the war with Britain was simply a campaign against barbarians and rebellious subjects. The second factor is that neither China nor Britain had a firm resolve to fight. This perspective sheds light on the mindset of the time and the limited world knowledge of the people. Initially, China's goal was solely to suppress smoking. The repeated edicts from Emperor Daoguang clearly stated that opening up borders should be avoided. However, the extreme faction believed that if military force were necessary to achieve the goal of banning opium and forcing foreigners to submit, they would not hesitate. In the 18th year of Daoguang, when provincial officials again discussed a petition to strictly prohibit opium, no one expected that the ban would lead to war. The successive supervisors' repeated requests for guidance were ignored by the government. On the British side, since Lord Napier, as the superintendent of trade, was rejected upon his arrival in China in the 14th year of Daoguang, the British government's attitude became increasingly negative. We can confidently assert that before the Opium War, Britain had no hidden agenda regarding China. Originally, Britain's purpose in China was simply to conduct trade, and buyers did not distinguish between Chinese or foreigners, ancient or modern, all hoping for stability in the situation. The actions of the British government, as we call it, making do and getting by, are described in English as muddling along. Both the British government and people certainly valued their business interests in China, and there had been several conflicts between trade and Britain over commerce, but due to their conservative nature, they were reluctant to cause trouble, fearing that changes might only make things worse. Furthermore, many within Britain favored peace. Renowned for his aggressive policies, he dispatched a fleet to China while still harboring hopes for peaceful resolution. At the time of Lin Zexu's ban on smoking opium in spring of the 19th year of the Daoguang era, and the subsequent confinement of British merchants and officials to force them to surrender their opium, this information reached London when Lord Palmerston was at the helm of Britain's foreign affairs. If negotiations failed and war became inevitable, Palmerston was prepared to risk it. Thus, the Opium War emerged unexpectedly, not only for China and Britain but also for both nations' governments. Although the war was not entirely random or devoid of historical context, its origins lay in a dispute over the smoking ban that escalated into retaliation, ultimately leading to war. When viewed as an episode in international history, the Opium War presents such distorted chaos. However, from a purely Chinese perspective, it can be divided into 3 periods. The first period is during Lin Zexu's governance, beginning on January 25th, the day he arrived in Guangdong as a minister of the imperial court. The third period marks the full-scale war that broke out shortly after. The second period is under Qishan's administration, starting on July 14th, the day Qishan, along with British Plenipotentiary Admiral Admiral Elliot, began negotiations. By George Elliot and Captain Charles Elliot on the day of negotiation at Dakyoshan. The third period is the era of self-rule by the Xianzong, beginning on February 6, 1842, the day Qishan was removed from office and questioned, and ending with the signing of the Treaty of Nanjing on July 24, 1842. In this context, when referring to Lin Zexu and Qishan's period in office, it is meant that they held this position based on such circumstances. Under an autocratic regime, the ultimate power to make decisions lies naturally with the emperor according to law. However, in practice, ministers often gain the trust of the monarch, having their words heeded and plans followed. Hence, although Lin was removed from office on September 8, 1842, after July mid-month, the Xianzong no longer trusted him but placed his confidence in Qishan. Thus, Qishan's period of rule actually began in July mid-month. Following Qishan's removal from office, until the British forces captured Nanjing. The Xianzong, determined to wage war, employed individuals such as Yi Shan, Yi Jing, Yu Jing, and Niu Jian to carry out his orders. Even if they acted against the emperor's wishes, they were considered to be obeying them in name. Thus, the third period is aptly called the era of self-rule by the Yianzong. Among the three periods, the first and third lasted approximately an equal amount of time, each occupying 1.5 years. The second period's Qi Shan's period of rule is the shortest, lasting just 6 months plus several days. During the first phase, strictly speaking, there was no diplomacy to speak of. The documents exchanged between China and England, from Lin's side, consisted only of orders. From the British side, led by Captain Elliot, there were occasional reports due to the circumstances. Because Lin Zexu's purpose was to ban smoking, and the ban on smoking was seen as an internal affair, a domestic matter that did not require prior consultation with outsiders, nor did the steps taken need the consent of foreigners. By the third phase there was no diplomacy left. At this time, Elliot had no government orders, and lacked sufficient military backing, so his negotiations aimed for temporary peace, while his military actions were limited to retaliation and protecting the lives and property of English citizens in China. Both sides gave up on negotiations and resolved to fight. Later, when British troops reached Beijing, China surrendered. During these 3.5 years, the only period of relative diplomatic exchange occurred during the 6 months that Qi Zhiguang held office. In China, on the one hand, Qi Shan's attitude was that of a diplomat. The demands outlined in the orders were quite detailed but not entirely fixed, leaving room for some flexibility. Initially, although the British plenipotentiary held significant military power, the British government ordered them to negotiate first and then go to war, while the two representatives aimed for a swift resolution and restoration of trade. Moreover, when discussing matters with the British, he treated them as equals. Although his memoranda contained phrases such as "instruct the foreigners" and "the foreigners do not heed the advice," he maintained correspondence with the British using terms like "Your Excellency" and "Your General." As for his intentions, it goes without saying. He sought to resolve the issue through negotiation. Thus, Qi Shan can be considered the first foreign minister in China's recent 90-year period of major changes. Some critics focused on his diplomatic actions, while others emphasized his military background. The honor of being the first foreign minister carried a reputation as a traitor and betrayer of the country at the time, and in subsequent generations. Therefore, the foundation of Qi Shan's diplomacy lay in his military ideology, which we will explore next. Unfortunately, in addition to serving as a negotiator in Guangdong, Qi Shan also held the position of acting governor-general of Lianguang, possessing authority and responsibility over naval and military forces. Yu Jingji was one of the chief leaders of the pro-war faction and the most prominent official among the frontier administrators. In early February of the 22nd year of Daoguang 1842, after the loss of Human Fort, Governor-General of Jiangsu, Yu Jian, submitted a memorial criticizing Qi Shan. He stated, "It is reported that upon his arrival in the port, Qi Shan disbanded his elite troops, akin to driving fish away from water, enabling foreign forces to take advantage and capture Daoguang and Shaoguan. His attack on Qi Shan meant challenging Lin Zexu's supervision of Guangdong, as he recruited local able-bodied men into battalions and dismissed them when Qi arrived in Guangdong, contradicting Lin's actions. These discharged troops then became known as traitors, and the British took advantage of them. Whether this account is true or false is not the point. If the Chinese people do not fight for China, they will inevitably help foreign countries fight against China, and public opinion reflects this clearly. When former Governor Qi Shan arrived to investigate, he completely disbanded the water troops and defensive equipment gathered there. Yu's petition was not even 2 months old when the official Yi Bingzhang sent another letter with more aggressive language. It has been almost a year since the rebellious foreigners have caused trouble in Guangdong. After incidents at Dagang and Shikang, the local officials requested aid from the provincial capital but only sent a few hundred soldiers at night, fearing that the foreigners would become aware. As a result, Admiral Guan Tianpei and General Li Tingyu wept while watching from the gun batteries. Yi Bingzhang, originally from Guangdonghua County, likely had information from his fellow villagers. In this account, Qi Shan's crimes are even more severe. Not only did he dismiss the able-bodied men but also dismantle the defenses and betray loyal officials. He was known for his integrity before 1841, when he gained a reputation for refusing bribes during inventory checks. The words spoken then were not only enough to influence public opinion at the time, but are also worth studying today. While not all instances of such interventions need be fully quoted, As what was said largely varied in substance, the verdict passed by Wang ministers et al. In June of the 21st year of Daoguang is worthy of note, as it represented the final assessment of the government at that time, and the last victory for the anti-Qi Shan party. The tribesmen, not adhering to the clarifications provided, had their operations become rampant. It cannot be omitted, in this case, Qi Shan, as a special minister investigating Guangdong tribal affairs, should have proceeded with extreme caution and thoroughness in devising a comprehensive plan. A request for troops should have been made swiftly to eliminate them. Instead, he recklessly hoped to contain them by temporarily granting them access to the Hong Kong region as a pretext. He should have been punished according to law. Qi Shan, having disregarded the deployment of defenses and allowed forts to fall, is to be executed as per the law. He failed to prepare in advance for all defensive matters, leading to the tribe's capture of fortifications one after another, and the loss of strategic points, which was indeed a missed opportunity. This judgment truly represented the consensus of the time. Notably, although the government gathered evidence from multiple angles to prove Qi Shan's bribery, no such charges were mentioned in the judgment. During the war, left Zongtang the esteemed and loyally of the Dongguang era was teaching at the home of Dao Winyi in Hunan. At that time, people did not understand why Qi Shan would open his doors to thieves, assuming he must have been bribed by the English. In 1841 he wrote a moving letter to his teacher He Changnong. Last winter, Yang Hao, the brave general, received an order to head north. Someone came from Hao's residence and reported. Hao said that Qi Shan received a huge sum of money from the west, so he insisted on peace negotiations. Kai. It is feared that this may ruin both his own reputation and national interests. Yesterday, I saw a letter of apology from Lin Zifu, which stated at the end, I am afraid they will concoct some secret plan against their tribe, etc. This was likely a reference to Qi Shan's actions. If so, it is indeed sad how naive he was. The poem on the wall and his desire to immediately execute and wipe out the enemy only highlight this. It is nothing but deception, betrayal of trust, prioritizing peace over everything else, and undermining military spirit. The information about left Zongtang came from someone who came from Hao's residence. When the forts fell, he rushed to write a dispatch stating that the two forts were isolated at sea. Eastern Guangdong's defenses were lax. They were outnumbered, and claimed that the tribe's fire weapons were something they had never seen before this time especially. Morale was low. Guo Yonghu, Yang Feng, formerly the Governor-General of Hunan, was promoted to Deputy Minister of Military Affairs on January 8, 1841, and dispatched to Guangdong to suppress the rebels. On January 21st, he received an imperial edict and arrived in Guangzhou City on February 13th. In other words, Zhejiang should fight against the British, while Guangdong should trade with them to seek peace. Upon his departure for his new post, he reported, the current situation may require us to reclaim Ding'ai port in Zhejiang, while allowing them to gather goods at small ports on the sidelines. Naturally, Emperor Xianfeng considered this inappropriate. After arriving in Guangdong, he reported, preparations are being made for segment-wise support to ensure safety. However, the Hunan troops under his command caused fewer problems for the British but harmed local citizens and people along the way more. Emperor Xianfeng was naturally delighted. With fewer than 3,000 foreign troops, the city is secure. In early March, Guo Yongho submitted another layout of offensive and defensive strategies report, stating, the hearts of civilians inside and outside the city have been stabilized, those who fled are gradually returning, and those who were closed are gradually opening up, with military and civilian morale high, without much to worry about. There are many commendable aspects that are difficult to describe in words. If it were not for my Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, Guo Yonghu Yang Feng, who could have accomplished this. On the day his mission is completed, he will receive a generous reward. This is your first great achievement. You should continue to strive after this. Later efforts certainly existed, but he could not achieve a second success. Although a defeat can be avenged by a victory, and one's own appeal for peace can be answered by foreign powers, praying the emperor to show mercy, grant permission to cease hostilities and open trade. The emperor is far in Beijing. How could he know this was Yang Feng's later method of maintaining face? Left Zongtang's information, having heard it from Gao Yongho, is not to be trusted. Moreover, when Gao Yongho conveyed this information, he was on the way, so it must have come indirectly from Guangzhou. As for Qi Shan's desire to immediately decapitate and exterminate the foreign invaders, A thorough search of records from both domestic and international witnesses fails to reveal any evidence. Only Mr. Zhu, teaching at a village in Anhua County, Hunan, knew of this event and considered it obviously true, which is most peculiar. At the same time, Guangdong's Justice Minister Wang Tinglan claimed he had repeatedly advised Taishan to kill Yi Li, while Taishan refused. He wrote a detailed account in a letter to Fujian provincial officer Zhang Minjia. Yi Li stayed at the foreign concession for over 10 days. All we captured were a few boats loaded with cedar boards from the river. It's not difficult to catch him. He had no preparations, and sometimes Yi Li would ride in a carriage to buy things, going about in the markets. At that time, if we sent several brave men to capture him, they could just tie him up and take whatever he had on him. He further stated, I repeatedly suggested to the authorities at the time that we should not act rashly as peace talks were ongoing. This can be said to be a demonstration of Song dynasty's noble and righteous leadership. Qi Shan, however, wanted to follow the example of Song Xiang's righteousness and humanity. How strange. If Qi Shan could dislodge the western giant Kim, it must have been through righteous law. To immediately behead the living enemies and eradicate their voices, there is none better than beheading righteous law. Opening the door to greet the thief, 100 explanations would not suffice. Wang Tinglan's letter further describes Qi Shan's step-by-step retreat. Would it be acceptable if the thief arrives at the door and the door remains unlocked? Unfortunately, during Qi Shan's time in Guangdong, not only did righteous law not stay at the foreign trading post for 10 days, but he barely even entered Guangzhou. Wang Tingfu, being the Governor-General of Fujian and Zhejiang, sent his letter with the seal of Yang Shuheng for imperial review, making it potentially one of the best historical records. This letter contains significant factual errors, which greatly reduces its value as a historical record. If Qi Shan were to remove the defenses from Guangzhou, the motivation behind this action was not Britain's bribery, this can be concluded. But did Qi Shan actually remove the defenses? This was a common point of attack against Qi Shan both then and later, and it forms the central issue in Qi Shan's military relationship with the Opium War. Xuanzang was an emperor who practiced extreme frugality. In late autumn to early winter of Daoguang 20 years, period when Emperor Huan trusted Qi Shan, the most disarming indeed occurred, but the extent to which this happened is highly questionable. During Lin Zexu's time in Guangdong, he heavily invested in military equipment, but Xuanzang never once approved the use of treasury funds for him. Lin's military expenses came from donations by merchants and salt traders. On June 7, 20 years later, the British took control of Dinghai, causing Xuanzang to hastily order 7 coastal provinces to strengthen their defenses. Starting from Xinjiang in the north to Guangdong in the south, provinces sent petitions to Beijing requesting troops, raising funds, repairing forts, and asking for military expenses. Despite this, Xuanzang still refused to allow provincial administrators to use treasury money for these purposes. At that time, the Minister of War Qi Shizang and the Right Vice Minister of Justice Huang Juzi were investigating matters in Fujian. The total cost for ship and cannon construction would amount to several million silver taels. They, along with the Governor-General of Minjie Deng Tingqin and the Governor of Fujian Wu Wenjun, suggested that Zhejiang, Fujian, and Guangdong provinces should build 60 large ships, each equipped with 30 to 40 cannons. Xuanzang disagreed. They stated, during this time of aggressive foreign forces, in order to protect the people and eliminate disasters, we cannot be hasty or casual. Otherwise, expenses will only increase later. This was the situation in mid-July of the 20th year of Daoguang. He believed that maritime defense relied on regular training and repairs, not on the mass construction of ships. By August, Qi Shan reported that Yirit and Yiruit had returned from the north by ship through Dagu, and they had agreed along the way not to attack each other, awaiting the arrival of a new envoy to discuss matters in Guangdong. After receiving this report, Xuanzang issued an imperial decree, appointing Qi Shan as the envoy general while instructing him to separately determine which troops should be withdrawn or retained. Qi Shan followed orders, withdrawing and retaining various troops from Daegu. On the 4th of September, a report from Shandong Governor Tohanbu reached Beijing, stating that 8 British ships had passed through Dengzhou on August 22 and were sailing south. Tohanbu purchased some cattle, sheep, and vegetables to be distributed as appropriate. Consequently, hundreds of foreigners emerged from their ships, kowtowed on the shore, and immediately set sail southward. All officials, soldiers, and citizens gathered to watch, amazed that these people were so respectful. It is separately which troops should be withdrawn or retained and handle it properly. The emperor, believing that peace negotiations were assured, issued 2 edicts, one instructing Tahanbu to assess the situation and withdraw some of the troops to save expenses, another addressed to General Jiang of Xinyang, Governor General Yuki of Jiang and Two Rivers, and Governor Yi Liang of Guangdong, carefully consider the matter and decide. The emperor informed him that peace negotiations were underway and that the Fujian water warriors should be withdrawn separately to save expenses. On the same day, a report from Governor General Deng Tingjian of Fujian arrived in Beijing, stating that 800 water warriors had been dispatched from Fujian to Zhejiang. Qi Shan arrived in Guangdong on November 6, Tory. Thus, by September 1 of Daguan 21st year, Qi Shan was still Governor-General of Zhili, and out of concern for saving expenses, he had already ordered the 7 coastal provinces to disband their troops. The disarming of the 7 provinces along the coast had already been implemented while he was still en route. Fengtian, Hebei, Shandong, and the war-unrelated provinces need not be considered. Jiangsu was the first among the 4 southern provinces to disarm. Yu Qian reported in a fold delivered in October that a total of 5,180 troops were withdrawn. Additionally, all hired water and land warriors have been appropriately disbanded. A report on November 17 stated further withdrawals. A total of 9,140 troops have been withdrawn. The petitions for withdrawing troops from Guangdong and Zhejiang arrived in Beijing on November 1. Yi Liang reported, upon investigation, the total number of troops at all passes outside human is 10,000. The official Lin Zexu received an imperial decree previously, ordering him to immediately meet with the officials responsible for the secondary passes and reduce the number of troops by over 2,000. I further communicated with the water and land commanders, asking them to carefully consider the situation and separately withdraw troops to save expenses. The imperial decree for troop withdrawal was issued on September 4, while the decree removing Lin Zexu was issued on September 8. Yi Liang's statement regarding the initial disarming in Guangdong, where he and Lin Zexu jointly made the decision, is plausible. After serving as acting governor, Yi Liang planned further withdrawals but did not specify the numbers. The number of troops withdrawn by Yi Lu in Zhejiang was greater, according to his report, a total of 6,800, with 5,400 left to guard places like Zhuanhai. Among the 4 southern provinces, only Fujian did not report any troop withdrawals. Jiangsu had the most troops withdrawn, followed by Zhejiang, and the fewest in Guangdong. In summary, among the 4 provinces involved in the Opium War, except for Fujian, which is unclear, the other 3 Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Guangdong had already carried out troop withdrawals before Qi Xian arrived in Guangdong, in accordance with the Emperor's edict. At least 2,000 troops were withdrawn from areas around Human in Guangdong, leaving a maximum of 8,000. The troop withdrawal in the autumn and winter of Daguan 28 was indeed a significant event across 7 coastal provinces, but the responsibility for the withdrawal cannot be attributed to Qi Xian alone, or to any one person. While the withdrawals before Qi Shan's appointment cannot be entirely blamed on him, his actions after taking office raise questions. Or was it due to a scattered army spirit, or framing loyal subjects? Were the military failures in December 1840 and February 1841 due to the withdrawals after his appointment? When Qi Shan first arrived in Guangdong, China and England were already engaged in military conflict. Chinese soldiers had fired on a ship carrying an English message, flying a white flag, sent by Yidiu. Qi Shan could have taken action, but his report merely stated, without first inquiring into the cause, they immediately opened fire, which is regrettable. This not only violated international law but also the imperial decree, which explicitly stated, unless provoked by foreigners, coastal areas are not to open fire. If I am to make a formal report, I fear it will discourage my soldiers and embolden the foreigners. He continued, now, as foreign troops are gathering, and affairs are still unsettled, we must encourage morale and use this to intimidate, thereby strengthening our prestige. If Qi Shan did not disperse the troops' spirits, he thought of boosting morale. Not only did he not remove the defensive gear, but he sent personnel to Tiger Gate for proper secrecy. In early December, the negotiations temporarily broke down. He also instructed coastal officials to inquire into the cause before attacking. At the same time, he emphasized the unpredictable nature of foreign affairs and the importance of safeguarding the strategic Tiger Gate, ordering Guangzhou, Governor-General Yu Bao-chun, Deputy General Qing Yu, and the Dong to take measures to strengthen defenses there. Qi Shan then deployed 500 troops from Zhaoqing and instructed them to go to Tiger Gate, and also appointed Li Tingbu, the general in charge of Audiobook, to assist. They were tasked with separate secret patrols. He also filled in a stone-sunk ship at the water outlet of Dahao too, using it as a decoy for the enemy to believe that he had made preparations. In total, there were 1950 troops, which cannot be considered excessive. He further allocated 500 regular troops, 300 assisting troops from Shunde, 300 troops from Zhongcheng, 200 naval soldiers from the rear fleet, 150 front fleet naval soldiers, and 100 troops from Yangjing camp, to be distributed along the main crossroads, Dahao Tu, Sha'ai, and Liade. Moreover, the first line of defense in Guangzhou, Tiger Gate, only had 500 troops, and there were over 1,400 additional troops inside Dahao Tu. At this point, we can gauge Qi Shan's attitude towards military matters and the difficulties of his position. When he negotiated with the British at Dakia, he strongly asserted that China was not Britain's enemy. Upon arriving in Guangdong, his petitions mentioned that few preparations were made for military defense, and many claimed it was unreliable. This was attributed to civilian governors who, though their writing was excellent, lacked knowledge of military affairs. Furthermore, there were few veterans among the water and land soldiers, and Governor Guan Tianpei, known for his lenient demeanor, did not inspire the confidence of a capable general. For instance, in a petition dated December 4th, he stated not only were the old batteries at Human poorly arranged, but the iron chains, previously recommended by previous governors Deng Xingzhen and Lin Zexu, snapped upon impact with large ships, offering no defense. With such limited resources and time, he struggled to procure funds, let alone manufacture equipment, train personnel, and select talented individuals. Due to these challenges, he felt forced to agree to the terms, but peace talks were difficult to conclude. As governor, if he failed in his duty, he could not avoid responsibility. He needed military preparations to dazzle the foreigners with perceived strength, so that they would know China was prepared, while secretly strengthening defenses within Human. However, arming up was not only a delay, but also invited foreign hostility and made peace talks more fragile. Thus he opted for careful surveillance, increasing troops only within Human, leaving him undecided. They said, "This armament is conducted with the utmost expedition." The English adopted a strategy of preemptive strike, and thus attacked the two forts at Danghe and Shanghai on December 15th in the morning. Ultimately, domestic militarists accused him of betraying the nation, while the British criticized his lack of sincerity in negotiations, merely buying time to complete their defensive preparations. As a result, China suffered a major defeat. On the English side, about 40 people were wounded but no one killed. Both forts fell. Almost all of the naval ships were sunk. Approximately 500 soldiers died, with fewer injured. 173 cannons were captured or destroyed. Approximately 2,000 troops defended Danghe and Shanghai, while a total of 1,461 British soldiers landed to attack, roughly split between whites and Indians. Although China suffered a major defeat in this battle, the high number of soldier deaths indicates that morale was still strong. We still remember, among the 10 forts at Tiger Gate, the Great Angle and Sand Angle held only secondary positions. The loss of cannon positions numbered 173, with 25 in the Great Angle, 72 in the Sand Angle. The rest belonged to ships under command, strongly indicating that the defensive equipment had not been removed, RVing only as signal firing platforms. In 1845, when reorganizing the defenses at Tiger Gate, Guan Tianpei and the acting governor of Guangdong, name unclear, stated, "The two forts of Great Angle and Sand Angle are in the middle of the ocean, facing each other east-west, separated by just over 1,100 yards of sea, too far apart for their cannon fire to be effective." Normally, the defense troops at Sand Angle numbered 30, and at Great Angle 50. During the battle on February 15th, both forts together had 2,000 soldiers, not few. As for the officers' and soldiers' morale, foreign observers praised it highly. However, since the war lasted less than 2 hours before the forts fell, there seems little merit to praise. European soldiers traditionally held a code of honor, but their praises should be taken with a grain of salt. At the very least, we cannot say that Qi opened the door to thieves. After this battle, Qi's resolve to make peace became even stronger, and on December 27 he agreed to 4 articles of a preliminary treaty with Waitul. Although he exhausted all his efforts to get the imperial court to recognize the treaty, Emperor Xian firmly rejected it. As time went on, the imperial court's orders to wage war became more urgent and severe. Qi Xian, feeling cornered, conducted negotiations while simultaneously preparing for war. On January 23, Yitiu sent the Nemesis steamship to Human to await information on the formal treaty signing date. His petitions naturally included reports on mobilizing troops and strengthening defenses, but we can assess his military preparations based on the British investigation. Other investigating vessels discovered construction of a new battery behind the Nasai or No-Nos. The ship stayed in Human for 4 days, observing the addition of sandbag batteries to the Weiyuan, Zhenyuan, and Hengfang gun ports, and noted that there were many soldiers at these sites. Fort and stone filling operations behind Wushan or Tiger Mountain. On February 1, Yitiu personally visited Hengfang and found that 17 additional guns had been installed since the Nemesis's report. The British thus confirmed Qi intention to engage in a decisive battle and on February 5 issued their second attack order. On February 2, the British intercepted a Chinese letter ship with communications from authorities to Guan Tianpei, instructing him to quickly fill in the passage behind Wushan. The battles of February 5 and 6, 1841, 21st year of the Daguang era, marked a fatal blow for Qi Xian and Guangdong. Tori. The battlefield's focal point was the Weiyuan, Zhenyuan, and Hengfang gun ports, so-called Tiger's Mouth defenses at Human. A severe war had broken out by noon on the 6th day, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 forts had fallen. Approximately 1,300 soldiers were captured, around 500 died, and Admiral Guan Tianpei also perished. The morale of the troops was weaker than on December 15. The lost or destroyed cannon positions included 107 from Weiyuan, 30 temporary sandbag batteries, 40 from Zhenyuan, 161 horizontal barriers, and 40 fortified ones. The officers of the horizontal barriers deserted at the start of the battle and fled by boat, locking the gate to prevent soldiers from escaping, though some fought to the death. This island is south of the horizontal barriers and west of Zhenyuan. The reason for the failure was not a lack of preparation, but rather the inexperience of the soldiers, improper placement of the cannons, and the fact that Guan Tianpei had neglected the lower horizontal barrier. Guan believed that the horizontal barriers, along with Weiyuan and Zhenyuan, were sufficient to repel enemies, so he did not prioritize strengthening the lower horizontal barrier during the reorganization of Tiger Gate defenses in 1840. Unbeknownst to him, on February 5, the British had already seized control of the lower horizontal barrier and placed large cannons on the peak at night. China's strategy aimed to attack ships with its batteries, but on February 6, the British first attacked the forts with their batteries. In light of the war's failure, Qi Shan may have borne some responsibility, but it is contrary to fact and human nature to accuse him of not preparing in advance or retreating during the battle. Even Englishman Davis said that Qi Xuan's armaments had done all they could with the help of heaven and earth. They believed Lin was a brilliant commander who the English feared, so by removing Lin, they could achieve their goals. The English negotiation at Dagu was nothing more than a tactic of deception. Contemporaries and subsequent history naturally did not believe that China could not defeat the island barbarians, and they argued that China's defeat was entirely due to Emperor Xianzong removing Lin Zexu and replacing him with Qi Xuan. The most vigorous advocate of this view among contemporaries was Yu Zhen. In warfare, attacking weaknesses while the enemy is strong can also be considered a weakness. Based on his words, Jiang Tingfu made a succinct comment. The English regretted leaving their strongest force in Guangdong and bringing it to Zhejiang. The former is firm while the latter is weaknesses. As seen in the letter delivered in Tianjin, Lin and Deng were under discussion. Qi Xuan arrived in Guangdong. The defenses at Human were withdrawn, and their treatment of Guangdong was as if they were rummaging through a bag for items. Yi Li had a more balanced view, stating, Li's harsh policies, if implemented, would require all coastal governors to be like Lin Zexu, and all key officials to hold the same beliefs. Without these conditions, China could not have withstood Britain. In Kowloon and the battles at Neja, the English had only a Volage equipped with 28 cannons and a Hyacinth armed with 20 cannons. Those who fought well against Qi had 3,000 troops and more than 20 ships, all of which were as large as the Wells Leves, Blenheim, and Melville, each equipped with 74 cannons. Yet the battles at Zhujiang and Zenin resulted in a Chinese defeat, and even when Human fell, Lin Zexu was still in Guangzhou, having responsibilities for handling military affairs. When the British army arrived in China, instead of immediately attacking Guangdong, they first attacked Dinghai, because the British government thought that Guangdong was merely a border region to the Emperor of China, with no significant impact on the overall situation, and not afraid of Lin Zexu. At the time, Many foreigners in Guangdong advocated attacking human first, but the Chinese repository newspaper opposed this, stating that if war broke out, it would only take an hour to clear the human forts. As for the claim that Lin's departure was part of a British conspiracy, it is complete nonsense. The British repeatedly declared to China that Lin's departure or stay had no bearing on their relationship. In reality, Lin Zhonggong's removal was his greatest fortune in life, while it was a great misfortune for China's fortunes. If Lin did not leave, war was inevitable, and if there was a war, defeat was certain, and his reputation might have equaled that of Ming Chen. But if Lin's army had not been defeated, China would have made peace more quickly, and quick peace would have reduced losses, perhaps enabling China's modernization to come 20 years earlier. After the Opium War, China went through no innovative movements, mainly because people at the time did not understand the reasons for failure. It is no wonder the Chinese people then refused to give up. Lin was confident of victory, and so were others at the time, but he lacked opportunities to lead military operations. The result of defeat was the Treaty of Nanjing, beyond doubt. However, the final outcome of war was not decided at Human but on the Yangtze River. The Treaty of Nanjing was signed about 1.5 years before Human fell. In the summer of Daoguang 22, British forces captured Wusong, Shanghai, and then Zhejiang, putting Nanjing in grave danger. It was only at this time that the court acknowledged Britain's conditions and agreed to the treaty. Similarly, at the end of the Qing dynasty, although English and French forces had occupied Guangzhou City, the Qing government still refused to negotiate. It was not until the Allies entered Beijing that a treaty was finally signed. The defeat in Guangdong was less significant than the loss on the Yangtze River. In summary, Qi Shan's military role during the Opium War has neither praise nor blame. He did fail, but the cause of defeat lay not in his withdrawal but in China's inferior combat capabilities at the time. Qi Shan did not withdraw or open the door to thieves, but he was pessimistic about war. Contemporaries blamed this as his fault, which we should acknowledge as a strength of character. Knowing that China could not wage war, he focused on diplomacy. In this regard, his diplomatic efforts had both common flaws and unique merits. Now, let's analyze Qi Shan's diplomatic role in the Opium War. He was a Manchu from the correct Yellow Banner. When Yi Li and Wei Li led the fleet to Dagu Big Spit, Qi Shan served as the hereditary first-class duke, textual scholar, and Grand Secretary of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, appointed as the governor of Zhili. In Daoguang 11th year, he was appointed as the governor of Zhili once again. In Jiaqing 11th year, he held his first provincial office as the governor of Henan, later transferring to Jiangning Nanjing, Shandong, two rivers Yangtze and Jinhua rivers, Sichuan, and other provinces as governor or administrator. On July 14, 1842, Yili and his associates arrived at Dashu. Before the Opium War, China's diplomacy was all focused in Guangdong, so Qi Shi, though he had spent many years in official positions, had no experience in foreign affairs. Qi Shi, following imperial orders, sent a guerrilla named Lu Ying'ao to inquire about the matter. When Lu returned, he reported that the English people stated that they had repeatedly been attacked by Guangdong forces and were unable to convey their grievances to the imperial court, imploring that it be conveyed instead. This type of complaint and plea for justice was Qi Shi's starting point for dealing with the English, and it was crucial. Obviously, this attitude was not in line with the British government's stance. So, where did the misunderstanding come from? Was it that Yili intentionally adopted this attitude to begin negotiations, using a pragmatic approach regardless of formality? Or was it Qi Shi himself who misunderstood? Or was it due to mistranslation by the interpreter, Ma Lishan, who used Chinese official language? All of these explanations are possible and have been put forward, but they certainly do not imply that Qi Shi deceived his superior. Indeed, in subsequent correspondence with the English, he treated them as advocates for justice. While Qi Shi sought imperial approval, he also instructed the English to wait until the 20th to receive a response. On the 17th, the imperial decree was issued, and on the 18th, Qi Shi sent an officer named Bai Hanzang to the English ships to collect the official documents. This official document is a note from Lord Palmerston, the British Foreign Secretary, to the Emperor of China, appointed Prime Minister. It is one of the most crucial diplomatic texts on the Opium War, and scholars studying this conflict must closely examine both the original and translated versions of this note. However, apart from one sentence, the entire translation remains faithful to the original. The translator followed Lord Palmerston's instructions to prioritize accuracy over elegance, resulting in a translation that is accurate but not particularly elegant. The original sentence reads to demand from the emperor satisfaction and redress, which is translated as, China's smoking ban was deemed flawed, with anti-smoking laws becoming mere formalities, making sudden stricter enforcement impossible. Even if strict enforcement were desired, it should start with Chinese officials, followed by foreigners, as officials often facilitate and profit from smuggling. It's no wonder that Xuanzang and Qi Shan handled this diplomatic case as if it were a lawsuit filed by their subordinates. Half of the note explained Britain's dissatisfaction with China's policies, while the other half outlined Britain's demands. China's initial priority in dealing with foreigners, coupled with leniency towards officials, raises the question, isn't it like turning a blind eye to foreign crimes while scrutinizing official misconduct? If foreigners refuse to pay for tobacco, they should be frightened into submission or even starved. Not only British merchants, but even the British Consul General, are accused of forcing and mistreating people. This is considered a disgrace to Great Britain's dignity. If foreigners are to be addressed, they should be treated individually, not as a homogeneous group, and not all should face complete food restrictions, especially when relying on hired workers from mainland China. After the fourth demand, equal treatment should be given to Chinese and British officials. The fifth demand is for compensation for war costs and diplomatic expenses. If China does not properly resolve and put an end to this matter, there will be no choice but to continue the war. Based on these arguments, Britain's demands are as follows. First, compensation for tobacco taxes. Second, the cession of one or several islands as a residence for English merchants to prevent future hardship and ensure their goods' safety. Third, repayment by the Chinese government of accumulated debts owed to Guangzhou merchants. Although the tone of the notification is quite strong, its overall approach is essentially an accusation against Lin. Although the notification does not mention Lin Zexu by name, it refers to its officials, and both Chinese and foreigners know that the British are dissatisfied with the ban on smoking, which was Lin's initiative. Baron Maclean's order to Yuelu and Yixiu includes a section on the flexibility they should maintain during negotiations. Territoriality, he states. If China refuses to cede territory, then a trade treaty can be established with China, which includes 1 opening trading ports. 2 foreigners should have freedom of residence and protection of life and property at these ports. 3 China must publish and establish fixed customs duties. 4 Britain may appoint consuls in China. 5 Extra. Aside from the extra-legal jurisdiction, all other provisions are international customs without unequal or harmful nature to China. The contract or territorial cession, China may choose one. This point of freedom of choice is the diplomatic opportunity of China at that time, and the quality of Qi Shan's diplomacy should be judged on this point. Shan received a note from Lord Bagenal, forwarding it to Beijing for imperial approval, while agreeing with Lord Ellet that a response would be given within 10 days. The deliberations of the court officials are not known in detail. The outcome was 2 edicts issued on July 24, one stating, "The great emperor governs the entire world with equal regard for all." As for foreign tributary states coming to China to trade and having any grievances, they will be immediately investigated and punished. Last year, Lin Zexu's prohibition of tobacco could not fully reflect the imperial benevolence and righteousness, leading to deception and improper actions. The great emperor has heard this request for justice for the wronged and will certainly investigate it thoroughly, punishing those responsible. A special envoy has been dispatched to Guangdong to handle the matter impartially, ensuring justice for the wronged. Lord Ellet and his troops are ordered to return south upon receipt of this edict. This edict can be considered China's formal response to the ukase. The other edict gave Qi Shan detailed instructions. To clear an injustice and ensure the truth is revealed, it should be thoroughly investigated. Only then can one hope to sway their hearts. Let them all know that the Celestial Court upholds great public justice, offering no protection or leniency. Thus, they will dare not take advantage of this to seek redress through cunning means. Norms here refer to free trade. As for ceding islands, it is absolutely impossible to establish a new boundary, disrupting established norms. Debts owed by the Guangdong merchants to the British should be settled among themselves. How could the court intervene? In other words, the debt that Englishmen owe to the merchants of Guangdong should be recovered by the English from the merchants, not claimed from the court. The arrogant attitude is utterly ridiculous. If one wishes to collect the cigarette tax, they should issue a decree stating that the original cigarettes presented as payment were prohibited items, which had already been burned. Since they were already submitted previously, there can be no demand for further payment. Britain demanded and rejected everything, only intending to impute the blame for Lin Zexu's actions in order to close the case. This can only be seen as a child's play, but at that time, it was an extremely natural and righteous method. Treat all people equally, whether from the sea or land. Isn't this traditional Chinese kingship? Britain accused Lin Zexu, and China responded by investigating him. Is this not the emperor's grand and righteous intention? On August 2nd, Qishan immediately answered the British representative according to the imperial decree. They were unsatisfied, requesting a meeting with Qishan face-to-face. Qishan, citing the system as paramount, refused to board their ship and invited Yi Lai to land. On August 4th and 5th, they held 2 discussions on the shore of Daqiao. Yi Lai reiterated his demands, while Qishan responded according to the imperial decree. The negotiations were fruitless. The most difficult issue was the compensation for the tobacco tax. According to the circumstances, hoping for approval. It is not definitive. On August 18 and 19th, Tingfu and Yi Li wrote letters to negotiate, and his final promises, excluding Lin Zexu, included the resumption of trade and partial compensation for the tobacco tax in 2 points, if they remain respectful. Imperial Commissioner arrives to investigate, or your country requests trade on mercy, it will be reported. If what they say is true, it will be beneficial for merchants, helpful for soldiers and civilians, and allow both sides to live in harmony as before. Then your commander-in-chief, when he returns home, will undoubtedly shine even more and can be called a capable minister of the king. The British representative then followed the emperor's pleasure in compliance with the pleasure of the emperor, and left for Guangdong, agreeing that both countries would stop military actions. If your commander-in-chief follows the imperial decree, returns south, and allows the imperial commissioner to go forward to handle it, even though he knows the value of the tobacco tax is not much, if he can make your commander-in-chief Yi Li have a favorable response to the king, and your consul Yuich Li can also clear up previous restrictions. Yilu et al. No wonder Bamaijan was near death. No wonder China believed pacification had succeeded. Though in possession of heavy forces at Dagu, yet their negotiations fell short, and upon returning south, they claimed to act according to the Chinese emperor's orders. The British government ordered Yi Li and Yish Li to bring warships to Dalu because they wanted them to use force to make China accept Britain's demands. The emperor thus ordered the withdrawal of troops to avoid unnecessary expenses and relieved Lin Zexu of his post to demonstrate China's righteousness. The victory at Dagu served as Qi Shisan's springboard for success, but also became the root of his future failures. Their actions were not only detrimental to Britain but also to China, as they sparked countless misunderstandings. Yet, they had some justification. Many British soldiers were sick at that time, and it was late autumn. Military operations in northern China were thus inappropriate. They hoped to resolve matters in Guangdong without issue. Qi Shisan's conciliatory attitude contrasted starkly with Lin Zexu's, making their negotiations more feasible. In Dagu, they compromised but did not abandon their demands. In addition to negotiating, Qi Shisan thoroughly investigated the enemy's weaponry. His report likely influenced the court's decision to alter Lin Zexu's aggressive policy. The British warship's height was evident, and each ship housed several large cannons weighing around 7,000–8,000 pounds. They were mounted on stone grinding discs that could be easily repositioned to aim in any direction. Additionally, there are flame ships, with wind wheels both inside and out, a fire pit in the center, where flames, rising on the wind, smoke upwards, turning the wheel, which causes water to spin regardless of wind or current. At the time, people like Lin Zexu considered these methods for destroying the enemy vessels, but Qi Shan thought they were insufficient. To cut through the bottom of the ship, foreign sailors could at depths of around 5 or 6 meters deploy weapons and drop them into the sea. If one were to attack the lower levels of an enemy ship, where the ship emerges from the water, there is also a strategically placed cannon position, indicating their intention to retaliate. After some time, they would climb onto the deck and ascend to the top, aiming to resist. This is Qi Shan's understanding of the enemy. There were also methods involving setting fire to the ships, with the enemy vessels spread out several miles apart, unwilling to connect or anchor, indicating their intention to avoid widespread fires. If we employ clay-based tactics, establish solid laws to counter them, or fall into their tricks, it may not be enough to secure victory. As for such a powerful adversary, could China resist? Qi Shan argued that China had nothing worthy of reliance. The enemy relies on large cannons, and they fear only large cannons. The situation is similar in South China. China lacked these cannons. For instance, in areas like Shanhai Pass, there were no cannons originally, but officials were sent to recover some from abandoned cannon positions, which date back to the Ming dynasty, to prepare them for use. As the provinces of Jiang and Zhejiang relied on external defenses, they originally only depended on the Yangtze Sea. Now, with the sea routes seized by the natives, the Yangtze is no longer navigable, making these strategic points fall into the hands of the enemies, and our navy unable to enter the sea to pursue them. If China wins at one point, Britain will shift its attacks elsewhere. If we win this year, Britain will come again next year. To seek victory everywhere and win constantly, I truly cannot avoid the hidden danger. Once a border dispute opens, armies are not relieved. Our emperor deals with 1,000 affairs, and it is not worth his time to deal with such trivial matters and petty tricks of the enemy. Year after year spent on defense, without free rewards for our troops. This is Qi Xuan's method of knowing oneself. The elements of diplomacy are no more than reason and power. During the Opium War, China and England each held their own reason, acting in their own way. While Qi Xuan was still half knowing, half understanding, contemporary figures were simply ignorant. Therefore, the problem between China and England, when examining power and understanding the methods of knowing one's enemy, Qi Xuan undoubtedly surpassed his contemporaries. So when Qi Xuan loudly called for peace, he was accused of being pro-foreign, or even suspected of taking bribes from the English. Unfortunately, on November 6, when Qi Xuan arrived in Guangdong, both the domestic atmosphere and the feelings between China and England were not conducive to negotiations. In Zhejiang, Yiliu once demanded that Britain return Dinghai, but the British refused, leading both sides to doubt Britain's sincerity in seeking peace. On the British side, as China had captured over 20 British citizens and mistreated them, their desire for a decisive battle intensified. In November, several officials, including Liu Yongko, Zhejiang governor, Qi minister, Huang Juzi, and Kai Jiakui an inspector, successively presented petitions claiming that the British had been plotting to seize Dinghai for a long time. This shook the court's determination to pursue peace. As a result, his stance in Guangdong was much harder than at Daqiao. Meanwhile, Yasuliu, having spent years in Guangdong, favored the interests of Guangzhou trade and argued that the battle should be decided first in Guangzhou. When Chinese ships fired upon his messengers, he retaliated by sending troops. Thus, Qi's initial report to the court described Yasuliu's tone as even more arrogant than before. Around this time, Yasuliu suddenly fell ill, leaving negotiations in the hands of Yasuliu alone. Qi found this strange and wondered. On the 6th day the commissioner met with Yasuliu. Though his face was slightly pale, he did not look sick. Yet how could he suddenly fall severely ill and want to leave within a day? So Qi Shan flew to Yili and taught him how to fortify Zhejiang against British attacks. He suspected that there must be a trick involved. Now that Yasuliu has abruptly left, he might have separate plans in mind, or his views may differ from Yasuliu's, or he might even be returning to Zhejiang to try to seize it. All of these are hard to predict. The environment was far from peaceful, but the military situation in Guangdong made Qi Shan insist on the peace talks. He argued that Guangdong's naval forces were no match for the foreign fleet's strength and weaponry, and the soldiers' courage was weak. His first step was to build bridges and ease tensions. Whenever they encountered a few foreign ships, they would get excited and greedy for glory. But when they saw a strong and determined approach, they became afraid. He instructed a naval commander to write a letter to Yi Ailai, stating that without understanding the cause, opening fire first was due to a soldier's mistake, and it is only right to investigate and punish accordingly. By doing so, they avoided conflict while maintaining face on both sides. Simultaneously, he released Vincent Staunton, just a teacher from Macau among foreigners. He had been captured while swimming by locals who intended to present him to Lin Zexu in exchange for rewards, despite repeated British requests for his release, which Lin denied. The air changed dramatically, allowing for negotiations. Qi Shan's actions, though they angered Lin's faction, earned him gratitude from the English. The starting point of the Yili equal treatment negotiations was the conditions previously demanded at Dagu. This was a market-style negotiation. Compensate for the tobacco tax, initially 20 million, then reduced to 16 million, and further to 12 million. Qi Shan first offered 3 million, increasing it to 4 million, and finally to 5 million. 2. 3. Debts owed by merchants should be compensated by the merchants themselves. 4. Military expenses. Qi Shan firmly rejected this, stating that it would lead to unnecessary expenditure, and questioning how they could claim compensation. We must consider this in advance. Yili agreed to return Dinghai, but demanded an alternative location in the coastal areas of Guangdong, Fujian, and Zhejiang. Qi Shan considered this unacceptable. If we offer just a corner or a small piece of land, there is a risk that they will form parties, build forts, set up artillery, and over time gradually occupy it, causing future problems. Moreover, the location is difficult to choose. Whether in Jiangxi or Fujian, it's all internal territory, so it would be hard to accommodate foreigners, even if we consider Xiamen near Taiwan. 5. There's nothing that can block them, and defending against them would be particularly challenging. This is the course of negotiations prior to November 21st. Equality of officials between China and England. Qi Shan immediately agreed to this point. As a result, the entire country actively mobilized troops and sent armies. A decree issued on December 7th did not permit Qi Shan to cede any territory, nor pay a single cent in compensation. Instead, he was told to seize the opportunity to attack without showing weakness. The decree reached Guangdong around December 20th. Before its arrival, Qi Shan's negotiations had progressed further. The compensation for tobacco prices was set at 6 million taels, to be paid over 5 years. The main point of contention was the issue of territory cession. If given, it would lead to troop deployment, grain accumulation, construction of forts and cannons. Yizhu, possibly a reference to a person or title, demanded Hong Kong, but Qi Shan refused. Even if Hong Kong were granted, it is located in a ring of mountains, offering shelter from storms and tides. In time, they would covet Guangdong, leading to incalculable harm. Not able to obtain Hong Kong, Yizhu then demanded the opening of 2 additional ports. Yizhu disliked this style of negotiation and threatened war. Qian Shan considered this a more appropriate solution, intending to propose 2 ports, but, as part of the bargaining process, he was only granted permission for one in Xiamen, where transactions could only take place on board ships, without docking. Although Qi Shan prepared for war, his true intention was to seek peace. On December 4th, in a memorial presented to the court, he sought permission to open additional trade ports. Inadequate for defense. He only agreed to communicate through written messages. The defense of the eastern regions of UA is unreliable, he said again in a memo. Because all successive leaders have been civilians, though their writing is excellent, they lack knowledge of military affairs. Even the iron chains previously reported by the former governors Lin Zexu and Deng Tingshan would break upon collision with a large ship. On the 6th day, Yili, presumably referring to a person named Yi, asked him to discuss matters in Macau, but he refused, believing there was no proper system in place and fearing ambitious wolves with suspect motives. On the 14th, Yili declared the negotiations broken off, setting the attack for the next day. Qi Shan's response had not yet been sent when hostilities between China and England began. On the 27th, he concluded the Penis Grass Agreement with Yilu. 1. On December 15th, Da Jiao Big Angle and Se Jiao Small Angle fell, forcing Qi Shan to make concessions in his negotiations. China cedes Hong Kong to Britain but retains the right to establish customs and collect taxes there, similar to Huangpu. 2. Pay a ransom of 6 million yuan over 5 years. 4. 3. Chinese and English officials are equal. Guangzhou will reopen its markets in the first month of the next year under the emperor's reign. On the British side, they immediately withdrew from Dinghai. This agreement represented Qi Shan's diplomatic efforts, with the most significant concession being the surrender of Hong Kong. At the time of concluding this agreement, Qi Shan had received an imperial decree prohibiting territorial cession or ransom payments. Legally, he was guilty of defying the emperor's orders. From a political perspective, Qi Shan's draft treaty was the best conditions and least losses that were permissible by the times. Compared to the Nanjing Treaty, we can conclude that the Painan Treaty was Qi Shan's diplomatic victory. The Nanjing Treaty completely ceded Hong Kong, while the Painan Treaty retained China's right to collect taxes in Hong Kong. The Nanjing Treaty opened 5 ports for trade, whereas the Painan Treaty remained with only 1 port open in Guangdong. The Nanjing Treaty demanded a compensation of 21 million yuan, while the Painan Treaty asked for only 600,000 yuan. Moreover, we remember that Ellis received severe criticism from Bering for signing the Painan Treaty, which further demonstrates Qi Shan's diplomatic prowess. After finalizing the treaty, Qi Shan tirelessly sought the court's approval, with his final efforts evident in the imperial decree presented on January 25, 1843. He argued that war was impossible due to unfavorable geography, inferior weaponry, lack of troop cohesion, and unstable public opinion. I reflect once more, and realize that my personal stake is insignificant compared to the weighty matters of state and the well-being of the people. My fault lies in the inability to win wars and in the inadequacy of my administration, both of which merit equal censure. I have nothing left to fear for myself, But if I am blamed for losing wars, it would be a loss of heaven's power and harm to the people, with no chance for redress through administration. The emperor's response reads, I cannot tolerate your acceptance of subjugation and mockery from foreign tribes, your delusion leading you astray. You dared to disregard my orders, still accepting letters from traitors and relaying their pleas, going beyond what is reasonable. What reveals your true character? Your incompetence knows no bounds. Qi Shan was stripped of his titles as Grand Counselor, had his flower feathers removed, and was turned over to the department for severe punishment. The emperor immediately decreed, Qi Shan is to be dismissed from office and locked up. His properties are to be seized and entered into the state treasury. The departmental deliberations were still ongoing when Yi Liang reported that the English had taken Hong Kong, which arrived in Beijing on February 6th. Unjust trials in Beijing have been previously explained. The relationship between Qi Shan and the Opium War, in terms of military aspects, is neither commendable nor blameworthy. Although Qi Shan's position in Chinese history may not be significant, he was pardoned after the Huanzong era and served as Governor-General of Shaanxi and Yunnan. In diplomacy, he was far ahead of his time, as he analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of China and foreign powers and weighed interests more accurately than others. Knowing that China was weaker than Britain, he should have advocated self-strengthening, like Yi Wenxiang and other figures of the self-strengthening movement, but he did not mention national self-reinforcement. Although Lin Zexu shared this weakness, Lin's understanding of China's position vis-à-vis foreign affairs was not as clear as Qi Shan's.